Chapter 1. Senior Sister, Would You Be My Girlfriend? In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at Magic City University, the cafeteria was teeming with students during lunchtime. Lin Feng sat with three of his roommates, engaging in lively conversation while eating. Among them, Xiao Ziao and Lu Yin resembled two radar systems, incessantly scanning the area for attractive women. It was evident that these two perpetual singles were on the lookout for beautiful girls. Suddenly, Xiao Ziao nudged Lin Feng. "Hey, turn around. I'm not interested," Lin Feng replied with a resigned shake of his head. However, the next moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind. As Lin Feng turned, a gentle smile graced his face upon recognizing the newcomer. "Senior sister, have you eaten? If not, you can join Ziao." Xiao Ziao. With a complex expression, Ye Qingyao nodded and hesitated before speaking. "Lin Feng, I need to talk to you. Can we step outside for a moment?" "Sure." Lin Feng stood up, dividing his chicken leg and braised pork among Xiao Ziao and the others before following Ye Qingyao out. As they watched the two leave, Xiao Ziao couldn't help but smirk. "Fellas, what do you think the senior sister wants with Brother Feng? She's the campus beauty. Will I have even a fraction of Brother Feng's luck with women? Could it be that she wants to confess her feelings before graduating next year? What do you think, Monkey?" Li Ting speculated. Monkey was Lu Yan's nickname, and the three had grown very close to Lin Feng during their years in the same dorm. Seeing Lin Feng being called away by one of the recognized beauties on campus sparked their curiosity, leading to a flurry of speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao had arrived at the playground. With winter break just over 20 days away, the temperature in Jinghai City was quite chilly. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant that day, with the sun radiating warmth. Once outside the cafeteria, Ye Qingyao remained silent, walking along the rubber track until they reached the field. "Is there something you need, senior?" Lin Feng inquired. To his surprise, Ye Qingyao responded with a question of her own. "Lin Feng, do you remember the last gathering of our club's executive members?" Of course, that was over 2 months ago, Lin Feng recalled, remembering that something significant had occurred during that gathering. "Yes, 2 months have passed." Ye Qingyao nodded, tilting her head to gaze at the sky, revealing her graceful neck. "Do you remember that night, when we got intimate at the inn?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a thunderclap. The hazy memories from that drunken night became startlingly clear. During the gathering, the club executives had indulged in too much alcohol. The boys became the guardians of the girls, escorting them back to school. Yet somehow, Lin Feng found himself leading Ye Qingyao to an inn behind the restaurant. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, they seemingly confessed their feelings for each other, leading to a less than innocent conclusion. When Lin Feng awoke the next morning, he found himself alone in the inn, with only the remnants of red plum blossoms on the sheets. Ye Qingyao had vanished without a trace. As Lin Feng recalled that night, she continued, "After that, I became pregnant with your child. I am now 8 weeks along." With that, Ye Qingyao gently placed her hand on her abdomen, her head bowing slightly. Despite having chatted occasionally since that day, Lin Feng sensed that she had been avoiding him, resulting in their infrequent meetings over the past few months. Now, once again face to face, the campus beauty revealed that she was pregnant with a child. Even after having eaten lunch, Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, the legacy of the lineage has been detected, and the DAD system has been successfully activated." Note: in this day and age, raising a child without a system is quite challenging. Ding! The paternity test for the baby in Ye Qingyao's womb has been issued. Please check it, host. Do not doubt it, the child in Ye Qingyao's belly is indeed yours. Ding, main quest triggered. Please protect the lineage. A system? Having read many novels, Lin Feng felt dizzy. Not only was he about to become a father, but he had also become a system host. The revelation left him utterly astonished. However, what did protect the lineage entail? The activation of the system occurred in the blink of an eye. Ye Qingyao had yet to finish her sentence. "Lin Feng, I don't know what to do, which is why I came to find you." After saying this, Ye Qingyao lowered her head, her fingers intertwined in front of her, clearly torn and emotionally conflicted. Lin Feng understood that she had come to seek his guidance on how to handle the unborn child. Should they keep it or let it go? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke. "Senior sister, whatever you decide, I will support you. However, I have something to say, and I'm afraid if I don't say it today, I may never have the chance again." "Senior sister, I like you. From the first moment I saw you during the club's recruitment in our class, I was captivated. Time has flown by, and now I'm in my third year. I still haven't mustered the courage to confess. Now, knowing you're pregnant with my child, I want to confess my feelings, not to pressure you, but to let you know that I genuinely wish to care for you for a lifetime. Lin Feng poured out his heart to Ye Qingyao. It was essential to note that Ye Qingyao had feelings for Lin Feng as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succumbed to the influence of alcohol during that club gathering. Lin Feng had not been involved with any other girl in the past 3 years, and Ye Qingyao had also turned down many suitors because of him. Now, with the opportunity laid bare, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as her delicate frame trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng took off his jacket and draped it over Ye Qingyao's shoulders, then softly asked, "Senior sister, would you be my girlfriend?" Lin Feng's words echoed in Ye Qingyao's ears. She had always held feelings for him, and now, with his confession, it felt only natural for them to connect. With a nod, Ye Qingyao responded, "I would." Hearing this, Lin Feng's anxious heart finally settled, and he took her hand as they walked together out of the playground. "Let's not linger here, it's cold, and I worry you might catch a chill." Ye Qingyao softly agreed and followed Lin Feng outside, unaware of the temperature but acutely aware of the warmth in her palm, revealing her inner turmoil. As they walked, Lin Feng's thoughts raced. Becoming a father before graduating was quite the experience, exhilarating, to say the least. Soon, they arrived at an empty classroom, typically devoid of students except during lectures. With lunchtime approaching, it was even quieter, making it an ideal place for a heartfelt conversation, though perhaps not for declarations of love, let alone anything more intimate. Chapter 2. Brother, let's start a class. It'll pay double the 88 membership fee. Yao, Lin Feng called out. Upon hearing this name, Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pondered whether she should alter her address for him in return. What is it, little Feng? Lin Feng chose to ignore how Ye Qingyao addressed him. The pressing matter at hand was the unborn child. Truthfully, Lin Feng did not wish for Ye Qingyao to terminate the pregnancy, as the child was innocent and such an act could be detrimental to her health. Thus, Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt desire. Yao, I want to keep the baby. What do you think? Okay. Lin Feng had anticipated needing to persuade her further, yet Ye Qingyao's immediate agreement took him by surprise. After Ye Qingyao nodded, she continued, "The baby is innocent." She added, "And I am now your girlfriend, so I will listen to you and give birth to the baby." This encapsulated Ye Qingyao's true thoughts. In fact, even before seeking out Lin Feng, she had contemplated the possibility of keeping the baby, regardless of whether Lin Feng agreed. Though she could not quite fathom the source of her inexplicable confidence in raising a child on her own, she felt determined. Upon hearing Ye Qingyao's response, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. "Thank you, Yao. Thank you, Xiao Feng," Ye Qingyao echoed, mirroring Lin Feng's gratitude. Each harbored their own thoughts. The two engaged in extensive conversation thereafter. Ultimately, beneath her calm exterior, Ye Qingyao felt a tinge of anxiety regarding her pregnancy and the impending arrival of the baby. She was overwhelmed by a sense of uncertainty about what actions to take and how to navigate the future. After the winter break, she was set to begin her internship, yet many companies seeking long-term employees were reluctant to hire pregnant women, let alone an intern like her. The inability to secure work implied a lack of financial stability. Without a source of income, how could she possibly raise a child? If not for Ye Qingyao's unwavering resolve, she might have faltered at such thoughts. Lin Feng, upon sensing her inner turmoil, acknowledged her concerns but did not take them too seriously. Yao, don't worry, you'll take care of everything," he confidently declared. "You just focus on being beautiful, and I will handle providing for our family." His assurance lit up Ye Qingyao's expressive eyes, and she nodded in belief. Having established their romantic relationship and agreed to keep the baby, Ye Qingyao's worries dissipated, replaced by anticipation for what lay ahead. To ensure Ye Qingyao's rest, Lin Feng rose to escort her back to her dormitory. Ye Qingyao did not decline. Instead, she held Lin Feng's hand as they walked back, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers. All she knew was that being guided by Lin Feng felt delightful and especially secure. At the entrance of the dormitory, Lin Feng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, inadvertently brushing against her delicate earlobe. Yao, head back now. Call me if you need anything." What if I don't need anything? Ye Qingyao asked playfully. Even if you don't, you can still reach out to me. Just remember to pin our chat at the top. You too, Ye Qingyao murmured softly before bidding farewell and turning toward the girl's dormitory. Lin Feng watched her enter before turning to leave himself. Meanwhile, they both instinctively pinned each other's chat at the top of their conversation. Such is the nature of young love, often indulging in childish little acts. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Feng sought out the system. Now that he and Ye Qingyao had become a couple and reached a consensus on keeping the baby, the system task of protecting the bloodline had naturally been accomplished, and it generously allowed Lin Feng to open a treasure box. What rewards would he extract? This system had quite the playful side, nonetheless. Lin Feng found it amusing. Surely he wouldn't draw a mere thank you for your patronage. With a thought, he initiated the lottery. Without even animation, the result appeared in an instant. Congratulations, the host has received a residential unit in the Ye Qingyao community. A house, splendid. No need to buy one now. Lin Feng felt fortunate his luck was good, and he didn't end up with a thank you note. Moreover, he was aware of the Ye Qingyao community, conveniently located not far from the school. He could explore it when he had the time. It has been detected that Ye Qingyao's health is subpar. Please encourage her to soak her feet 10 times. After 10 times, a reward lottery will be granted. Tasks kept coming one after another. However, it was quite enjoyable. The lottery had an addictive quality. Encouraging Yao Yao to soak her feet? Sure. Lin Feng promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Ye Qingyao. He simply inquired if she was available, and she replied immediately, I am. Yao Yao, I've noticed your hands often sweat. When you have the chance, soak your feet. It's quite effective for this symptom. Okay, I understand. Have you reached your dorm? Almost there. Just be obedient, Lin Feng insisted. You should rest a bit after returning, Ye Qingyao advised before heading to the water room for hot water. On the other side, Lin Feng soon returned to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was pulled over by Xiao Ziao and Lu Yin, while Li Ting also got up from his bed. The three of them burst into mischievous laughter. Brother Feng, what's the situation? The campus bell is seeking you. You're quite fortunate. Brother Feng, you know me, I've never begged anyone. Xiao Ziao began teasing, but was interrupted by Lu Yin. Nonsense. Just this morning, you asked me to bring you breakfast. Be a good boy and call me father. Get lost. We agreed to interrogate Brother Feng, so you be quiet, Xiao Ziao retorted. Thus, the trio unified their efforts, directing their inquiries at Lin Feng. In contrast, Lin Feng sighed before responding. It's not that I don't want to share, I'm just worried it might upset you. Ye Qingyao, the campus belle you all speak of, is now my girlfriend. From now on, when you see her, don't call her senpai or belle call her sister-in-law. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin all widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng's demeanor suggested he was not joking. Brother Feng, are you serious? Lin Feng nodded with a smile, feeling a mix of emotions indeed. It was true, and there was even a baby on the way. Among boys, such revelations were met with excitement. Upon learning of Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao's relationship, the trio showered him with blessings. Brother Feng, 3 years of being single, and now you've made a remarkable debut. Exactly. Ye Qingyao, the universally acknowledged campus belle, and you managed to win her over? Bro, you should start a class, it'll pay double the membership fee. The rest of the conversation was filled with playful exclamations and envy. Chapter 3. Unless you find me a flower-like girlfriend. As evening approached, it was time for dinner once again. For college students, the perennial dilemma of what to eat remained unchanged. Typically, Lin Feng would venture out with his 3 roommates for a meal. However, this time was different. He needed to fetch Ye Qingyao and take her out to dine. After all, she was pregnant and required clean, nutritious food. His withdrawal from the usual routine elicited a chorus of sighs from Xiao Ziao and the others. Ah, the hero falters at the beauty's gate. Brother Feng, it's been an afternoon, and I find myself missing you dearly, remarked Lu Yin. Xiao Ziao chimed in, you've grown distant, Brother Feng. I suddenly find myself unwilling to engage with you unless you help me find a beautiful girlfriend as well. Li Ting added, damn, we agreed to tease Brother Feng, and here you are, seizing the opportunity to make demands. You're far too greedy. Brother Feng, I want one too. Faced with their playful jests, Lin Feng could only chuckle helplessly. After exchanging a few banter-filled retorts, he made his escape. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the girls' dormitory. Initially, He intended to wait until he arrived before calling Ye Qingyao down to avoid her catching a chill. Yet, to his surprise, Ye Qingyao was already waiting at the entrance. "Yao Yao, didn't we agree that you'd come down when I called?" Lin Feng inquired. Before Ye Qingyao could respond, her roommate, Huang Tingting, interjected. "Our Yao Yao was worried you'd be waiting too long." After receiving your call, she began to get ready. "Oh, by the way, I'm Huang Tingting, Yao Yao's only roommate. If you weren't Yao Yao's boyfriend, I'd expect you to call me senior." "All right, I've safely delivered Yao Yao to you. After dinner, make sure you bring her back to me in one piece. I must be off to eat now." With that, Huang Tingting turned to leave, but suddenly pivoted back to add, "Lin Feng, you must take good care of Yao Yao. This afternoon, she nearly got jostled while fetching water. It was too dangerous. Remember that." Watching Huang Tingting depart, Ye Qingyao began to defend herself. "Little Feng, don't listen to Tingting. It wasn't as dangerous as she claims." Yet despite her reassurances, Lin Feng's furrowed brow remained tense. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suggested, "Yao Yao, how about we move out? It would be more convenient for me to care for you, and you wouldn't have to deal with the crowd while fetching water in the dorm anymore." This proposal stemmed from careful consideration. Firstly, he owned a house not far from the school, making travel convenient. Secondly, he genuinely worried about Ye Qingyao's well-being. While she wasn't overly fragile, it was prudent to be cautious. Hearing Lin Feng's caring words warmed Ye Qingyao's heart, yet the thought of moving out left her feeling a bit bashful. Although she knew little about the romantic entanglements between men and women, the phrase moving out inevitably conjured images of intimate nights. The more she pondered, the redder her cheeks became. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's anxious expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Little Feng, I'll think it over." Ye Qingyao murmured softly. "All right, let us go eat first," Lin Feng replied with a nod, not pressing the matter further. He understood that if he were in her shoes, a man making such a suggestion might have earned a slap in return. Before long, they arrived at the second cafeteria, opting for convenience. The two decided to dine on the first floor rather than ascend the stairs. "What would you like to eat, Yao Yao?" Lin Feng inquired. "I want to eat meat," Ye Qingyao replied quietly, having caught a whiff of fried chicken as they entered. "It smells so good. Can I have some?" "Sure, I'll go buy it." "What else?" he asked. "How about a mushu pork rice bowl?" "All right, wait for me." Lin Feng noted her requests and went to get the food. Seated at their table, Ye Qingyao found herself idly scrolling through her phone. Yet she couldn't help but glance around for Lin Feng's familiar figure. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Huang Tingting calling. "Hello, Tingting, what is up?" "Yao Yao, you need to check the class group notification. We have to move out of the dorm before the new year." "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this." Huang Tingting vented before hanging up. Hastily, Ye Qingyao opened the class group chat. Sure enough, she found a notice from their counselor stating that all senior interns must vacate the dormitory before the new year. While no reason was explicitly given, everyone understood that the dorms would undergo renovations, transforming from 4-person to 6-person rooms for incoming freshmen. Huang Tingting messaged her, asking what they should do. Honestly, Ye Qingyao was at a loss. "Yao Yao, you could move out with your boyfriend. It would be easier for him to take care of you, especially as it becomes more challenging for you to get around. If you feel shy about it, I can come over and help you talk to him." Huang Tingting, being both Ye Qingyao's South roommate and close friend, had known her for nearly 4 years. Their bond was strong enough that Ye Qingyao felt comfortable sharing her pregnancy news with her. "Tingting, little Feng just suggested that I move out. You don't need to worry about me. I'll talk to him. But what about you? What will you do?" "Ye Mifine. I'm planning to look for internships next year, so it depends on where I end up working. Worst case, I'll rent a place nearby." As they chatted, Lin Feng returned, holding a box of fried chicken and a mushu pork rice bowl. Upon seeing the food, Ye Qingyao suddenly felt ravenous, particularly for the fried chicken, which she had rarely indulged in before. Was this a side effect of her pregnancy? Lin Feng made another trip, returning with a bowl of congee and a fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. "Little Feng, do you like fish-flavored shredded pork too?" Ye Qingyao asked with delight. His response was, "It's all right, but I remember you love it, so I got it for us to share." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao paused, biting her lip, feeling a wave of warmth. Little Feng actually remembered her preference. "Come on, let us eat. Here, little Feng, have some chopsticks." Ye Qingyao handed him a pair of chopsticks before taking one for herself. As they dined, Lin Feng would carefully select pieces of meat and place them in front of Ye Qingyao, while she would feed him pieces of chicken in return. Their laughter and conversation flowed effortlessly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. Seizing the moment, Ye Qingyao suddenly suggested, "Little Feng, let us go look for a place tomorrow. Our counselor just sent out the notice." She then explained the situation regarding the seniors needing to vacate their dorms. Lin Feng listened, expressing his grievances about the school for quite some time. Chapter 4. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Ye Qingyao, with her keen intellect, articulated her thoughts with clarity and reason. Xiaofeng, there are many senior interns who have received notifications to move out. It's likely that numerous individuals will be seeking rental accommodations. How about we search for some options after dinner? She considered the situation thoroughly. However, she found herself in a quandary. Should they prioritize cost-effectiveness or comfort in their living arrangements? After Ye Qingyao's analysis, Lin Feng suddenly inquired, "Yao Yao, do you know where Yushui Bay is?" "Yushui Bay? Yes, I know it well. It's not far from our school. I pass by it when I go shopping at Ximei Mall." Ye Qingyao responded, "Exactly that place." As they conversed, Lin Feng retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. The keychain adorned with an access card inscribed with Yushui Bay. "Xiaofeng, I have an apartment at Yushui Bay. We can move there," Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. Yet Ye Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the Magic City, often referred to as M City, where land was indeed precious. How could Lin Feng possibly own an apartment in such a costly area? "We can manage with what we have for now. I'll find something better for you later." "Manage?" Ye Qingyao exclaimed, astonished by his revelation. Lin Feng, sensing her surprise, felt a touch of pride. "It's nothing. We will have bread and milk in the future." Ye Qingyao smiled brightly, reflecting on how she had been contemplating whether to move out, and here they were discussing the logistics of relocating. Truly, life was unpredictable. After dinner, Lin Feng escorted Ye Qingyao back to her dormitory. The weather was not conducive to outdoor leisure. Had it been summer, they might have strolled around the playground and enjoyed some snacks. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Feng began to pack his belongings. When Xiao Ziyao and his companions returned, they were taken aback to see Lin Feng loading a suitcase. "Brother Feng, are you taking an early winter break? We haven't even had finals yet." "Nonsense. Brother Feng is preparing to move out. ISNT, with his sister-in-law. Wow, when's the wedding? Teach me how to woo the campus beauty." They teased, each taking turns to jest. While packing, Lin Feng briefly shared the situation regarding Ye Qingyao. "Oh, so the school is being unreasonable, but Brother Feng, you should thank the school for its facilitation." "Indeed, if it weren't for the school's notice, I would have had to plead my case extensively," Lin Feng chuckled. However, his smile was perceived by Xiao Ziyao and his friends as arrogance and showiness. "All right, enough of the jokes. Tomorrow, you three will help me move my things. Your sister-in-law is unable to assist." Despite their playful banter, Xiao Ziyao and his friends were dependable when it mattered. Yet, they latched on to Lin Feng's statement about his sister-in-law's condition. "Your sister-in-law is unable to assist?" Brother Feng, do elaborate. Having been pressed, Lin Feng saw no reason to conceal the truth. Sooner or later, they would find out. "Your sister-in-law is pregnant, which is why she cannot assist. We are moving to provide her with better care. What were you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziyao and his friends were momentarily stunned, some collapsing into chairs or flopping onto beds, their mouths agape. Whoa, unbelievable. Yet, after the initial shock, they began to consider Lin Feng's situation more thoughtfully. "Brother Feng, are you planning to have a baby?" Upon seeing Lin Feng nod, Li Ting continued, "What about your sister-in-law's family? What are your plans?" "I intend to send her home for the winter break, then visit her family to apologize and seek their forgiveness. I must ensure her parents accept me before anything else." After Lin Feng's statement, Li Ting and the others unanimously agreed, "Brother Feng, you're a real man. We support you." "Brother Feng, moving out will surely increase expenses. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Rest assured I will. I won't treat you all as strangers." Lin Feng jested, prompting his friends to playfully protest, vying for the role of a supportive father figure. Meanwhile, after returning, Ye Qingyao began to organize her belongings as well. Upon learning that the two were moving out, Huang Tingting felt a sense of relief. With her assistance, Ye Qingyao quickly packed everything, though it was quite a considerable amount. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll handle the downstairs transport, and you can treat me to milk tea, Huang Tingting declared confidently, her enthusiasm making Ye Qingyao feel an urge to embrace her friend. The next day, Xiao Ziao and his companions forcibly dragged Lin Feng out of class. They were initially unconcerned, but their eagerness to finish moving early and head to the internet CAF motivated them to use helping Lin Feng move as their excuse for skipping class. Lin Feng borrowed a pedal tricycle from the dormitory supervisor. Though it was a challenge to maneuver, it would allow them to transport everything in one trip. Soon, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. The two girls were already waiting by the roadside. Ye Qingyao stood while Huang Tingting sat atop a suitcase, panting heavily. Xiao Ziao and his friends instantly adopted a serious demeanor, aware of the presence of an older sister. However, the older sister only wished to take a breather at that moment. Lin Feng, the moving task is yours now. I'm utterly exhausted. Yao Yao, I'm heading back to the dorm. With that, Huang Tingting swiftly departed. Seeing this, Xiao Ziao and his friend sighed dramatically. Oh dear. Ye Qingyao, observing the trio laboriously assisting with her belongings, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, three young gentlemen. You're too polite, sister-in-law. The repeated address of sister-in-law left Ye Qingyao both amused and bemused, yet she found it somewhat endearing. Once the luggage was loaded onto the tricycle, Lin Feng began pedaling. The pace was leisurely, allowing Ye Qingyao to stroll alongside. With Ye Qingyao present, Xiao Ziao and his friends became considerably more serious and subdued. However, when they witnessed Ye Qingyao wiping Lin Feng's sweat, they felt a pang of envy, as if they had been lured there under false pretenses. Fortunately, Yushui Bay was not far from the school, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. The community advertised itself as an upscale neighborhood, and from a distance, it indeed appeared quite impressive. Upon entering, the landscaping was commendable, and the ground was impeccably clean, far surpassing older developments. Brother Feng, how much is the rent for this place? It can't be cheap, can it? Once we re-evicted from the school and start working, perhaps we could consider sharing a place like this and being neighbors with you. As they awaited the price, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a grin. I actually don't know. Let me inquire. Chapter 5 Goodness. Sometimes you even use my toilet paper, exclaimed Xiao Ziao, a note of incredulity in his voice. You didn't even clarify the rent before deciding to rent. Feng Ge, be careful not to get taken advantage of. Lin Feng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Don't worry, they can't fleece me. This is my property. Oh, that's splendid. Wait, Feng Yi, what did you say? This is your house? Xiao Ziao's words faltered as surprise overtook him. Not just him, but Li Ting and Lu Yin widened their eyes in astonishment as well. Feng Ge, you can't be a second-generation rich kid, can you? They exclaimed in unison. The three of them followed behind, marveling incessantly. Lin Feng pedaled the tricycle, leading Ye Qingyao deeper inside until they reached the lower floor. Despite their playful banter, Xiao Ziao and the others worked diligently, without a hint of laziness. As Ye Qingyao picked up a box, Lin Feng swiftly snatched it away, leaving her with empty hands as he insisted she stay upstairs, unwilling to let her assist. The four of them made 3 trips back and forth before finishing the task. Even with the presence of an elevator, they found themselves panting from exhaustion. The chill in the air did little to deter the sweat that broke out on their brows. Once they returned upstairs, Xiao Ziao and the others finally took a moment to survey Lin Feng's new abode. A spacious 300 square meters, a grand flat with 2 lifts and no neighbors. Such an exclusive description. Feng Ge, sister-in-law, there is something I must mention. Now that we've helped you move in, you two should leave the keys behind and head out for my place. You see, I have been studying feng shui since childhood, and you ought to place a guardian beast at the entrance to stabilize the energy. How about I do it right there? Xiao Ziao suggested, pointing. Li Ting grinned widely. Volunteering, Feng Ge, I'll take care of the servant room and look after those 2 daily. The 3 of them were indeed quite talented, exchanging witty remarks that could be mistaken for a comedic skit. Ye Qingyao couldn't help but stifle her laughter behind her hand. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Xiao Ziao and the others took a brief tour before preparing to leave. Fengge, we can assist with the moving, but the tidying up is strictly for you and sister-in-law. We're off to the internet CAF. Call us if needed. Seeing they couldn't be persuaded to stay, Lin Feng urged them as he escorted them out. Come over for dinner tonight. It's a housewarming celebration, and I insist on treating you. With that invitation, Xiao Ziao and the others graciously accepted. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to intrude upon Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao's intimate space. Lin Feng, somewhat fastidious, felt uneasy at the sight of boxes scattered about. He promptly began to organize their belongings. Observing this, Ye Qingyao approached gently, holding a cardboard box. Xiao Feng, let me help you. Lin Feng quickly took the box from her hands, softly replying, no need, I can manage alone. He then guided Ye Qingyao to the sofa, switched on the television, and found her favorite show, The Legend of Zhen Huan. Wife, your only task now is to sit and watch TV. Leave the work to me. Upon hearing him call her wife, Ye Qingyao was momentarily stunned, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, a shyness spreading like the dawn's first light. She lowered her gaze. Yet a smile crept upon her lips, her heart racing with an indescribable joy, rendering her oblivious to anything Lin Feng said next. Noticing her reaction, Lin Feng playfully pinched her soft cheek, curiosity mixed with affection as he inquired, did you hear what I just said? Ye Qingyao snapped back to reality, her gaze refocusing on Lin Feng's face, still enveloped in the sweetness of his address. She nodded gently, her voice barely audible, oh. Yet her thoughts were entirely occupied with that endearing term. The moment she pondered this name, her lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xiao Feng. He actually called me wife. Before long, the house was tidied up, transforming from a desolate space into one radiating warmth. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has created a cozy nest for Ye Qingyao and the baby within her. System reward. Culinary mastery. As soon as the system finished speaking, a torrent of knowledge surged into Lin Feng's mind. The essence and cooking secrets of the 8 major cuisines flooding in like a tidal wave. Each dish's preparation and seasoning techniques crystallized in his thoughts, as if he were a seasoned culinary expert, intimately familiar with every cuisine at his fingertips. Without exaggeration, he could transform a simple block of tofu into a culinary masterpiece. Lin Feng was quite pleased with this newfound skill, eager to showcase his abilities to his friends tonight. After a brief refresh, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao stepped outside together. Upon gazing at the grand shopping mall before them, Ye Qingyao inquired curiously, what are we doing here? Lin Feng smiled softly, responding, a new home requires a new beginning. We must purchase all new household items, including bed linens, kitchenware, and vegetables for tonight's dinner. Oh, Ye Qingyao nodded, a wry smile playing on her lips. It seems we have quite the shopping task ahead of us. Inside the supermarket, Lin Feng pushed a shopping cart, while Ye Qingyao happily linked her arm through his. Their banter was light and joyous, reminiscent of a couple in love. As they entered the vegetable section, Lin Feng gently asked, wife, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll prepare it for you. Understanding the needs of their guests, Ye Qingyao replied thoughtfully, since your roommates are guests, perhaps we should cook some dishes they enjoy. Lin Feng shook his head lightly, a loving smile gracing his face. In my heart, you will always be my priority. They will have to wait. A flicker of emotion crossed Ye Qingyao's eyes at his words. Lin Feng teased, as long as they have something to eat, they will be satisfied. At this, Ye Qingyao chuckled, her demeanor graceful. Then you should prepare a few of their favorite dishes as a treat. Lin Feng nodded, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll ensure they leave with full bellies. Marrying such an understanding wife made him feel as if he were in a dream. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt at ease and tilted her head, pondering. Meat. I want to eat meat, especially that fragrant braised pork. Chapter 6, The Little Turtles. Dinner is ready after completing the shopping and returning home. Ye Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, perhaps due to the new life blossoming within her. Her eyes fluttered, and her head swayed gently. Ultimately, she succumbed to drowsiness and leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder. Nestling her head comfortably, she soon found solace in Lin Feng's embrace. Noticing the added weight on his shoulder, Lin Feng turned to observe her. Her eyelashes quivered softly, and her lips occasionally formed a faint smile, as if she were savoring happiness even in her dreams. Seeing this, Lin Feng subtly shifted his position, allowing Ye Qingyao to rest even more comfortably. As they neared home, Lin Feng gently shook Ye Qingyao's shoulder and softly spoke, "Wife, we are almost home. Please don't sleep, or you might catch a cold when we get out." At the sound of his voice, Ye Qingyao drowsily opened her eyes, still tinged with remnants of slumber. Upon focusing her gaze, she suddenly fixed her attention on a conspicuous water stain on Lin Feng's shirt shoulder. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her ears, and she hurriedly raised her hand to wipe her mouth. With a shy glance, Ye Qingyao stammered, I will wash your clothes when we get home." Following her words, she lightly tapped her forehead, softly chiding herself. How could I have fallen asleep? So embarrassing. Lin Feng, witnessing his wife's bashful demeanor, felt a surge of affection and smiled more broadly. He playfully pinched Ye Qingyao's nose and teased, "It's all right, I drool when I sleep too. It's nothing to be concerned about." Comforted by Lin Feng's words, Ye Qingyao felt warmth in her heart, although she still pondered returning home to clean his clothes. Upon arriving, Lin Feng gently closed the door, and his gaze fell tenderly upon Ye Qingyao. She still bore a hint of sleepiness, her eyes clouded with drowsiness. Observing her state, Lin Feng softly suggested, "You should rest a bit more. I can handle the rest." Ye Qingyao lifted her head slightly to meet his gaze, managing a feeble smile as her voice emerged, laced with a hint of sleepy rasp. "All right, I'll take a quick nap. You've worked hard, dear." After uttering that tender term, her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. Like a delicate fawn, she turned and hurriedly made her way toward the bedroom, flustered and bashful. Watching his wife retreat, Lin Feng's lips curled upward involuntarily, his eyes sparkling with affection and mirth. Lying in bed, Ye Qingyao quickly drifted off, perhaps because pregnancy made her particularly prone to drowsiness. In the kitchen, Lin Feng busied himself, surveying the ingredients before him, and soon determined the evening's menu. Naturally, the first dish to prepare was the braised pork that Ye Qingyao craved. This meat required a lengthy cooking time to become tender and flavorful, ensuring it would not be greasy. In the kitchen, Lin Feng donned an apron, inhaled deeply, and surveyed the assortment of groceries he had purchased. Quickly, he devised the menu for the evening. The centerpiece would undoubtedly be the braised pork that Ye Qingyao longed for. He then selected a piece of pork belly, cutting it into uniformly sized chunks. Next, he placed the meat in cold water, adding ginger slices, scallions, and cooking wine, boiling it vigorously to remove impurities. After boiling, he drained the meat and arranged it neatly in a clay pot, adding his secret blend of seasonings: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves. Following this, he poured in enough water to submerge the meat, covered the pot, and let it simmer gently. In the meantime, Lin Feng began preparing other dishes, such as Beijing-style shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and mushu pork, favorites of his several sons. As time passed, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes graced the dining table. While stir-frying the final dish, Lin Feng took out his phone, opened the chat with his friends, and typed, "Little turtles, dinner is ready." Meanwhile, in an internet ceph, Xiao Ziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yan were furiously typing on their keyboards. At that moment, Xiao Ziao excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, "Li Ting, you are such a noob. Why save your ultimate for the new year?" Li Ting, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "And you dare criticize me? Just now, you dodged right in front of the enemy, practically delivering them a kill." Their banter continued until Lu Yan noticed his phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw Lin Feng's message and quickly informed the others, "You two are both noobs. Neither of you should point fingers at the other." Silence engulfed the room as they recognized the truth in Lu Yan's words. Once the quarrel died down, he continued, "Just now, Brother Feng sent a message inviting us over for dinner. Let us go." Upon hearing this, the three of them exited the CAF. Despite their playful insults while gaming, they left without a care in the world, a testament to the unique camaraderie shared among men. In the bedroom, Ye Qingyao, in her slumber, faintly caught a whiff of a rich and enticing aroma wafting through the air. The scent delicately teased her senses, prompting her nostrils to twitch as she gradually opened her eyes, still clouded with sleep. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slipped on her slippers and followed the mouth-watering fragrance to the kitchen. Inside, Lin Feng was diligently at work, a pot of braised pork bubbling away on the stove, its aroma filling the air. Upon noticing his wife waking up, Lin Feng's face lit up with a gentle smile. "Wife, you're awake. Me, Ye Qingyao no dit." Moving closer to the stove, the surface of the braised pork was coated with a glossy sauce, glimmering under the light. It appeared particularly tempting, radiating a vibrant hue that seemed to draw in all attention. As the sauce thickened, its fragrance intensified, enveloping the entire kitchen and making one's mouth water. Just by looking, Ye Qingyao couldn't help but let a smile creep on her lips, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Wow, is this your braised pork, dear? It smells amazing." Lin Feng smiled slightly and handed her a small bowl with a piece of braised pork. "Wife, give it a try." Ye Qingyao accepted the bowl, using her chopsticks to pick up a piece of pork and taking a delicate bite. Instantly, her face registered shock, her eyes widening. "Wow, this braised pork is incredible. I had no idea you were such a talented cook." She praised while continuing to savor the delicious dish, unable to stop herself. Lin Feng smiled modestly, saying, "My cooking skills are just average." In truth, he was being honest. Previously, he could only prepare instant noodles. Without the system, he would have never been able to create such exquisite flavors. "Stop being modest, dear. Your cooking could rival that of a five-star hotel chef. In fact, these chefs might not even compare to your braised pork." Ye Qingyao insisted, recalling her previous meals and realizing that Lin Feng's version was indeed far more delectable. Chapter 7. I am male, fond of females before long. The doorbell chimed, and Lin Feng, recognizing the sound, hurried to open the door for his roommates. As soon as they entered, Xiao Ziyao's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had been enchanted. The delightful aroma wafting through the room left him utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Feng, have you secretly summoned the heavenly chef to descend from the heavens? The fragrance of this meal is almost akin to the Queen Mother of the West's peach banquet." Xiao Ziyao exclaimed dramatically, his voice brimming with incredulity. Li Ting and Lu Yin joined the jest, playfully chiming in. "We were planning to come here for a simple yet elegant dinner with instant noodles. But the moment this delightful aroma drifted in, it completely derailed our noodle plans." Lin Feng looked at these three lively characters, bemused, and thought to himself, "Is it really necessary?" This is a clear display of extreme self-doubt. Just as he was about to explain, Ye Qingyao stepped forward, her face radiating pride. "All these dishes were personally prepared by my husband. Moreover, he has specially made your favorite dishes to surprise you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the three roommates nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, their expressions swiftly shifting to profound gratitude. They eagerly approached the dining table, and the sight before them left them in utter shock. The table was laden with their beloved dishes, vibrant in color and rich in aroma. Xiao Ziao was so thrilled he nearly leapt up. His eyes sparkled like two little stars, glowing with excitement. "Oh my goodness, Brother Feng, you can actually make sweet and sour pork. This is simply unbelievable," he shouted, giving a thumbs up, his face a canvas of admiration for Lin Feng. He gazed longingly at the plate of glistening sweet and sour pork, his mouth watering as he envisioned the delectable taste. This dish is prepared as skillfully as those by a chef in a fine restaurant. If it were served in a restaurant, it would easily fetch 108 yuan a plate. Xiao Ziyao continued his praises, his eyes filled with joy and emotion. Beside him, Lu Yin chimed in, "Brother Feng, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You might as well abandon your studies and open a restaurant. We would surely be your daily patrons." Lu Yin grew increasingly animated, eventually throwing an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder, his exuberance suggesting he might even plant a playful bite on his cheek. Lin Feng, witnessing this, quickly raised a hand to prevent such enthusiastic affection, feigning distaste as he retorted, "I am male and fond of females. I wouldn't accept such advances even if they were offered for free. However, since you all enjoy it so much, please indulge yourselves. I will showcase my culinary talents again on another occasion. Now, stop standing around and come sit down to savor the meal. There is another dish I need to fetch." Lin Feng called to his friends and soon returned from the kitchen, carrying a steaming ceramic bowl. The enticing aroma instantly enveloped the entire dining area, and Li Ting could tell at once that this dish was extraordinary, a culinary masterpiece. Xiao Ziyao, with his keen nose, detected the fragrance and exclaimed, "Braised pork? It's braised pork! Brother Feng, you actually made braised pork? This is incredible." His eyes widened in surprise and delight. "It smells just like the braised pork my mother makes during the New Year." As he spoke, he swallowed hard, as if he could already taste the rich, melt-in-your-mouth flavor. However, to the astonishment of the three friends, Lin Feng placed the meticulously prepared braised pork in front of Ye Qingyao, facing the eager gazes of her husband's roommates. Ye Qingyao smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Darling, let us place this dish in the center so everyone can enjoy it." Yet Lin Feng shook his head resolutely, gazing at Ye Qingyao with affection as he replied, "No, this is the dish you requested, and since my wife desires it, it must be placed before you." His tone was filled with care and devotion, for who could deny the wishes of his beloved? The three roommates watched this exchange with growing discontent. Li Ting muttered under his breath, "Brother Feng is clearly prioritizing love over friendship." Xiao Ziyao chimed in with a whisper of complaint. "Exactly. The display of affection is far too blatant. If not for the abundance of delicious dishes on the table, we would be overwhelmed by this dog food." Despite their slight annoyance, the presence of so many delectable dishes eased their hearts, and they picked up their chopsticks to begin eating. Upon tasting Lin Feng's culinary creations, Xiao Ziyao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin instantly transformed into silent gourmands, their mouths busy, savoring every bite, leaving no room for conversation. Their faces radiated astonishment, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. At that moment, the dining room was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of their enthusiastic eating, each person wholly absorbed in their meal, fearing that a mere blink might result in the loss of a precious morsel. This pure enjoyment of food was far more genuine than the superficial displays often seen in reality shows, where artists merely spoke without genuine engagement. Although Xiao Ziyao and his companions were seated a tad far from the braised pork, faced with such culinary delights, they lost all sense of decorum, rising to snatch the alluring meat pieces with their chopsticks. Their swift movements caught Lin Feng off guard. It was worth noting that he had prepared 3 kilograms of braised pork for this dinner, and in the blink of an eye, half of it had vanished. Fearing that Ye Qingyao might not have enough, Lin Feng hurriedly piled more braised pork onto her plate. Ye Qingyao looked at her bowl, now resembling a mountain of braised pork, and chuckled, "Darling, please stop. My bowl can hardly contain any more." Xiao Ziyao, witnessing this, burst into laughter, joining in the teasing. "Yes, Brother Feng, sister-in-law is worried about gaining weight, and doesn't he want to eat so much braised pork?" Lin Feng glanced at his friends, devouring the food, and huffed. "If I didn't serve you, you would have finished all the braised pork. This dish was made especially for my wife. I don't mind you eating some, but you're being far too greedy, practically scooping half a bowlful. Who eats like this? It's like an alliance of foodies." Lin Feng chuckled, though his tone was laced with exasperation and affection for the three. Hearing this, Li Ting, mouth full of braised pork, mumbled in complaint, "Brother Feng, it's your fault. Your braised pork is simply too delicious to resist. And you've only made this little bit. It's hardly enough for us. I'm starting to suspect you wish for us to lose weight. It's all your exceptional culinary skills that have turned us into foodies. So you can't blame us." Lu Yin added, beaming with satisfaction and joy. Listening to their continuous grievances, Lin Feng could only chuckle in resignation. "Just eat up. Your mouths are too busy for me to reason with you." Chapter 8 Maple, you truly make the most of everything. After an exuberant meal, Xiao Ziyao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin found themselves with distended bellies, resembling 3 little balls. They reclined contentedly in their chairs, their faces aglow with bliss. "Maple, your culinary skills are absolutely remarkable," exclaimed Xiao Ziyao, patting his round stomach, exaggerating as if this was the most delectable meal he had ever experienced. "Indeed, I hereby declare this meal the #1 in my foodie journey. Li Ting chimed in, raising his hand dramatically to signify first place. Lu Yen, with a mischievous grin, licked his lips and remarked, "Hee hee, with such delightful food, we must find a way to come here often. How about we form a dining squad?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "No, no, you are blatantly intruding upon our little world." He then feigned a heartbroken expression, eliciting a soft laugh from Ye Qingyao. At that moment, Ye Qingyao gently patted Lin Feng's hand, her eyes brimming with happiness. She turned to Xiao Ziao and the others with a smile. "Don't mind him. Feel free to come whenever you like. The more the merrier." "Thank you, sister-in-law. Long live sister-in-law." Li Ting was the first to respond, bowing dramatically before teasing Lin Feng. "Sister-in-law is so wonderful. You must cherish her, Maple. With a wife like that, you must be smiling in your sleep." Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed, casting a proud glance at Ye Qingyao while holding her hand tightly. After their meal, the time slipped away all too quickly. Not wishing to remain as unwelcome guests, the trio suggested taking their leave. Just as they reached the door, Lin Feng suddenly called out, "Wait, there is something we haven't done." The three turned in confusion as Lin Feng pointed to the trash can on the floor, stating earnestly, "Take the garbage down." Lu Yen teased, "Maple, you really know how to make the most of everything," handing them the garbage bags. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao stood by the door, bidding them farewell with shared smiles. Once the door was closed, Lin Feng turned to Ye Qingyao, his gaze filled with tenderness, and said, "My dear, it's late. Let us retire for the night." Ye Qingyao's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her heart racing with anticipation, as her imagination conjured scenes of sharing a bed with Lin Feng. She felt both shy and eager, as if two little voices were debating within her, one urging her to embrace the sweetness, while the other insisted she was not yet prepared. That might be a bit too fast. I'm not ready yet," Ye Qingyao murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She fiddled with the hem of her clothing, her heart pounding like a wild deer. Noticing her unease, Lin Feng smiled gently, inching closer to her and softly asking, "What is wrong, my dear?" Meeting his affectionate gaze intensified her shyness, and she bit her lip before summoning the courage to reply, I'm actually a bit nervous. I've heard online that the first few months are crucial, and we shouldn't tea." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at her innocence. He playfully ruffled her hair and affectionately said, "Silly, what are you thinking? I merely meant that you should rest early. I never intended to imply anything else." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao exhaled in relief, her expression shifting to one of ease. Though a hint of disappointment lingered, she lowered her gaze and muttered, I thought you. What did you think I meant?" Lin Feng teased, his eyes glinting with mischief. Ye Qingyao's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she bashfully replied, "I thought you wanted to, you know." "Know what?" Lin Feng feigned ignorance, which only served to fluster her further as she playfully punched his chest. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Lin Feng said, taking her hand gently. "My dear, you should go to sleep. I'll tidy up the dining area." "Okay," Ye Qingyao nodded, glancing back at Lin Feng as she headed to their bedroom, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber. Despite being a university student, he maintained a regular sleep schedule, rising promptly at the designated hour. Upon opening the bedroom door and seeing Ye Qingyao still fast asleep, he chose not to disturb her. He made his way to the kitchen, surveying the ingredients in the refrigerator, quickly deciding on the morning's menu. He meticulously selected fresh pork and cabbage, preparing to make soup dumplings. With deft hands, he chopped the meat, seasoned it, and wrapped the filling, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. This fragrant scent seemed to possess an enchanting quality, seeping through the walls and gently infiltrating Ye Qingyao's dreams. In her slumber, Ye Qingyao caught a whiff of the familiar and tantalizing fragrance. She furrowed her brow slightly before gradually opening her eyes. Recognizing the scent, she knew her husband was up to something delicious. Rubbing her eyes, she wandered into the kitchen. "Honey, what delectable dish are you preparing?" It smells so good. Soup dumplings, Lin Feng replied with a smile, turning to face her. Go wash up. We'll be ready to eat in 5 minutes. Nodding, Ye Qingyao returned after freshening up, just as Lin Feng set a steaming platter of soup dumplings on the dining table. Eagerly, she took her seat, picked up her chopsticks, and bit into a dumpling. Wow, honey, these soup dumplings are divine, she exclaimed, savoring every bite. This flavor is simply irresistible. Watching her delight, Lin Feng smiled and encouraged, if you like them, eat as many as you wish. Ye Qingyao paused, looking up at Lin Feng with a grin. But if I keep eating like this, what if I gain weight? Lin Feng chuckled, a warm smile gracing his lips. He tenderly brushed her silky hair back, his eyes filled with affection. Don't worry, my dear. Even if you gain weight, you will still be enchanting, much like Yang Gui Fei, possessing a unique charm in your fullness. At his words, Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her gaze, her voice laced with bashfulness. Honey, you always know how to make me blush. It's so annoying. Lin Feng, standing tall, responded, I speak from the heart. Please do grant me your understanding, my beloved. Chapter 9. Darling, if you like this car, I shall gift it to you. At that moment, a melodious system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Ye Qingyao, and as a reward, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster has been granted. The prize has been delivered to the parking spot downstairs. Please collect it in a timely manner. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Lin Feng felt a weight in his pocket. Instinctively, he reached in, his fingertips brushing against a cold metal object. It was the car key. An indescribable thrill surged within him. After all, what man could resist the allure of a limited edition sports car? He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. At that moment, Ye Qingyao, seated opposite him, gently inquired, Darling, do you have class this morning? Yes, I have professional courses during the 3rd and 4th periods, Lin Feng replied, casting a curious glance at her. Is something the matter? With a soft smile, Ye Qingyao responded, Not at all. If you attend your classes, I can head to the library to work on my thesis. It could be rather dull to stay alone in this large house. All right, Lin Feng nodded. As the time approached, they quickly tidied up and set out together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Ye Qingyao's gaze was instantly captivated by a dazzling sports car parked in the opposite spot. Recognizing it at once, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness! There's a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno Roadster parked right below our building. Turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with excitement, she continued, Darling, did you know this car costs a staggering 26 million yuan and there are only 9 in the world? It boasts a maximum horsepower of 750, reaching 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.9 seconds. It's absolutely incredible. Observing Ye Qingyao's familiar enthusiasm, Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Just as he was about to ask, she eagerly queried, Darling, do you like this car? Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded, Of course. Who could resist such a stunning sports car? Ye Qingyao's face lit up with a sweet smile as she declared, My brother gifted me one. I can bring it over for you when I return home. How about that? Lin Feng was taken aback, gazing at Ye Qingyao in astonishment. Wife, what does your family do? How can a sports car be given away so casually? She chuckled and shook her head. Don't worry about the details. The point is, I want to give you a sports car. Isn't that what matters? Lin Feng smiled helplessly, his heart swelling with gratitude. At that moment, Ye Qingyao began to circle the car, murmuring to herself, I wonder if this one is as luxurious as mine? Lin Feng smiled at her and suggested, Why not step inside and find out? With that, he produced the car key and pressed the unlock button. The car door swung open with a gentle click. Lin Feng smiled at Ye Qingyao, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Princess, please take a seat. Ye Qingyao was taken aback, gazing at Lin Feng in disbelief. Darling, is this car really yours? Is there any doubt? Lin Feng chuckled, bemused by her incredulous expression. He playfully tapped the tip of her nose, saying, Stop pondering. Let me show you what 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.9 seconds feels like. With that, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator, and in an instant, the car surged forward. Seated inside, Ye Qingyao was enveloped by a thrilling rush, exhilaration coursing through her veins. As she craved another experience, Lin Feng gently shook his head, reminding her, "Wife, let us not forget that there is a little treasure in your belly. We mustn't act recklessly." "All right," Ye Qingyao pouted, acknowledging the importance of their baby. Thus, Lin Feng drove steadily, safely delivering her to the library entrance. He then parked the car beneath the teaching building and entered the classroom alone. At that moment, the classroom was empty. Lin Feng chose a seat by the window, quietly awaiting the arrival of his classmates. Soon, students began to trickle in, gathering in small clusters, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Lin Feng listened closely, catching snippets of words like sports car and limited edition. Just then, Xiao Ziyao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting entered, books in hand. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng's face brightened with a smile as he waved, calling out, "Hey, my dear sons, over here." The trio eagerly approached Lin Feng, and Lu Yin leaned in conspiratorially. Lowering his voice, "Brother Feng, do you know what we saw on our way here?" Lin Feng, intrigued, asked, "What did you see?" Lu Yin excitedly replied, "A limited edition sports car. It was parked right at the foot of the teaching building. It was absolutely stunning." Xiao Ziao chimed in, equally thrilled. "I reckon anyone who can afford such a cool sports car must be extraordinary. If I knew who it was, I would surely cling to them for dear life." At that moment, Li Ting had a sudden idea and grinned. "How about we hang around the luxury car after class? If we see the owner unlock it, we can approach them and strike up a conversation. Who knows, they might help us get rich." Xiao Ziao nodded enthusiastically. "I like that plan." However, Li Ting teased, "But are you sure someone would want to be with you, given your looks? Who do you look down upon?" Li Ting rolled his eyes, confident in his appearance, claiming to rival the likes of Lu Tianwang and Zhang Xueyo. Listening to their banter, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted his friend's shoulders, saying, "All right, stop envying others. Perhaps one day, you too will own your own sports car." A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Yan's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, chuckling wryly, "Brother Feng, don't tease me. If I could just have a means of transportation, I'd be content. How could I dare to dream of sports car?" Li Ting echoed, "Exactly. If I could just get a Xiaomi SUV, I would be utterly satisfied." His background was quite unique, having grown up in a single-parent family. His mother had worked tirelessly to support him. Forget about cars. Even marrying someone feels like a luxury. The bride price can easily reach tens or even hundreds of thousands. Plus they want a car, a house, and savings. It's simply unattainable. Hearing Li Ting's lament, Xiao Ziao smirked with a hint of pride, saying, "Hey, you two should stop wallowing in self-pity. My dad promised to buy me a sports car once I graduate from university. It should only cost around $1 million. But if it exceeds that, he might reconsider." Li Ting and Lu Yin exchanged amused glances before mockingly cursing, "You brat. With a father like that, how can you still complain about being poor? What a beast." Chapter 10. "Hey, you lot, you're blocking my way." As the school bell rang, Li Ting could hardly contain his excitement as he pulled Xiao Ziao and two other roommates out of the classroom, charging down the stairs like a wild stallion. "What sort of big shot drives a car like that?" Li Ting gasped between breaths, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. "Who cares who it is? Today, we're witnessing something extraordinary," Xiao Ziao echoed, his face brimming with curiosity for the unknown. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, the four friends, noticing the absence of onlookers, stealthily approached the eye-catching sports car and peered through the window, eager to catch a glimpse of the rare vehicle. Just then, a familiar voice shattered their clandestine observation. "Hey, you lot, you're in my way." Lin Feng, with a playful smile adorning his lips, approached them step by step, pulling at their shoulders. He then casually unlocked the car and took a seat inside. "Brother Feng, is this your car?" Li Ting exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who else would it belong to?" Lin Feng retorted with a cheeky grin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Xiao Ziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yin exchanged astonished glances, feeling both shocked and slightly vexed for being teased. To their surprise, the owner of the car they had been so curious about was none other than their good friend. "Lin Feng, you've hidden this well. Were you trying to play us for fools?" Lu Yin feigned annoyance as he playfully patted Lin Feng's shoulder, though the laughter in his eyes betrayed him. "Don't be mad, brothers. Next time, I'll take you for a spin so you can experience the thrill of speed and passion," Lin Feng assured, patting his chest with conviction. "You better keep your word. We'll be waiting." Li Ting chimed in, fearing Lin Feng might backtrack. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, rolled up the window, and started the engine. Through the tinted glass, he called out, "I'm off to pick up my wife now. See you later." "All right, go ahead." We won TB third wheels. Xiao Ziao and the others waved goodbye with laughter. After Lin Feng drove away, the three roommates gazed enviously at the dazzling silhouette of the sports car. Brother Feng concealed his life so well. Had he not a wife and child, we would have never guessed he could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Li Ting broke the silence, his tone filled with awe. "Indeed, he has quite the enigma. It's a wonder we call him brother every day," Xiao Ziao added, his eyes reflecting both admiration and disbelief. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. The trio sighed in unison before laughing as they departed, realizing they'd better hurry lest they miss out on the excitement. At that moment, Ye Qingyao stepped out of the library, a stack of books cradled in her arms. Meanwhile, Lin Feng waited in his car, surrounded by a throng of admirers, all capturing photographs of the luxurious vehicle with their phones. "Wow, this sports car is incredible. I wonder who the wealthy owner is," one student exclaimed, snapping photos enthusiastically. "If only I could drive something like that." Another student sighed enviously. Just then, Lin Feng spotted Ye Qingyao and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly exited the car and approached her with measured steps, extending his hand gallantly. "Darling, may I have the books?" Ye Qingyao similait faintly, handing them over and naturally linking her arm with Lin Feng's as they walked towards the sports car together. The students looked on in astonishment, whispers of disbelief circulating among them. Goodness, isn't that the aloof campus beauty, Ye Qingyao? She has taken. Who is this man that has captured our school beauty's heart? Once the couple entered the car, Lin Feng started the engine and drove away from the crowd. Shortly after their departure, the school forum erupted with excitement. The aloof campus beauty appears to be taken. Who is this man that has won her heart? A Lamborghini has been spotted at Moda University, suspected to belong to an heir of a wealthy consortium. The forum buzzed with fervor, while the two culprits of the commotion were simply discussing their meal plans. Pregnancy often brings about profound drowsiness, and having just eaten, Ye Qingyao soon succumbed to sleep, drifting off on her bed. 2 hours later, as she stirred from her dream-filled slumber, her phone rang suddenly. "Hello, who is this?" Ye Qingyao's voice carried a hint of sleepy languor. "Hello, Ms. Yi. This is the Moto City Maternal and Child Healthcare Hospital. It's time for your prenatal checkup." The nurse's voice on the other end was gentle yet professional. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's eyes sparkled with surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. "All right. Can I come tomorrow?" "Tomorrow works. Please ensure you arrive by 9 o'clock, and remember to come fasting, as several tests are required," the nurse reminded patiently. "Understood. Thank you." Ye Qingyao hung up, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, her heart brimming with anticipation for the new life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having overheard the conversation from the study, rushed in with concern etched on his face. "Darling, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Ye Qingyao gently shook her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "It's nothing. It's good news. The hospital called to remind us about the prenatal checkup tomorrow." Lin Feng's eyes brightened instantly, filled with joy. "Really? That's wonderful." He clasped Ye Qingyao's hand tightly, as if he could feel the profound joy and responsibility of soon becoming a parent. Leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder, Ye Qingyao exchanged a knowing smile with him, their unspoken understanding binding them closer. "I'll accompany you tomorrow," Lin Feng tenderly promised. "With you by my side, I fear nothing," Ye Qingyao replied softly. At 8:30 the following morning, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao entered the maternity outpatient building of the hospital. The waiting area buzzed with activity, and the couple stood outside the consultation room, peering through the slightly ajar door to find it empty, suspecting the doctor was busy attending to patients. At that moment, a smiling nurse noticed the anxious couple and approached them briskly. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Ye Qingyao?" Ye Qingyao nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. "Yes, that's me." The nurse offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. The doctor will be here shortly. Please wait a moment." No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged female doctor in a crisp white coat entered the room. Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng promptly stepped forward to greet her politely. "Hello, doctor. We're here for the prenatal checkup." The doctor nodded with a smile, her gaze warm as she scanned the couple, inquiring about essential details. "How many weeks along are you?" Ye Qingyao replied softly, a glow of impending motherhood gracing her features. 8 weeks and 4 days. "Excellent," the doctor affirmed, nodding approvingly before typing on her keyboard. Moments later, the printer gently dispensed several sheets of paper bearing crucial information. After reviewing them meticulously, the doctor solemnly signed and stamped the documents, handing them to Ye Qingyao. "Here, as your checkup slip. After payment, you can proceed with the tests as outlined." Ye Qingyao accepted the slip, a warm surge of gratitude flooding her heart as she shared a smile with Lin Feng. "Thank you, doctor. We truly appreciate your assistance." Chapter 11. Congratulations. You are expecting twins after settling the fees. Lin Feng accompanied Ye Qingyao to the blood draw station. Sitting on the bench, he watched as the nurse tore open the packaging, revealing a slender needle and tube. Upon seeing this, Ye Qingyao instinctively furrowed her brows, tightly closed her eyes, and turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of the injection process. Lin Feng, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He gently rested her head against his chest, offering tender reassurance. "Do not be afraid. It will be over soon." His embrace served as a sanctuary, providing Ye Qingyao with an unwavering sense of security. Time elapsed slowly. Although only a few minutes had passed, to Ye Qingyao, it felt as protracted as a century. Summoning her courage, she asked with a tremor in her voice, "Darling, is it almost over?" Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the last vial of blood being filled by the nurse, and he responded softly, "Almost just a little longer." Finally, when the last drop of blood was collected, the nurse skillfully withdrew the needle and attentively advised, "Remember to apply pressure to the injection site with a cotton ball for a little while." Ye Qingyao obediently nodded, and the couple then exited the blood draw room. Lin Feng mentally counted the 5 vials in the nurse's hand, resolving to ensure that his wife received ample nourishment upon their return. They then sat side by side on a public bench in the corridor, quietly awaiting their turn for the ultrasound examination. Soon, the nurse's voice echoed through the hallway, clearly calling, "Ye Qingyao, it's your turn." Ye Qingyao nodded, glanced at Lin Feng, and entered the ultrasound room. Inside, under the soft glow of the lights, a young doctor in a crisp white coat, Dr. Liu, sat attentively at her desk. Behind her stood the composed and experienced Dr. Li. Doctor Liu was a recent medical school graduate, her face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. Turning to Ye Qingyao, she greeted her with a warm smile. "Ms. Yi, please lift your shirt slightly." Ye Qingyao nodded gently, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands. Yet her eyes reflected a blend of anticipation and subtle nervousness for the new life within her. "All right, doctor," she responded softly. Dr. Liu, though somewhat inexperienced, diligently applied the ultrasound gel on Ye Qingyao's abdomen and gently placed the ultrasound probe upon it. On the screen, a blurry silhouette gradually came into focus, revealing the small life growing within Ye Qingyao. As Dr. Liu operated the machine, her gaze remained fixed on the screen when suddenly her brow furrowed, and a hint of perplexity crossed her face. Ms. Yi, you might be expecting a child with 4 arms and 4 legs." Her uncertain tone instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. Ye Qingyao's complexion turned pale, her heart racing as countless possibilities flashed through her mind, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her shirt. At that moment, Dr. Li gently patted Dr. Liu's head, a smile gracing her lips. "My dear, your imagination is quite vivid. Those are twins, 2 little ones side by side." Dr. Liu's eyes widened in realization, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled shyly. "Oh, right? How could I not have thought of that?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart, unable to suppress her laughter as the tension evaporated. "So it's twins. You truly are an amusing student, doctor." Dr. Li smiled as well, her gaze softening as she looked at Ye Qingyao. "Congratulations, Ms. Yi. Carrying twins is indeed a rare blessing." A radiant smile blossomed on Ye Qingyao's face. She had not anticipated such fortune to welcome 2 little ones at once. When Lin Feng hears this news, he will undoubtedly be even more delighted than she is. Ye Qingyao could hardly contain her excitement, as if she could feel the two small lives joyfully dancing within her. "Doctor, are they healthy?" she asked with concern, her eyes glimmering with maternal instinct. Dr. Li carefully examined the ultrasound images, her voice warm yet firm. "At this stage, both babies appear to be very healthy and developing well. However, since you are expecting twins, the pregnancy may be more challenging. You must pay special attention to your health and keep up with your prenatal checkups." "All right, thank you, Doctor." Ye Qingyao nodded repeatedly, her joy beyond words. Exiting the ultrasound room, Lin Feng rushed to meet her. "Wife, how did it go? Was the examination smooth?" "Very smooth." Ye Qingyao's voice brimmed with joy. "Guess what good news I have for you?" Lin Feng paused for a few seconds, seemingly deep in thought, before tentatively asking, "Could it be that the baby is healthy?" "Yes, but that is not all," Ye Qingyao playfully teased, her tone laced with mischief. "What is it?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with anticipation. "The doctor said I'm expecting twins." Ye Qingyao could no longer contain herself, excitedly revealing the news. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, incredulously glancing at Ye Qingyao's abdomen before gently touching her. "Really? That's wonderful. However," he added with concern, "but, my dear, your pregnancy will be quite demanding." Ye Qingyao shook her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "It's not difficult. I feel truly blessed." An hour passed quietly, and all the examination results were ready. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao entered the doctor's office. "Doctor, could you please take a look at these reports?" Lin Feng gently spread the examination documents before the doctor. The physician adjusted her glasses, meticulously reviewing each page. After some time, she looked up with a warm smile, saying, "All examination results are normal, with no abnormalities detected. Remember to take folic acid after you return. It helps prevent fetal deformities." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt crossing her mind. Will taking folic acid have any side effects on a baby? After all, medicine can be toxic. The doctor shook her head gently, her tone reassuring and resolute. "Do not worry. Folic acid is recommended by the state for every pregnant woman, and it is completely safe, benefiting the baby without any drawbacks." Ye Qingyao felt a sense of relief wash over her, nodding softly. At that moment, the doctor picked up the ultrasound report again, examining it closely, and her face suddenly lit up with delight. "Congratulations. You are indeed expecting twins. What a rare stroke of luck." The young couple exchanged joyful glances, their eyes shimmering with happiness. As the examination concluded, noticing the youthful couple's innocence, the doctor offered a gentle reminder. In the early stages of pregnancy, be particularly cautious and try to avoid intimate relations. The fetus is still unstable during this phase, making it prone to complications. As she spoke, the doctor cast a meaningful look at Lin Feng. "But do not worry. As long as you get through the first 2 months, the pregnancy will be relatively safe in the second trimester. Just remember to be gentle." Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon hearing this, her shyness akin to that of a blossoming peach blossom. She thanked the doctor in a voice barely above a whisper. "Okay, we will remember. Thank you so much, doctor." Chapter 12. My dear husband, I feel I could eat 2 bowls of rice. Upon exiting the hospital, the couple made their way directly to a nearby pharmacy. As they entered, a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat approached them with a warm smile and inquired, "Hello, what medications do you need?" Lin Feng glanced around the store and tentatively asked, "Do you have any folic acid suitable for pregnant women?" "Yes, of course," the staff member nodded, leading them to a nearby counter. Noticing the youthful appearance of the couple, she enthusiastically recommended a cost-effective folic acid product. "This one sells very well. Many pregnant women purchase it, and it's priced just over $100. After the doctor mentioned folic acid, Lin Feng had researched it online and learned that active folic acid is absorbed more effectively. He then inquired, "Is this one active folic acid?" The staff member smiled and shook her head, "No, sir. Active folic acid indeed has better effects, but it comes at a higher price." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze hardened with determination. "That's all right. Please assist me in acquiring the best option. After all, it's for my baby and my wife. And quality must be assured." The staff member's eyes sparkled with appreciation, Such customers are indeed rare, willing to invest in their family's well-being. All right, sir. Please hold on for a moment. Before long, the staff member returned from behind the counter with an exquisite box of folic acid, placing it before Lin Feng. Sir, this is our finest active folic acid. However, it is also relatively expensive, priced at 878 yuan. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had grown up in comfortable circumstances, she still felt that the price was rather steep. 878? That seems a bit pricey. She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with concern, as that amount equated to half a college student's living expenses for 2 weeks. Perhaps the one the staff recommended earlier would suffice. Lin Feng gently grasped Ye Qingyao's hand and replied tenderly, "No, both you and the baby deserve the best. This expenditure is worthwhile. We cannot skimp in this regard." Ye Qingyao wanted to say more, but Lin Feng had already taken out his phone to make the payment. "I'll handle it. Your priority now is to take care of yourself and the baby." Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Ye Qingyao felt a surge of emotion. She discreetly pulled out her phone, preparing to scan the payment code, while Lin Feng was momentarily distracted. The cashier quickly completed the transaction and smiled at the couple, saying, "You may proceed with the payment now." With swift reflexes, Ye Qingyao had already opened her payment interface and completed the transaction before Lin Feng could react. "Wife, why did you pay first?" he complained helplessly. Ye Qingyao playfully laughed. "Oh, we are one entity. Why should we distinguish between yours and mine? That would be too formal." As Lin Feng contemplated how to respond further, Ye Qingyao took his arm, clutching the folic acid, and led him towards the exit. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's mind was suddenly filled with the mechanical prompt of the system. Ding! The system has detected that the host accompanied Ye Qingyao for her prenatal checkup and purchased folic acid. The system rewards the host with 100 shares in the Jinghai Investment Company, along with the Future Eye feature. While shares are easily understood, Lin Feng was curious about the application of the Future Eye system. What is the purpose of the Future Eye? Replying to the host, the Future Eye allows visibility into project investment return percentages, accurately aiding the host in avoiding pitfalls and maximizing benefits. Satisfied with this response, Lin Feng nodded. With the Future Eye, even Buffett would seem like a novice in comparison. Just as he pondered the capabilities of this new skill, he heard Ye Qingyao's playful voice. "Husband, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything since this morning." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Feng's heart melted. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "All right, let us head home and prepare something delicious for you." They exchanged smiles and walked towards their vehicle. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao arrived at a bustling farmer's market. The market was brimming with an array of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, overwhelming the senses. Lin Feng firmly held Ye Qingyao's hand, anxious to prevent her from getting lost in the crowd. His gaze swept across the stalls as he gently inquired, "Wife, what would you like for lunch?" Ye Qingyao smiled faintly and replied, "I want to eat everything." Lin Feng playfully pinched her nose, saying, "You truly are a little glutton." He then continued, "Since you had so much blood drawn today, you ought to consume something nutritious. Let us buy some ribs and a chicken to make a soup. What do you think?" "Great." Ye Qingyao eagerly nodded, her mouth watering at the thought of her husband's cooking. They first approached a meat stall, selecting a tender piece of pork ribs, which the vendor skillfully prepared and packaged for them. Next, they visited the poultry stall, choosing a lively hen with vibrant feathers. The vendor swiftly processed the chicken and placed it in a plastic bag. After gathering their ingredients, Lin Feng carried the heavy shopping bag while Ye Qingyao intertwined her arm with his, both of them chatting and laughing as they exited the market. Upon returning home, Ye Qingyao, exhausted from the morning's activities, collapsed onto the sofa. Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen, meticulously cleaning the ribs and chicken before placing the chicken into a pot with an appropriate amount of water to start simmering. He then began preparing Ye Qingyao's favorite braised ribs. The aroma of the cooking wafted through the kitchen, and Lin Feng occasionally lifted the lid to skim off the foam, adjusting the heat to ensure the soup was both delectable and nourishing. While the soup simmered, Lin Feng checked on Ye Qingyao, finding her asleep on the sofa. Her long, silky hair lay scattered across the couch, with a few strands brushing her fair cheek, adding an unintentional grace. Seeing this, Lin Feng tenderly draped a blanket over her. Upon waking to the enticing scent emanating from the kitchen, Ye Qingyao felt her stomach rumble. Rubbing her eyes, she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the kitchen. "Husband, it smells heavenly. When can we eat?" she exclaimed as she approached Lin Feng. Gazing at the steaming pot, Lin Feng turned to her with a smile, saying, "You can eat now. Step outside and be careful not to get burned while I serve the pot." "All right." Ye Qingyao obediently sat down, anxiously awaiting her meal. Before long, Lin Feng brought the chicken soup and braised ribs to the dining table. It smells so good. Husband, I feel I could eat 2 bowls of rice." "Go ahead. You didn't eat breakfast, and you must be starving now." As he spoke, Lin Feng handed her chopsticks, his eyes filled with affection and concern. Watching Ye Qingyao relish her meal, Lin Feng silently resolved to prepare some snack for their next prenatal checkup, ensuring that neither his wife nor their child would go hungry. Chapter 13. Our little cabbage has been disturbed by a pig that night. As Ye Qingyao drifted into slumber, she was abruptly awakened by the howling wind outside, reminiscent of a beast's growl, causing her heart to constrict with unease. The wind rattled against the window, and the streetlight outside cast a flickering, dappled glow onto the walls, igniting a sense of dread within her. Trembling, she donned a garment and ventured out of her room, pondering to herself, "It is perfectly normal to share a bed with my husband now that I am pregnant. Why must I sleep apart?" She illuminated her phone as flashlight and found the doorknob to the guest room, turning it and stepping inside. "Husband, husband," she called gently, but Lin Feng offered no response. Tossing her garment aside, she gently nestled beside him. The winter in Magic City lacked heating, and the cold pierced her skin like invisible needles. Ye Qingyao wriggled her body cautiously, burrowing into her husband's warm embrace, enveloped by his faint, comforting scent, akin to finding a safe haven from storm. Upon feeling her icy hands, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, murmuring, as if pondering the sudden presence beside him. Ye Qingyao's heart raced at his response, and with a hint of apology, she said, "Husband, did I wake you?" "Wife, why are you here?" Lin Feng turned his body towards her, his voice laced with surprise and tenderness. Gazing at him, Ye Qingyao replied, her face a portrait of grievance. "The wind outside is too strong. It woke me up, and I felt a bit scared sleeping alone." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Seeing her distress, Lin Feng gently patted her back and comforted her. "It's all right. I'm here. Go to sleep." Ye Qingyao nodded, warmth flooding her heart. Soon, she found solace in Lin Feng's embrace and fell asleep, feeling both warmth and security in his hold. The tranquility of the morning was shattered by the sudden ringing of a mobile phone on the bedside table. With a furrowed brow, Ye Qingyao yawned, struggling to open her eyes. "Husband, your phone is ringing. Please answer it," she murmured. Lin Feng, teetering on the edge of dreams, was disturbed by the abrupt noise, his voice tinged with impatience. "Oh," he mumbled, groggily fumbling for the phone. Upon grasping it, he squinted with furrowed brows and said, "Hello." On the other end, a woman's voice, tinged with urgency and tension, sharply inquired, "Who are you?" "This is my daughter's phone." "Why is there a man's voice?" The woman, filled with doubt and unease, sensed something was amiss. Hearing her words, Lin Feng's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the pink phone case. He was answering his wife's phone. A jolt of panic surged through him as he glanced at the screen, where the words "mother" were prominently displayed. He was momentarily taken aback, hastily covering the phone and gently shaking the still sleeping Ye Qingyao. "Wife, wake up. It's your mother calling." His voice trembled with a hint of anxiety. "What?" Ye Qingyao startled upright, her complexion paling at the revelation. The secret was about to unravel. Internally, she lamented, her face betraying reluctance as she braced herself to take the call, forcing a semblance of a pleasant smile. "Hello, Mom. It was my roommate who answered the phone just now." She might not have heard clearly. Ye Qingyao attempted to mask her inner turmoil with a light-hearted tone. "What did you need to talk to me about?" She pivoted the topic in hopes of diverting her mother's attention from the earlier query. However, the woman was evidently not so easily deceived. "Don't try to change the subject. I distinctly heard a man's voice, clear as day. That could not possibly be your roommate," she replied, her tone laced with seriousness and undeniable anticipation. Yao Yao, tell me the truth. Are you in a relationship? The gravity of the question hung in the air. And Ye Qingyao, caught off guard, murmured, "Is it that obvious?" "Of course, it is," her mother retorted. How could there be a man's voice in a girl's dormitory? As she spoke, a critical thought struck her. Yao Yao, where are you right now? You're not out with someone, are you? You wouldn't be spending the night with your boyfriend, would you? The concern and anxiety in her voice were palpable. Mom, the signal here is poor, and I can't hear you clearly. I think I need to hang up now. Ye Qingyao hastily concocted a flimsy excuse, ending the call in a flurry. As the dial tone echoed in her ears, Su Wanjin sighed deeply, muttering, "That child, she hangs up so quickly." Sigh. It's truly hard to keep a girl at home. Her voice resonated with helplessness and reluctance. At that moment, Yi Baoshan approached, noticing his wife's forlorn expression. Concern flooding his gaze as he queried, "What's wrong? You look troubled." Su Wanjin sighed again, responding, "Our little cabbage has been disturbed by a pig." "What?" Yi Baoshan's hands crumpled the newspaper in a tight grip. The intensity of his anger palpable as he seemed poised to crush the metaphorical pig that had intruded upon his cherished daughter's life. "Did she tell you?" His voice was low and charged with inquiry. Su Wanjin shook her head. "I just discovered it when I called." She deliberately withheld the truth about their daughter spending the night out, fully aware that if Yi Baoshan, the doting father, learned of it, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Yi Baoshan, enraged, began pacing the living room, each step echoing his worry and frustration as he fired off questions in rapid succession. "What is the boy's name? Where is he from? How many siblings does he have? I haven't had the chance to gather that information. Your precious daughter hung up before I could ask," Su Wanjin replied, exasperated. Yi Baoshan's concern deepened. "Our daughter is so innocent. I hope she isn't being deceived by this boy. We must meet him to ascertain his character." His tone brooked no argument. "Indeed, you're right," Su Wanjin agreed, nodding as she swiftly opened the chat window with Ye Qingyao. "Crafting a message. Bring your boyfriend home next week. Your father, mother, and brothers will help you assess him. No excuses otherwise. I'll have your father cut off your bank card." Her words carried an unmistakable note of sternness. Chapter 14, My Dear Husband. Please do not feel compelled to spend excessively. A token gesture will suffice. Upon receiving a message from her mother, Ye Qingyao felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She hurriedly approached Lin Feng, her expression fraught with anxiety. "What should we do? My parents and brothers want to meet you." Lin Feng, observing her distress, feigned nonchalance and chuckled lightly. "Well, I will have to face them eventually." Yet, Ye Qingyao wore a frown. "I'm afraid they might drive you away. They are extremely protective of me, and if they discover our situation, they will surely be furious." Taking her hand in his, Lin Feng spoke with gentle resolve. "Fear not. If they wish to vent their frustrations on me, I shall endure it. After all, I must marry their precious daughter." Ye Qingyao blushed at his words and playfully retorted, "But I haven't agreed to marry you yet. That is merely a matter of time," he said, tenderly tapping her nose. Although Ye Qingyao remained apprehensive, she nodded firmly. "If my brothers dare to bully you, I will ignore them." With that, she playfully patted Lin Feng's shoulder, reassuring him. "Rest assured, once we return home, I will protect you. No matter the challenges we face, we shall confront them together." "All right," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, a melodious system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task assigned. Win over Ye Qingyao's parents. Reward. A courtyard house within the second ring of the capital. The unexpected sound momentarily startled Lin Feng, who then gasped in awe. What a generous offer, he thought. In the bustling and expensive second ring of the capital, a courtyard house was valued at astronomical figures, far beyond mere millions. This reward was indeed astounding. However, while the reward was enticing, it was not Lin Feng's ultimate pursuit. Even without the allure of the priceless courtyard, he was determined to wholeheartedly win over his future in-laws. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. To better prepare for meeting his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lin Feng decided to inquire about their preferences. "Dear, what do your parents enjoy?" Ye Qingyao pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, my father is a tea enthusiast, and he loves trying various kinds of tea. As for my mother, she is an absolute bag aficionado, with a particular fondness for handbags. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, contemplating what gifts would be suitable for the esteemed couple. Ye Qingyao, curious, blinked and asked, "Husband, why are you asking these questions?" With a wry smile, Lin Feng explained, "Since it is my first visit to your home, I cannot arrive empty-handed. I should bring gifts that your parents will appreciate. Perhaps they will take it easy on me and not make things too difficult." Ye Qingyao giggled playfully and nodded. "All right, that is very considerate of you. However," she quickly added, "but please don't spend too much. A small gesture will do." Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. That is out of the question. He believed that making a proper first impression was essential. Otherwise, they might think he did not value this relationship. Seeing his determination, Ye Qingyao pouted in playful reproach. "Why not? My parents lack for nothing. Can't we just save some money and buy them some food instead?" Understanding her concern about excessive spending, Lin Feng chuckled. "Do not worry, my dear. I will act within reason, all right?" "Fine," she conceded, leaning on his shoulder and playfully saying, "I'm hungry." "Wait here. I shall prepare something for you," he replied. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang with a crisp tone. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Lin Feng?" A voice inquired. "Yes, that's me." Lin Feng responded calmly. After confirming his identity, the caller spoke with increased respect. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I am Jiang Jibin, the head of Jinjuan Company." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. How may I assist you?" Lin Feng replied politely. "You purchased 100 of our company's shares yesterday. When might you be available to complete the transfer paperwork?" Jiang Jibin's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the reward from the system announcement yesterday, which he had momentarily overlooked due to his busy schedule. I'm free today. I can come over shortly." "Excellent. Shall I send a driver to pick you up?" Jiang Jibin suggested. "No need, Mr. Jiang. Just send me the address. I will make my own way there." Lin Feng declined the offer, preferring to drive his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster himself. The exhilarating experience of driving was incomparable to any luxury vehicle. After hanging up, Ye Qingyao, still drowsy, looked at him and asked, "Husband, are you going out?" "Yes, just a little matter to attend to," he replied, gently stroking her hair. "If you're tired, you can sleep. I'll return as soon as I'm done." "All right." She yawned, snuggling back into the covers. Soon, only the sound of her steady breathing filled the room. 30 minutes later, Lin Feng parked his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster in front of the imposing office building. Jinghai Investment Company was located on the 18th floor. He stepped into the elevator, which whisked him to the company's entrance in mere seconds. As he emerged from the elevator, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the handsome young man, as if she had encountered a celebrity. She hurried over with a bright smile, asking, "Are you here for an interview? We are currently hiring." "No." Lin Feng gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his lips. "I'm looking for the company's head." The receptionist's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned as she cheerfully stated, "Oh, you're looking for Mr. Jiang." However, as her words sank in, she suddenly appeared incredulous. "Are you sure you're looking for Mr. Jiang?" Her tone was laced with disbelief, as if she could scarcely believe that this young man sought the company's highest authority. "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed, nodding firmly, his eyes reflecting certainty. He wondered if he appeared unfit to seek out the company's leader. Once the receptionist confirmed his identity, her demeanor shifted to one of nervousness. She hurried back to her desk, trembling fingers dialing the president's office. After the call, she took a deep breath, attempting to calm her nerves before timidly approaching Lin Feng. Her expression somewhat awkward. Would you like some water?" "I can get you some," she stammered, gesturing toward the water cooler, as if hoping to alleviate her own tension. Then, she added hesitantly, "Are you tired? Would you like me to fetch you a chair?" Observing the receptionist's faltering speech, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that his mere presence had truly intimidated her? Noticing her trembling legs, he managed a wry smile and nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, the receptionist appeared as if she had been granted a reprieve, hastily departing before swiftly returning with water and a chair for Lin Feng. Chapter 15. A close call, almost sacrificed like a chicken before long. President Jiang Jibin arrived late. accompanied by a group of senior executives. Xiao Su, where's Mr. Lin? Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a young man seated on a bench, and the president inquired anxiously. President Jiang, the one sitting over there is Mr. Lin, came the quiet response from Xiao Su. As Jiang Jibin entered, he observed the young man, simply dressed and with a fair visage, engrossed in his phone. The president's brow furrowed slightly as he expressed his concern. Mr. Lin, is that you? Seeing the situation, Lin Feng stood up and waved to the crowd, his face aglow with a smile. To be honest, the individual before him appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 20s, resembling a university student. He hardly took it to heart, not believing this person was the one purchasing Jinghai Investment Company. He widened his eyes in astonishment, silently pondering. How could this be? Such youth, yet possessing such formidable financial power? Jiang Jibin's surprise was fleeting. He quickly extended his hand, approaching with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Jiang Jibin. Greetings, President Jiang. Lin Feng replied politely, maintaining a humble smile throughout. Shall we discuss in the office? Soon. The group found themselves in the president's office. On the coffee table lay 2 contracts, already prepared. Lin Feng perused them carefully, and finding no issues, he signed his name. As Lin Feng affixed his seal, Jiang Jibin finally felt a weight lift from his chest. He inwardly rejoiced, having feared that the buyer might back out at the last moment, as this transaction was of utmost importance to him. Indeed, Jinghai was profitable, but the price offered was simply too tempting to decline. At this moment, Jiang Jibin stood up and extended his hand, saying, Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. To a successful partnership, Lin Feng responded with a smile. Afterward, Jiang Jibin turned to the executives in the room, stating earnestly, everyone, Mr. Lin is your new boss. Hello, Mr. Lin, the team greeted, though inwardly they murmured about their new boss's youth. A few executives exchanged glances, their eyes betraying doubt, as they contemplated this young leader's capabilities and intentions. Others furrowed their brows slightly, calculating how best to interact with their new superior. With the matter concluded, Jiang Jibin glanced at the bank notification of the deposit, unable to suppress a smile. He thought to himself, this transaction has turned out to be quite lucrative. Mr. Lin, I will not disturb you further, Jiang Jibin said courteously, turning to leave. Take care, President Jiang. Lin Feng nodded, then settled into the boss's chair, his discerning gaze sweeping over the room. The new boss's silence rendered the atmosphere in the conference room tense, as everyone held their breath, fearful of becoming an example of retribution. Who among you holds the highest position? Lin Feng finally spoke, surveying the attendees with a mix of scrutiny and anticipation. After all, he needed to select a capable executive to manage the company in his absence, ensuring smooth operations while he tended to personal matters. In the crowd, a balding man quickly stepped forward, raising his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fu Quan, the general manager of the company. His voice carried a hint of nervousness and expectation. Lin Feng nodded, directing his attention to Fu Quan. Please brief me on the company's status, including the projects currently invested in and their operational conditions. Fu Quan took a deep breath and began to report on the company's situation. 20 minutes passed, and he anxiously glanced at Lin Feng, saying, Mr. Lin, that concludes the overview of the company. Lin Feng listened intently, his expression inscrutable, as if deep in thought. After a moment, Fu Quan, noticing the silence, asked, Mr. Lin, is there anything more you would like me to elaborate on? Lin Feng shook his head. Seeing the lack of further inquiries from his boss, Fu Quan felt a wave of relief wash over him, internally exclaiming, that was close. I was made an example of. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled the future vision feature bestowed by the system. He smiled slightly and said to Fu Quan, please bring me all the investment project proposals. Fu Quan was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Shortly after, a thick stack of planning documents was placed before Lin Feng. He picked one up, casually flipping through it, and with just a glance, the future vision revealed the investment return rate. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Returns of 10 to 20% were insignificant to him. If he was to invest, it had to be substantial. Lin Feng continued to peruse the proposals, his fingers lightly tracing the pages as if searching for something specific. The executives exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of their new boss's intentions. Among them, Wang Qiangdong, head of the planning department, observed Lin Feng's cursory glance at the proposals with disdain. How could someone so young possess such keen insight? The team had spent a week researching market share, consumer demographics, and feasibility studies. It was impossible to assess a project so swiftly. He thought to himself, he is merely putting on a facade. Catching a glimpse of Lin Feng, a mocking smile crept across Wang Qiangdong's face, solidifying his belief. Humph, if you truly possess such capability, I'll write my name backward. Nearby executives overheard Wang Qiangdong's muttering and quickly nudged him, whispering a warning. Sure, aren't you afraid the new boss might fire you? Humph. Wang Qiangdong scoffed softly, wishing he could confront the new boss openly, but he held back for the sake of his family's livelihood. Lin Feng knew that his youth would naturally breed skepticism among the crowd, and the only way to earn their respect was through demonstrated ability. 20 minutes later, having reviewed all the proposals, he found 3 with an astonishing return rate of 100%. He then addressed the group. Where are the members of the project department? Wang Qiangdong hesitantly replied, reluctantly stepping forward. These 3 proposals are viable. The rest are not under consideration. Please contact the respective parties to see if we can increase the investment, Lin Feng instructed, handing the proposals to Wang Qiangdong, who stared in disbelief. Chapter 16. Why am I so happy after being scolded by my husband? The 3 project proposals Lin Feng provided were precisely the 3 that their project department had unanimously dismissed during the preliminary selection. Each one seemed meticulously chosen to challenge the limits of their understanding. The first was a plan for shooting short dramas. In Wang Qiangdong and his team's view, with television, film, and online dramas coexisting, the market was saturated, and the audience's attention had long been captivated by these lengthy productions. They found it difficult to comprehend how a seemingly novel yet elusive format like short dramas could attract any significant viewership. He truly struggled to understand why anyone would still dare to venture into such a project, which appeared rife with opportunities yet concealed turbulent undercurrents. Next came the influencer company's project, aimed at signing internet celebrities for commercial operations. To him, while the influencer economy might be enjoying a fleeting peak, it lacked sustainability and stability, resembling a bubble that could burst at any moment. Moreover, the number of influencers capable of converting their popularity into commercial value was minimal. Most were merely ephemeral, unable to establish a long-term profit model. As for the final project, it left Wang Qiangdong both amused and exasperated. The Rice Group, a company with commendable achievements in the mobile phone sector, was attempting to pivot into automobile manufacturing. Wang Qiangdong understood well that venturing into a vastly different industry, especially one as technologically advanced and fiercely competitive as the automobile sector, without profound technical expertise and market insight, was akin to chasing a mirage. Overall, waves of disappointment and concern surged within Wang Qiangdong. He had initially believed that the new boss simply lacked market knowledge, but it now seemed that this was not merely ignorance. It was a blatant disregard for basic business principles. With the company's funds at stake, he could not remain passive. He promptly cautioned, Lin, are you certain about investing in these 3 projects? Our project team unanimously believes they have poor prospects and may incur losses. I have made my decision. We will proceed as planned, Lin Feng replied with unwavering resolve. The system indicates that the return on investment exceeds 100%. Wouldn't it be foolish not to seize such an opportunity? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiangdong let out a silent sigh, contemplating how to secure a safety net for himself before the company plunged into irretrievable ruin. Such a new boss was truly unmanageable. Despite his internal skepticism, he understood that he must comply with the new boss's orders. After all, he was merely a cog in the machine. However, he silently reassured himself that if these 3 projects ultimately failed to yield profits, at least their department would not bear the blame. After all, the decision stemmed from a new boss's obstinacy. After the meeting, all executives returned to their respective tasks. Lin Feng glanced at his watch, estimating that by the time he got home, Ye Qingyao would likely be awake. Exiting the office, he took a deliberate detour to the nearby market. carefully selecting a few of Ye Qingyao's favorite ingredients before hurrying home. Upon hearing the door open, Ye Qingyao rushed out of the bedroom as if seeking solace, throwing herself into Lin Feng's arms. Her voice trembled with unease. "Husband, you're back. I had a terrifying nightmare." Lin Feng's heart tightened instantly as he gently patted her back, asking softly what happened. "What did you dream about?" Seeing her swollen eyes filled him with deep concern. Nestled against Lin Feng's chest, Ye Qingyao's voice quivered as she replied, "I dreamt that everything happening now is a lie. Me, our home, it's all fake. I'm so scared." Lin Feng's heart ached for her. He embraced her tightly, tenderly stroking her head and comforting her. "Silly girl, of course, dreams are false. We exist in a tangible reality. I am truly here with you." He gently lifted her chin, encouraging her to look into his eyes. "If you doubt it, pinch me and see if I'm real." Ye Qingyao looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting Lin Feng's, as her delicate hand gently pinched his cheek. When he feigned pain, she burst into laughter, playfully scolding. "I barely touched you, yet you act as if I'm terrifying." Lin Feng chuckled, taking her hand and leading her to the kitchen. As he opened the plastic bag of groceries, he softly inquired, "What would you like to eat from these ingredients? I'll prepare it for you." Ye Qingyao gazed at the fresh peppers and potatoes, contemplating, "How about dry-fried potato slices?" Lin Feng nodded, his eyes brimming with affection as he helped her settle onto the sofa, carefully draping a light blanket over her. With a gentle yet commanding tone, he said, "Just relax here and watch TV. I'll call you when the meal is ready." Given the heavy cooking fumes in the kitchen, he couldn't bear the thought of Ye Qingyao feeling uncomfortable. In the kitchen, Lin Feng focused intently on stir-frying the dishes when a crisp notification from the system suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has accumulated over 10 hours of cooking for Ye Qingyao and rewards the host with a beginner-level calligraphy skill. Beginner-level calligraphy? Lin Feng felt a spark of excitement, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had always enjoyed writing with a brush, even if his results were often less than satisfactory. Now, with this new skill, he could spend his leisure time productively, perhaps even improving his calligraphy. Soon, a table laden with fragrant and visually appealing dishes was set before him. Satisfied, Lin Feng called Ye Qingyao to join him for dinner. Seated at the table, she savored her husband's home-cooked meal, her face radiating happiness and contentment. "Husband, this meal is absolutely delicious. You're even better than the chefs outside." She giggled, patting her round belly, adding, "But I'm only eating this much because I'm pregnant, so don't hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes filled with affection. Being able to eat is a blessing. Even if you weren't pregnant, I would never complain about how much you want to eat. Besides, finishing your plate is a form of recognition for my cooking. After dinner, Ye Qingyao volunteered to help with the dishes, but Lin Feng firmly stopped her. "With me here, you needn't lift a finger. What is the point of having a husband if I can't take care of you? Go, sit on the sofa and watch TV. Just relax." Ye Qingyao nodded obediently. Sitting on the sofa, although scolded by her husband, she felt inexplicably cheerful. Recently, the television programs had been rather dull, and she had even lost interest in her phone, appearing somewhat listless. Just then, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, noticing her demeanor. He gently stroked her head and asked softly, "Wife, do you feel bored with nothing to do?" Ye Qingyao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng smiled and suggested, "How about we practice some brush calligraphy together?" Ye Qingyao's eyes glinted mischievously as she replied, "Sure, husband, but your calligraphy might not be as good as mine." Chapter 17. Ye Qingyao's morning sickness soon. Lin Feng prepared his brush and paper. Observing this, Ye Qingyao hurried over to his side, adeptly picking up the brush and gracefully inscribing 2 large characters, Lin Feng. Although her handwriting was not masterful, it exuded a gentle elegance. Upon finishing, she looked at Lin Feng with a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked, "Darling, how does my writing look?" Lin Feng smiled softly, tenderly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, replying, "Your writing reflects your character. It is beautiful. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao's face blossomed into a warm smile. Husband, you must write something for me to see, she said, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck in a playful manner. Lin Feng nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips. His grip on the brush was precise, as if he had indeed practiced calligraphy. He then elegantly wrote 3 large characters, Ye Qingyao, on the white paper. His strokes were vigorous yet graceful, seemingly infused with boundless strength. Seeing her husband's writing surpass her own, Ye Qingyao was taken aback. She looked at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked, Darling, did you practice calligraphy as a child? How is it that your writing is even more beautiful than mine? Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's merely a hobby. I have never formally studied it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of admiration shone in Ye Qingyao's eyes. That is quite impressive. My grandfather taught me, yet I find myself lacking compared to you. It must be because my husband is exceptionally talented. With that, she nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, her face radiating joy. The couple continued to indulge in their calligraphy, this shared pastime calming their hearts and immersing them in the joy of writing. The fragrance of ink wafted through the air, as if time itself had slowed to a tranquil pace. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Ye Qingyao yawned and frowned slightly, clearly feeling fatigued. Lin Feng, noticing this, gently stroked her head and said, Wife, why not take a short rest? Ye Qingyao nodded, yawning again. All right, I'll go rest for a bit. With that, she turned and walked toward the bedroom, quickly falling asleep. Once Ye Qingyao was peacefully slumbering, Lin Feng returned to his desk, picking up the brush once more and writing with ease. He discovered he quite enjoyed the focused feeling that came with writing, where all worries faded away, leaving only the sound of the brush gliding across the paper and the tranquility within his heart. Time flew by, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Suddenly, the sound of ringing echoed from his pocket. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and answered the call. Mr. Lin, this is Ye Qingyao. I have important updates regarding the project. Wang's slightly anxious voice came through the line. Lin Feng maintained a composed demeanor, simply replying, Speak. His tone, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Ye Qingyao, feeling an unexpected pressure, quickly stated, We have discussed matters with the head of Green Fruit Short Drama. They proposed exchanging 30% of their shares for our investment of 50 million. Lin Feng's brow creased slightly. He had not anticipated such a hefty demand from Green Fruit Short Drama. What about the other 2 projects? What progress has been made? He inquired. Wang responded, The discussions for the other 2 projects are still ongoing. Reliable sources indicate that multiple investment firms are interested in Learn Culture. As for the Dami Group, their offered shares are quite limited, only 10% in total. Lin Feng pondered this information. He was surprised to learn that others had recognized the lucrative potential of live streaming. Given that this was a profitable opportunity, it was one they could not afford to overlook. While the Dami Group's limited shares were understandable, considering their financial stability, it was still a positive sign that they were willing to part with any equity. He resolved to secure all available shares. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Negotiate with the head of Green Fruit Short Drama again. We are willing to invest 100 million for 70% of the shares, without participating in company decisions, only enjoying dividends. Let us see if they will agree. Ye Qingyao, taken aback, hadn't he expected Lin Feng to offer such a high price? Though skeptical, he nodded, saying, Understood, Mr. Lin. I will contact them promptly. Lin Feng added, As for Learn Culture and the Dami Group, we must intensify our investment efforts to secure both companies at all costs. Wang's heart raced at this. The company's cash flow barely exceeded 400 million, and the new boss was prepared to exhaust their resources. Listening to his boss's commanding tone, he nodded and replied, All right, Mr. Lin. I will arrange the relevant matters without delay. After hanging up, Ye Qingyao busied himself with tasks. The next morning, Ye Qingyao awoke to the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, which tantalized her senses and made it hard for her to rise. Upon seeing the beautifully presented century egg and lean meat porridge alongside steamed dumplings on the table, she swallowed hard. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of egg soup and, upon seeing his wife, hurriedly said, Everything is ready. Come eat. Ye Qingyao eagerly sat down, but as she placed a dumpling in her mouth, a wave of nausea hit her, prompting her to quickly set it aside and rush to the bathroom. Watching her lean over the sink, struggling to suppress her stomach, Lin Feng felt a pang of concern and gently patted her back, soothingly asking, "How are you feeling? Is it any better? I can't seem to throw up. I just feel a bit uncomfortable," Ye Qingyao replied, wiping her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Feng contemplated, "You might be experiencing morning sickness, which could explain the nausea. Do you still want to eat the dumplings and porridge?" he asked. Ye Qingyao shook her head, recalling how appetizing they had seemed earlier, but now their scents turned her stomach. As she leaned over the sink once more, retching, Lin Feng watched her with concern. He quickly took the food back to the kitchen to spare her from the scent. Once the aroma dissipated, Ye Qingyao found some relief and no longer felt the urge to vomit. Lin Feng tenderly stroked her head, asking, "What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you." "I don't want anything. I have no appetite," she said, shaking her head and nestling against him. Seeing Ye Qingyao looking so pitiful, Lin Feng felt a deep ache in his heart, wishing he could share her burden. Knowing she couldn't skip meals, he promptly searched online for remedies to alleviate morning sickness. Chapter 18: Every man inevitably harbors certain thoughts. Lin Feng stumbled upon a video online wherein numerous obstetricians were disseminating knowledge. The video meticulously detailed various precautions during pregnancy and methods to alleviate morning sickness. Having attentively viewed it, he learned that consuming strawberries, plum juice, oranges, and other sour foods could significantly ease the discomfort associated with nausea while also enhancing appetite. Lin Feng mentally noted these suggestions. Furthermore, the video emphasized the benefits of appropriate exercise for expectant mothers, such as taking walks after meals and engaging in prenatal exercises, which not only bolster physical fitness but also support fetal development. Subsequently, he made his way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and discovered some fresh oranges. He hurriedly washed them and meticulously sliced them into wedges, presenting them to Ye Qingyao, who was reclining on the sofa with a somewhat pale complexion. "Darling, please have some oranges," Lin Feng said gently, handing her the prepared fruit. Ye Qingyao glanced up at him, managed a faint smile, and took a bite. Indeed, the sweet and tangy juice spread pleasantly in her mouth, providing her with considerable relief. However, despite the alleviation of her nausea, her appetite remained quite poor. Lin Feng, observing her condition with concern, understood the crucial role that a pregnant woman's mood and diet play in fetal development. He resolved to devise further strategies. Suddenly, he recalled a video he had previously watched, featuring an artist who maintained a regimen of Ba-Duan-Jin throughout her pregnancy, which not only kept her in excellent health, but also led to the birth of a robust baby. With this thought, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Deeming this method worthy of a try, he approached Ye Qingyao and softly proposed, "My dear, shall we practice Ba-Duan-Jin together? This exercise is particularly suitable for pregnant women, as it can enhance physical strength and stimulate appetite." Ye Qingyao nodded in agreement, willing to give it a shot. The two opened the instructional video and began to imitate the movements, albeit clumsily at first. Gradually, as they practiced repeatedly, they became more adept, their motions flowing with increasing grace. While they practiced, Lin Feng occasionally cast glances at Ye Qingyao, anxious about her well-being. Just then, a crisp notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is accompanying the pregnant mother in physical exercise, alleviating morning sickness. The system rewards the host with a physical fitness level equivalent to a secondary athlete, with over 24 hours of companionship and exercise. The host will achieve the fitness level of a national athlete. Overjoyed by the notification, Lin Feng felt that this reward was invaluable. For health is indeed the foundation of all endeavors. They continued their practice of Ba-Duan-Jin, and before they knew it, 40 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Ye Qingyao turned to Lin Feng, her lips slightly pouting, and said, "Honey, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. "What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Ye Qingyao pondered for a moment and replied, "Braised fish. I crave the braised fish you make." "All right, I'll prepare it right away," Lin Feng eagerly agreed, turning to the kitchen to gather the ingredients. Ye Qingyao reclined on the sofa for a brief rest, feeling quite fatigued after the exercise. In the kitchen, Lin Feng skillfully handled the ingredients, cleaning the fish before cutting it into pieces and marinating it. He then prepared the seasonings and side dishes. Once everything was ready, he began cooking. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Ye Qingyao to swallow involuntarily. Lin Feng served the completed braised fish on the dining table and called for Ye Qingyao to join him for dinner. As she approached the table, Ye Qingyao gazed at the vibrant, fragrant dish. Her appetite awakened. She picked up a piece of fish and savored it without any adverse reaction. "Honey, your braised fish is truly delicious," she exclaimed, her face radiating happiness. "Enjoy it. Eat as much as you like," Lin Feng replied indulgently. After finishing their meal, Ye Qingyao leaned back on the sofa to rest, while Lin Feng began to tidy up the dishes and clean the kitchen. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Qiangdong, likely regarding project matters. "Mr. Lin, the owner of Green Fruit has agreed to trade 80% of the shares for investment of 1 billion yuan, Wang Qiangdong reported over the phone. "Oh, really? That's wonderful," Lin Feng responded, elated. The short drama industry would soon experience a surge, and he intended to be among the first to seize the opportunity. "However, the owner wishes to meet you in person to sign the contract," Wang Qiangdong added. "That's no problem. I'm available at any time. Just have him contact me once the time and place are confirmed," Lin Feng readily agreed. "All right, Mr. Lin. Additionally, the Rice Group will hold an investment meeting in 2 days, where the highest investor will receive 10% equity," Wang Qiangdong continued. "Understood. Please prepare accordingly. We must attend this investment meeting." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. Also, we are still in contact with Laren Culture, but there hasn't been any significant progress yet," Wang Qiangdong said. "Got it," Lin Feng nodded. Later, as he leaned against the headboard flipping through pregnancy-related literature before bed, his phone rang again. "Hello," he answered softly. Upon hearing his voice, the caller responded with excitement. "Is this Mr. Lin? I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so late. I am Su Changqing, the owner of Green Fruit Short Drama." "Oh, Mr. Su, no need for apologies. I'm still awake," Lin Feng replied courteously. Su Changqing, relieved, became more direct. "Mr. Lin, are you available tomorrow at 10 a.m. to sign the contract we discussed?" "I'm available," Lin Feng nodded, realizing the call was about the project. Su Changqing was indeed quite eager. "I've reserved a spot at Lao Shi Tea House. You can come directly," Su Changqing warmly invited. "Very well, I will be there on time," Lin Feng confirmed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. At that moment, Ye Qingyao noticed Lin Feng returning from the balcony, a mysterious smile gracing his face. She quickly waved him over, saying, "Honey, come look. There's a tea tasting event here that seems quite interesting. Should we check it out tomorrow?" Lin Feng glanced at his phone, which displayed the reservation information for Lao Shi Tea House, and smiled broadly, thinking how fortuitous this was. "All right, we shall go tomorrow morning. It will be a nice outing for you." "Yay, you're the best, honey," Ye Qingyao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's sturdy abdomen, contentedly closing her eyes. However, Lin Feng found himself in a bit of discomfort, as every man might entertain certain thoughts when embraced by Ye Qingyao in such a manner. Chapter 19. A True Man, Lin Feng. Before the clock struck 9, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao had already arrived at the Lao Shi Tea House. This enchanting venue, adorned with antique elegance, exuded a rich cultural essence. The hall was bustling with patrons, and along the aisles were exquisitely crafted tea tables, each equipped with an array of tea-making tools, teapots, teacups, and tea canisters, all radiating an air of antiquity and grace. Seated at each table was a woman clad in a qipao, her refined makeup accentuating her poise as she skillfully brewed tea, her fluid movements captivating the onlookers. Ye Qingyao, pulling Lin Feng through the crowd, found herself mesmerized by a woman preparing tea. This woman, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a delicate beauty and an air of composure. With a gentle motion, she placed tea leaves into the teapot, poured in boiling water, and then delicately swirled the pot, allowing the leaves to unfurl in the water. Soon, a subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled its aroma. Watching the woman's graceful tea-making process, Ye Qingyao's eyes widened in admiration, and she clapped her hands, turning to Lin Feng and exclaiming, "Darling, The tea culture of our dragon country is truly profound. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, his heart swelling with pride. He took Ye Qingyao's hand and suggested, "Indeed, my love. Let us savor a cup." They approached the tea table, where the woman graciously poured them each a cup. The aromatic tea filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a sip, savoring the rich flavor. He nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "This tea is indeed delightful." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao took a sip herself, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She turned to Lin Feng and mentioned, "Darling, you said you would bring gifts for my parents when we visit, and I think this tea is perfect. A small canister costs 1,000 yuan, which is quite reasonable." Lin Feng frowned at her words, glancing at the tea canister and then back at Ye Qingyao, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This tea seems too inexpensive to present to your father," he replied. Ye Qingyao gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder in reassurance. "It's all right, darling. My father prefers ordinary tea. He wouldn't be accustomed to anything too extravagant." Feeling warmth in his heart, Lin Feng appreciated her thoughtful approach to saving money. However, he still felt uneasy about gifting such inexpensive tea to his future father-in-law. He quickly suggested, "There are many more tea stalls. Let us explore further." Ye Qingyao nodded with a smile, and they continued to weave through the crowd. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in his office, Yi Baoshan sat reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as he pondered. "Why do I always feel like someone is speaking ill of me?" Shaking his head, he resumed his work. At that moment, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao had arrived at another tea stall. As they settled down, a notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has taken Ye Qingyao out for a breath of fresh air to elevate her spirits. The system rewards you with 3 cashback cards, unlimited time, and categories. Lin Feng was elated to hear this. He had not anticipated that merely taking his wife to a tea house would yield such rewards. He mused to himself, "This means I can indulge in more expensive purchases since I have cashback cards." Despite his worth exceeding 1 billion, his bank account held less than 10,000 yuan. This reward resonated deeply with him, for money indeed brings confidence. Before long, as the clock neared 10, Lin Feng checked his watch and said to Ye Qingyao, "Darling, it's almost time. I must meet with the president of Green Fruit. Please enjoy your tea while I'm gone." Ye Qingyao nodded, "Go ahead." Lin Feng approached the front desk, where the receptionist greeted him. "Are you Mr. Lin?" He nodded, and the receptionist promptly led him to a private room. She opened the door and announced, "President Su, Mr. Lin has arrived." Su Changqing rose to welcome him, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive for someone so young to be at the helm of an investment company." Lin Feng responded humbly, "President Su, you two are in your prime." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Su Changqing handed Lin Feng a contract, saying, "Mr. Lin, here is the contract I prepared. Please review it, and if everything is in order, feel free to sign." Lin Feng examined the document thoroughly. Finding no issues, he affixed his signature. Su Changqing then signed another copy, smiling as he commented, "Your handwriting is quite nice. Compared to yours, mine looks like a chicken pecking at rice." Lin Feng chuckled in response, "Not at all, President Su. Your writing has its own charm." After a few more courteous exchanges, they shook hands, ensuring a pleasant partnership. Lin Feng nodded, affirming their camaraderie. As they exited the room together, Su Changqing paused briefly, as if recalling something significant. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, coincidentally, there is a meticulously organized small tea auction taking place here today, featuring many rare varieties." "Oh, an auction?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he contemplated acquiring exquisite tea for his future father-in-law. He smiled and nodded, "That sounds quite intriguing." At that moment, Ye Qingyao approached them, and Lin Feng quickly greeted her, introducing her to Su Changqing. "President Su, this is my fiancée, Ye Qingyao." His gaze was filled with affection. Su Changqing immediately regarded Ye Qingyao with admiration, thoroughly appraising her before praising, "Mr. Lin's fiancée, Yi, is truly stunning. Together, you both make an exquisite couple. Be sure to invite me to your wedding celebration." Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at his words, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Gently gripping Lin Feng's shoulder, Internally, she mused, this cheeky husband, calling me his fiancé before formally proposing. How mischievous. Yet, her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. For she knew Lin Feng's willingness to introduce her publicly and acknowledge her identity provided her with immense security. To love someone is to yearn to proclaim their identity to the world. Lin Feng was indeed a true man. Chapter 20. The tug of war with my future father-in-law. The auction venue sparkled with bright lights. With rows of benches occupying the central area and several bidders holding mobile phones standing on either side. These individuals were not mere spectators, but rather the delegates of the buyers. As the host made her entrance, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jiashido auction. I am your host for the evening, Qingyao. She was elegantly attired in a well-tailored qipao, her hair meticulously styled, exuding grace and poise. The first item up for bid was a song tea cake, renowned as the pinnacle of the three prominent tea merchants during the Guangxu era. With a starting price of 100,000 yuan. Let the bidding commence, announced the auctioneer. As her words faded, the auction house erupted into a flurry of bids. 120,000. A voice erupted from a corner of the room, quickly followed by another, 160,000. The bidding intensified, each voice competing fervently. At this moment, Ye Qingyao gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, whispering, "Darling, is this antique tea cake really that sought after? Why are there so many people bidding?" Lin Feng smiled softly, fully aware of Ye Qingyao's lack of interest in tea culture. Yet he patiently explained, for tea enthusiasts, this cake is a priceless treasure. It embodies a legacy of history and serves as a cultural symbol. Moreover, the older the tea cake, the greater its value. Ye Qingyao nodded, observing the fervent bidders with a mix of admiration and bewilderment. Although she struggled to comprehend why anyone would spend such exorbitant sums on a mere tea cake, she respected their passions. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly turned to Su Changqing and inquired, "Mr. Su, are you here to bid on tea leaves today as well?" Su Changqing, with a hint of resignation, shook his head. "I had intended to purchase this tea, but as you can see, the price has soared to 2,800,000, far beyond my expectations. I can no longer afford to proceed." His tone was laced with a sense of helplessness and regret. Lin Feng smiled slightly, contemplating that this tea cake would make a splendid gift for his future father-in-law. He raised his bidding paddle. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gesture, the auctioneer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, "Number 8402, 3,400,000. Is there a higher bid?" As her words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, eyes darting towards Lin Feng, speculating about his identity and intentions. At that moment, the online platform displayed 3,600,000. Undeterred, Lin Feng raised his paddle once more. The auctioneer, now exhilarated, called out, "Live bid at 3,800,000. The bidding continued to escalate, the tension palpable in the air. Ye Qingyao, watching Lin Feng raise his paddle, felt a surge of anxiety. When she heard others bidding, she exhaled in relief. "Darling, why are you bidding?" She could not help but ask. With a warm smile, Lin Feng replied, "I think this tea cake would be a wonderful gift for your father, so I raised my paddle." Ye Qingyao, somewhat anxiously, retorted, "But Dad wouldn't be able to appreciate it. It would be a waste to spend so much on something he can't truly enjoy." Lin Feng gently clasped her delicate hand, reassuring her with his unwavering confidence. "It is worth it, trust me." Her heart swelled with emotion, realizing that Lin Feng was acting out of a desire to please her parents. Thus, she chose to remain silent, offering her silent support. As the bidding soared, the atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense. The auctioneer reiterated, "Number 8402, for 1,800,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" A profound silence enveloped the room, as if even breathing had ceased. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd, eagerly awaiting the next higher bid. Seeing no further bids, she inquired once more, for 1,800,000 once, for 1,800,000 twice. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The silence persisted, and looking at Lin Feng, the auctioneer smiled. "Number 8402, congratulations." With her final hammer strike, all eyes turned to Lin Feng. Curiosity piqued as to who this individual was that had successfully acquired such a precious tea cake. At this moment, Su Changqing gazing at Lin Feng's firmly grasped paddle, smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, congratulations." He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would be the one to secure the tea cake, especially given the man's boldness in bidding, clearly indicating his formidable financial prowess. A young man already at the helm of an investment company worth over 100 million. He was certainly someone worth cultivating a friendship with. Continuing with enthusiasm, Su Changqing remarked, "I have a collection of top-tier Maojian tea priced at 500,000 per kilogram. If Mr. Lin does not mind, I would be delighted to have you visit my humble abode for a tea tasting. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit," Lin Feng replied with a smile. As their conversation concluded, the bidding for the second item commenced quietly. Lin Feng, disinterested, refrained from participating, with the final sale price settling at 320,000. Soon, they reached the final item up for bid. The auctioneer surveyed the room and cheerfully announced, "The third item today is a Qianlong-era white jade teapot with a starting price of 1 million. We now begin bidding." As the auctioneer finished her statement, the bidding shot to 10 million, as many had come specifically for this exquisite teapot. Ye Qingyao gazed at the teapot's image displayed on the large screen, exclaiming, "Darling, that teapot is quite beautiful." Indeed, Lin Feng mused, realizing that merely having tea leaves would not suffice. A teapot to accompany them would be perfect. Most bids were made via phone, with only a few participants bidding live. The price escalated to 36 million, and as the voices dwindled, Lin Feng raised his paddle once more. The auctioneer, exhilarated, announced, "Number 8402, 40 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 45 million, came a voice from phone bid. "Number 8402, are you increasing your bid?" Lin Feng nodded. Just as he did, the phone bidder escalated to 50 million. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred, eager for a prolonged bidding war to exploit the system's advantages. The phone bidder, a man in his 30s, nervously spoke into the receiver, "Mr. Yi, the live auction has reached 60 million. Shall we continue bidding?" "Yes," the man gritted through clenched teeth, having anticipated securing the teapot for 50 million, only to encounter unexpected competition. He had coveted this teapot for a long time, but he thought to himself that anything above 80 million would be too much, exceeding market value. The man finally declared 80 million. The auctioneer, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Number 8402, the current auction price is 80 million. Will you continue to bid?" Chapter 21. "Darling, are you short on funds?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Feng smiled, his eyes radiating a sense of composure and confidence. He nodded gently, as if the sum of 80 million was but a trifling amount to him. The Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot was already secured in his possession. The auctioneer, noticing this, smiled and, with an even more fervent tone, inquired if there were any further bids. The room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon the auctioneer and Lin Feng. At that moment, Yi Baoshan, in a fit of frustration, had already ended the call, unable to comprehend why anyone would willingly spend such an exorbitant price on a teapot. To him, it seemed a ludicrous act. However, for Lin Feng, regardless of its future value, the mere delight it would bring to his father-in-law made it worthwhile. Subsequently, the auctioneer's gavel struck decisively as he exclaimed, "The final auction price is 85 million. Congratulations, 8402. The Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot is yours." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Beside him, Ye Qingyao looked at him in disbelief, astonished that her husband would spend 85 million on an antique teapot, an outrageous sum in her eyes. A flicker of concern crossed her face as she softly inquired, "Darling, are you in need of funds? I have a supplementary card from my father. Although it has a modest limit, it can still provide up to 50 million in emergencies." Lin Feng, hearing her, affectionately tapped Ye Qingyao's nose and replied with a smile, "Silly girl, how could I lack funds when I can confidently bid?" His tone brimmed with assurance and tranquility, as if 85 million was merely a small sum to him. At that moment, Su Changqing, seated not far away, stood respectfully and approached Lin Feng. Extending his hand, he smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, congratulations. Your visit today has certainly borne fruit. Lin Feng also stood to shake Su Changqing's hand in acknowledgement. I was quite fortunate. No one contested me in the bidding, he said with a humble smile. However, Su Changqing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking that it was not luck, but rather the exorbitant price that deterred any competition. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Changqing took his leave. Just then, a staff member in uniform approached Lin Feng with a smile, saying, "Sir, the items you auctioned are in the treasure pavilion. Please follow me." Lin Feng nodded and, together with Ye Qingyao, followed the staff member. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving in an elegantly adorned room where Lin Feng's two auctioned items, the Qianlong pre-made white jade teapot and a box of precious tea leaves, were prominently displayed. At this juncture, the auctioneer entered the room, bowing respectfully as she announced, "Sir, the total for your two items is 89 million. Lin Feng nodded and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it over. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a transaction notification echoed in the room. At that moment, Lin Feng's card reflected a cash flow of just under 180 million. The thought brought him immense joy. The auctioneer respectfully handed Lin Feng a golden card, stating, "Sir, this is our auction house's supreme VIP card. In the future, when top-tier items become available, we will contact you first." "Very well," Lin Feng replied, accepting the card with a smile and a nod. Finally, he and Ye Qingyao exited the Laoshi tea house, carrying the neatly packaged tea leaves and teapot. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting dappled patterns on the bedroom floor. Lin Feng's phone buzzed incessantly on the nightstand. Ye Qingyao was stirred awake by the urgent vibrations, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she groggily made her way to the kitchen door with the phone in hand. "Darling, someone is calling you. You should answer it," she said, her voice still laced with drowsiness. Upon hearing her call, Lin Feng hurried from the kitchen, taking the phone from her and affectionately ruffling her hair. "Wife, go back to sleep for a while longer. I'll be done shortly." Watching her lie back down, he felt assured enough to answer the call. On the other end was Wang Qiangdong, his tone respectful as he said, "Mr. Lin, the investment meeting for the Rice Group is set to begin at 10 o'clock. Would you like me to pick you up?" "No need. You all go ahead. We'll meet at the Rice Group's first floor," Lin Feng replied succinctly yet firmly. "Understood, Mr. Lin. We will prepare to head over now." After hanging up, Lin Feng resumed his breakfast preparations, expertly sought the ingredients in the pan. When the time was right, he glanced at Ye Qingyao, still deep in slumber, and quietly left a note on the nightstand. "Wife, I have to step out for a moment. Breakfast is ready and warming on the stove. Do remember to eat when you wake up." Half an hour later, at the base of the Rice Group, Wang Qiangdong, Fu Quan, and assistant Wang Rong sat on the couch, quietly awaiting the arrival of their new boss. Before long, a sleek Lamborghini pulled up in front of the building, drawing the attention of passers-by. Wang Rong's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh my, a Lamborghini! How incredibly cool! Who could possibly be driving such an expensive car?" Wang Qiangdong and Fu Quan exchanged resigned glances, stifling their amusement at Wang Rong's naivete. To them, such a luxury vehicle could only be afforded by a magnate like Mr. Lei. Soon, the sports car came to a halt, the door opening slowly. Wang Rong craned his neck, eager to see who would emerge. Moments later, his mouth dropped open in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Lin, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin has arrived?" Fu Quan, upon hearing this, turned in excitement to catch sight of Lin Feng stepping out of the car. Wang Qiangdong also noticed, and though initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. He mused to himself, "No wonder Mr. Lin can invest in projects others overlook. He is indeed a hidden scion of wealth." Soon, Lin Feng approached the group, puzzled by their astonished expressions. "What's the matter? Is there something on my face?" he queried. No, Fu Quan replied hastily, waving his hands in dismissal, his smile ingratiating. "Mr. Lin, the investment meeting is about to commence. Let us hurry upstairs." Thus, the group, guided by the receptionist, made their way to a spacious and brightly lit conference hall. By this time, the hall was filled with industry leaders, each wearing intriguing smiles as they observed the entrance of these relatively obscure individuals. Chapter 22. You think I'm foolish? Is you who are truly naive. Mr. Lei sat at the head of the table, a hint of perplexity etched on his face. The receptionist, noticing his expression, promptly introduced the guests. Mr. Lei, these are representatives from Zhan's Investment Company, and this gentleman is their president, Lin Feng. Mr. Lei nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng and the others. And he smiled as he said, "It is a pleasure to welcome you all to today's investment meeting." The attendance was sparse. Counting Lin Feng and his associates, there were barely a dozen attendees. Mr. Lei scanned the room and let out a wry smile. "It seems there are no others, so let us begin. I plan to venture into the electric vehicle sector." As Mr. Lei spoke passionately about his vision and plans for electric vehicles, Lin Feng remained notably composed. After all, the details had been articulated clearly in the project proposal. Yet, he was filled with curiosity about why so few were interested in the Dami Group's automotive project. The prominent figures in attendance appeared to be preoccupied, lost in their own thoughts. Observing their disinterest, Mr. Lei concluded his presentation with a brief summary. "That is our preliminary concept for the Dami automotive project. We are looking to sell 10% of our shares to seek investment. I welcome any thoughts you may have." As soon as Mr. Lei finished speaking, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The attendees exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. In truth, they had been reluctant to attend this meeting, but with Mr. Lei being one of the shareholders, they felt compelled to show face, with no intention of investing. Lin Feng had intended to observe the proceedings and gauge the offers from the industry leaders, but was surprised to notice their evasive expressions. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. It seemed he faced no competition. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up. "Mr. Lei, I am willing to invest 100 million. What do you think?" Seeing someone finally support him, Mr. Lei's eyes glistened with emotion. Since announcing his automotive ambitions, he had faced skepticism from the public. Now, with an offer of 100 million, he was overjoyed. He looked around at the silent executives, then smiled at Lin Feng, saying, "I accept, Mr. Lin. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Lin Feng, equally thrilled, pondered how he might secure a greater share. He furrowed his brow and cautiously addressed Mr. Lei. I have a small request. If you disagree, it's quite all right. Please speak your mind, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng carefully inquired. "Would it be possible to invest a bit more?" The balding executive at the head table was taken aback, coughing in surprise. The others turned to Lin Feng, internally questioning, "Is this young man out of his mind? The automotive market is already saturated, and he wants to increase his investment? It's sheer folly. His youthful bravado means we want to be pressured to invest. 100 million is already generous. Wanting more? This lad is clearly inexperienced and unaware of the industry's harsh realities." What astonished Mr. Lei the most was Lin Feng's desire to increase his investment. He was filled with disbelief. In truth, he himself was uncertain about the project's success, and it was unexpected that Lin Feng would support him so wholeheartedly, filling him with warmth. Initially, he had offered a small percentage of shares due to concerns of lack of interest, but now it seemed that worry was unfounded. Mr. Lei forced a smile, suppressing his excitement, and asked, "How much does Mr. Lin wish to invest?" 300 million, in exchange for 35% of the shares. Hearing this figure, Mr. Lei's mouth twitched before he nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds agreeable. I will have the contract prepared immediately." At that moment, Fu Quan could no longer contain himself and whispered to Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin, if you invest 300 million, the company's account will be nearly depleted. No need to worry. I will personally contribute 200 million, plus an additional 50 million from the company's funds." "Understood." Fu Quan nodded in agreement, gazing at Lin Feng with admiration. At such a young age, possessing substantial assets indicated an impressive background. With the share agreement settled, the industry leaders exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Lei before departing. As the elevator doors slowly closed, a bespectacled, slender man could not help but comment, "Mr. Lei encourages us to invest, while we dread the idea. This young man is willingly jumping into a pit. How utterly foolish. Do not be so harsh. If it weren't for him, our money would have been wasted." Another chimed in, laughter following. Moments later, the secretary entered with the contract, respectfully addressing Mr. Lei. "This is the contract revised as per your instructions." "Very well, Mr. Lei nodded, sliding one copy towards Lin Feng. Please review it. If all is in order, we shall sign. Lin Feng nodded, carefully scanning the document from beginning to end, ensuring there were no discrepancies before signing his name. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Indeed, a fruitful partnership. As noon approached, Mr. Lei warmly invited the attendees. Mr. Lin, shall we have lunch together? Afterward, I would love to show you around the Dammy campus. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand in refusal. Thank you, Mr. Lei, but my wife is waiting for me at home. Mr. Lei was taken aback, surprised to learn that Lin Feng was already married at such a young age. I want to insist then. Perhaps we can dine together another time. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng and his party exited the building. He turned to the three individuals, advising, feel free to contact me if any issues arise at the company. Of course. Lin Feng then entered his sports car and drove away. Wang Rong gazed at the car dreamily, exclaiming, Mr. Lin looks so handsome driving. His wife must be incredibly fortunate. By the way, who is Mr. Lin's wife? Before long, it was Friday, the day he would accompany his wife home. The past couple of days had been busy with classes, leaving no time for leisure. He had prepared gifts for his future father-in-law, but he still needed a present for his mother-in-law. Therefore, Lin Feng turned to Ye Qingyao, gently suggesting, Darling, let us go to the mall this afternoon and pick out a suitable gift for your mother. Sound great. Ye Qingyao replied joyfully, clearly excited about the outing. After lunch, they drove to the most bustling mall in the city. The security guard immediately recognized Lin Feng's dazzling sports car and hurriedly raised the barrier, eager to avoid any delay that might offend this esteemed guest. After parking, the couple strolled hand in hand into the first floor of the mall. Upon entering, a luxury store caught their eye, and Lin Feng led Ye Qingyao inside. Dressed quite modestly, without any designer labels, the sales attendant smiled as they entered, inquiring, Welcome. How may I assist you today? Ye Qingyao politely responded, We would like to look at some bags. However, the sales attendant's eyes flickered with disdain as she sized them up, thinking to herself, two penniless souls wanting to see bags? Can they even afford them? Chapter 23. The Paradox of Desire. Despite her inner disdain, the saleswoman forced a professional smile, reluctantly guiding the two to the purse display. She casually gestured toward the shelves, her tone tinged with impatience. All the bags are here. Feel free to choose. Ye Qingyao, oblivious to the saleswoman's attitude, was instantly captivated by a vibrant orange handbag nestled in the center of the display. Its bright color and unique design sparked a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Turning to Lin Feng, she exclaimed, My mother adores this style. What do you think of this one, darling? Lin Feng, lacking expertise in handbags, trusted his wife's judgment, knowing she understood her mother's taste well. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's quite nice. Encouraged by her husband's approval, Ye Qingyao's resolve strengthened. She politely addressed the saleswoman. Could you please take that bag down? I would like to see it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. That bag is a new arrival. A limited edition. We only have one, and it's quite expensive. Are you sure you want to see it? Ye Qingyao felt a surge of displeasure at the condescending tone. How could she decide to purchase it without even seeing it? Moreover, how could the saleswoman presume she couldn't afford it? Momentarily speechless by Ye Qingyao's retort, Xiao Li scrutinized the couple again, her disdain growing more pronounced. Fine, I'll get it for you, she replied, begrudgingly retrieving the handbag from the shelf and handing it to Ye Qingyao. Ye Qingyao examined the bag closely, trying it on her shoulder and nodding in satisfaction. How much is this bag? She inquired. 1,380,000, Xiao Li replied, her voice laced with a hint of triumph, as if to say, See, I told you, you can't afford it. Ye Qingyao was momentarily taken aback by the price, but to her, it wasn't exorbitant. However, the thought of gifting such an expensive item to her mother made her hesitate. She turned to Lin Feng, taking his hand as they began browsing other styles. The saleswoman, witnessing this, smirked with self-satisfaction, thinking, I knew they couldn't afford it. Lin Feng observed his wife's actions with confusion. Honey, didn't you think that bag was lovely? He asked softly. At his words, Ye Qingyao's gaze flickered, avoiding his eyes. I just feel it might not suit my mother. Understanding dawned on Lin Feng as he looked into her eyes. He gently lifted her chin, speaking with warmth and resolve. Be honest with me. Caught. Ye Qingyao sighed, revealing her true thoughts. That bag is just too expensive. I don't want you to spend so much. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth surge within him. He gently clasped her hand, smiling as he said, I've purchased teapots worth millions for your father. A bag over $1 million is hardly excessive, especially since it's for my future mother-in-law. With that, he turned to the saleswoman and declared, we'll take that bag. Please wrap it up. Xiaoli stared at him in disbelief. Sir, are you sure you want to buy it? It's priced at $1,380,000. If it's too much, you don't need to force it. At this, Ye Qingyao could no longer contain herself. She shot a glare at Xiaoli, retorting sharply, Do you think we can't afford it? No wonder you've been so condescending. You assumed we're not wealthy. Her elevated tone caught the attention of several customers. Just then, Ms. Wang, the store manager, rushed over, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and wearing a professional yet warm smile. Upon seeing Ye Qingyao, a flicker of surprise and respect crossed her face. She approached swiftly, saying with deference, Miss Ye, I wish you had informed me of your arrival. I would have personally attended to you. Ye Qingyao responded coolly, No need. Your staff seems to categorize customers, looking down on ordinary folks. I can't accept your service. The manager's expression turned serious. She directed a reprimanding gaze at Xiaoli, stating, Miss Ye is our esteemed VIP. How could you treat her so poorly? Apologize to her immediately. Xiaoli's face turned pale as she realized her grave mistake. Lowering her head, she murmured, Miss Ye, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. However, Ye Qingyao ignored the apology, turning to the manager. Please wrap that bag for me. Of course, the manager replied eagerly, adding an apology. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience, Miss Ye. To express our sincerity, we will offer you a 5% discount on that bag, bringing the total to $1,311,000. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, promptly presented his bank card. Soon, the sound of the transaction echoed through the store. He smiled as he accepted the neatly packaged bag, and together, they left the shop, hand in hand. After their departure, the manager summoned Xiaoli to a secluded corner and scolded her. Don't you realize? Many wealthy individuals deliberately dress down. Just because you work in a luxury store doesn't mean you are one. From this moment on, you are terminated. I hope you learn from this experience. Manager, please give me another chance. I acknowledge my mistake, Xiaoli pleaded, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Adults must face the consequences of their actions. With a meeting gift for his future in-laws prepared, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao continued their day at the mall. He wanted to purchase something special for her. Since he hadn't used the cashback card for the handbag, finding the reward too meager, he decided to go big and led Ye Qingyao to a jewelry store. Upon entering, the salespeople greeted them warmly. Hello and welcome. How may we assist you? We're just browsing, Lin Feng replied, and the salespeople discreetly stepped back, awaiting their cue. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted a delicate pink gemstone necklace, envisioning how stunning it would look against Ye Qingyao as fair skin. We would like to try on that necklace. Certainly. However, Ye Qingyao, believing they were merely looking, quickly tugged on Lin Feng's hand, saying, No need to try. I don't want it. Lin Feng understood. When a woman claims she doesn't want something, she often desires it intensely. He turned to the salesperson again. Please bring out all the necklaces from that row for my wife to try on. Ye Qingyao was momentarily stunned. Was it her expression that was unclear? Meanwhile, the saleswoman happily agreed, knowing that any sale would earn her a substantial commission. Chapter 24. Oh my, the amount of information is overwhelming. It feels as though a novel has come to life. Soon, the sales assistant arranged all the necklaces before Ye Qingyao, their gemstones gleaming brilliantly, a testament to why every woman adores them. Lin Feng, witnessing this, affectionately remarked, Wife, why not try one on? Without delay, the sales assistant, donning white gloves, adorned Ye Qingyao's neck with a pink pearl gemstone necklace. Before she could fully appreciate its splendor, a young woman in her 20s approached, exclaiming, Wow, this necklace is exquisite. How much is it? The sales assistant, smiling cheerfully, replied, Madam, this necklace is priced at $45,000. Before the young woman could respond, her companion, along with two elderly individuals behind them, erupted with scornful remarks. $45,000 for a mere necklace? Why don't you just rob a bank? The man hastily pulled the young woman toward the adjacent counter, asserting that the necklace was both overpriced and unsuitable for her, suggesting they search elsewhere. When purchasing jewelry, one should opt for gold. It retains value. Come, let us look at the 3 gold pieces. Though the woman found merit in his argument, she cast a lingering glance at the pearl gemstone necklace. Ye Qingyao, hearing the man's disparagement, felt uncertain. She leaned toward Lin Feng and whispered, "Darling, if they think it's not worth it, perhaps I shouldn't try it on. Besides, I already have some at home." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, gently brushed Ye Qingyao's nose, offering comforting words. "What matters most is that my wife loves it. The value is of no consequence. If it pleases you, I would willingly pay 1,000,000 for a blank sheet of paper." You are such a soft touch," Ye Qingyao playfully retorted. Her heart warmed by his unreserved affection. Nearby, the sales assistant watched the couple's flirtation with envy, yearning for someone to treat her similarly. Subsequently, Ye Qingyao began to try on various necklaces, each one more stunning than the last, accentuating her graceful neck. Just as she was torn between choices, a quarrel erupted nearby. It turned out to be the young woman arguing with the man, drawing the attention of everyone in the store. The woman, the man's fiancée, had come to purchase gold for their wedding, and she was vocally criticizing his family. "Li Xiaoming, you're such a mama's boy. Whatever your mother says goes, right? 3,000 for a gold ring, and your mother thinks it's too expensive? If it's too pricey, perhaps you shouldn't get married. I see your family for what they are now, unwilling to spend, hoping to get something for nothing. I don't want to marry into your family." The man, caught between his mother and fiancé, seemed torn, glancing at both with indecision. His mother, with a sharp tongue, interjected, "With a daughter-in-law like you who expects to spend, we can hardly afford it. Son, let us not proceed with this marriage. We can find you a more agreeable and obedient partner." The man nodded obediently. Soon after, the woman stormed out, followed by the man's family, and the brief commotion faded as everyone returned to their own affairs, as if nothing had ever transpired. Ye Qingyao, witnessing the scene, furrowed her brow, her mind drifting into anxious thoughts, perhaps influenced by her pregnancy. Lin Feng, noticing her distress, embraced her gently, reassuring her wife. "Are you overthinking again? Fear not, I am here for you." Ye Qingyao, with a worried gaze, inquired, "Darling, do you think my future in-laws will disapprove of me? Given that I'm pregnant before marriage, will they see me as an improper girl?" "Certainly not. They will think I have taken advantage of you," Lin Feng replied earnestly, though he felt a twinge of apprehension about how his parents would react. "Really? Of course. After we visit your family, I will take you home to meet mine. They are quite amiable." "Oh, all right." Hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the sales assistant, overhearing their conversation, gaped in astonishment, thinking, "Goodness, this is too much information. It's as if a story has leaped into reality. Stop pondering and choose a necklace. This is my first serious gift to you, and you cannot refuse." "All right," Ye Qingyao responded with a sweet smile, promptly dismissing the more expensive options. Observing this, Lin Feng assertively declared, "Since this is a gift for you, allow me to choose. After all, my wife's neck is beautiful, and she looks stunning in anything. I'll take this pink gemstone necklace. Please wrap it up." Ye Qingyao, alarmed, tugged at Lin Feng's arm, whispering, "Darling, that necklace is the first of its kind globally, costing over 20 million. It's far too expensive. Let us select a more affordable one. My wife deserves nothing but the best." The sales assistant, overhearing, excitedly interjected, "Sir, I'm afraid I lack the authority to sell the most expensive necklace. I must consult our manager. Please hold on." "Very well," Lin Feng replied, as the sales assistant hurried to the manager's office, where a well-dressed woman was engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing the employee entering without knocking, she frowned, saying, "Next time, please remember to knock." The sales assistant, a bit flustered, nodded, "My apologies, Manager Su. I got a bit carried away and forgot. The pink gemstone necklace has a buyer waiting in store." "What? It's sold?" Manager Su exclaimed, rising with excitement as they walked together. Before long, the sound of hurried heels echoed through the store as Manager Su approached Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. Greeting them politely, Sir, you are interested in purchasing the pink gemstone necklace, correct? Yes, Lin Feng confirmed with a nod. Please wait a moment. I will personally assist you with the packaging. Manager Su, beaming, proceeded to prepare the necklace. Once packaged, she inquired cheerfully, Sir. The total is 23,280,000. Lin Feng nodded and handed over his bank card, promptly hearing the notification of the transaction in the bustling store. As the other customers noticed the significant amount being processed, they cast curious and envious glances at Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. Sir, here is your card. Manager Su said respectfully, presenting a golden card. This is our store's Supreme VIP card. Next time you visit, you'll receive a 5% discount, and we'll notify you of any upcoming jewelry auctions. Thank you. With one hand carrying the shopping bag and the other holding Ye Qingyao's delicate hand, Lin Feng exited the store. Chapter 25. Lin Feng and the Frog, after meticulously selecting a gift for his wife's family visit. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao strolled hand in hand through the shopping mall. As time passed, their pace gradually slowed, and a hint of fatigue crept onto their faces. At that moment, Ye Qingyao's eyes suddenly sparkled. She had keenly spotted a uniquely decorated CAF and suggested, Darling, let us take a break there. Of course. Lin Feng replied with a warm smile. Inside the CAF, the delicate aroma of coffee mingled with the sweetness of pastries, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. They found a spot by the window, savoring the tranquility and comfort of the moment. Just then, Ye Qingyao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a delectable dessert at the neighboring table, a decadent Oreo ice cream cake. The rich black Oreo crumbs perfectly blended with the pristine white ice cream, garnished with a few vibrant red strawberries, presenting an allure that was both inviting and refreshing. As a woman, Ye Qingyao found herself utterly powerless against such temptations. Her eyes brimmed with desire and anticipation. With a playful flick of her finger against Lin Feng's hand, a faint blush graced her cheeks as she whispered, Darling, I want to try that Oreo ice cream cake. After speaking, she cautiously glanced up at Lin Feng. Her eyes filled with hope and tenderness. Hearing her request, Lin Feng felt a warm surge of affection, but was also concerned that the cold dessert might upset her stomach. Thus, with genuine care, he suggested, My love, the ice cream cake is quite chilly. I fear it might make your stomach hurt. How about I get you something at room temperature instead? Perhaps some tiramisu? Ye Qingyao pouted slightly, shaking her head as she playfully replied, But I want something cold. I promise I'll only have a tiny bite, just a little, okay? She extended her pinky, making a charming gesture of promise that was utterly irresistible. Observing her adorable demeanor, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to himself, What can I do with you? With a tender pinch on Ye Qingyao's nose, he stood up and walked toward the CAF counter to order the Oreo ice cream cake for her. Meanwhile, Ye Haoming, dressed in a crisp suit, stepped out of the elevator. Having just concluded an important business meeting, he was preoccupied with a phone call to his mother at home, assuring her of Ye Qingyao's well-being. On the other end, his mother inquired with concern about Ye Qingyao's situation, prompting Ye Haoming to respond with a wry smile, Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely bring Yao Yao home tomorrow. She hasn't been back long, and I know you all miss her. After hanging up, Ye Haoming shook his head, bemused by his parents' eagerness. Yao Yao has only just started school, and they're already missing her terribly. She truly is the apple of their eye. As he thought of his sister, Ye Haoming recalled a cake shop she mentioned during her last visit home, renowned for its exquisite tiramisu that she had been longing for. Since he was in the city for business, he decided to stop by the school to surprise her with a treat and a lavish meal. With this thought in mind, Ye Haoming made his way toward the cake shop. Before long, he arrived at its entrance. The interior was tastefully simple yet inviting, with an array of desserts displayed neatly in the showcase, dazzling and enticing. Ye Haoming approached the counter, politely requesting, Hello, I'd like a takeout of your tiramisu, please. The staff smiled and promptly packaged a portion of tiramisu, handing the bag to him with respect. Sir, your tiramisu is ready. We hope to see you again. Grasping the bag filled with his sister's favorite dessert, Ye Haoming felt a wave of anticipation. Just as he was about to leave the shop and descend in the elevator, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. It was none other than his sister, Ye Qingyao. Moreover, she was seated beside a man, their demeanor suggesting a closeness that unsettled him. Ye Haoming's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. He could hardly believe his eyes, and quickly dialed his sister's number. "Hello, big brother." Ye Qingyao's voice came through the line. Suppressing his rising anger, Ye Haoming asked coldly, "Where are you, little sister?" Taken aback by her brother's sudden inquiry, Ye Qingyao hesitated before feigning calmness. "Where else would I be? Of course, I'm at school." As she spoke, she playfully caressed Lin Feng's hand, a sense of pride swelling within her. However, upon hearing her response, Ye Haoming's frustration intensified. "Come here right now. Immediately. I want that frog beside you to remove his hands." Ye Qingyao's face paled at his words, and she hastily withdrew her hand, glancing around nervously. "No, big brother. You're imagining things. I'm in the dorm. How could there be a guy?" Ye Haoming let out a cold snort, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed his sister wouldn't see reason until it was too late. "Look up at the elevator entrance," he instructed icily. Ye Qingyao's heart skipped a beat at his command, but she forced herself to maintain composure as she glanced toward the entrance. There stood her brother, his expression a storm of anger and disapproval. Now, even if she wished to escape, it was too late. Reluctantly, she approached him, silently hoping he would temper his rage. Before long, Ye Haoming took a seat across from Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the pair. Lin Feng, taken aback by this unfamiliar figure, silently wondered who he was. Before he could inquire, Ye Haoming directed his question at Ye Qingyao. "Yao Yao, do you have anything to explain?" Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control and that she would be bringing Lin Feng home to meet their parents the following day, Ye Qingyao understood that further deception was futile. Taking a deep breath, she firmly grasped Lin Feng's hand and smiled as she introduced him. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Feng." Looking at Lin Feng, she continued gently, "Xiao Feng, this is my brother, Ye Haoming." Lin Feng promptly stood, extending a courteous greeting. "Hello, big brother." Lin Feng. Observing their interlocked hands, Ye Haoming's irritation only deepened. He took a breath and, with resignation, remarked, "While conversing is fine, there's no need for such familiarity. A young lady should maintain some decorum." With that, he shot a warning glare at Ye Qingyao. Ye Qingyao, unfazed, stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, completely disregarding her brother's admonition. Chapter 26. "You mustn't bully my husband." Ye Haoming gazed at his sister, who had blossomed into a graceful young lady, and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, a girl grows up too fast, and her affections seemed to sway towards outsiders with remarkable ease. Lin Feng, standing nearby, observed his wife's playful demeanor and could not suppress a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Seeing this, Ye Haoming's discontent grew ever stronger. He abruptly stood up and pulled Ye Qingyao from her seat, unceremoniously taking her place. With a deep breath, he struggled to contain his fury and sternly ordered Ye Qingyao, "You sit across from me." Ye Qingyao, sensing her brother's seriousness, reluctantly nodded, muttering, "Oh, fine." Yet, she didn't forget to issue a warning to Lin Feng. "You mustn't bully my husband." "What? You calling your husband?" Upon hearing this, Ye Haoming nearly choked on his own anger. Though he couldn't reprimand his sister, he certainly felt entitled to give this wretched frog a piece of his mind. He shot Lin Feng a fierce glare and coldly inquired, "How old are you? Are you in the same school as Yao Yao?" Lin Feng, still wearing a warm smile, respectfully replied, "Elder brother, I am 21 this year, and indeed, I attend the same school as Yao Yao." "How many people are in your family? Where do you live? What do your parents do?" Ye Haoming's brows knitted together as he fired off a barrage of questions, fearful that this enigmatic young man might lead his precious sister astray. Ye Qingyao, rolling her eyes at her brother's interrogation, retorted, "Elder brother, why are you asking all this? One would think you were conducting a census." Ye Haoming shot her a stern look, his tone a blend of frustration and seriousness. "Yao Yao, don't interrupt. I'm doing this for your own good. You're still young and naive. What if someone deceives you?" Ye Qingyao pouted, evidently dismissive of her brother's concerns. She turned to Lin Feng and winked, signaling him not to take it to heart. Lin Feng smiled gently and patted her hand reassuringly, his eyes conveying that he was unperturbed. The sight of their exchanged glances only intensified Ye Haoming's ire. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he pressed on, Lin Feng, what do your parents do? Maintaining his polite demeanor, Lin Feng replied calmly, elder brother. My parents are both ordinary workers. They are secondary school teachers. Ye Haoming felt a slight relief. At least Lin Feng's family background seemed respectable and not dubious. Nevertheless, his concern lingered, prompting him to probe further. What are you studying in school? What are your future plans? Lin Feng replied candidly. I am studying computer science and currently in my 3rd year. Additionally, I have founded an investment company. Ye Haoming was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng, at such a young age, had already achieved entrepreneurial success. This ambition and capability warranted his respect. Although the Ye family was affluent, they had never considered arranging a business marriage for Ye Qingyao. As long as she was happy, her partner's lineage was of little consequence. Still, he remained wary of those with ulterior motives who might seek to exploit his innocent sister to climb the social ladder. With this in mind, he felt compelled to advise. While you may have succeeded in your venture, ensure that you remain grounded and do not aim too high. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, assuring, elder brother, I understand. Ye Qingyao, noticing her brother's shift in tone, interjected cheerfully, elder brother, you needn't worry. Lin Feng treats me wonderfully, and we are very happy together. There's no cause for your concern. Ye Haoming observed the happiness radiating from his sister's face, and though he still felt uneasy, he recognized that further questioning would be futile. With a sigh, he softened his tone. As for matters of the heart, you two can manage them yourselves. But this does not imply my approval of your relationship. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao playfully pouted. Elder brother, she was counting on her brother to speak favorably of Lin Feng to their parents. Ye Haoming understood his sister's intentions and replied, you'll need to discuss that with our parents yourself. I will. They already know I'm bringing Xiao Feng home tomorrow. Ye Qingyao declared with a touch of pride. What? They know you're in a relationship? Ye Haoming felt as though he had been left in the dark. No wonder their parents had asked him to return home this Saturday. It was for this reason. I want to tell you, Ye Qingyao pouted, refusing to divulge any more information, feeling that her brother's earlier refusal to plead her case was now coming back to haunt him. With that, she took Lin Feng's hand, preparing to leave this contentious space. Ye Haoming, noticing their departure, called out to them, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. You wait over there for a moment. I need to speak with you. All right, Lin Feng nodded. He shared a knowing smile with Ye Qingyao, reassuring her not to worry. Once Lin Feng stepped aside, Ye Haoming handed his sister a cake, gently saying, the last time you were home, you mentioned this cake was delicious. I intended to bring it to your school, but since I encountered you today, you can take it home. Yao, don't think me meddlesome. I only wish for your happiness, always. Upon hearing these words, Ye Qingyao felt a surge of emotion and hugged her brother tightly, nestling against him. Thank you, elder brother. Lin Feng truly treats me well, and I genuinely like him. Please say a few good words for him in front of mom and dad, okay? She continued to plead. Faced with her persistent charm, Ye Haoming smiled indulgently. All right, you wait here. I'll go give him a few instructions. Okay, Ye Qingyao replied obediently, reminding her brother. Elder brother, please don't get physical. Otherwise, I want to speak to you again. Rest assured, I am only capable of verbal disputes, never physical ones. Ye Haoming assured her before striding purposefully towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been waiting patiently and greeted Ye Haoming politely, elder brother. Chapter 27. Lin Feng, pretty boy. Ye Haoming nodded, his expression turning grave. Yao is the jewel of our family. If you dare to bully her, I will ensure you know not how you met your demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly reassured, elder brother, rest assured. I cherish Yao far too much to ever harm her. I understand that no matter how much I say, you may not believe me. So you shall judge my sincerity by my future actions. Very well. You would do well to remember your words today. Ye Haoming conjudit, giving Lin Feng a firm pat on the shoulder. Ye Qingyao, witnessing the exchange, felt her heart leap into her throat. She feared that her brother, in a moment of displeasure, might strike her husband, but fortunately, Ye Haoming refrained from further action. Soon after, they approached Ye Qingyao, who looked up at her brother with affection, her heart a swirl of emotions. I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave. You two should return to school after your outing, Ye Haoming instructed. Understood, elder brother. Do not worry, Ye Qingyao replied with a smile, linking her arm with Lin Feng's and waving goodbye to her brother. Watching the closeness between his sister and Lin Feng, Ye Haoming sighed heavily. He thought to himself, indeed, a daughter grows up too fast. She hasn't even married yet, and her heart seems to have already wandered. As they exited the mall, Ye Qingyao settled into the car. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Lin Feng. What did my brother say to you? He said that if I were to treat you poorly, I would not know how I would meet my end, Lin Feng replied, grinning wryly, his tone laced with a hint of humor. Ye Haoming had always been fiercely protective of his sister. From childhood, he never hesitated to defend Ye Qingyao whenever anyone dared to bully her. Hearing her brother's warning warmed Ye Qingyao's heart, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. She knew that despite her brother's often cold demeanor and sometimes excessive concern, he genuinely wished for her well-being. To her, Ye Haoming had always been her guardian angel, the first to step forward to help her in times of need. In a moment of playful mischief, she turned to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with a hint of challenge. Will you treat me poorly in the future? Her gaze held a trace of cunning, as if she awaited Lin Feng's response to ascertain his steadfastness. Lin Feng, upon hearing this question, gazed earnestly into Ye Qingyao's eyes and declared resolutely, I assure you, that will never be the case. I swear to treat you even better. His voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with profound promise. He understood that beneath Ye Qingyao's seemingly carefree exterior lay a sensitive heart, often burdened by worries about the uncertainties of the future. I have seen many men change significantly before and after marriage. Will you also gradually become indifferent to me? Ye Qingyao pressed on, her tone tinged with anticipation. Lin Feng gently grasped her hand, his voice tender yet firm. Qingyao, I understand your concerns, but I promise you, my feelings for you will remain unchanged, both before and after marriage. I will always cherish and protect you, ensuring you never face any grievances. His gaze brimmed with sincerity and resolve. Ye Qingyao looked into Lin Feng's deep eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she nodded softly. Husband, I believe in you. After a long day of shopping, fatigue soon overtook Ye Qingyao, and she fell asleep in the car. Lin Feng gazed at her peaceful visage, warmth flooding his heart. He gently adjusted the seat to make her more comfortable before returning his focus to driving. Upon reaching home, Lin Feng carefully carried Ye Qingyao to bed. Tenderly tucking her in, he stood by her side, quietly admiring her serene slumber, filled with a sense of fulfillment. He knew that the greatest fortune of his life was encountering Ye Qingyao. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, he would stand steadfastly by her side, guarding and loving her. Later, he retreated to his study, immersing himself in the art of calligraphy. The tranquility enveloped him, as if the world had faded away, leaving only him and the brush in hand. The previous day, Ye Haoming had to rush back to the capital due to an urgent matter, and Ye Qingyao only discovered his message the following morning. Initially, the three were to return together, but now it would be just the two of them flying back. Lin Feng drove them to the airport, exchanged their boarding passes, and soon the flight to the capital was ready for boarding. Ye Qingyao followed closely behind Lin Feng, boarding pass in hand, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Before long, they found themselves on the plane. As they had set out early, Ye Qingyao was yawning incessantly, clearly fatigued. Noticing this, Lin Feng kindly retrieved a small blanket from his bag, gently covering her with it. Wife, take a nap. We'll arrive in the capital when you wake. Ye Qingyao nodded and leaned back against her seat, quickly drifting off to sleep. Lin Feng gazed at her exquisite sleeping face, warmth swelling within him. He then donned his headphones and opened a short video, the title prominently displaying how to win over your mother-in-law and father-in-law. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, Su Wanjin paced anxiously in the living room, the sound of her high heels echoing against the floor. A slight frown marred her brow, her eyes betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. Yi Baoshan sat on the sofa, a cup of tea in hand, his gaze following his wife's restless movements, gradually feeling a bit dizzy. Dear, why don't you sit for a moment? Yao Yao has just boarded the plane. It will be a while before she arrives home. Ye Baoshan finally spoke, his tone tinged with a mix of helplessness and affection. He set down his teacup and gestured for Su Wanjin to take a seat beside him. She halted her pacing, sighed, and made her way to the sofa. Yet her hands remained anxiously entwined, revealing that her mood had not settled even in repose. It's just that it's our daughter's first time bringing a boy home. Naturally. I am nervous, she murmured, her voice laced with both concern and excitement, pondering what sort of rascal could capture their Yao Yao's heart. Upon hearing this, Ye Baoshan scoffed lightly, his tone somewhat harsh. Perhaps he is just a pretty boy. Nowadays, men are adept at masking their true selves. We must keep a vigilant eye on our daughter. His gaze held a hint of wariness, as if he had already deemed the yet-to-be-seen young man an unreliable candidate. Chapter 28. Meeting the future in-laws for the first time as a father. Ye Baoshan has always believed that no man is worthy of his precious daughter, Yao Yao. To him, she is a brilliant pearl in his life, pure and flawless, evoking a sense of awe. The mere thought of this pearl being taken away by some man fills him with an inexplicable sorrow and reluctance. Upon hearing her husband's words, Su Wanjin couldn't help but chuckle, gently shaking her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of helplessness and teasing. In your eyes? No man is good enough for our little darling. Yao Yao is grown up now. You can't keep her by your side forever. She needs her own life and future too. Ye Baoshan, upon hearing this, wore a proud smile, his tone imbued with affection and indulgence. It depends on what our daughter thinks. If she doesn't want to marry, I'll support her for a lifetime. Our Yao Yao is so exceptional. Why rush into marriage? Su Wanjin sighed, her voice tinged with reproach, but more so with affection and resignation. You spoil her too much. Ye Baoshan shrugged dismissively, taking a sip from his teacup, still with a hint of vigilance in his gaze. This isn't spoiling, it's protection. The world today is quite complicated. Men can be full of sweet words. Who knows what their intentions are? Our Yao Yao is innocent and kind. We can't let her be taken advantage of. Su Wanjin smiled wryly, shaking her head. Let's wait and see. What if our daughter has good taste and finds a wonderful man? After all, her happiness is what matters most. With that, she glanced at Ye Baoshan's gray pajamas, frowning as she reminded him, you should change out of those pajamas quickly. We have guests coming over today. At least dress a bit more formally. We wouldn't want our daughter as friends to think we don't value her. Only then did Ye Baoshan realize his attire was inappropriate. He quickly stood up, nodding absent-mindedly. All right, I'll change now. Meanwhile, in the airport waiting hall, Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng were slowly descending from the plane. Ye Haoming had been waiting at the pickup area for quite some time, anxiously scanning the crowd until he finally spotted his sister. Yao Yao, over here, he exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand. Ye Qingyao smiled and waved back, then hurriedly took Lin Feng's hand to greet him. Big brother, you're here. Lin Feng chimed in, greeting as well. Hello, big brother. Seeing this, Ye Haoming nodded softly, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. He watched his sister, completely infatuated, seemingly lost in her romance. Mom and Dad are waiting for us at home. Let us head back now, Ye Haoming suggested. Ye Qingyao replied, her heart brimming with longing and anticipation for home. Sitting by the car window, she gazed out at the familiar scenery, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. She suddenly felt an overwhelming desire for home and for her parents, comforted by the knowledge that she would see them soon. As the car slowly rolled into the villa, Su Wanjin heard the honking from outside and anxiously called upstairs, Old Yi, hurry down after you change. Our daughter is back. With that, she rushed to the yard, eager to see what kind of young man her daughter had brought home. Standing in the yard, she scanned the area until the car finally came to a stop. Lin Feng was the first to step out, tall and handsome, exuding a bright and sunny demeanor. He gently assisted Ye Qingyao out of the car, his actions tender and considerate. Upon seeing her mother, Ye Qingyao excitedly rushed into Su Wanjin's embrace. Mom, I miss you so much. Oh, my precious daughter. I missed you too. Su Wanjin replied with a loving smile, gently patting Ye Qingyao's back. However, her gaze instinctively lingered on Lin Feng. She scrutinized this young man for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Internally, she mused, this young man is clean-cut and handsome. My daughter has good taste. After indulging in her affection for her mother, Ye Qingyao shyly introduced Lin Feng. Mom, this is Lin Feng, my boyfriend. Lin Feng smiled warmly at Su Wanjin, greeting her politely, hello, Annie. If it weren't for Yao Yao's introduction, I would have thought you were my sister. You look so young. His words were sweet, for he had already learned how to win over his future in-laws during the flight. Indeed, Su Wanjin beamed even brighter at his compliment. You're quite the charmer. I shall call you Xiao Feng then. At that moment, Ye Qingyao glanced around, her brow suddenly furrowing as she inquired beside Su Wanjin, Mom, where's my dad? Isn't home? He.s. at home. He.s. upstairs changing, Su Wanjin explained, then cheerfully invited, Xiao Feng, let's go inside and chat. No need to stand outside. Sure, Auntie, Lin Feng politely responded, following Su Wanjin and Ye Qingyao into the villa. Upon entering, Ye Qingyao eagerly began to survey her surroundings. Filled with a sense of familiarity and warmth, she pulled Lin Feng to sit on the sofa, while Su Wanjin busied herself pouring tea for him, all the while observing this young man. As Lin Feng graciously thanked her, thank you, Annie, the sound of footsteps could be heard from upstairs, indicating Yi Baoshan was finally coming down. Su Wanjin internally grumbled. Has he tried on every outfit in his closet? Concerned about Yi Baoshan's potential harsh demeanor towards Lin Feng, she thought to give a gentle reminder. However, when she saw Yi Baoshan, her mouth fell agape in shock. Ye Qingyao noticed her mother's astonished expression and asked, Mom, what is wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Baoshan appeared before them, leaving even Yi Haoming in disbelief that this man was their father. Dressed in an all-black suit, the issue was not the suit itself, but rather that he wore it without a shirt underneath, leaving his chest bare. To add to the spectacle, he adorned a thick gold chain around his neck, exuding an aura reminiscent of a gangster. Ye Qingyao, witnessing this, quietly whispered to Su Wanjin, Mom, what is going on with Dad? Is he into this style now? It seems so, Su Wanjin replied, then approached Yi Baoshan, pulling him aside to question him. What on earth are you doing? I asked you to dress formally, and you've gone overboard. Chapter 29. Yi Baoshan's display of authority. Yi Baoshan merely uttered a dismissive you wouldn't understand, and disregarding her protests, boldly seated himself upon the sofa. As he settled down, with his sleeves rolled up, he turned to Lin Feng, a serious expression etched upon his face, and inquired, Young man, where do you hail from? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing as he pondered. Could it be that my future father-in-law intends to intimidate me? Observing this, Ye Qingyao hurriedly pulled Yi Baoshan closer, whispering urgently in his ear, Dad, you should change your clothes. You might frighten my boyfriend like this. However, Yi Baoshan defiantly raised his chin and replied, Isn't this formal enough? I find it quite satisfactory. At least put on a shirt underneath, Dad. Hurry up. Ye Qingyao implored, nearly hopping in her agitation as she pushed him away. Turning to Lin Feng, she smiled and reassured him, Xiao Feng, my dad shouldn't have scared you too much. He usually doesn't dress this way. Perhaps he is just overly excited today. Her smile bore a hint of apology, as if she were expressing regret for her father's behavior. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, Not at all, I was frightened. I think Uncle has quite a unique style. Though he appeared somewhat fierce, he was undeniably kind-hearted, a statement that Ye Qingyao echoed, seemingly to bolster Lin Feng's confidence. Noticing this, Su Wanjin smiled as she refilled Lin Feng's teacup, saying, Xiao Feng, please enjoy some tea. Despite his intimidating appearance, your uncle is quite affable. Indeed, Lin Feng replied politely, nodding as he accepted the cup and took a gentle sip. At that moment, a commotion emanated from upstairs, and Yi Baoshan appeared wearing a flamboyant floral shirt, the buttons of the collar undone, revealing his dark chest beneath. He reclined on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, casually gnawing on a toothpick while asking, What are you all chatting about? It seems lively. His tone resembled that of a local gang leader. Seeing her father dressed so ostentatiously, Ye Qingyao felt exasperated. She turned to Lin Feng with a smile, saying, Xiao Feng, please sit here for a moment. I need to speak with my dad. With that, she led her father upstairs. Once on the upper floor, Ye Qingyao furrowed her brow and remarked bitterly, Dad, what on earth are you wearing? If someone timid were here, they would likely run away in fright. Yi Baoshan, however, responded with pride. If your boyfriend is scared off by my appearance, it saves me the trouble. I certainly don't want you marrying so soon. In truth, he hoped that Lin Feng would be intimidated, believing no one could match his daughter's worth. Ye Qingyao, incensed by her father's words, stamped her foot in frustration. Dad, if you scare him away, I'll move into the school and never come back. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan quickly altered his expression to one of feigned amiability, saying, all right, I want to intimidate him. However, that does not imply that I approve of him. Yes, understood. Ye Qingyao finally felt relieved, as long as her father granted Lin Feng a chance. She was confident that her parents would ultimately approve of such a fine man. With gratitude, she said to her father, thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best. After Yi Baoshan changed his attire, the two returned downstairs. Upon seeing Yi Baoshan descend, Lin Feng promptly rose from his seat, politely stating, Uncle Annie, I came today bearing some small gifts for you. I hope you will appreciate them. With that, he deftly retrieved two carefully chosen treasures from his bag. The first was a rare antique tea from an auction, Song Pin. This tea, steeped in history, exuded the richness of time and the depth of flavor. A true gem among teas. The second was an exquisite Qianlong imperial white jade teapot, pristine and warm to the touch, embodying an ancient and elegant charm. Both gifts intended for Yi Baoshan. Upon Yi Baoshan's gaze falling upon the packet of Song Pin tea, a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes. He harbored no other passions than for tea tasting, calligraphy, and fishing. Though he fancied himself well-versed in various teas, he had never had the fortune to savor Song Pin, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard in anticipation. Old Yi, isn't that the teapot you had your eye on? Su Wanjin suddenly pointed to the antique teapot Lin Feng had just unveiled, her voice laced with astonishment and disbelief. At her words, Yi Baoshan furrowed his brow slightly and followed Su Wanjin's gaze to see the flawless white jade teapot resting quietly on the table. Its smooth lines and elegant shape mirrored precisely what he had seen in the auction catalog, as if it had stepped out from a painting. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him, propelling him towards the teapot, his eyes alight with incredulity. As he approached the table, he examined the coveted teapot closely, his fingers gently tracing its surface. After a moment, he exclaimed in exhilaration, "This pot is exactly like the one in the picture. It's simply unbelievable. Could it be that the one who contended with me for this piece at the auction was you?" Yi Baoshan turned, looking at Lin Feng with a mixture of curiosity and playful intrigue. He had never anticipated that the teapot he had long desired would end up in the possession of this young man before him, now presented as a gift. However, both Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao were left in confusion, having not seen the auction catalog and unsure of what Yi Baoshan meant by competing for an item. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with questions. Su Wanjin, noticing their confusion, inquired with a smile, Yao, where did you acquire this jade pot?" Upon hearing her mother's question, Ye Qingyao felt compelled to clarify. This pot wasn't he bought. It was won at auction and cost quite a fortune. Over 80 million, I believe. Her tone carried both reverence for the treasure and concern for Lin Feng's extravagant expenditure. She hadn't expected him to invest such a significant amount for her parents' gifts. "Then it's true. It's the teapot your father coveted," Su Wanjin remarked, looking at Lin Feng with admiration, recognizing that her daughter had found a worthy partner for life. It wasn't merely the value of the gifts that impressed her, but the heartfelt generosity behind them that resonated deeply. A young man who would go to such lengths for love would surely cherish and protect every moment of their relationship. Seeing her daughter's perplexed expression, Su Wanjin continued, "This pot was indeed acquired at the auction a few days ago, wasn't it? Your father was enamored by its details when he saw the information, longing to bid on it. However, when the price soared beyond 80 million, he deemed it too extravagant and refrained from further bidding. Little did he know that it would ultimately be won by Xiao Feng. What a twist of fate." Her voice brimmed with sentiment and satisfaction, as if all of this were divinely orchestrated. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to Yi Baoshan, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect, stating, "Uncle, It has returned to its rightful owner. I'm not well versed in tea or teapots. These items belong in your hands, where they will not go to waste. His tone was humble and genuine, bringing immense joy to Ye Baoshan's heart. Chapter 30. Dad, Mom, I'm pregnant. Although Lin Feng's carefully chosen gift delighted Ye Baoshan, he maintained an air of reserve, hesitating to accept it. With a cool demeanor, he remarked, "You are thoughtful, but this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it easily. I will transfer the money to you shortly." Observing her father's aloofness, Ye Qingyao pouted and playfully protested, "Dad, this is a gift selected specifically for you by Lin Feng, based on your preferences. How can you be so ungrateful? If you don't welcome him, we might as well leave and return to Modu." Ye Baoshan, known for his decisiveness, found it difficult to maintain his stern facade in front of his daughter. Upon hearing Ye Qingyao's words, he quickly relented, saying, "All right, I will accept this gift." "Thank you, Xiaofeng." "You're welcome, Uncle," Lin Feng replied with a smile, though inwardly he lamented, "Gaining the approval of my future father-in-law is truly a formidable challenge." With the gift exchange concluded, Ye Baoshan retrieved a handbag from his backpack, emblazoned with several English letters. Lin Feng cheerfully placed the bag before Su Wanjin, exclaiming, "Annie, this bag is chosen especially for you. I hope you will like it." Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's face lit up with surprise. "This child has even prepared a gift for me?" she exclaimed, eagerly opening the bag. When she beheld the handbag inside, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was the very style she had long coveted. "Oh, this bag is truly beautiful. I adore it." Su Wanjin exclaimed, "The younger generation has such good taste. The bags your uncle bought for me, I found none appealing." "Xiaofeng, you are so thoughtful." Ye Baoshan, hearing Su Wanjin praise Lin Feng, could not help but roll his eyes. What was wrong with the bags he had chosen? The pink ones were lovely. Seeing Su Wanjin so pleased, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, courteously saying, "Annie, I am glad you like it." "Like it? Of course I do," Ye Qingyao thought, giving Lin Feng an approving thumbs up, her expression seemingly saying, "Darling, you are truly impressive." With the gifts exchanged, it was time to address serious matters. As Ye Qingyao's pregnancy became increasingly evident, Lin Feng, as the man, knew he must step up and take responsibility. Suddenly, he dropped to one knee, causing Ye Qingyao to gasp, "Darling, what are you doing?" Shaking his head at her reaction, Lin Feng earnestly addressed Su Wanjin and Ye Baoshan, saying, "Uncle Annie, I must confess a truth. Yao Yao is pregnant." These words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the room. Ye Baoshan and Su Wanjin were momentarily stunned, but soon Ye Baoshan's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury, muscles tense as anger radiated from him. "What did you say?" Ye Baoshan's voice boomed like thunder, filled with disbelief and rage. "You have made my daughter pregnant before marriage." Ye Haoming, equally furious, who had always been fiercely protective of his sister, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. "You dare treat my sister this way? You're asking for trouble." Though Lin Feng felt the tension rise within him, he unwaveringly met the gaze of Ye Baoshan and Ye Haoming. He knew he must accept the consequences of his actions. "Uncle, Auntie, I assure you, I will take responsibility for Yao Yao and the child. I will work hard to provide them with a bright future." Seeing her parents' anger, Ye Qingyao rushed forward, grasping Lin Feng's hand with resolve. "Dad, Mom, Lin Feng is not the kind of person to shirk responsibility. He has always cared for me deeply, and I share the blame in this situation. If you must be upset, let it be with me." Despite his anger, Ye Baoshan's expression softened slightly upon witnessing his daughter's unwavering stance. He looked at Lin Feng, his fury gradually replaced by a complex mix of emotions. Given the circumstances, he had to reconsider his position for the sake of his daughter. "Do you truly intend to care for them?" Ye Baoshan asked coldly, though his tone lacked the earlier ferocity. "I will," Lin Feng replied without hesitation, his voice imbued with sincerity and determination. "I will protect her and our child, ensuring they have a better life." At that moment, Su Wanjin interjected, "Dear, since Yao Yao is already pregnant, blaming him now is futile. If our daughter has made her choice, let's support her." Feeling the shift in her parents' attitudes, Ye Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your understanding and trust." I believe Lin Feng will live up to expectations. Uncle, Auntie, I assure you, I will not let you down, Lin Feng declared, his face a mask of sincerity and confidence. After a moment, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan exchanged silent nods. After all, what parent wouldn't consider their child's well-being? A short while later, Su Wanjin turned to Lin Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, do your parents know about this? They do not yet, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Next week, I plan to take Yao Yao home to meet them. I am sure they will be very fond of her. Understanding their concerns, he added, Uncle, Annie, rest assured, my parents are very easygoing. With Yao Yao's pregnancy, our family will certainly treat her well. We will follow all the proper steps for marriage, and she will not be mistreated because of this. All right, hearing you say this puts us at ease, Su Wanjin nodded, her fondness for Lin Feng growing. Ye Qingyao felt a swell of emotion at Lin Feng's words. She knew she had not misjudged him. At that moment, Su Wanjin pulled Ye Qingyao close and gently inquired, Yao Yao, how many months along are you? Just over 2 months, and it's twins, Ye Qingyao replied shyly. Su Wanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. Twins? My daughter is truly blessed. Although Yi Baoshan despised the idea of premarital pregnancy, the fact that his daughter carried his cherished grandchildren filled him with joy. He then cast a cold gaze at Lin Feng and instructed, Yao Yao is pregnant. You must take good care of her. Do not let her carry heavy things. Attend to her every need and ensure she is not upset. Whatever she desires, you must provide, understood? Before Lin Feng could respond, Ye Qingyao chimed in with a smile. Dad, you can rest assured. Xiao Feng takes excellent care of me. Chapter 31. Winning over the father-in-law at this moment. Lin Feng sincerely declared, Uncle, I assure you that I will take good care of Yao Yao. Please rest assured to entrust her to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, evidently satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. He then turned to the desk nearby, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to create on the paper. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. System has detected that the host has gained preliminary approval from the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. As a reward, the skill of fluency in German has been granted. This skill will enable you to navigate through German communication with ease, whether in business negotiations or daily conversations. Please continue to demonstrate your sincerity and effort to gain ultimate recognition. Future rewards will be even more abundant. Upon receiving the system reward, Lin Feng's face lit up with a radiant smile. Although it was merely the initial approval from the couple, it was nonetheless a significant victory worthy of celebration. He resolved to exhibit his sincerity over the next few days, hoping that Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin would recognize his earnestness. Eagerly, he attempted to murmur a casual greeting in German, astonished to find the pronunciation flowed as smoothly as his native tongue, devoid of any awkwardness. His eyes widened in disbelief as he proceeded to construct more complex sentences, finding them equally effortless. Though this reward seemed of little immediate utility, Lin Feng understood that mastering an additional language could only be advantageous, perhaps proving invaluable in the future. Just as he reveled in his newfound skill, Yi Haoming abruptly approached, seizing his arm and pulling him into a secluded corner of the backyard. Yi Haoming's gaze conveyed an unmistakable fury and seriousness as he tightened his grip on Lin Feng's collar, speaking in a low, forceful tone. Do not assume that just because my sister is pregnant, our family will easily accept you. Lin Feng felt a chill run through him, but quickly steadied himself, meeting Yi Haoming's intense gaze with resolve. Yi Haoming continued, if you dare to treat Yao Yao poorly in the future, we will not hesitate to take matters into our own hands. With our family's wealth and influence, raising several children poses no challenge. Remember, marrying Yao Yao is a blessing you have earned over 3 lifetimes. Do not take it for granted. Faced with his brother-in-law's stern warning, Lin Feng did not feel anger, but rather a deeper understanding of his feelings. He gently smoothed the wrinkles in his clothing and nodded earnestly. I will remember your words, elder brother, and cherish them deeply. My feelings for Yao Yao are sincere. Marrying her is indeed a blessing. Rest assured, I will treat her with utmost care, ensuring she never feels anger or sadness. In this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to her, and I shall never betray her trust and love. As Ye Haoming observed Lin Feng's sincere and unwavering gaze, his anger gradually subsided. He released his grip, shook his arm, and turned away, stating, "Humph, it better be so. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." With that, he strode away from the backyard. Lin Feng took a deep breath, regaining his composure before slowly returning to the living room. Upon entering, he found Ye Qingyao anxiously standing at the door, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her shirt as her eyes frequently darted toward the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival with bated breath. Seeing her husband return, her face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a flower in spring, as she rushed to him, asking with concern, "Darling, did my brother bully you?" Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. "No, your brother merely chatted with me about family matters. Nothing of great significance." His tone was light and casual, attempting to alleviate Ye Qingyao's worries. "Do not fret. Your husband will surely win them over, ensuring your family rests easy in entrusting you to me." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's smile grew even sweeter, resembling a flourishing bloom. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she replied, "Hee hee, then I shall see how you conquer them. But I believe you can certainly do it." With that, she nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, and they exchanged fond smiles. At that moment, Su Wanjin emerged from the room, smiling as she held her phone. "Yao Yao, look at this adorable little outfit." Her words brimmed with anticipation and joy, as if each garment encapsulated her boundless dreams for the future. Ye Qingyao replied helplessly, "No matter what children wear, they are all adorable." Though she said this, her eyes revealed her excitement and affection for the impending new life. She glanced at Lin Feng, her gaze playfully sweetened. "Ever since my mother learned of my pregnancy, she has been obsessively looking at baby clothes and supplies, showing more concern for the child in my womb than for me. All right, darling, I must go check on my mother to prevent her from buying unnecessary items." "Go ahead," Lin Feng said affectionately, gently ruffling Ye Qingyao's hair. She then gracefully stepped away from his embrace and walked towards Su Wanjin with a smile. Now, only the two of them remained in the living room. Yi Baoshan stood at the desk, deeply engrossed in writing with the brush. In an effort to curry favor with his father-in-law, Lin Feng quietly approached the desk to grind ink. Noticing Lin Feng's presence, Yi Baoshan looked up, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Understanding that Lin Feng sought to impress him, he chose to ignore him and continued with his writing. After a moment, Yi Baoshan lifted his head, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength for his forthcoming creation. At this juncture, Lin Feng praised him. "Uncle, your calligraphy is truly exquisite." His voice resonated with sincerity and admiration, as if each word was a heartfelt compliment. Yi Baoshan, hearing this, cast a puzzled glance at Lin Feng, internally questioning, could it be that this young man understands calligraphy? He chose not to respond, opting instead to listen further, curious about what Lin Feng might say. "Your strokes are balanced and fluid, particularly the character which flows like a stream, radiating brilliance. It is splendid." Lin Feng's words brimmed with admiration for Yi Baoshan's artistry. Receiving such praise, particularly one that struck a chord with him, Yi Baoshan erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder. "I never expected someone your age to possess such knowledge." His tone was filled with appreciation and joy, as if he had glimpsed a unique quality and potential in Lin Feng. "It seems you have dabbled in calligraphy yourself. Why not show us a sample?" Yi Baoshan inquired with a hint of eagerness, wishing to see the extent of Lin Feng's talents. Lin Feng humbly smiled, responding, "Then I shall humbly display my skills, but I hope you will not find them lacking." Chapter 32. Inheritance of Talent. Upon concluding his words, Lin Feng approached the desk, dipped his brush into the ink, and with a deep breath, began to unleash his artistry. His movements were fluid and natural, with each subtle nuance executed with impeccable precision. As Lin Feng's brush danced across the paper, a series of robust and powerful Chinese characters gradually emerged before the two observers. Yi Baoshan stood beside him, his face a canvas of astonishment as he beheld Lin Feng's work, a blend of disbelief and admiration evident in his gaze. He seemed unable to fathom that these formidable characters, charged with vitality, were crafted by the hands of this young man before him. Yi Baoshan approached the desk, cherishing each character with reverence, his heart brimming with admiration. Such artistry, even among the masters of calligraphy, would surely captivate any onlooker. After a moment, Yi Baoshan managed to temper his excitement, clearing his throat in an attempt to sound more composed. Affecting an air of indifference, he slowly remarked, "Though your characters are somewhat ordinary, they already possess a unique style and character. Overall, quite commendable. Young man, you must continue to practice diligently." "Yes, indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile, recognizing Yi Baoshan's genuine appreciation for his work and choosing not to expose the disparity between his words and his heart. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The group gathered around the dining table, where Su Wanjin cheerfully urged Lin Feng, "Little Feng, don't be shy. Take whatever you like. Please help yourself." "I understand," Lin Feng nodded, then focused on his meal. Observing this, Ye Qingyao thoughtfully placed a large shrimp into Lin Feng's bowl. Her eyes filled with warmth and care. "Darling, this shrimp is exceptionally delicious. You must try it." "All right," Lin Feng nodded, a wave of warmth flooding his heart as he sampled the succulent shrimp, which indeed proved to be exquisite. Perhaps Ye Qingyao, concerned about Lin Feng's first visit and his potential shyness, was eager to ensure he had enough to eat, offering him the best dishes. Watching his daughter dote on Lin Feng, Yi Baoshan felt a pang of jealousy. He tenderly served his daughter a piece of fish, hoping to divert her attention. After tasting it, Ye Qingyao nodded in appreciation. Delicious," she exclaimed, then turned to Lin Feng. "Darling, you should try this fish. It's quite delightful, though it pales in comparison to what you make." However, to Yi Baoshan's ears, his daughter's actions stirred his displeasure. He pursed his lips, a hint of irritation crossing his face. Normally, his daughter would serve him dishes, yet now she was exclusively catering to another man, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Yao, why don't you focus on your own meal? Little Feng can certainly help himself," he remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Su Wanjin, perceiving her husband's jealousy, smiled at Ye Qingyao. Yao, since you're pregnant, remember that you're eating for 3. Be sure to nourish yourself well for the baby's development." "Understood, Mom," Ye Qingyao replied with a nod. Whether it was due to her pregnancy or the discomfort from traveling, after the meal, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of lethargy wash over her, yearning for a long nap. Stifling a yawn, she gently took Lin Feng's hand and addressed her parents in the living room. "Dad, Mom, we've been on a plane for quite a while. We'd like to head to our room for some rest." "Uncle, Auntie, you carry on. We'll go upstairs now." Just as they turned to leave, Yi Baoshan suddenly called out to Lin Feng, "Little Feng, I would like to discuss calligraphy with you. It won't take long." A glimmer of something unspoken flickered in Yi Baoshan's eyes, hinting at hidden intentions. Lin Feng, though puzzled, politely nodded and turned to Ye Qingyao, softly saying, "Wife, you go ahead and rest. I'll keep Uncle company." Ye Qingyao nodded. "All right, I'll go upstairs then." In the living room, seeing his plan come to fruition, Ye Baoshan yore a serie simile. His true motive was not to discuss calligraphy, but rather to keep Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao apart. Despite his daughter's pregnancy, he felt a strong aversion towards Lin Feng. As a father, he naturally wished to safeguard his daughter's future, ensuring she found someone truly worthy of her trust. Noticing Lin Feng standing there in confusion, Yi Baoshan cleared his throat and cheerfully said, "Little Feng, while your calligraphy shows promise, it requires more practice. How about you write for a couple of hours here to find your rhythm?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, surprise evident on his face. He had not anticipated such a request from his future father-in-law. Could this be a subtle form of punishment for winning over his cherished daughter? Seeing Lin Feng's reluctance, Yi Baoshan feigned a stern expression and pretended to be upset. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Lin Feng hastily smiled and replied, No. I'm more than willing. I'll start right away." Internally, he chuckled at the irony of having to comply, recognizing the necessity of enduring this moment for the sake of his relationship. Thus, Lin Feng picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to practice. In truth, he relished the act of writing, gradually losing himself in the experience as if the world around him had faded away. Yi Baoshan watched Lin Feng's earnestness with satisfaction and quietly settled onto the sofa, soon dozing off. Before long, 2 hours had slipped by. Suddenly, Ye Baoshan's phone rang, jolting him awake. The loud sound, however, did not disturb Lin Feng, who remained absorbed in his calligraphy, clearly having reached a state of harmony with his craft. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The host has accumulated 30 hours of calligraphy practice, successfully upgrading from basic to advanced calligraphy skills. Note: when the host's skill reaches the highest level, this talent will automatically be passed on to the next generation. The sound was melodious, akin to a celestial melody, igniting a surge of excitement within Lin Feng. He promptly set down his brush and inwardly inquired, "System, what do you mean by passing on to the next generation? Does this imply that my children will possess superior calligraphy skills compared to others?" "Yes, host, they will exhibit extraordinary talent and potential in calligraphy." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's spirits soared. He had not anticipated that his relentless dedication to calligraphy would yield such significant benefits for his future children. It seemed the wisdom of his future father-in-law regarding diligent practice held profound truth. Chapter 33. Displaying skills before the master. Meanwhile, the man on the video call with Ye Baoshan, an elderly gentleman in his 70s yet remarkably spirited, sat upright at his desk in the study, savoring tea and relishing the tranquility of the afternoon. His gaze inadvertently swept across the table, suddenly drawn to the flowing calligraphy displayed on the screen. The characters seemed imbued with an ineffable charm, instantly capturing his full attention. He gently adjusted his reading glasses, excitement flickering in his eyes as he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "Xiao Yi, please step closer and let me examine those characters on the table." "Ah," Ye Baoshan responded respectfully, rising to his feet and almost jogging to the desk. He carefully adjusted the angle of his phone's camera, ensuring that the characters were clearly visible on the other end of the video call. The elderly gentleman's face lit up with joy upon seeing the writing, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "This is truly exquisite. The light strokes dance like clouds and dragons, vibrant and ethereal. The bold ink, akin to ancient pines with deep roots, is steady and powerful. Remarkable. This level of skill is not achieved overnight." Who penned this? Unable to contain his curiosity and admiration, the elder pressed further. Ye Baoshan, with a playful smirk, teased, "What if I told you it was my handiwork? Would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongqing burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonant and infectious. "You lack the prowess, Xiao Yi. While your writing possesses some merit, it pales in comparison to the characters on the table. Such brushwork requires over 20 years of dedication to master." Ye Baoshan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, a mix of crimson and azure on his face. He stole a glance at Lin Feng, who stood quietly nearby, a subtle smile gracing his features, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Yet, Ye Baoshan felt as if he had stumbled into a precarious situation, for he had just audaciously critiqued Lin Feng's work while the young man was right beside him. Reflecting on this, he realized he had foolishly flaunted his own abilities before master. Noticing Ye Baoshan's glance, Lin Feng politely called out, "Uncle." Ye Baoshan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, just as the elderly man's anxious voice came through the phone. "Xiao Yi, please tell me, who is the author of the characters on the table? Such a level of calligraphy is truly a rare find." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Ye Baoshan directed the camera towards Lin Feng, stating with a hint of bitterness, "Sun Lao, the writing on the table is indeed his." "What?" Sun Zhongqing exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He scrutinized Lin Feng's youthful and vibrant visage on the screen, struggling to reconcile it with the profound artistry of the calligraphy. He could hardly fathom that such exquisite skills could belong to a young man. To verify Ye Baoshan's assertion, Sun Zhongqing continued, "Xiao Yi, have him write another piece. Heaven rewards diligent effort. I want to witness him in the act." Of course, Ye Baoshan readily agreed, turning to Lin Feng, signaling him to prepare for writing. Lin Feng approached the desk, effortlessly wielding the brush. His movements were fluid and natural, each stroke infused with a rich foundation and singular grace. Sun Zhongqing watched intently, nodding in approval and occasionally expressing his astonishment. Moments later, as Lin Feng set down the brush, a fresh rendition of Heaven Rewards Diligent Efforts sprang to life on the paper. Sun Zhongqing examined the work closely, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. He nodded affirmatively, declaring, "The younger generation surpasses the older, each wave greater than the last. This young man's calligraphy has already eclipsed that of us elders." After making this observation, Sun Zhongqing turned to Yi Baoshan with a hint of humility, saying, "Xiao Yi, may I have the piece that was just written? I'll pay any price for it." "Please, Sun Lao, you flatter me." Yi Baoshan quickly waved his hand. "It is an honor for this piece to be appreciated by you. I shall deliver it to you soon." Sun Zhongqing, however, seemed impatient. "Tomorrow, if you have a moment, please bring it to me." "Very well," Yi Baoshan replied. After hanging up, he clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Well done, young man. Sun Lao has taken a liking to your writing. You must continue to practice diligently. I have high hopes for you." "Indeed," Uncle Lin Feng nodded, oblivious to the identity of the person on the other end of the call, yet sensing a glimmer of acceptance from his future father-in-law. At that moment, Ye Qingyao descended from the upper floor. Observing the cheerful interaction between her father and husband, she felt a wave of happiness wash over her. "Dad, what were you two discussing?" "Oh, nothing much. Did you wake up?" Yi Baoshan inquired with concern. "Yes," Ye Qingyao replied, noticing the calligraphy on the table. She turned to Lin Feng with delight, exclaiming, "Husband, I see your writing has improved. All thanks to Uncle's guidance." Lin Feng replied with a smile, not forgetting to flatter his father-in-law, for who does not relish kind words? Feeling a bit bashful from Lin Feng's praise, Yi Baoshan waved his hand, chuckling, "You two chat. I have some matters to attend to." "All right," Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao nodded in agreement. With the living room now devoid of others, Ye Qingyao leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, grasping his hand with concern. "While I was away, did my dad give you a hard time?" "Not at all. Uncle has been very kind to me," Lin Feng replied truthfully. Hearing her husband's response, Ye Qingyao felt a sense of relief. But she did not forget to admonish him. "If my dad is ever unkind to you, let me know. Should he dare to bully my husband, I shall ignore him henceforth. Let's see if he dares to do so again." At that moment, Yi Baoshan, seated in his study, felt an inexplicable draft, suddenly shivering as if a chill had swept through the room. Chapter 34. Lin Feng's display of skills astonishes the father-in-law after concluding a video conference. Yi Baoshan emerged from the room with a furrowed brow and hurried steps, exuding a sense of urgency. Su Wanjin, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, heard the commotion from the living room and promptly set down her kitchen knife, wiping her hands on her apron as she came out to greet him. "Old Yi, where are you off to in such a rush?" she inquired, her voice tinged with concern and confusion, her eyes filled with worry. Ye Baoshan posit, catching his breath before succinctly explaining, "The company has a significant collaboration to discuss with Germany. The translator I arranged beforehand cannot attend due to health reasons, and it's causing me great distress. I must quickly find another German translator." His tone conveyed a sense of anxiety and helplessness, his gaze reflecting the gravity of the impending collaboration. "Time is of the essence. I want to be able to talk to you now. If I return late, don't wait for me to have dinner." With that, he turned to leave, urgency written all over him. At this moment, Ye Qingyao rose from the sofa, her father's anxious demeanor tightening her chest. She quickly asked, "Dad, when is the collaboration meeting? Is it today?" Her voice carried an urgency, her eyes sparkling with a desire to assist. Yi Baoshan nodded solemnly, stating, "It is indeed today." His voice carried a sense of urgency and pressure, as if a colossal weight bore down upon his heart. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng rose from the sofa, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. "Uncle, I speak German. You need not seek another translator." His words were concise, yet resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of surprise. Upon hearing this, both Ye Qingyao and Yi Baoshan turned their gazes toward him, their faces awash with disbelief. Especially Ye Qingyao, her eyes widened in astonishment as she questioned, "Darling, you speak German? Didn't you study computer science in college?" Her tone was infused with surprise and curiosity, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure. "Lin Feng," hearing this, affectionately tapped Ye Qingyao on the forehead, a smile gracing his lips. I taught myself German because I found it interesting. I never imagined it would come in handy today. His tone was casual and natural, as if it were the most ordinary of matters. Lin Feng was aware that his statement might be somewhat exaggerated, yet it was far preferable to being dragged into a research lab as a test subject. At that moment, Ye Qingyao excitedly turned to Yi Baoshan, saying, "Dad, look, Xiao Feng speaks German. There's no need to worry." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation, as though she had discovered the key to solving the dilemma. "When is the collaboration scheduled for today?" she eagerly pressed. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan's expression shifted from concern to deeper worry. He regarded Lin Feng with skepticism, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, the collaboration involved a plethora of specialized terminology. Could a self-taught German speaker truly handle it? He shook his head, his tone laced with regret. Today's collaboration will involve numerous technical terms. You may struggle with the translation. "Xiao Feng, I appreciate your willingness to help, but this might be beyond your capabilities. Thank you for your kind intentions." Ye Qingyao, patin in displeasure, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Dad, how can you know he can't do it if you haven't even tried? You're being biased and viewing him through tinted glasses." Her tone was a blend of defiance and dissatisfaction, as if she were defending Lin Feng. "My husband says he can, and I believe he absolutely can." Yi Baoshan, seeing his daughter's frustration, sighed helplessly. He knew her temperament well. Once she had set her mind on something, it was difficult to sway her. Reluctantly, he handed a document to Lin Feng, stating, "Please translate this article. If it proves too difficult, don't force yourself. After all, German is quite challenging to master." Who are you underestimating?" Ye Qingyao pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Then, with unwavering belief, she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Darling, show him your translation skills." Her gaze was filled with trust and encouragement, as if she were cheering Lin Feng on. Lin Feng accepted the document, quickly scanning it with focused attention. He then took a deep breath and read it aloud, fluently in German. Though Yi Baoshan and the others could not comprehend German, they could sense Lin Feng's smooth and precise delivery, devoid of any pauses or errors. Upon finishing, Yi Baoshan and the others wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's proficiency in German to be so remarkable, rivaling that of a professional translator. Subsequently, Ye Qingyao compared Lin Feng's rendition with translation software and found that her husband had made no errors whatsoever. Overcome with excitement, she leaped up, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's arm and exclaiming, "Darling, you've taught yourself German to such a high level. How are you so amazing?" Her tone was saturated with admiration and joy, as if she were praising a superhero. "Just average," Lin Feng humbly replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. At that moment, Ye Qingyao turned to Yi Baoshan triumphantly and declared, "Dad, do you now believe in Lin Feng's abilities?" Her tone held a hint of provocation and pride, as if she were vindicating Lin Feng. Yi Baoshan nodded, a look of appreciation on his face. "Yes, I was narrow-minded. I never anticipated Xiao Feng's German to be so proficient." He regarded Lin Feng with newfound admiration, realizing that the young man before him was indeed quite impressive, barely meeting the standards to be his son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and responded, "Thank you for your praise and trust, uncle. I will ensure the translation is done well and won't let you down." "Very well," Yi Baoshan replied, nodding with satisfaction, seeing the matter resolved. Su Wanjin beamed and asked, "Old Yi, when are you heading out for the collaboration?" Yi Baoshan glanced at his watch and replied, "We must leave at once." Turning to Lin Feng, he added, "Xiao Feng, let us go." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao, reluctant to part, tugged at Lin Feng's arm and turned to Yi Baoshan with a pleading look. "Dad, I want to go with you to see." "All right," Yi Baoshan relented, knowing that it was his beloved daughter's request. He then turned to Su Wanjin, saying, "Dear, we shall head off now and eat when we return. Go ahead. And I wish you all the best." Su Wanjin smiled as she waved them off at the door. Chapter 35, Husband, the moment of hunt inside the company. Yi Haoming was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. "Where's the translator? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" he muttered anxiously, as though his words could summon the translation. At that moment, the office door gently creaked open, and Yi Baoshan, along with a group of people, entered slowly. Dad, how'd it go with the translator? Yi Haoming inquired eagerly, a hint of expectation lacing his voice upon seeing his father. It's all settled, Yi Baoshan replied casually, making his way to the sofa and taking a sip from the purple clay teapot on the coffee table. Xiaofeng, come sit and try this tea from this year. It's quite delightful. He beckoned warmly to Lin Feng, who stood nearby. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, obediently taking a seat beside Yi Baoshan and delicately savoring the tea. However, Yi Haoming had no time for tea. His mind was entirely consumed by the impending multinational negotiations. The absence of a translator was absurd, akin to a World Cup final without a referee. Dad, where's the translator you mentioned? I don't see anyone. Yi Haoming's voice conveyed a mix of urgency, helplessness, and confusion. At that moment, Ye Qingyao stifled a laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Big brother, the translator is closer than you think. She paused for dramatic effect, blinking her big eyes as if waiting for a grand reveal. Really? Yi Haoming exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, large enough to fit an egg. Moments later, he incredulously pointed at Ye Qingyao, his voice trembling. You? The translator Dad spoke of? How is that possible? His face was a canvas of disbelief. After all, having spent years with Ye Qingyao, he was well aware of her lack of proficiency in German. Besides, he knew she was studying design, which had nothing to do with foreign languages. Seeing her brother's incredulous expression, Ye Qingyao couldn't help but giggle, pouting slightly as she murmured, "Is it really that unbelievable?" But then she realized this was a perfect opportunity to surprise her brother, so she straightened her posture, waved her finger playfully, and smiled triumphantly. Of course, it's not me. Guess who it is? Yi Haoming glanced around the office. Aside from their small group, there was no one else present. His gaze finally rested on Lin Feng, and a ludicrous thought surged in his mind. Qingyao, you're not saying the translator is him, are you? His voice was laced with disbelief. Why not? Ye Qingyao retorted, lifting her chin proudly. Lin Feng is indeed the translator Dad found. Yi Haoming was at a loss, bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Since discovering his sister was dating Lin Feng, he had thoroughly investigated the latter's background. Lin Feng had never attended any language classes and had studied computer science, which had no connection to German. How could he possibly become a German translator? He laughed uncontrollably, nearly in tears. Ha ha ha, Qingyao, you must be joking. How could he possibly know German? Ye Qingyao, seeing her brother's amusement, pouted in dissatisfaction and turned to Yi Baoshan. Dad, please tell brother to take this seriously. Afterward, she shot Yi Haoming a challenging glare, as if to say, just wait, you'll see. Yi Baoshan shook his head helplessly, declaring with a tone that brooked no argument, enough, Haoming. Your sister speaks the truth. Xiaofeng is indeed the translator. However, upon hearing this, Yi Haoming was not reassured, but rather more incredulous. He approached Yi Baoshan with rapid strides, questioning, Dad, does he actually know German? You can't be serious about letting him translate for a 20 billion project. Watch your tone. Yi Baoshan glared at Yi Haoming, his voice tinged with reproach. Do you think you can teach your father how to conduct business? He feigned a stern expression, as if genuinely upset. I wouldn't dare, Yi Haoming replied, shaking his head, his face a mixture of helplessness and concern. He certainly didn't mean to teach his father how to handle matters, but he was genuinely worried about Lin Feng's capabilities. After all, this was a 20 billion project, and there was no room for error. Ye Qingyao, noticing the tension, smiled at Lin Feng with eyes full of trust and encouragement. Darling, since Big Brother doesn't believe you, show him what you can do. Her tone was playful and proud, as though saying, watch closely, my man is truly remarkable. All right, then let me show you, Lin Feng replied, standing up and walking to the wall, where a famous quote was displayed. He effortlessly recited it in German, his voice clear and fluent, as if German were his mother tongue. At that moment, Yi Haoming's expression soured further, disbelief etched on his face. You truly speak German? Ye Qingyao, beaming with excitement, as if she had just won a grand prize, bounced over to Yi Haoming and declared triumphantly, Little Yi, from now on, call me sister. This gentleman is your brother-in-law. Her voice was filled with a mix of playfulness and provocation. What do you think? Are you convinced now? Since childhood, Ye Qingyao had longed to be the elder sister, as Ye Haoming often imposed restrictions on her, which had left her feeling stifled. Now, she could finally stand tall and proud. So how could she not be delighted? Ye Haoming, scratching his head, sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. All right, I admit my ignorance. Xiaofeng, the translation work is in your hands now. Not a problem, Lin Feng responded with a smile, exuding a blend of humility and confidence. As if to say, leave it to me, I've got it all under control. At that moment, Yi Baoshan spoke earnestly, Haoming, remember that one should not judge a book by its cover. The ocean cannot be measured by mere cups. Look at Xiaofeng. He is usually humble and composed, not one to boast, yet he's a skilled translator hidden beneath the surface. We are fortunate to have him for this project. I understand, Dad. Ye Haoming nodded solemnly, realizing the depth of this lesson, one that he would not soon forget. Chapter 36. Is it so difficult to acknowledge my husband's excellence? Soon, the international conference commenced, with Lin Feng demonstrating his exceptional proficiency in German translation, conveying the opinions and requirements of both parties with remarkable fluency and precision. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense yet orderly, as everyone was wholly engrossed in this pivotal meeting concerning the future development of the company. The proceedings unfolded systematically, with each agenda item meticulously discussed. After an hour, with the final issue successfully resolved, the representatives from both sides nodded in satisfaction, their faces beaming with the joy and anticipation of collaboration. After ending the video call, Yi Baoshan could hardly contain his excitement. He approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, Xiao Feng, it is fortunate to have you here to facilitate this partnership. In response, Lin Feng humbly waved his hand, smiling as he said, Uncle, you flatter me. I merely played a supplementary role. It was your proposal that impressed them. I was merely a messenger, not one to claim credit. Haha, splendid. Yi Baoshan beamed even more at Lin Feng's modesty. He gazed deeply at Lin Feng, his eyes shimmering with admiration and contentment. The young man did not seek accolades, but exhibited humility and propriety, indeed commendable. Outside the room, Ye Qingyao, seeing the meeting had concluded, could hardly contain her eagerness. She pushed the door open and joyfully rushed to Lin Feng, linking her arm with his and cheerfully asking, Darling, you spoke so eloquently. Do we succeed in the collaboration? Yes, Ye Haoming nodded, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder in praise, saying, Well done. Ye Qingyao noticed Ye Haoming maintaining his aloof demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of recognition and appreciation for Lin Feng. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she teased Ye Haoming, Big brother, is it really that difficult for you to admit my husband is exceptional? Come on, smile. Ye Haoming, with a fond smile, replied, The man you chose is undoubtedly the most impressive. Are you satisfied? That's more like it. Ye Qingyao nodded in contentment, her face radiant with happiness. At that moment, Yi Baoshan glanced at the wall clock and noticed it was almost dinner time. He then said, All right, let us not linger here any longer. Your mother is waiting for us to return for dinner. Let us go. As the group departed the conference room, an elderly man with graying hair yet robust spirit, Sun Zhongqing, sat on a sofa in the villa. Upon seeing Mr. Sun's arrival, Su Wanjin enthusiastically brewed a pot of fine tea and happily approached him with a tea tray. Mr. Sun, Baoshan has some matters at his company, but he'll be back shortly. Please enjoy a cup of tea and wait a moment. Sun Zhongqing smiled and nodded, accepting the teacup and taking a gentle sip. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, You needn't concern yourself with me. Go about your duties. I'm just browsing. All right. Su Wanjin returned to the kitchen to continue her tasks. Sun Zhongqing leaned back on the sofa, his gaze inadvertently landing on a piece of calligraphy displayed on the desk. His eyes instantly sparkled with fascination, as if drawn in by an irresistible allure. He rose and approached the desk, scrutinizing the characters. Each stroke was vigorous. Each word exuded grace and charm, a natural elegance. Unable to contain his admiration, Sun Zhongqing murmured, This calligraphy is remarkable, truly breathtaking. He lovingly caressed the paper, as if sensing the emotions and spirit of the writer at the moment of creation. He recited softly, This technique, this structure, this essence. It's simply ineffable. Completely immersed in the world of calligraphy appreciation, he became increasingly captivated, savoring every nuance. However, upon seeing the last few characters, his brow furrowed slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. The progress is astonishing. Sun Zhongqing mused to himself. He prided himself on his talent in writing. Yet upon seeing the entire collection of practice sheets, he realized he had not even reached a third of the other's potential. This realization filled him with a profound sense of humility and admiration. Initially, he had intended to take the writer as his apprentice, sharing his calligraphic insights and skills. Yet now, it seemed he was unqualified to teach. A wave of deep frustration and reverence surged within him. Nonetheless, he cherished the calligraphy before him, gently caressing the paper and absorbing the essence and sentiment behind each character. At that moment, Ye Baoshan entered and noticed Sun Zhongqing's astonished expression while seated at the desk, prompting a twinge of curiosity within him. He approached Sun Zhongqing and softly asked, "Mr. Sun, what brings you here? If you have something to discuss, I can come to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongqing's face twitched slightly, and he quickly concocted a casual excuse. "Oh, it's nothing significant. I had some free time at home and feared you would be too busy to bring me the calligraphy, so I came to collect it myself." In truth, he had been unable to think of anything else but that piece of calligraphy, his impatience mounting. Ye Baoshan, well aware of Sun Zhongqing's fervor and dedication to calligraphy, was nonetheless surprised that he would personally visit for a single piece. He then gently called Lin Feng over, solemnly introducing, "Xiao Feng, this is Mr. Sun Zhongqing, the president of the Dragon Nation Calligraphy Association, a true master of the art." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face displayed a flicker of surprise. He had not expected to encounter a figure of such authority in the realm of calligraphy. He promptly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Sun Good. Sun Zhongqing replied with a broad smile, his eyes filled with admiration. From a moment he had seen the piece during the video call, his curiosity and anticipation towards Lin Feng had grown. He approached Lin Feng with measured steps, his tone warm and affectionate as he inquired, "Young man, from whom have you learned this calligraphy?" "Self-taught," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, his voice tinged with modesty. However, both Sun Zhongqing and Ye Baoshan were taken aback, clearly surprised by this response. Sun Zhongqing erupted into hearty laughter, then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, approvingly stating, "Young man, you must continue to refine your skills. The world of calligraphy certainly holds a place for you." Indeed, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, but remained focused on his primary goal of earning a better life for his wife and child. "This is my business card. Should you have any questions regarding calligraphy in the future, feel free to reach out." Sun Zhongqing handed his card to Lin Feng, then turned to Ye Baoshan, saying, "I have securely kept that piece of calligraphy. You may proceed as you wish. I shall take my leave now." With that, he strode towards the door, prompting Ye Baoshan to quickly insist, "Mr. Sun, please stay for a meal before you go." "No need. Enjoy your meal." Sun Zhongqing waved his hand, and his figure soon vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 37. "Uncle, allow me to bow to you." Ye Baoshan observed the esteem in which Sun Lao held Lin Feng, a look in his eyes that conveyed not merely admiration, but also a hint of expectation. This stirred within him an indescribable sense of joy and pride. He understood that gaining the recognition of someone like Sun Lao was no small feat. Lin Feng truly seemed commendable. Unbeknownst to him, he had already silently accepted Lin Feng as his future son-in-law in his heart. At that moment, the alluring aroma of a feast wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by Su Wanjin's gentle and affectionate voice. "Dinner is ready. Let us proceed to the dining room." Hearing this, Ye Baoshan beamed with joy as he ushered everyone toward the dining area. Inside the dining room, a round table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, visually stunning and mouth-watering. Ye Baoshan took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the scene with immense delight. He turned to Su Wanjin and said, "Darling, please fetch a fine bottle of wine. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's indulge." Su Wanjin nodded with a cheerful smile and proceeded to the wine cabinet, selecting a cherished bottle of white liquor. As Ye Baoshan expertly poured the wine, he inquired with concern, "Lin Feng, do you drink?" Though Lin Feng was not particularly adept at drinking, He smiled and nodded at Yi Baoshan's enthusiasm, declaring, "I can manage a little." Yi Baoshan, pleased with the response, clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and urged, "Then you shall drink a couple of glasses with your uncle." Lin Feng readily agreed. At this juncture, Lin Feng suddenly rose, holding his glass of white liquor aloft, and earnestly addressed Yi Baoshan. "Uncle, I am grateful for the opportunity to care for Yao Yao. I drink this in honor of you, and you may drink as you wish." Without hesitation, he downed the liquor in one go, the fiery spirit igniting a blaze in his throat, yet he remained undeterred, smiling at Yi Baoshan. The onlookers, including Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin, were taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness and vigor. Ye Qingyao, filled with concern, gazed at Lin Feng and softly asked, "Darling, are you all right?" Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile, nodding reassuringly as if to say, "Do not worry, I'm fine." He then poured another glass and stood again, addressing Yi Baoshan, "Uncle." Expecting further words, Yi Baoshan was surprised when Lin Feng merely raised his glass and proclaimed a simple cheers, before once more downing the liquor in one swift motion. Ye Baoshan, observing Lin Feng's drinking style, furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of astonishment and a touch of sympathy. It was the first time he had witnessed someone drink in such a manner. Lin Feng's boldness and sincerity moved him, yet left him feeling somewhat helpless. Subsequently, he found himself compelled to down his glass as well. After several drinks, Yi Baoshan began to feel lightheaded, his eyelids drooping. He suddenly stood, swaying slightly, and addressed Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, my good son-in-law, you must take good care of our Yao Yao." His voice bore hints of inebriation, yet more prominently conveyed his hopes and expectations for Lin Feng. "If you dare to mistreat her or bring her sorrow, I shall not spare you." Yi Baoshan's words carried a hint of threat, but were underscored by profound love and protectiveness for his daughter. Su Wanjin, witnessing Yi Baoshan's state, chuckled with exasperation, saying, "Old Yi, if you're drunk, you ought to sit down." However, Yi Baoshan seemed oblivious, continuing to sway. At that moment, Lin Feng also stood, banging on the table. His face flushed as he declared, "Uncle, rest assured, I will not let you down." His voice was firm and resolute, as if he were making a solemn vow to Yi Baoshan. "Thank you for your trust. Allow me to bow to you." With that, Lin Feng unexpectedly knelt before Yi Baoshan, bowing his head. Yi Baoshan, taken aback, hastily knelt in return, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? I shall bow back." This scene left everyone present in stunned silence, as the two exchanged bows, creating a spectacle both comical and poignant. Ye Qingyao and Su Wanjin exchanged incredulous looks. Just then, Yi Haoming stepped forward and suggested, "Both Dad and Xiao Feng have had too much to drink. Let us assist them to their rooms." Ye Qingyao nodded eagerly, reaching for Lin Feng's arm. However, Su Wanjin promptly interjected, "Yao Yao, you are pregnant. Do not exert yourself. Your brother and I will manage." Realizing her rashness, Ye Qingyao withdrew her hand and nodded, "Oh, all right." She then followed Su Wanjin and Yi Haoming as they helped Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng to their room. Inside, both Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng were utterly inebriated, having lost consciousness. After placing them on the bed, Yi Haoming and Su Wanjin gazed at the two sleeping faces, feeling a wave of unexplainable sentiment wash over them. They understood that this night held profound significance for Lin Feng. He had not only earned Yi Baoshan's recognition and trust, but had also left a lasting impression on the entire Yi family. Observing the two men in a state of drunken stupor, Su Wanjin smiled softly, gently taking Ye Qingyao's hand and saying, "Yao Yao, let Lin Feng and your father occupy the main room tonight. We mother and daughter shall sleep in your room. It has been a long time since we have had a heart-to-heart." Ye Qingyao's eyes sparkled with warmth as she nodded in agreement. Lying in bed, Su Wanjin's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she softly inquired, "Yao Yao, do tell me how you and Xiao Feng came to know each other." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's lips curled into a sweet smile, her face radiating with fond memories. "Mom, we met in the same club at university." The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain almost unbearable. Although many details from the previous night escaped his memory, The image of his father-in-law acknowledging him remained etched in his mind. Reflecting on this, a joyful smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Drowsily, he reached out and grasped the hand of the person beside him, excitedly pressing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Ye Baoshan, feeling the moistness on his hand, furrowed his brow and murmured, "Darling, stop fooling around. Let me sleep a little longer." Awakened by this voice, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the person beside him was indeed Ye Baoshan. Just then, the door swung open, and Ye Qingyao entered with a gentle smile. "Darling, how did you sleep last night?" she asked with concern. "Quite well," Lin Feng replied with a smile, inwardly relieved that he had not acted impulsively and kicked Ye Baoshan off the bed. Otherwise, the hard-earned recognition might have slipped away. Chapter 38. Moved to tears at that moment, a melodious and crisp notification sound resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gained profound recognition from the mother-in-law and father-in-law, hereby rewarding a rare courtyard house within the second ring road of the capital. This unexpected news stirred a wave of indescribable excitement within Lin Feng. A courtyard house within the second ring road is priceless and hard to come by, and moreover, this particular courtyard boasts an excellent location, from the balcony of which one can gaze upon the majestic silhouette of the Forbidden City. A slight smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Darling, breakfast is ready. Come down and eat." At that moment, the gentle and delicate voice of Ye Qingyao floated into his ears. "Okay, I'm coming," Lin Feng nodded, a blissful smile adorning his face as he gradually rose from the bed. At the dining table, the family gathered together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. However, Ye Baoshan noticed something peculiar about everyone, especially Ye Qingyao and Su Wanjin, who seemed to harbor an inexplicable smile whenever they glanced at him, as if concealing a secret. Ye Baoshan felt a pang of confusion. Could there be something on his face? He instinctively touched his cheek, but found nothing amiss. "Wife, why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Ye Baoshan finally could not contain his curiosity and asked, his eyes reflecting a mix of intrigue and bewilderment. No, your face is perfectly clean," Su Wanjin chuckled, yet her smile only deepened, as if it might spill over. Lin Feng, too, sensed that the gazes directed at him were somewhat unsettling. He pondered, could it be that his remarkable performance last night had garnered newfound admiration from everyone? Just then, his phone in his pocket rang, shattering the tranquility at the table. Apologetically, Lin Feng nodded and made his way to the window to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" A man's voice emanated from the other end of the line, sounding somewhat agitated. "Yes, this is," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving confirmation, the man continued with palpable excitement. "Mr. Lin, do you have some time today? Everything is arranged on my end. We can transfer the courtyard house within the second ring road to your name at your convenience." "I'm free, of course," Lin Feng replied hastily, his heart swelling once again with eagerness. After all, he would be returning to the Magic City tonight, and who knows when he would next visit the capital? "Wonderful. Then let us meet at the Property Transaction Center shortly," the man concluded before hanging up. Lin Feng tucked his phone away and returned to his seat, his heart brimming with anticipation and joy. "Xiao Feng, you're heading back to the Magic City tonight. Why not enjoy your day in the capital?" Ye Baoshan suggested, concern and reluctance evident in his tone. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I have nothing planned for the morning. Why don't you join me for a round of golf?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had already contacted the agent to arrange the property transfer. However, he did not wish to let his father-in-law down, just as he found himself in a dilemma. Ye Baoshan perceived his hesitation and kindly remarked, "Xiao Feng, if you have something to attend to, feel free to go about it. Don't let me delay your important matters." Touched by his father-in-law's understanding, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth and gratefully looked at Ye Baoshan, tentatively proposing, "Uncle, I need to go for the property transfer this morning. It won't take long. After we're done, shall we go for golf?" Ye Baoshan's expression turned quizzical as he inquired, "Property transfer? Are you selling a house?" Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands in denial, explaining, No, I just purchased a house. Once Yao and I are married, we can live nearby and spend more time with you." As he spoke, a sincere and warm smile graced Lin Feng's face. Su Wanjin felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. She had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so considerate, and she was truly fond of this son-in-law. Yi Baoshan, on the other hand, looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. He had not expected this young man to go to such lengths for his daughter. He understood that Lin Feng's love for Ye Qingyao was profound and genuine, a sentiment that brought him comfort, and he realized that it was time to let go, allowing his daughter and Lin Feng to forge their own path to happiness. All right then, let us go together. After the transfer, we shall head to the golf course. Yi Baoshan smiled and nodded in agreement. Perfect. It's settled then, Lin Feng replied, sharing a smile as the weight on his shoulders finally lifted. After breakfast, Ye Qingyao ascended the stairs to change her clothes, preparing to go out with everyone. She shyly embraced Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Darling, why didn't you tell me about the house purchase in advance? I thought you were selling your house to marry me." Lin Feng playfully pinched her nose, saying, "I wanted to surprise you." Suddenly, he shifted the conversation. "But speaking of which, my dear wife, could you refrain from worrying so much? You must trust in my abilities." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. She sniffled, "You're so mean. If I hadn't overheard your phone call, I wouldn't have known you did all this, darling. You're so wonderful. What will I do if I can't be without you?" As she spoke, Ye Qingyao truly began to cry, leaving Lin Feng somewhat flustered. He had not anticipated that merely purchasing a house would move his wife to tears. "Oh, dear wife, please don't cry. It pains my heart." He wrapped his arms around Ye Qingyao's waist, grinning mischievously. "It's better if you can't leave me. Otherwise, where would I find such a beautiful wife?" As Lin Feng spoke, he gently wiped the tears from Ye Qingyao's eyes. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ye Qingyao chuckled through her tears. "I see you just want to see me cry." She playfully punched Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng grasped her small hand and kissed it, saying, "How could I wish to see you cry, my dear wife? You've wronged me." Seeing her husband's playful demeanor, Ye Qingyao couldn't help but smile. "All right, let us hurry and get ready to go. We shouldn't keep Mom and Dad waiting." Chapter 39. The householder, Ye Qingyao. Just as Ye Qingyao was about to descend the stairs, Lin Feng suddenly blocked her path. "Wife, wait a moment." Ye Qingyao halted, turning to face Lin Feng, her expression etched with confusion. "Is there something else?" Her gaze sparkled with curiosity and bewilderment, seemingly taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected gesture. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, imbued with a hint of mystery and affection, and replied lightly, "Please take your identification. It will be needed shortly." Ye Qingyao, though filled with questions, complied with her husband's request, swiftly retrieving their identification documents from her handbag. However, just as she was about to tuck the documents into her pocket, a sudden realization struck her, and her face transformed into one of shock and disbelief. "Husband, you don't mean to add my name to the property deed, do you?" Lin Feng observed her reaction, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with playful mischief. "What's wrong with that?" His tone carried a touch of jest and tenderness, as if awaiting Ye Qingyao's response. Ye Qingyao, sensing Lin Feng's intentions, hastily waved her hands, her expression anxious. "No, the house is yours, earned through your hard work. How can my name be added?" She continued, "Besides, my parents have already bought me a house, so truly there is no need for this." Her voice bore an urgency and unease, as if fearing Lin Feng might genuinely inscribe her name on the property deed. Yet, Lin Feng, with an air of possessiveness, countered, "What is mine is yours. Why shouldn't your name be included? After all, we are a family. Why distinguish between you and me?" His tone was resolute, conveying an unwavering conviction that this decision was final and non-negotiable. Before Ye Qingyao could articulate another thought, Lin Feng gently interrupted, "All right, enough of this. Uncle and Aunt are waiting for us." An hour later, they arrived at the property transaction center. The bustling atmosphere was alive with activity, each individual immersed in their own affairs. A man clad in a sleek black suit, clutching a stack of documents, stood out conspicuously, his gaze occasionally darting toward the entrance as if anticipating someone's arrival. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companions exited their vehicle and entered the busy lobby. Observing Lin Feng's scanning demeanor, the man mused inwardly. Is this man here to find someone? Yet, he found it hard to fathom that the individual seeking him was indeed Lin Feng. For who would believe that such a youthful man could possess the means to purchase a multi-million yuan courtyard? To confirm his suspicion, the man picked up his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. The sound of Lin Feng's voice quickly reached his ears, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After confirming their identities with a glance, he hurried over, respectfully addressing Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the real estate agent, Zhang Mingda. You may call me Xiao Zhang. His tone was infused with deference. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, Xiao Zhang, shall we begin? Of course, Xiao Zhang replied, promptly leading Lin Feng to the VIP counter. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang turned to Lin Feng, saying, Mr. Lin, may I have your identification? Lin Feng glanced at Ye Qingyao and softly requested, Wife, your ID, please. Ye Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, handing over the identification in her hand. However, just as she was about to give the documents to Xiao Zhang, Lin Feng interjected, You've given me the wrong one. I need yours. Ye Qingyao was taken aback, realizing Lin Feng truly intended to add her name to the property deed, and her heart swelled with happiness. Observing the shy expression on her face, Lin Feng smiled indulgently as he took the identification and handed it over for processing. Watching this unfold, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan felt immense satisfaction with Lin Feng. They beamed at the affection and care he showed Ye Qingyao, their hearts brimming with warmth and joy, their expressions radiating approval as if to convey to Lin Feng, You are doing splendidly. We are very pleased. After receiving Ye Qingyao's identification, Xiao Zhang diligently began processing the paperwork. He skillfully operated the computer, inputting relevant information while awaiting confirmation from the staff. Moments later, a staff member raised their eyes to inquire, Could you please confirm if the householder's name is Ye Qingyao? The tone was cautious and earnest, underscoring the significance of the information. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation, stating, Confirmed. Ye Qingyao, upon hearing this, was left astounded. Her eyes wide as she turned to Lin Feng, questioning, Husband, wasn't he just adding my name to the property deed? Why am I the householder? Her voice held a mix of surprise and confusion. Lin Feng, with a triumphant smile, replied, My dear, when did I ever say I would merely add your name to the deed? I never made such a statement. His tone was playful and affectionate, seemingly relishing in Ye Qingyao's astonishment and bewilderment. As Ye Qingyao processed his words, her cheeks flushed deeper, and she bashfully urged, You must change it quickly. Her tone was laced with a hint of whimsy and pleading, as if subtly communicating, I do not wish to be the householder. Please amend it. Nevertheless, Lin Feng shook his head resolutely, proclaiming, It cannot be changed. His tone was firm yet tender. Furthermore, he had already resolved in his heart that this house would be a gift for Ye Qingyao. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of emotion and happiness wash over her, understanding that Lin Feng's actions were meant to bring her joy and to express his love. Xiao Zhang, witnessing this exchange, was left utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man would so generously place a multi-million yuan courtyard in his wife's name. It was a stark contrast to his own hesitations over purchasing a mere few hundred yuan worth of clothing. Observing the sweet dynamic between Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and admiration. Soon, the transfer procedures were completed, and Xiao Zhang presented the new property deed to Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, smiling broadly as he proclaimed, Congratulations, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, on becoming the new householders of a courtyard within the Second Ring Road. His tone was filled with genuine sincerity and well wishes. However, upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao and Yi Baoshan were taken aback. What? A courtyard within the Second Ring Road? Noticing their astonished expressions, Xiao Zhang inquired, Did you not know? Immediately, the gazes of Ye Qingyao and the others fixated intently upon Lin Feng. Chapter 40. The Council of Su Wanjin under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Lin Feng offered an awkward smile, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Did I not mention it? At that moment, Xiao Zhang approached Lin Feng, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Lin, Would you like me to take you to see the Sihiyuan? No, thank you, Lin Feng replied with a warm smile, declining the offer. Given the delay caused by the property transfer, he feared that his father-in-law might grow impatient waiting for them. However, upon hearing this, Ye Baoshan and Su Wanjin displayed visible disappointment. Truth be told, they had never had the opportunity to explore the Sihiyuan within the second ring road. Soon, Ye Baoshan spoke up, his voice imbued with affection and understanding. Xiaofeng, there's no rush regarding our golf outing. You haven't even seen your newly purchased home yet. Let us go take a look together. Yes, darling, I would also love to see it, Ye Qingyao chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. As a child, she had watched television and envied those living harmoniously within the same courtyard. Now that they had their own Sihiyuan, it was certainly worth a thorough visit. All right, Lin Feng nodded with a smile, turning to Xiao Zhang, then please lead us there. His tone carried a hint of gratitude and apology. Of course, Xiao Zhang replied with a smile, mounting his electric bike to guide them, while the Rolls-Royce followed closely behind. Before long, a courtyard reminiscent of the Forbidden City unfolded before their eyes. This Sihiyuan, oriented north-south, boasted red walls and green tiles, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an aura rich in historical charm. As the group disembarked from the vehicle, they gazed in awe at the breathtaking architecture, their hearts filled with profound admiration and appreciation. After unlocking the gate, Xiao Zhang turned to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, here are the keys to your new home. Lin Feng accepted the keys, nodding with a smile as they all entered the courtyard. Inside, lush trees provided shade, and the fragrance of blooming flowers filled the air, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Ye Qingyao and the others were astonished by the scene before them. This Sihiyuan was far from the decrepit structures they had imagined. It resembled something from a Qing dynasty drama. In fact, there was even a small fish pond, albeit a bit untidy due to neglect. Nevertheless, it did little to diminish the unique charm and character of the Sihiyuan. Ye Baoshan was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the Sihiyuan, and he could not help but entertain thoughts of retirement, picturing himself on a stone bench in the courtyard, sipping fragrant tea, while the melodic chirping of birds filled the air, a truly idyllic scene. He mused, Xiaofeng, you've made an excellent choice. This place is perfect for retirement. Then, looking at Xiao Zhang, he inquired, Xiao Zhang, are there any other Sihiyuan properties for sale in this area? His tone conveyed eagerness and curiosity, clearly captivated by the allure of this Sihiyuan. Xiao Zhang nodded enthusiastically. Yes, there are some, though none as splendid as this one. However, they are significantly cheaper, starting at just over 100 million. It seemed Xiao Zhang had become a bit carried away as he mentioned the price, as if it were a trivial amount. Upon hearing this, Ye Baoshan's mood soured. Lin Feng noticed his father-in-law's fondness for the property and handed the keys to Ye Baoshan, smiling as he said, Uncle, we want to be residing in the capital often, so please take care of this house for us. You can come by whenever you like to sip tea and bask in the sun. You'll even get a view of the Forbidden City. His tone was sincere and hopeful. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ye Baoshan felt a warm wave of gratitude and reluctantly agreed. Well then, I suppose I'll oversee this house for you. After leaving the Sihiyuan, the group drove to the golf course. The venue exuded elegance and boasted excellent facilities. After changing into their professional attire, Ye Baoshan and Lin Feng proceeded to play. They swung their clubs, laughing and enjoying the relaxation that golf provided. Meanwhile, Su Wanjin and Ye Qingyao watched them from behind, engaged in quiet conversation. Observing her daughter's happiness filled Su Wanjin with a sense of contentment and reflection. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she softly asked, Yao Yao, when you return to Shanghai, will Xiao Feng take you home to meet his parents? Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao blushed, handing her mother an orange while replying, Yes, Xiao Feng mentioned it, but we're unsure when we'll be going back. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation, tinged with a touch of nervousness, reminiscent of a bashful bride meeting her in-laws. Gazing gently at her daughter as she advised, Yao Yao, when you visit Xiao Feng's family, be sure to conduct yourself well. Do not let your privileged attitude show. Mom, I wouldn't Ye Qingyao pouted, feigning innocence. However, Su Wanjin raised her hand, signaling her daughter to let her finish. Other families are not like ours. No one will indulge you unconditionally. Her tone was a blend of maternal kindness and firmness, as if imparting essential life lessons and wisdom to her daughter. Yet, at this juncture, Su Wanjin's tone shifted to one of resolute strength. However, if anyone dares to bully you, do not endure it. My daughter has never suffered injustice and must not allow outsiders to take advantage of her. If anything happens, tell your father or me. We will protect you. Her words conveyed deep love and a protective instinct, enveloping Ye Qingyao in warmth and reassurance. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's eyes glistened, and she nestled into her mother's embrace, murmuring, "Mom, I knew you would always have my back." Her voice trembled with emotion. Aware that no matter where she went or what challenges she faced, her parents would always support and protect her. Su Wanjin gently patted her daughter's back, offering her boundless warmth and security. The reason for her heartfelt words was her concern that her daughter might be looked down upon by her in-laws due to an unplanned pregnancy. Parents naturally want the best for their children, and she was no exception. After spending the past couple of days together, Su Wanjin held a firm belief in Lin Feng's character, confident that his parents were also well-mannered and cultured individuals. However, her counsel was a precautionary measure, for what she expressed were the foundations of Ye Qingyao's resilience against injustices and a source of strength for her future. Understanding her mother's good intentions, Ye Qingyao smiled brightly and reassured her mom, "Rest assured, Xiao Feng is wonderful, and his parents must be equally admirable." "Let us hope so," Su Wanjin replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 41. Do not misbehave. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao are preparing to depart from the capital city, heading to the magical metropolis. Ye Baoshan, Su Wanjin, and Ye Haoming gathered to bid farewell to Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao at the airport. Among the bustling crowd, Su Wanjin tightly grasps Ye Qingyao's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the sentiment of parting palpable in the air. "My precious daughter, if you miss home, do return. Mother will prepare delicious meals for you," she expresses with a tender smile. "Ye Qingyao notes in acknowledged, has similar randiant." "I understand, Mother. I will visit often, and you must take care of yourselves too." Her words are as warm as a spring breeze, attempting to soothe her mother's heart, which is stirred by the impending separation. At that moment, Su Wanjin's gaze falls upon Ye Qingyao's slightly rounded abdomen, a mixture of hesitation and concern clouding her expression. Perceiving her mother's thoughts, Ye Qingyao curiously prompts, "Mother, if you have something to say, please do. Don't hold back." Su Wanjin takes a deep breath, saying, "The first 3 months of pregnancy are crucial. You two must not act recklessly." Her voice carries a hint of shyness, but it is overshadowed by maternal concern and advice. Ye Qingyao instantly grasps her mother's implication, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she nods shyly. "Mother, I understand. You needn't worry. We will be careful." While the mother and daughter share heartfelt words, Lin Feng is pulled aside by Ye Baoshan and Ye Haoming. With a serious demeanor, Ye Haoming gazes intently at Lin Feng and asserts, "I entrust my sister to you. If you mistreat her, I will not spare you." His eyes radiate an undeniable authority and assertiveness. Lin Feng smiles and nods, reassuringly responding, "Uncle, brother, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Yao Yao." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ye Haoming turns away, choosing to say no more. At this moment, Ye Baoshan approaches Lin Feng with a cheerful demeanor, explaining, "Do not be misled by his icy exterior. He has a very tender heart. The bond between those siblings is strong, hence his words may seem harsh. Please bear with it." Lin Feng nods with understanding. Suddenly, Ye Baoshan adopts a serious expression, placing a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and saying earnestly, "Lin Feng, Yao Yao is pregnant, so you must shoulder a bit more responsibility." His gaze is filled with hope and trust, as if he has already regarded Lin Feng as a son-in-law. Lin Feng solemnly nods, replying, "Uncle, you can trust me. I will do everything in my power to care for Yao Yao and our child." Ye Baoshan, satisfied with Lin Feng's response, nods approvingly. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. We will visit you in the magical metropolis when we have the opportunity," Lin Feng cheerfully assures, "whenever you come." I will host you well. Before long, the airport announcer calls for boarding, signaling that it is time for them to depart. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao wave goodbye to Yi Baoshan, Su Wanjin, and Yi Haoming, stating, "We are leaving now. You all should head back." Only after Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao have disappeared from sight do the three of them reluctantly exit the airport. Meanwhile, aboard the airplane, Ye Qingyao gazes at Lin Feng with curiosity and playfulness, asking, "Darling, what did my father and brother say to you?" Her tone carries a hint of mischief and anticipation. Eager to uncover the conversation, Lin Feng playfully responds, "Of course, they told me to take good care of my dear wife. If I don't treat you well, my fate will be dire." His exaggerated tone aims to ease Ye Qingyao's nervousness about flying. Ye Qingyao beams with delight, playfully poking Lin Feng's nose. "Darling, you must treat me well, otherwise I will tell on you." Mischief sparkles in her eyes. In earnest, Lin Feng proclaims, "My dear wife, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to you. Please don't speak ill of me." His exaggerated tone makes Ye Qingyao burst into laughter. "Let us see how you perform." She replies with a triumphant smile, confident that Lin Feng will not let her down. On Monday, Lin Feng arrives early at the classroom, for today's early lesson does not permit him any slumber. Shortly after, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting stagger in, sporting dark circles under their eyes and yawning as if they had battled through the night. Lin Feng chuckles, inquiring, "How late did you all stay up last night?" Xiao Ziao, trembling, raises a hand and signals 5, lamenting, "I forgot about the morning class, otherwise I would have gone to bed earlier." Lu Yin, eyeing Lin Feng's sprightly demeanor, smirks, "Brother Feng, having a girlfriend is truly wonderful. How can you understand the plight of us, single dogs? Every night is a lonely battle, unbearable in solitude." His tone mingles teasing with self-deprecation, his gaze brimming with envy. Li Ting chimes in, "If I had a girlfriend, I would definitely cling to her every day." His eyes reflect longing and desire, as if waiting for his own love story to unfold. Lin Feng, witnessing this, retorts, "You all spend your days in internet CAFS, gaming. It's no wonder you remain single." Humbled, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting lower their heads. Just then, Xiao Ziao suddenly recalls something and exclaims, "Brother Feng, there's an autumn job fair at school this morning. Shall we go take a look?" "Never mind. I want to be going." "You all go ahead," Lin Feng thinks, as his wife awaits him at home. He cannot waste time with these friends. Just then, Lin Feng receives a message from Ye Qingyao. "Darling, I made plans to go shopping with Tingting, so you needn't return to make breakfast for me. We'll eat out. Love you." Lin Feng types back with a smile, "Okay, be safe, and I will pick you up when you return." The three single friends watch his demeanor with deep envy, and Xiao Zhao earnestly wishes, "Heaven, please grant me a girlfriend." After closing his phone, Lin Feng addresses the trio. "After class, I'll join you to check out the job fair." A fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. They tease just as the class bell rings, and the professor begins his lecture. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao applies a light touch of makeup before stepping out. At the school gate, Huang Tingting observes her and jests, "Yao Yao, you look great lately. Having a boyfriend truly makes a difference." Chapter 42. The recruitment fair. Teased by her friend, Ye Qingyao shyly lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. She gently fiddled with the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. "Tingting, please don't laugh at me." "All right, I won't laugh anymore." Observing her best friend's bashful demeanor, Huang Tingting adopted a serious expression. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she leaned closer to Ye Qingyao, inquisitively asking, "Yao Yao, does Lin Feng know that you've asked me to accompany you to the school's recruitment fair?" At the mention of Lin Feng, Ye Qingyao's face softened further, and she shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her gaze. "I haven't dared to tell Xiao Feng yet. If he finds out, he definitely won't agree." She continued, "Mainly, I'm feeling quite bored at home since I'm pregnant. I want to find a part-time job as a designer to enrich myself and pass the time. Besides, I'm only a little over 2 months along, and others who are much further along are still working. Compared to them, my situation is nothing." Noticing her friend's concern, Ye Qingyao added, "I'll only be responsible for providing the drafts, and I want Tini to be at the office full-time, so it shouldn't be too tiring." After saying this, she looked earnestly at Huang Tingting and implored, Tingting, you are my best friend. You must promise not to tell Lin Feng, or else he will definitely disapprove. Huang Tingting gazed back at Ye Qingyao's hopeful expression and reluctantly nodded. All right, I promise you, but you must promise me not to overexert yourself, understand? You are carrying 2 lives now. You need to take good care of yourself. Rest assured, I will, Ye Qingyao replied, instinctively touching her slightly rounded belly, her face radiant with happiness. Suddenly, she held up 3 fingers and joyfully declared, You're mistaken. It's 3 of us. What? You have 2 babies in there? Hearing this, Huang Tingting's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she chuckled. Wow, Lin Feng is indeed formidable. Our Yao Yao will surely be very blessed in the future. Realizing the suggestive nature of Huang Tingting's words, Ye Qingyao bashfully nudged her shoulder and retorted, Tingting, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. All right, you can't even let me speak the truth? Huang Tingting rolled her eyes with a wry smile. I won't say anything. Let us go check out the recruitment fair instead. The 2 then made their way towards the school grounds. The autumn recruitment fair was held on the school's playground. As a prestigious 985 university, Modi University attracted numerous major corporations and well-known companies each year. The playground was bustling with students gathered around various recruitment booths. Ye Qingyao, majoring in animation design, could only seek employment in that field. To secure a position she desired, she had brought along her design portfolio. Huang Tingting was preparing for graduate school and was not in a rush to find a job. She accompanied Ye Qingyao through the crowd, searching for suitable opportunities. Suddenly, Huang Tingting spotted a recruitment notice for an animation designer, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Yao Yao, look, that company is hiring designers. Let's go check it out. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao perked up and followed Huang Tingting to the company's booth. A well-dressed woman in her 30s, exuding elegance and possessing sharp eyes, approached them as they paused. Are you both students in design? She inquired, eager to inform them. We are currently hiring animation designers. Yes, we are, Ye Qingyao nodded, then tentatively asked, Excuse me, do you offer part-time positions? Part-time? The woman's brow slightly furrowed, clearly taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued. Did you bring any work samples? I would like to assess your design skills. Ye Qingyao's heart leapt with joy at this, and she promptly presented her portfolio to the woman. The woman flipped through the pieces with growing interest, her eyes sparkling with delight. Evidently, Ye Qingyao's work had captivated her. This is impressive. Your designs are quite creative, and the color combinations are harmonious, the woman remarked, lifting her gaze to meet Ye Qingyao's. Would you consider a full-time position? Our company is in dire need of talent like you. Ye Qingyao shook her head politely and replied, I'm sorry, but I'm only interested in part-time work, unwilling to let such a talented designer slip away. The woman regarded Ye Qingyao with a hint of reluctance before conceding. All right, part-time is fine too. We can negotiate the compensation based on the projects. How does that sound? That's wonderful. Ye Qingyao's face lit up with a radiant smile. She eagerly nodded, exchanging contact information with the woman and discussing the details for future collaboration. Meanwhile, the class bell rang, and Xiao Ziao, Lu Yin, and Li Ting pulled Lin Feng out of the classroom and headed straight to the playground. The playground was abuzz with activity, a myriad of companies presenting their recruitment opportunities. As the 4 navigated through the crowd, Lu Yin exclaimed, I wonder how much our major graduates will be offered per month. Let us go take a look, they agreed, browsing the various recruitment booths. A moment later, excitement flickered in Xiao Ziao's eyes as he discovered something intriguing. He waved to the others, grinning, Come here, check this out. There's a notice for hiring short drama actors, and the monthly salary is as high as 50,000. He exclaimed, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Why not? I could give a shot. Xiao Ziao proposed. The trio exchanged amused glances, a mix of helplessness and teasing evident in their expressions as they appraised him. Lu Yin chimed in without hesitation. You should probably stop dreaming. With your looks, you'd be better suited to play a beggar. Hey, even beggars are challenging to portray. Even if I can't land a lead role, I'm confident I could vie for the second male lead. Xiao Ziao retorted defiantly. Just then, Lin Feng heard someone calling his name. He looked around to see a middle-aged man in a suit and tie waving at him. It was Su Changqing, the owner of Green Fruit Company. Seeing Su Changqing, Lin Feng felt a surge of surprise. Su Changqing, in turn, appeared equally astonished. He wondered to himself if the investor in his company was indeed a current university student. After a brief exchange with his roommates, Lin Feng walked over to Su Changqing and courteously remarked, "Mr. Su, I didn't expect to see you here. What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Chapter 43. Do you still remember that you have a mother? I have come here to select some actors, replied Su Changqing with a beaming smile. When the topic of filming arose, Lin Feng, curious, inquired Su, how was the short drama coming along? Although Lin Feng was not well versed in the short drama industry, he understood that the quality of the work directly impacted their earnings. Thus he paid close attention to the progress. Su Changqing, upon hearing this, responded with professionalism and detail. The first 2 short dramas have been completed, and we are currently in the post-production phase. Editing, voiceovers, and special effects are all underway, and they will be available online shortly. As he spoke, his face radiated confidence and anticipation for the project. Oh, Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that he was not particularly knowledgeable about filming. However, the sooner it was released, the sooner he could earn money. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Feng prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Xiao Ziao, noticing Lin Feng's enthusiastic conversation about recruitment, couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. He asked inquisitively, "Brother Feng, do you know them?" "Well, somewhat. Why do you ask?" Lin Feng responded, sensing that Xiao Ziao had something on his mind, and he feigned casualness. Observing Xiao Ziao's awkward demeanor, he suddenly asked in surprise, "Santu, you don't actually want to film a short drama, do you?" Caught off guard, Xiao Ziao retorted, "What's wrong with that? As long as it pays well." Coming from a less fortunate background, Xiao Ziao was a child of divorced parents, raised solely by his mother, who had dedicated herself to providing for him throughout his education without remarrying. Now, witnessing the lucrative pay associated with short dramas, he was undeniably tempted. Moreover, Xiao Ziao was not lacking in appearance, despite his roommates often teasing him about it. Seeing his earnestness, Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "All right, I'll ask around for you." Given that his roommate had an interest, he was eager to assist. "Great, thank you, Brother Feng," Xiao Ziao replied, his eyes sparkling with hope. Subsequently, the group perused through various computer science recruitment positions. Lu Yin expressed his disappointment, stating, "A programmer's internship only pays 7,000 for the first month, with a 3-month internship required before transitioning to a position with benefits, earning only 10,000. In that case, it would be better to join Santu in playing a beggar." Xiao Ziao felt a surge of pride at this remark, but quickly retorted playfully, "You're the one who should play a beggar." Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, Li Ting nudged Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Feng, isn't that your wife?" "Impossible," Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. His wife was out shopping with her friends today. There was no way she would be here. Nevertheless, Li Ting insisted, "It is your wife. Just take a look." He pointed to a figure not far away. Upon following his gaze, Lin Feng indeed spotted Ye Qingyao and Huang Tingting chatting animatedly, arm in arm. His heart swelled with joy at the sight of his wife, and he promptly excused himself from his friends, cheerfully declaring, "Boys, I'm off to find your mother. You behave now." His roommates rolled their eyes, mockingly exclaiming, "Oh, come on. What guy?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached Ye Qingyao from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. She turned, surprise flickering across her face, before breaking into a natural smile. "Darling? Dear, I thought you went shopping?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Ye Qingyao, with a glint in her eye, replied, "Tingting wanted me to accompany her to the job fair." She subtly signaled to her friend. Huang Tingting, catching on, nodded in agreement, "Yes. I asked Yaya to come with me." Fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much, she cheerfully added, "I want to be a third wheel. I'll take my leave now." Watching Huang Tingting depart, Lin Feng questioned, "But dear, isn't Tingting preparing for graduate exams? Why is she at the job fair?" Ye Qingyao, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Darling, you're in your 3rd year. Why are you here as well?" "Oh, I see now. I was being narrow-minded. Lin Feng chuckled, realizing the flaw in his reasoning. He hadn't given it much thought, merely assuming Huang Tingting was curious about the job market for university students. After that, he took the bag his wife was carrying and inquired with concern, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes," Ye Qingyao replied with a resigned smile, feeling as though her days revolved solely around eating. Since becoming pregnant, she had grown increasingly hungry, always craving food. She mused inwardly. Could it be that both babies are little gluttons? In Su province, within an old residential building, Lin Xiaotian was dishing out vegetables into his bowl while casually conversing with his wife. "Dear, have you noticed that some universities have already begun their winter break? Has our son mentioned when he will return?" "No, your son has been rather quiet lately. It has been a long time since he last contacted me," Zhang Wanrong complained while carrying a plate of peanuts. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she tentatively suggested, "Do you think our son might be in a relationship?" "That's unlikely. Our son is too honest for that." Lin Xiaotian waved dismissively, confident in his understanding of his son. "Don't speak so definitively. He is at an age where he should be thinking about love," Zhang Wanrong replied. Her expression filled with anticipation as she hoped her son would introduce her to a girlfriend. Just then, the phone on the sofa rang abruptly. Zhang Wanrong glanced at the screen, her excitement palpable as she saw it was her son calling. She answered with feigned irritation, "You rascal. You still remember you have a mother?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately recognized his mother's familiar complaint for not reaching out more often. He sweetly replied, "Though I haven't called, I think of you every day." "Humph. At least you have a bit of conscience." Zhang Wanrong smiled broadly. Lin Xiaotian shook his head helplessly, inwardly reflecting on where his son had acquired such sweet talk. At that moment, Zhang Wanrong inquired with concern, "Xiaofeng, when does your school break for the holidays? Should your father and I come and pick you up?" "No need. I'll be back this week," Lin Feng said, glancing at Ye Qingyao, who was lounging on the bed, a blissful smile gracing his face. "Wonderful." Zhang Wanrong nodded happily, her heart filled with joy at the thought of her son returning home. "On the day you come back, I'll prepare a few of your favorite dishes." "All right," Lin Feng agreed. Mindful of not overburdening Ye Qingyao, he added, "Mom, please make a few extra dishes. I'll bring a classmate home." Zhang Wanrong's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Chapter 44. "You are the finest gift." As Lin Feng observed his mother's expression, a wry smile danced at the corners of his mouth. He pressed his lips together and deliberately teased, "You'll find out soon enough." This seemingly casual remark, however, landed in his mother's mind like a stone, sending ripples of curiosity through her. Zhang Wanrong, intrigued by her son's enigmatic demeanor, felt an insatiable urge to pry further. "You must tell me in advance, so I can prepare." Not wanting to endure her relentless questioning any longer, Lin Feng feigned a poor signal, stating, "Mom, I can't hear you anymore. The signal seems bad. I'll hang up now." With that, he hastily pressed the disconnect button, leaving his mother momentarily stunned on the other end of the line. "Oh dear, what's with this child?" Zhang Wanrong exclaimed, but all she heard in return was the busy tone. Frustrated, she stamped her foot in irritation, feeling helpless. Observing her, Lin Xiaotian turned to Zhang Wanrong, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What did he say? Did he mention when the holiday is?" "It should be this Saturday. He mentioned coming back and bringing a classmate with him," she replied. "Wait, bringing a classmate? Could it be a girlfriend?" Zhang Wanrong could hardly contain her excitement as she leaned closer to Lin Xiaotian, lowering her voice to gossip. Lin Xiaotian, however, maintained a calm exterior, replying nonchalantly, "Don't get your hopes too high. What if he brings back a male classmate?" At this, Zhang Wanrong reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her indignation flaring. "That's unlikely. He specifically asked me to prepare some good dishes. It must be a girl. A boy wouldn't he mention that?" Her tone carried a blend of determination and urgency, as if she had already convinced herself that her son would indeed bring home a young woman. "That's not certain." Lin Xiaotian gently shook his head, fully aware of the unpredictable nature of reality. Zhang Wanrong, incensed by his skepticism, slapped his arm playfully, her voice laced with reproach. "Lin, can't you say something positive? If our son has issues with his orientation, it's your fault." Her tone was tinged with blame and dissatisfaction, as if all of this were solely Lin Xiaotian's doing. After saying this, she turned and stormed into the bedroom, emerging moments later with a blanket, which she unceremoniously tossed onto the sofa. You can sleep on the sofa tonight. Oomph. Lin Qiao observed his wife's retreating figure with a sigh of resignation, quietly settling onto the sofa to spread out the blanket. He muttered to himself, I merely suggested it could be a boy. I never implied there was anything wrong with our son's orientation. What a paper tiger, so easily provoked. Though he harbored such thoughts, he dare not voice them, fearing further incitement of his wife's ire. With a heavy sigh, Lin Qiaotian's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and grievance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Qingyao set her book down curiously as Lin Feng entered the room. Darling, who were you on the phone with? My mother, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, a look of happiness illuminating his face. He approached Ye Qingyao, took her hand tenderly, and continued, I told her I'd be home this Saturday. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Although she had long since prepared herself to meet her in-laws, the impending reality caused her heart to flutter with apprehension. Sensing her unease, Lin Feng gently patted the back of her hand, offering soothing words. Don't worry, love. I'm here for you. My parents are wonderful and easygoing. They will surely adore you. His tone was both firm and gentle, as if infusing Ye Qingyao with an invisible strength. Hearing his words, warmth surged through her, and she smiled back at Lin Feng, nodding appreciatively. Then, leaning against him, she inquired, when are you free in the next few days? Let us go to the mall and pick some gifts for Uncle and Auntie. No need, Lin Feng chuckled. Shaking his head, he playfully pinched her chin, his eyes brimming with affection. You're their finest gift. Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she shyly lowered her gaze, pouting slightly. You always know how to tease me, but we really should buy something. It's better to be polite. Just accompany me to pick something out, okay? Ye Qingyao looked up at Lin Feng with her sparkling eyes, filled with hope and earnestness, her voice soft and affectionate, making it impossible to refuse. All right, Lin Feng agreed with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. I have fewer classes on Thursday. I'll go with you then. Great, Ye Qingyao exclaimed, joyfully hugging Lin Feng's shoulder, her face radiant with happiness. Since adding the contact for part-time work after the job fair, Ye Qingyao had received her first task the following day. While Lin Feng attended classes, she spent her time painting, and soon Thursday arrived. Sitting at her vanity, she carefully applied her makeup, while Lin Feng remained equally diligent. He thoughtfully gathered a few snacks in her bag and filled a thermos with warm water, preparing for any eventuality. Darling, I'm ready. Let us go, Ye Qingyao said softly, beaming with excitement. All right, let us head out, Lin Feng replied, taking the bag with ease and linking his arm with hers as they stepped out together. Entering the bustling mall, Ye Qingyao was momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling array of products. What do Uncle and Auntie usually like? She asked, glancing at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng tenderly suggested, let us get my father a fine fountain pen. He has always enjoyed writing. As for my mother, skincare products will be quite suitable, don't you think? Ye Qingyao nodded in agreement, her mind now set on their objective. Hand in hand, they strolled into a skincare specialty shop, where the staff greeted them with warm smiles and polished appearances. Hello, welcome. Are you two looking for skincare products? The attendant's voice was gentle and inviting. Ye Qingyao smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm looking for an anti-aging set suitable for women in their 40s. Of course. Please follow me, the attendant said enthusiastically, leading them to an exquisite yellow gift box. Chapter 45. Do not underestimate me, dear husband. I am quite wealthy. The shop assistant meticulously elucidated the unique functions of each product within the gift set, ranging from deep cleansing to nourishing repair and daily moisturizing, among others. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's face illuminated with a satisfied smile. She tilted her head slightly and gazed at Lin Feng, who stood beside her, softly inquiring, Darling, I think this gift set is splendid. Do you believe Auntie will appreciate it? Lin Feng, upon hearing her words, directed his gentle gaze toward Ye Qingyao's face. He nodded softly, his tone imbued with a hint of affection. Certainly, my mother will surely adore it. After saying this, he turned to the attendant and said, "We will take the skincare set. Please wrap it up for us." "Certainly, sir," the attendant responded with enthusiasm, her face beaming with a professional smile. Once the package was prepared, she cheerfully reminded them, "Sir, madam, the price for this gift set is 5,988 yuan. Just as Lin Feng was about to retrieve his bank card from his pocket, Ye Qingyao gently halted him. She smiled at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with determination. "Darling, allow me to pay." Lin Feng, taken aback, chuckled indulgently, lightly brushing Ye Qingyao's nose. "It makes no difference who pays. My card is essentially your card, is it not?" However, Ye Qingyao resolutely shook her head, a hint of pride in her voice. "It is different. This is a gift for Andy, and I must pay for it myself to demonstrate my sincerity. Besides, do not underestimate me. Dear husband, I am quite wealthy." With that, Ye Qingyao produced a bank card from her bag and, with a sense of pride, handed it to the attendant to complete the transaction. The attendant accepted the card and swiftly processed the payment. She returned the card to Ye Qingyao, her face adorned with a sincere smile. "Madam, the payment has been successfully processed. Here is your card. Please keep it safe. We look forward to your next visit to our store." Ye Qingyao beamed as she accepted the card, and hand in hand with Lin Feng, they exited the skincare shop. They took the elevator to the upper floor, where a specialized pen store caught their attention. Stepping inside, they were met with an array of exquisite pens, some elegantly simple, while others were lavishly intricate. For a moment, they were dazzled, unsure of how to choose. As neither Lin Feng nor Ye Qingyao had any knowledge of pens, a sales assistant approached them with a smile, inquiring about their needs. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Qingyao, knowing well that one gets what one pays for, cheerfully said, "Hello, may I see your most expensive pen?" Her tone carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation. The sales assistant paused momentarily, seemingly surprised by their choice of the priciest pen. But soon, she regained her composure, nodded in agreement, and turned to fetch the pen. Before long, she returned with a sleek, jet-black pen that glimmered enticingly, placing it gently on the counter. The moment Ye Qingyao laid eyes on the pen, she was captivated by its opulence. She examined it closely, noting its mirror-like smooth surface that reflected dazzling light. Curiously, she asked the attendant, "What distinguishes this pen from the others?" The sales assistant explained earnestly, "This pen features a stunning design, and its refillable core is quite convenient, unlike other pens which cannot be replaced and must be entirely swapped out when worn." Ye Qingyao nodded, recognizing the pen's unique attributes. She then declared, "Please wrap this pen for me. I will take it." The attendant, somewhat perplexed, hesitated briefly before gently reminding her, "Madam, while this pen is indeed magnificent, it is relatively expensive and may be more showy than practical. We also have other, more affordable and durable options. Would you like to consider those?" Ye Qingyao smiled and shook her head, dismissively waving her hand. "No worries. I prefer this one." Seeing her determination, the attendant reluctantly nodded and proceeded to carefully wrap the pen. With the packaged item in hand, Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng exited the store. As Lin Feng regarded the gift, a wave of confusion washed over him. "Dear, why did you purchase such an expensive pen? The cheaper one looked quite nice as well." Ye Qingyao shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Once one gets accustomed to a certain pen, they do not wish to switch. The pen I purchased has a replaceable core, making it much more convenient for Uncle." "Oh, I see." Lin Feng nodded, realizing how thoughtful his wife was toward her family, which truly moved him. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, dear." Ye Qingyao, pleased, waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, darling, it is but my duty. No need for thanks." With their gifts secured, the couple returned home from the mall, Ye Qingyao glancing at the present in her hands. Filled with anticipation for the day they would return home together. That morning, as dawn broke and darkness still lingered outside, Su Wanrong decisively kicked Lin Qiao awake from his slumber. "Old Lin, wake up quickly. We must hurry to the morning market. But it's only 5 o'clock. Let me rest a bit more." Lin Qiao mumbled from under the covers, reluctant to face the winter's chill. Outside, the icy wind howled, with temperatures plummeting below zero. Lin Qiao nestled deeper under the blankets, hesitating to rise. Observing his reluctance, Su Wanrong briskly threw off his covers, allowing the cold air to invade his sanctuary, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He considered arguing, but the resolute expression on his wife's face compelled him to begrudgingly rise and dress. Stepping outside, they were met with a biting wind. Lin Xiaotian grumbled as they walked. "Wife, why not just let me buy the groceries at the market? Why do we have to get up so early for the morning market? Our son is bringing a classmate home for the first time. We must treat them well. The freshest produce is found at the morning market." "Enough chatter. Let us go," Su Wanrong urged, her tone laced with impatience. Fortunately, the morning market was merely a 15-minute walk from their residence. By the time they arrived, the market was already bustling with activity, vendors on tricycles busy unloading their goods. The morning market offered both wholesale and retail options, making it incredibly convenient and beloved by local residents. Upon entering the market, Su Wanrong's eyes were immediately drawn to the fresh pork displayed on the counter. Excitedly, she hurried forward. The meat looked tantalizingly fresh, particularly the beautifully marbled pork belly and neatly arranged ribs, filling her with delight. She cheerfully addressed the vendor. "I'll take both the pork belly and the ribs. Please chop the ribs for me." "Certainly," the vendor replied, sharpening his knife with vigor as he skillfully began to cut the meat. In no time, Su Wanrong emerged from the bustling crowd, burdened with a heavy plastic bag. Chapter 46. The ugly daughter-in-law meets her in-laws today. Observing Lin Xiaotian, who was idly gazing around the periphery, Su Wanrong threw a bag of meat at him with a hint of annoyance. "Take this and don't lose it." "Okay," Lin Xiaotian replied, somewhat disgruntled, and followed closely behind his wife. In addition to purchasing fresh pork, Su Wanrong had meticulously selected some prime lamb and beef, intending to prepare dishes from each. After emerging from the morning market, she also chose an assortment of fresh vegetables and fruits from a stall on the roadside. With their bags brimming with various fruits, they returned home, satisfied. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao felt an unusual complexity of emotions as she prepared to meet Lin Feng's parents. Having awakened early, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Anticipation intertwined with anxiety filled her heart. She looked forward to meeting Lin Feng's family, but feared that her performance might be lacking, leaving a negative impression. Noticing his wife's unease, Lin Feng gently embraced her and inquired, "Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling nervous about visiting my family today?" Ye Qingyao nodded softly, her voice trembling. "Yes, I'm worried that uncle and aunt might not like me." Lin Feng, sensing her distress, offered tender reassurance. "How could they not? My wife is beautiful and considerate. Who wouldn't adore you? Besides, if I like you, my parents will surely appreciate you as well. Don't overthink it. I've got your back." Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Ye Qingyao's hormones were somewhat erratic, causing her emotions to fluctuate and her mind to wander. Fortunately, Lin Feng remained by her side, providing comfort and encouragement. He gently caressed her back, his soothing words dispelling the clouds of worry in her heart. Ye Qingyao nodded earnestly. "All right, thank you." After finishing breakfast, the couple began to pack their bags in preparation for their departure. Su Province was just next door to the bustling metropolis, and they could reach home in a little over an hour by high-speed train. Seated comfortably, Lin Feng placed the snacks he had prepared on the small table. "Darling, feel free to snack if you're hungry. We'll be home soon." "Yes," Ye Qingyao replied with a nod. Upon returning from the market, Su Wanrong had not rested. She busied herself washing vegetables and cutting meat, then shifted to the kitchen to simmer soup and cook rice. As noon approached, worry crept in as her son had yet to return. Setting aside her tasks, Su Wanrong entered the living room and addressed Lin Xiaotian. "Old Lin, could you call our son and check where he is?" At her request, Lin Xiaotian sat up and dialed their son's number. Before long, Lin Feng's voice came through the line. "Hello, Dad. I'm almost home. No need to worry." Upon hearing that their son was safe, Lin Xiaotian hung up and informed Su Wanrong, "Dear, our son will be home shortly. You can start cooking." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Wanrong hastened her pace, skillfully stir-frying the dishes until a delightful aroma filled the air. After placing the last 2 plates on the dining table, she removed her apron and, brushing her slightly disheveled hair, turned to Lin Xiaotian and asked, "How do I look? Am I presentable for our son?" Lin Xiaotian chuckled and nodded. You look wonderful. Very youthful. He then teased. What if our son brings home a boy? Su Wanrong shot him a glare. Then I shall make them move out to spare my eyes. Though she spoke flippantly, she firmly believed that her son would indeed bring home a girl. After all, a mother knows her child best. Soon, a taxi pulled up beneath their apartment building. Lin Feng retrieved their luggage from the trunk and took Ye Qingyao's hand as they ascended the stairs. Thankfully, they lived on the third floor, making the climb effortless. As they navigated the staircase, Ye Qingyao's small hand was clammy with sweat from her nervousness. Suddenly, she halted, grasping Lin Feng's hand tightly, her brow furrowed in anxiety. Lin Feng, I'm a bit scared. Lin Feng, noticing her distress, gently reassured her, Darling, it's all right. I'm here, and my parents are very easy to get along with. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qingyao silently encouraged herself. Before long, a series of knocks echoed through the hallway. Su Wanrong, suspecting it to be her son's return, joyfully rushed to the door. However, upon opening it, she was met with disappointment. Oh, it's a delivery. The delivery person smiled and said, with the last digits 9528, Miss Su, right? Here is your package. Please sign. With a sigh, Su Wanrong accepted the parcel, closed the door, and returned to the sofa to continue her wait. In the narrow stairwell of the old residential complex, Lin Feng cautiously guided Ye Qingyao as the delivery person descended. Soon, they arrived at the third floor, where Lin Feng lightly knocked on the door. Hearing the commotion, Su Wanrong gleefully proclaimed, This must be our son. She opened the door to see a familiar figure and exclaimed, Mom, I'm back. Su Wanrong beamed and glanced around, only to question in confusion, Son, didn't you say you were bringing a classmate home? Where are they? Lin Feng flashed a grin and pulled Ye Qingyao, who had been hiding behind him, into view. Here she is, the shy Ye Qingyao, who moments ago had been too bashful to show herself, now found herself pushed before her future mother-in-law, unable to retreat. Blushing, she greeted softly, Hello, Annie. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Su Wanrong heard every word, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, this girl is truly lovely. Come in, she exclaimed, pulling Ye Qingyao inside. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat overlooked, chuckled softly and followed with their luggage. Lin Xiaotian immediately stood up from the sofa at the sound of their arrival. Upon seeing him, Ye Qingyao politely greeted, Hello, uncle. Good, very good, Lin Xiaotian replied, his face radiant with a smile as he turned to his son, his eyes brimming with approval, as if to say, Son, you've done well. Su Wanrong guided Ye Qingyao to sit on the sofa. Her heart filled with joy and satisfaction as she gazed at the beautiful young woman before her. Then, with a warm smile, she inquired, Child, are you thirsty? You must be exhausted from your journey. Old Lin, please get a glass of water for her. Su Wanrong gently instructed Lin Xiaotian. Seeing the warmth from her uncle and aunt, Ye Qingyao quickly waved her hands in refusal. Uncle, I really am not thirsty. Please don't trouble yourselves. It's no trouble at all. Let us not mind her, Su Wanrong replied, affectionately taking Ye Qingyao's hand. At that moment, with a curious gleam in her eye, Su Wanrong turned to the couple and cheerfully inquired, So, what is the nature of your relationship now? Chapter 47. In fact, I am pregnant upon hearing this revelation. Ye Qingyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Lin Feng, however, showed no hesitation in grasping Ye Qingyao's hand before their very eyes, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if proclaiming their relationship to the world. Su Wanrong, witnessing this scene, clapped her hands with joy, her eyes squinting into crescent moons as she cheerfully exclaimed, I already knew, even without you saying it. Her tone was filled with warmth and delight. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Su Wanrong nodded repeatedly, expressing her high approval of Lin Feng's choice. Since Ye Qingyao was her son's girlfriend, she immediately inquired with added affection, Dear, what is your name? Auntie, my name is Ye Qingyao, she replied with a radiant smile, her voice melodious and sweet, eyes sparkling with happiness. And shall I call you Yao Yao? Su Wanrong asked eagerly. Of course, Ye Qingyao nodded, her heart secretly marveling that meeting the parents was not as daunting as she had imagined. Soon after, Su Wanrong turned to Lin Feng, instructing him, son, take Yao Yao to wash her hands. The soup I prepared is ready. We shall dine shortly. All right. Lin Feng nodded, taking Ye Qingyao's hand and leading her to the restroom. Inside, as they washed their hands joyfully, Lin Feng whispered playfully, darling, are you still nervous? Ye Qingyao shook her head and replied contentedly, Uncle and Auntie are wonderful. Very welcoming. I'm not nervous at all now. Good. If anything displeasing happens during the meal, just pinch my thigh, and I will help you out, Lin Feng chuckled, his tone filled with affection and assurance. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao embraced Lin Feng, planting a peck on his cheek. You are truly wonderful, my love. When Su Wanrong saw the two emerge from the restroom, she approached with a smile, taking Ye Qingyao's hand and guiding her to a bench, saying warmly, Yao Yao, I'm not sure what you like to eat, so I prepared a bit of everything. Looking at the table laden with delicacies, she continued with a beaming smile. What would you like for dinner? Just treat this place as your own home, all right? I understand. Ye Qingyao nodded, her cheeks flushed, feeling overwhelmed by Auntie's warmth. She could only smile and nod in response. At that moment, Lin Xiaotian nudged Lin Feng's arm, exasperatedly advising, Xiaofeng, why don't you serve Yao Yao some food? Oh, right. Lin Feng finally reacted, hastily picking up chopsticks to serve his wife a piece of succulent braised pork. Ye Qingyao took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. This braised pork is exquisite, not greasy at all, simply divine. Hearing her high praise, Su Wanrong beamed with joy, saying, Yao Yao, if you like it, please eat more. She then added several pieces of braised pork to Ye Qingyao's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, Ye Qingyao replied, her cheeks puffed with food. Lin Feng continued to serve her, piling her bowl high with dishes, as the table resonated with laughter and happiness. Suddenly, Ye Qingyao furrowed her brow and set her chopsticks and bowl down. She looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. Xiaofeng, what did you just serve me? Lamb, Lin Feng replied, perplexed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Before he could react further, Ye Qingyao covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. Su Wanrong, taken aback by the sudden turn, glared at Lin Feng, reproaching. Didn't you know Yao Yao can't eat lamb? As her boyfriend, how could you not know this? Sighing in exasperation, Su Wanrong shook her head, disappointment evident in her gaze. Lin Feng felt helpless, realizing he had made a mistake. After all, just a few days prior, he had prepared lamb stew for Ye Qingyao. He looked at his mother with an innocent expression, unsure how to explain himself. Seeing Lin Feng's dazed demeanor, Su Wanrong scolded him lightly. Go ask Yao Yao if she is all right. Her voice was filled with urgency and reproach. Okay, Lin Feng nodded, rushing to the restroom door and calling out, Yao Yao, how are you? Are you feeling better? After a moment, Ye Qingyao emerged, her eyes red-rimmed, gently patting her chest as she said, I feel much better after vomiting. Su Wanrong, upon hearing this, shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance and tenderly offered Ye Qingyao a glass of water. Yao Yao, it was Xiaofeng's fault. He didn't know you can't eat lamb. It's not his fault. Auntie, Ye Qingyao interjected, waving her hand to defend Lin Feng. She did not wish for him to be blamed because of her situation. However, Lin Xiaotian reassured her, Yao Yao did not defend him. Uncle and Auntie will stand up for you. His tone was firm, as if vowing to ensure justice for her. Su Wanrong nodded in agreement, adding, a boyfriend who does not know his girlfriend's preferences is indeed lacking. She shot Lin Feng another glare. Standing aside, Lin Feng watched as his parents fervently catered to Ye Qingyao, questioning whether he had misheard. Were these truly the same parents who had doted on him? How had he suddenly become so out of favor? With a resigned smile, he sighed inwardly, alas. My wife receives all this affection, and I can't even express displeasure. Yet, seeing Ye Qingyao, so cherished by his parents, filled him with joy, for she was the love of his life. Nevertheless, Ye Qingyao felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Feng, witnessing her husband being chastised. She quickly intervened, Uncle and Auntie, please do not blame Xiaofeng. In fact, I am pregnant. What? The word struck Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily speechless. Su Wanrong, still in disbelief, asked again, Yao Yao, you're pregnant? Yes, Ye Qingyao confirmed, adding quickly to avoid misunderstandings, the child is Lin Feng's. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. While he appreciated his son having a girlfriend, the thought of his son becoming a father before graduating from university was hard to digest. In his eyes, Lin Feng had shown a blatant disregard for Ye Qingyao's well-being. How could a young woman, blooming like a flower, become a mother before completing her studies? With a fierce demeanor, Lin Xiaotian rose abruptly, pulling off his belt with a grim expression as he glared at Lin Feng. You, come here. Chapter 48. All the blame falls on me. If you must punish someone, let it be me. Lin Feng felt the overwhelming aura emanating from his father, causing his heart to tighten involuntarily. Yet, he forced himself to stand up slowly from the chair. He understood that this was a confrontation he had to face. After all, the current predicament was indeed a result of his actions, and he deserved to learn a lesson. Kneel. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze intensified as he watched Lin Feng approach, his anger flaring even more. At his command, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud, the sound echoing as his knees connected with the cold, hard tiles. Immediately after, the belt struck him, each crack resonating painfully, causing Lin Feng to shudder with each hit. Standing nearby, Ye Qingyao felt a sharp pain in her heart at the sight. Her face was etched with anxiety and sorrow, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. She yearned to rush forward to stop Lin Xiaotian, but Su Wanrong noticed her intent and quickly grasped her hand, speaking gently yet firmly. Yao Yao, don't go. Let your uncle handle this. Rest assured, whatever responsibilities Lin Feng must bear, we will ensure he faces them. As the only child, Lin Feng was cherished by his parents. However, when it came to matters of right and wrong, they showed no mercy. Lin Xiaotian swung the belt with increasing ferocity, and soon, Lin Feng's white shirt was marred with crimson marks. Ye Qingyao watched in anguish, her heart aching. Suddenly, she broke free from Su Wanrong's grasp and threw herself onto Lin Feng, shielding him with her frail body. Her voice trembled with tears. Uncle, all the blame lies with me. Please don't strike Lin Feng. If punishment is necessary, let it be directed at me. I share in this, after all. The child is also my responsibility. With her eyes shut tight, tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng felt a warm surge of emotion and gently pushed Ye Qingyao away, forcing a smile filled with resolve and gratitude. Foolish girl, I'm fine. This is my fault. I deserve the punishment. However, Ye Qingyao shook her head with determination, tears glistening in her eyes. No, that is not right. I am at fault too. If punishment is to be dealt, let it be shared. Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Watching this unfold, Lin Xiaoyan's fury gradually subsided. He threw the belt onto the sofa in frustration, his voice deep and powerful as he addressed Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, Yao Yao has been so good to you. You must not let her down in the future. At that moment, Su Wanrong stepped forward to help Ye Qingyao to her feet, her gaze filled with warmth and affection. Yao Yao, please get up. Observing his wife's worried expression, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head reassuringly. It's nothing. I've only received a few blows. It doesn't hurt. The elderly couple looked at the affectionate exchange between the young couple, their hearts swelling with pride and joy. They recognized that while their son's actions were misguided, his love for Ye Qingyao was genuine and profound. Moreover, they held a deep-seated affection for Ye Qingyao as their future daughter-in-law. Su Wanrong took Ye Qingyao's hand, her face radiating a warm smile. Yao Yao, how many months along are you? 2.5 months. Ye Qingyao replied softly, caressing her belly, her face glowing with maternal warmth. She turned to the couple, her eyes filled with pleading. Uncle, Annie, please don't punish Lin Feng anymore. This is not entirely his fault. All right, as long as you don't blame him, Su Wanrong said, patting Ye Qingyao's hand with a cheerful smile. Though their son had acted impulsively, the couple was thoroughly pleased with the daughter-in-law he had chosen. Then, with affectionate intent, Su Wanrong guided Ye Qingyao to the dining table, her voice cheerful as she said, Yao Yao, if you don't want to eat lamb, don't. Take whatever you desire. If you wish for something else tonight, I'll prepare it for you, ensuring you eat well and stay healthy. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao smiled brightly, revealing her charming dimples. Thank you, Auntie. After experiencing morning sickness, she felt much better, but the scent of lamb had been overwhelming. Lin Xiaotian, Noticing Ye Qingyao's discomfort, quietly rose and removed the lamb from the table, placing it in the kitchen corner to prevent any further nausea for his future daughter-in-law. As Ye Qingyao basked in the love and care from Lin Feng's family, her heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. She realized she had not only chosen the right partner, but also a warm and loving family. While eating pork ribs, Ye Qingyao suddenly remembered something, and a mysterious smile spread across her face. "By the way, Uncle and Annie, I'm expecting twins." "What? Twins?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's joy was palpable, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She grasped Ye Qingyao's hands, her voice slightly trembling. "Yao Yao, you will have to endure much during this time." After saying this, she turned to Lin Feng with a serious reminder. "Xiao Feng, you must take good care of Yao Yao. Otherwise, you'll have to answer to us." "Understood." Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, feeling his position in the family rapidly declining. Although Lin Xiaotian was equally thrilled, being a man, he was not adept at expressing emotions. He merely smiled softly, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. He looked at Ye Qingyao, his voice deep and reassuring. "Yao Yao, you are the pride of the Lin family. If Xiao Feng ever does anything to upset you, you must tell us. We will deal with him." Ye Qingyao smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, absolutely." She then playfully raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng, as if teasing him. "Honey, you better be careful from now on." At that moment, Lin Feng sat quietly, not daring to breathe too loudly, fearful of being summoned by his father for further discipline. However, the atmosphere did not remain light for long. Lin Xiaotian took a sip of wine, then turned to Lin Feng, his tone turning serious. "Xiao Feng, what are your plans for the future?" Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Ye Qingyao, his eyes filled with determination and love. "We plan to hold the wedding during the winter vacation." Lin Xiaotian furrowed his brows slightly. "You may face difficulties with Yao Yao's family, but if necessary, we will accompany you to apologize." He understood that marriage was not merely the union of two individuals, but a bond between two families, especially given the gravity of Lin Feng's earlier misstep. Ye Qingyao waved her hand, smiling. "Uncle, there's no need for that. My family has already agreed to my marriage with Lin Feng. They like him very much." Upon hearing this, both Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian were taken aback, astonished at how smoothly things had progressed. Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Feng, who nodded affirmatively and added, "In a couple of days, our families will sit down together to discuss the wedding arrangements, aiming to finalize it during this winter vacation." Lin Xiaotian nodded in approval. "All right. Since this situation arose from Xiao Feng's mistakes, we will do our utmost to meet any requirements from Yao Yao's family." Su Wanrong also nodded in agreement, then took Ye Qingyao's hand, assuring her, "Yao Yao, rest assured, we will not treat you unfairly or harshly just because you are pregnant." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao burst into tears, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of happiness and warmth. She wiped her tears and looked at Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong, her voice filled with determination and gratitude. "Uncle, Annie, thank you so much. You have been incredibly kind to me." Chapter 49, Mother. Your son is worth over $1 billion. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Ye Qingyao languidly yawned, a hint of fatigue reflected in her eyes. She had risen particularly early that morning, and now her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, nearly refusing to open. Lin Feng, observing her weariness, spoke tenderly. "Darling, you look utterly exhausted. Perhaps you should rest in your room for a while." His gaze was filled with affection. "All right," Ye Qingyao replied with a nod. Seeing this, Su Wanrong promptly stood up, her steps light as she approached Ye Qingyao, carefully helping her up and expressing her concern. "Yao Yao, the maid has tidied up Xiao Feng's room. You can sleep peacefully there." Gratitude shone in Ye Qingyao's eyes as she nodded gently. She sauntered over to the bed, taking in the neatness of the room, a warm wave of comfort washing over her. Every corner of the space exuded Lin Feng's essence, instilling a profound sense of security within her. As she covered herself with Lin Feng's blanket, she inhaled deeply, savoring the unique fragrance that enveloped him, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. She mused softly, "Husband's blanket smells delightful. It's the aroma of Li Bai." With that thought, she gradually closed her eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. Noticing this, Su Wanrong quietly exited the room, carefully closing the door behind her. She turned to Lin Feng and Lin Qiao, her eyes conveying a sense of admonition. You two, keep your voices down. Yao Yao is already asleep. Don't wake her. Her tone was imbued with love and care for Ye Qingyao. Then Su Wanrong made her way to the kitchen, beginning to bustle about. She skillfully retrieved soybeans. Preparing to soak them for the tofu she intended to make for Ye Qingyao, her favorite dish. Lin Feng observed his mother's diligent figure and approached her softly, inquiring, Mom, what are you busy with? Su Wanrong glanced up at him, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Yao Yao mentioned she wanted tofu, so I'm soaking the beans in advance to prepare it for her tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of reluctance. Mom, that seems too troublesome. We could just buy some tofu from outside, couldn't we? He found the process overly complicated and inconvenient. Immediately shaking her head, Su Wanrong replied resolutely, Nothing from outside can compare to something made with my own hands. Besides, this is what my daughter-in-law desires. I would go to great lengths to ensure she has it, even if it means searching high and low. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, his heart swelling with gratitude. He understood that his mother's efforts stemmed from a desire to envelop Ye Qingyao in warmth and love, creating a sense of home. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, Mom, you've worked hard. After a while, the three of them sat together in the living room, the atmosphere warm and tranquil. Suddenly, Su Wanrong recalled something and curiously looked at Lin Feng, asking, Xiaofeng, where's Yao Yao's family from? What do her parents do? Her inquiry was detailed, reflecting her desire to understand Ye Qingyao's family background in order to have a clearer perspective when discussing the wedding. Lin Xiaotian also regarded Lin Feng with keen interest, both their gazes fixed on him, as if they were trying to glean the answers from his expression. Feeling their anticipation, Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied, Yao Yao's family resides in the capital. Her parents are in business, and their company is quite substantial. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian felt a chill in their hearts. The disparity in family conditions was stark, as their savings barely exceeded 6 figures. This realization stirred feelings of unease and concern within them. Recalling Ye Qingyao's mention that her family approved of their union, Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but harbor doubts. He then asked Lin Feng, Son, are you considering marrying into Yao Yao's family? Lin Feng was taken aback, laughing incredulously. Dad, what are you saying? That's impossible. He didn't expect his father to think that way. Surely it was due to his own merits that he had won Ye Qingyao and her family's favor? Su Wanrong, equally perplexed, looked at Lin Feng. Given the significant disparity in our family's wealth, how could Yao Yao's parents possibly agree to her marrying you? Her tone reflected confusion, even though her son was handsome. Ye Qingyao was also extraordinarily beautiful, leading her to wonder about the underlying reasons. Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Feng grinned widely, confidence and pride radiating from him. It's simply because your son is exceptionally outstanding. His tone was playful and self-assured, as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. At this, Lin Xiaotian scoffed inwardly, thinking how his own humility contrasted with his son's apparent narcissism. Lin Feng, gazing sincerely at his parents, said, Mom, Dad, I've actually been secretly starting my own business for the past few years. He continued, currently, my net worth has surpassed $1 billion. His words carried a note of pride and triumph. What? Son, are you feverish? Su Wanrong could hardly believe her ears, finding it implausible that her son could be worth such a sum. She reached out to touch Lin Feng's forehead, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Xiaotian also found it hard to grasp, reassuring Lin Feng, Son, as long as you and Yao Yao wish to be together, we would do anything to satisfy her family. Just don't let the pressure lead you to overreach. Faced with the skeptical gazes of his parents, Lin Feng felt exasperated. Mom, Dad, why don't you believe me? I'm telling the truth. He then took out his phone, opened the banking app, and presented the balance screen to his parents. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, as if to proclaim, See, this is the evidence. As they beheld the long string of numbers followed by countless zeros, Su Wanrong felt her vision blur. She quickly grasped Lin Xiaotian's arm, exclaiming, Old Lin, quickly count how many zeros are there. Her voice trembled with excitement, as if she could hardly believe her eyes. Lin Qiao bent down to count 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 9 zeros. After finishing, he shouted in exhilaration, "Wife, our son has 800 million in his account." His tone was filled with disbelief and excitement, as if he were discussing the impossible. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Su Wanrong's face. She linked her arm through Lin Feng's, grinning broadly. "Xiaofeng, how did you become so incredible? I always knew you were different from others when you were little. You truly are a dragon among men." Her playful teasing was tinged with pride, but as she continued, her words began to trail off, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. Seeing his mother in such a state, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "All right, Mom and Dad, it's all true. From now on, I'll provide you with a better life." He glanced around and added, "Let us start by moving to a new house. We'll go look at properties tomorrow." Upon hearing this, both Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao wore expressions of joy, fully aware that their son had grown up, capable of ensuring a brighter future for them. They nodded enthusiastically, their hearts brimming with happiness. Chapter 50. My dear, where are you touching? Xiaofeng, Yao, dinner is ready. Su Wanrong's voice was gentle and warm, as she steadily carried a steaming plate of mapo tofu. "Ah, we're coming." Upon hearing the call, the two emerged from their room. Even before entering the dining area, the enticing aroma wafted toward them, causing their mouths to water in anticipation. Ye Qingyao inhaled the fragrant air, her eyes glimmering with delight, clearly captivated by the enticing scent. Su Wanrong gently placed the mapo tofu on the dining table, the tofu glistening in vibrant colors, with the red chili oil and verdant scallions contrasting beautifully, presenting an exquisite sight. Ye Qingyao could not help but exclaim, "Wow, it smells amazing. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." The compliment made Su Wanrong beam with joy, her eyes crinkling in delight, revealing genuine happiness. She carefully served a bowl of rice to Ye Qingyao, saying, Yao, do try it." Ye Qingyao accepted the rice, delicately picking up a piece of tofu and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, the spicy and savory flavors exploded in her mouth, prompting her to close her eyes in blissful appreciation. After a moment, she nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, "Auntie, this tofu is simply divine, exceptionally delicious. No wonder Xiaofeng is such a great cook. He must have inherited it from you." Her words carried a playful tone, laced with flattery. However, this remark caught Su Wanrong off guard, prompting her to ponder, "Xiaofeng is a good cook? This child has never set foot in the kitchen." Lin Feng, noticing her surprise, quickly urged Su Wanrong to sit down, his tone tinged with mild exasperation and embarrassment. "Mom, please sit down and eat." He understood that continuing this topic would require him to weave an elaborate tale, given that his culinary skills were a product of the system. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, with Ye Qingyao praising the mapo tofu incessantly, savoring every bite. Lin Feng silently observed the interactions between his mother and wife, his heart swelling with gratitude and contentment. He knew that his mother had put in considerable effort to ensure his wife enjoyed the meal, which deserved commendation. "Honey, this tofu was personally made by my mom. From soaking the beans to grinding them and finally cooking, it involves several intricate steps before these pieces of tofu are created." Lin Feng spoke with a sense of pride and appreciation, hoping to convey his mother's dedication and effort to Ye Qingyao. However, upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a twinge of guilt. She recognized the extent of Auntie's efforts to satisfy her cravings. Gently grasping Su Wanrong's hand, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and remorse, she said, "Annie, you have been so kind to me. I promise to honor you well in the future." Su Wanrong's face lit up with joy at her words, her wrinkles deepening with happiness and fulfillment. She gently patted Ye Qingyang's hand, her tone affectionate. Yao, you needn't be so polite. We are family." After this brief interlude, dinner concluded, and Ye Qingyao and Su Wanrong settled on the sofa, engrossed in animated conversation, as if they had an endless stream of topics to discuss. Lin Feng watched them quietly, feeling immensely satisfied. After all, a harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law brought unparalleled happiness to the entire family. As time slipped by, night fell, and Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao returned to their room, preparing to rest. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong sat on the living room sofa, her heart slightly anxious. She tiptoed over to Lin Xiaotian, lowering her voice. "Old Lin, is it really appropriate for the young couple to share a room?" Her tone was laced with concern. Lin Xiaotian chuckled softly, patting Su Wanrong's shoulder in reassurance. "They're expecting a child. What is wrong with that?" However, Su Wanrong remained unconvinced, shaking her head with a furrowed brow. "That's not what I mean. Our son is a strong young man. I worry he might act recklessly." Lin Xiaotian sighed, attempting to console his wife. "Don't fret unnecessarily. Our son knows his limits. Let us get some rest." With that, he headed towards their bedroom. Yet, Su Wanrong's worries lingered. Moments later, she crept to the door of the guest room and gently knocked. Upon hearing the knock, Lin Feng hurriedly slipped on his slippers to open the door. Seeing his mother standing there with a blanket in her arms, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Mom, what is up?" Su Wanrong handed the blanket to Lin Feng, her tone both gentle and cautionary. "Son, Yao is still in her first trimester. You should exercise some restraint." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's concern. He understood her worries and nodded earnestly. "Mom, don't worry. I know what to do." Yet, Su Wanrong remained apprehensive, reiterating her advice. "Tonight, don't share a blanket with Yao. Use this one instead." She added, "Our house doesn't have good sound insulation, so be careful." Lin Feng smiled helplessly, knowing his mother's intentions were rooted in care. However, he was all too aware of the house's poor sound insulation. No need to ask him how he knew. Gently patting his mother's shoulder, he said seriously, "Mom, don't fret. Just go back and get some sleep." With that, he closed the door. At that moment, Ye Qingyao, noticing Lin Feng holding the blanket, curiously inquired, "Honey, why do you have a blanket?" "It's nothing. Winters here can be quite chilly, and I don't want you to get cold, so I brought this for you." Lin Feng replied tenderly. Ye Qingyao opened her arms and pulled him close with a shy smile. "With you to warm my bed, I won't feel cold at all. Hurry and come up." After saying this, she reached for Lin Feng's shirt, but her hand accidentally brushed against his back, causing him to wince slightly. Realizing it might be due to a belt mark from his uncle, she quickly removed his shirt, revealing distinct welts, thankfully without any broken skin, just a slight redness. Seeing this, Ye Qingyang's heart ached as she touched his back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Darling, why didn't you dodge when your uncle hit you? Why are you so foolish?" Lin Feng grinned. "Who told me to do something that would get you bullied? I willingly bear the consequence." He then enveloped Ye Qingyao in his arms, grateful that both their families accepted their marriage, ensuring she could no longer escape. "With such a wonderful husband, why would I want to run away?" Ye Qingyao playfully retorted. As she lowered her head, she inadvertently caught sight of Lin Feng's well-defined abs, her fingers tracing over the firm muscles. Lin Feng smiled indulgently, his eyes sparkling with affection. "My love, where are your hand wandering?" Chapter 51. Your son is no fool. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng's family prepared to set out for an important mission, viewing properties. As they stepped out of the car, Lin Xiaotian looked up at the real estate office's sign, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He turned to Lin Feng, his tone a mix of shock and confusion. "Xiao Feng, the prices here are exorbitant. Over 20,000 per square meter. It's outright robbery." Su Wanrong chimed in. "Indeed, Xiao Feng, even a modest apartment here costs several million. I know you've been successful and your earning capacity has increased, but having money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. We should opt for something more affordable. There's no need to pursue such high-end options." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled reassuringly at his parents, his gaze resolute. "Dad, I understand that the housing prices are steep, but you have worked hard your entire lives, and now it's time to enjoy life. Moreover, the location and facilities here are excellent, and most importantly, it's close to the school, making it convenient for you both." Ultimately, his words swayed them. Though Su Wanrong still cautioned, "Son, let us just take a look today and decide to buy in a few days. We don't want to be seen as easy prey." "All right," Lin Feng nodded, but inwardly, he had another plan. He intended to act decisively today, leaving his parents with no room for objections. Upon entering the sales office, a refreshing and elegant atmosphere enveloped them. The sales representative, clad in a uniform black outfit and high heels, approached with a radiant smile. Her voice was sweet and inviting. Hello, welcome. Are you here to view properties? Lin Feng nodded politely, yes. His gaze fell upon the model display as he continued. Could you please provide us with an introduction? The sales representative smiled and nodded. Inquiring further, are you interested in larger or smaller units? The amenities differ, and the layouts are distinct. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng replied with a smile, larger units. Please, we desire a more spacious living environment. The sales representative beamed even more brightly, knowing that selling a larger unit would significantly boost her commission. She enthusiastically began detailing the properties, explaining everything from the design to the surrounding amenities. Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong listened intently, nodding in agreement. The properties indeed met their expectations, but Lin Feng's attention was suddenly drawn to a charming small villa next door. He casually inquired, "Is that one of your listings as well?" The sales representative glanced over, smiling as she confirmed, "Yes, sir, that is our most prestigious residence. It boasts an exceptionally secure system and meticulous privacy protection. Naturally, the price reflects its quality." Lin Feng seemed not to fully register her words. His gaze fixated on the model of the small villa, filled with admiration. He turned to his parents. "Dad, Mom, that villa is truly magnificent. It has a small courtyard right at the entrance where you can plant whatever vegetables you wish and even raise chickens. It's incredibly convenient." Su Wanrong's eyes sparkled at her son's words. As a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, growing vegetables was almost second nature. In her current old community, there was no opportunity to garden below, and she could only use foam boxes on the balcony for planting scallions and chives, which was quite inconvenient. Then Lin Feng directed his attention to Lin Xiaotian. "Dad, while Mom tends to the garden on the left. I'll build you a small pavilion on the right where you can enjoy tea, play chess, or read. How delightful that would be." The image painted by his son seemed to transport Lin Xiaotian into a dream he had long cherished. Observing the contentment on his parents' faces, Lin Feng had already made up his mind. He turned to the sales representative and asked, "Is this villa available for immediate purchase?" "Yes," she replied. "Then we'll take this one. When can we sign the contract?" Lin Feng eagerly inquired. The sales representative appeared momentarily flustered by the sudden turn of events. Her mouth agape in astonishment. "Sir, are you truly sure you want this one?" "Absolutely," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. The sales representative was nearly ecstatic, her excitement bubbling over as she grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly. "Sir, you have an excellent eye. Thank you. I will prepare the contract immediately." With that, she hurried off like a gust of wind. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Ye Qingyao pouting with a hint of resentment directed at him. Realizing she might be feeling jealous, he felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, she had initiated the contact, and he swore he hadn't moved an inch. He approached Ye Qingyao with a feigned look of grievance, intertwining his arm with hers like a child seeking comfort. "Darling, I was just taken advantage of." Ye Qingyao could not help but chuckle, her earlier jealousy dissipating. She feigned seriousness. Boys need to learn to protect themselves out there. With that, she playfully pinched Lin Feng's backside, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Just then, the sales representative rushed back, contract in hand, seemingly anxious that Lin Feng might change his mind. "Sir, you may sign the contract now." She added, "By the way, the villa you selected is priced at 15 million. Lin Feng nodded, glancing at the pen in the sales representative's hand. Understanding his intent, she promptly offered it to him. Without hesitation, he signed his name, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to parental disapproval. Once the contract was finalized, his parents lingered reluctantly by the model display. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng playfully said to Su Wanrong, "Mom, I think that villa suits us perfectly, and you both seem quite pleased. Why not just buy it?" Hearing this, Su Wanrong quickly pulled her son aside, whispering, "Son, the prices might drop in a couple of days. Let us wait a bit." Lin Feng chuckled in resignation, aware that this development was not aimed at the average buyer, meaning price reductions were unlikely. Just as he was about to disclose his thoughts, the sales representative approached with a bright smile. "Sir, here are your keys. Please keep them safe. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me." Lin Feng accepted the keys, nodding, while Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong exchanged bewildered glances. Keys? What are they giving our son keys for? Su Wanrong felt a sense of foreboding and turned to Lin Feng, confused. Son, did you actually purchase the villa we just viewed? Yes, Mom. The sooner we buy, the sooner we can enjoy it, Lin Feng replied, his face alight with joy. However, Su Wanrong could not muster a smile. She felt as though her son had been taken advantage of yet again. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Your son is no fool." Chapter 52. Capturing wedding photos. The residence purchased by Lin Feng was an empty shell, and he meticulously selected a designer based on the preferences of Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao, hoping that the finished decor would exceed the couple's expectations. During lunch, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something, and while savoring a bite of food, inquired, "Dad, Mom, when does your school-less winter break officially commence?" Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao exchanged knowing smiles before gently responding, "We finish our exams this Wednesday, and then we'll spend Thursday grading papers. After that, we'll be on holiday." With a hint of curiosity, they added, "Why do you ask, son? Is there something on your mind?" Having recently transitioned from teaching 9th grade to a more relaxed role with first graders, their workload had considerably lightened. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze towards Ye Qingyao, a smile gracing his lips. "Once you're on break, let us arrange a meeting between our families to discuss the wedding plans." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. As soon as we're finished here, we'll head to the Magic City." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning her son and daughter-in-law clad in splendid attire, hand in hand, stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement, reflecting on the swift passage of time. "It feels like just yesterday when you were a little boy trailing behind me. Now, you're about to start a family of your own." Feeling a bit bashful, Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled, "Dad, it won't be long before your grandchildren are running around after you." "Ha, that would be splendid." Lin Qiao laughed heartily. As Lin Feng was preparing for his upcoming final exams, he needed to return to school. After lunch, Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao personally escorted the couple to the high-speed rail station. Once they arrived, Su Wanrong tightly grasped Ye Qingyao's hand, reluctance evident in her voice. "Dear, if Lin Feng gives you any trouble, you must tell your uncle and aunt. We will certainly stand up for you. If he dares to treat you poorly, just wait and see how we'll handle him." Lin Qiao chimed in, "Exactly. You mustn't overexert yourself. Leave all the heavy lifting to Lin Feng. He is young and strong, and a bit of labor won't wear him out. Don't you worry about him, all right?" Ye Qingyao's face radiated with happiness as she replied, "Auntie, I'll remember your words. If Lin Feng bullies me, I will definitely report it to you." Observing his mother's incessant concerns, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering, "Am I really that untrustworthy?" Hearing the station's announcement, he cheerfully remarked, "Mom, Dad, they're starting ticket checks. We should get going." "Don't worry. I will take good care of Qingyao." Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao nodded, their eyes filled with reluctance and concern. "All right. Remember to let us know when you arrive home safely." Of course, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao replied in unison before hand in hand. They walked into the ticketing area, watching the young couple depart. Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao reluctantly left the high-speed rail station. Upon returning to the Magic City, Lin Feng faced his final exams, which were held on Monday and Tuesday. He was busily occupied, while Ye Qingyao, though exempt from exams, had taken on a part-time job a few days prior. She diligently focused on her work and successfully completed her design project, which received high praise for its creativity and ingenuity. This project earned her a remarkable 2,000 yuan, her first income earned through her own efforts, which filled her with exhilaration. With Lin Feng's birthday approaching, she resolved to use this money to buy him a special gift, intending to surprise him. Once the final exams concluded, students gradually returned home for the holiday. Lin Feng's roommates eagerly packed their belongings, ready to celebrate the new year, except for Xiao Ziao, who lingered in the dorm, refusing to leave. This fellow only surfaced for exams and remained a mystery otherwise. After sending his roommates off to the high-speed rail station, Lin Feng returned home as night fell. Later that evening, as he and Ye Qingyao lay in bed, they chatted amiably. He gazed at her slightly rounded belly, filled with a profound sense of happiness and contentment. Suddenly, he proposed, "Beloved, while your belly is still not too prominent, how about we go take our wedding photos tomorrow?" Ye Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What girl wouldn't he dream of donning a pristine wedding gown and a vibrant red dress? She eagerly replied, "That sounds wonderful." Lin Feng chuckled as he playfully tapped her nose, saying, "Let us go check it out tomorrow, but you must prepare yourself. Taking wedding photos isn't a leisurely task. It may take all day." Ye Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. "That's fine. The baby is still small. I won't tire easily." Lin Feng smiled, endearingly reassuring her. "Even if you do tire, we'll take breaks. With me by your side, you have nothing to worry about." Yes, Ye Qingyao replied, leaning against her husband's shoulder, brimming with anticipation for the next day. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Lin Feng busied himself, akin to a meticulous caretaker, ensuring that all essentials for Ye Qingyao were prepared. Organizing a wedding photo shoot was no trivial matter, and he worried that she might feel hungry or thirsty during the session. Thus, he packed an abundance of snacks, fruits, and water, even including a small cushion to ensure her comfort during the shoot. Seeing the bulging bag, Ye Qingyao smiled with delight. Wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck, she teased, "Honey, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were preparing for a long journey. Why are you so well prepared?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively with a grin. "Well, as they say, it's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. My parents and your uncle and aunt have entrusted me with your care, so I can't let you down." "Oh," Ye Qingyao pouted playfully, her eyes glimmering with joy. "Now let us set off." Lin Feng took her hand, and together they drove to a picturesque location renowned for being a favorite spot for wedding photo shoots. Boasting stunning scenery and excellent facilities, truly an ideal choice for capturing their special moments. Chapter 53. The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. 40 minutes later, the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster gracefully glided into the exclusive parking space of the Love Wedding Photography Studio. The staff inside were engrossed in their tasks when a faint sound of the engine shutting off caught their attention. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they glimpsed the luxurious vehicle, igniting a flurry of whispers as they speculated whether a celebrity or a member of the aristocracy had come to visit. Several young female employees gazed with starry eyes, quietly discussing the car's opulence and rarity. At that moment, the car door opened slowly, revealing Lin Feng, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, stepping out with an air of sophistication. He gentlemanly extended his hand, while Ye Qingyao, adorned in a simple yet elegant dress, linked her arm through his. Together, they entered the reception hall, their presence seemingly illuminating the entire space. The employees cast astonished glances, inwardly exclaiming, "Wow, what a stunning couple." Their looks and aura are simply a match made in heaven. Just as they alighted from the vehicle, the store manager happened to be attending to some matters at the front desk. She looked up to see the striking pair approaching and was momentarily taken aback by their charisma and beauty. Quickly recovering, she set aside her work, approached with a beaming smile, and welcomed the esteemed clients. "Good day. Welcome to Love Wedding Photography Studio. Are you here to capture wedding photos?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied with a smile, casting a loving glance at Ye Qingyao. Seeing this, the manager's enthusiasm heightened as she guided them toward the VIP reception room. Upon entering, she promptly produced a meticulously prepared photography package, presenting it to Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. "Sir, madam, this is our photography package, which includes various styles and scenes, along with accompanying attire and makeup services. Please take a look, and feel free to let us know if you have any specific preferences or requests. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." Lin Feng accepted the package, perusing its contents with care before gently passing it to Ye Qingyao, saying softly, "Darling, it's up to you to decide. Whichever style you prefer, that is what we shall pursue." Ye Qingyao examined the package thoughtfully and pointed to a mid-range option, 999,999 yuan. She smiled, adding, "Let us go with this one. The number is auspicious." Considering her pregnancy, she felt this package was just right without being overwhelming. Upon hearing her choice, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with adoration and affection. The manager also smiled with satisfaction, nodding as she led them to the second floor's clothing area. As they ascended, Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng were taken aback by the sight before them. The room was a veritable treasure trove of garments, each more exquisite than the last. Styles ranging from classical to modern and simple to extravagant dazzled the eyes. Anyone with a fear of choice would surely find themselves in a prolonged quandary amidst the myriad options. The manager, noticing their awe, began to introduce the various outfits, including traditional bridal attire and chic dresses, each ensemble capturing the imagination. Ye Qingyao listened attentively while carefully examining the garments on display. She would occasionally pick up a wedding gown to caress its fabric or strike poses in front of the mirror while contemplating the styles of the traditional attire. Her mind already made up. Ultimately, after discussing with Lin Feng, they decided on 3 sets of wedding photos, one in a wedding gown, another in traditional attire, and the last in a chic dress. With the outfits chosen, they moved on to the makeup phase, where the makeup artists were industry elites, having previously served first-tier celebrities. Ye Qingyao's makeup artist was a stylish young woman with cascading waves of hair draping over her shoulders. Upon seeing Ye Qingyao for the first time, she was spellbound by her beauty. Her features were perfectly sculpted, her skin flawless and luminous, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. The artist felt fortunate to work with such a naturally stunning client, a challenge and an honor at once. Understanding that a woman as beautiful as Ye Qingyao required a subtle and refined makeup style, the artist meticulously applied a delicate base, enhancing her natural radiance with the precision of a sculptor crafting a masterpiece. Once the makeup was complete, Ye Qingyao gazed into the mirror, hardly believing her reflection. Already exceptionally beautiful, she now looked breathtakingly enchanting. Satisfied, she nodded appreciatively at the artist, exclaiming, "Your makeup skills are truly remarkable." The artist, flattered by the compliment, humbly replied, "It's your exquisite features that make my work easier. I merely enhanced what was already there." With that, the artist fetched a wedding gown from the side and helped Ye Qingyao into it, gently adjusting the gown's train. She positioned Ye Qingyao to ensure the magnificent dress draped perfectly. Standing before the mirror, Ye Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and anticipation, wondering if Xiaofeng would like it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's grooming had been completed, and he sat on the sofa, fidgeting with impatience, his eyes occasionally darting to the side. The manager, noticing his eagerness, playfully covered her mouth with a smile and teased, "Groom, can you hardly wait? Don't fret. The bride will be ready shortly." Lin Feng grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. He knew he must look rather silly, yet he couldn't help but want to see Ye Qingyao as soon as possible. Observing the groom's bashfulness, the manager decided to lighten the mood, saying, "Just a moment, groom. The bride is almost ready, and I assure you, she will take your breath away." With a knowing glance to her staff, they promptly parted the curtains, revealing Ye Qingyao in her white gown, resembling a celestial being. Her hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, adorned with delicate white lilies. Lin Feng was rendered speechless, captivated by Ye Qingyao's beauty as if the world around him had come to a standstill. He forgot to breathe, lost track of time, and was oblivious to everything except her. Her grace and loveliness were indelibly etched in his heart. Ye Qingyao shyly asked, "Hubby, do I look good?" However, Lin Feng appeared not to hear her, his gaze fixed on her with a look of profound love and infatuation. The surrounding staff stifled their laughter, fully aware that Lin Feng was utterly enchanted by Ye Qingyao's beauty. Breaking the awkward silence, the manager chimed in with a smile, "Groom, your bride is asking if she looks good. Why the silence?" Lin Feng snapped back to reality, quickly responding with a beaming smile, "You look stunning, truly stunning. My wife, you are absolutely beautiful." His voice trembled with excitement, yet it was laced with sincerity and affection. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ye Qingyao felt a surge of joy and contentment. "Darling, you look incredibly handsome too. Please support my new book. A simple 5-star review would be greatly appreciated, and I would love to offer you a complimentary gift in return." Chapter 54. Every penny spent is worth it within the shooting venue. Sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows, casting a warm and radiant ambience upon the polished floor. The staff busily moved about, yet their attention was irresistibly drawn to the enchanting couple, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, hand in hand, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. What a perfect match they are. A young assistant whispered in awe. The man, strikingly handsome, and the woman, stunningly beautiful, appear to have stepped straight out of a comic book. Goodness, they're truly a high-quality couple, chimed in an older lighting technician, envisioning the delightful offspring they would surely have. Just imagining their looks was enough to stir one's heart. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, enveloping the entire shooting space in a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. Soon, the photographer, bearing an imposing camera, approached with a professional demeanor. He meticulously adjusted the lighting, ensuring that every angle perfectly captured the couple's essence before swiftly immersing himself in his work. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao seemed to possess an innate sense of the camera, effortlessly striking affectionate poses without the need for extensive direction. Lin Feng's gaze radiated adoration for Ye Qingyao, while her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, bright and captivating. Due to their impressive performance, the photographer required minimal guidance. They completed the first outfit shoot in no time, with each photograph infused with love. Ye Qingyao had initially anticipated a lengthy and tedious process for the wedding shoot, but was pleasantly surprised by how swiftly they had finished the first outfit. She exchanged a look with the photographer and Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with delight. "That was so quick. I thought it would take ages," she remarked, her voice tinged with excitement. Before long, they were ushered back to the makeup room to refresh their looks and change into the second outfit. Each ensemble Ye Qingyao donned was meticulously selected. Whether in a resplendent wedding gown or a simple yet elegant dress, she radiated stunning beauty. The adage, "beauty shines in all attire," was perfectly exemplified in her presence. Makeup artists surrounded her, delicately refining her appearance, cautious not to mar her exquisite beauty. After completing the second outfit shoot, Ye Qingyao began to feel fatigued, her stomach audibly protesting as a result of her pregnancy and the extended photo session. She cast a slightly embarrassed glance at the surrounding staff, a hint of awkwardness crossing her face. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to sense her discomfort. He promptly approached the photographer and gently suggested, "Let us take a break. My wife is feeling tired." The photographer nodded in understanding, fully aware that capturing wedding photos is both time-consuming and strenuous, particularly for a pregnant woman who deserves extra care. "Absolutely," the staff agreed, promptly finding seats to rest. Lin Feng turned to Ye Qingyao, inquiring with concern, "How are you, dear? Feeling tired?" With a smile, Ye Qingyao shook her head, replying, "I'm all right, just a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly pulled out a variety of snacks from his bag, chocolates, nuts, and Ye Qingyao's favorite cookies. He affectionately offered, "There's plenty here. What would you like me to open for you?" Ye Qingyao's eyes sparkled at the sight, her hunger overwhelming her choice, causing her to exclaim, "I want to eat everything." Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head, and playfully replied, "Then I'll open all of them. If you can't finish, I'll take care of it." Ye Qingyao nodded with a joyful smile, reaching for a piece of chocolate and savoring the sweet flavor that blossomed in her mouth. In the break area, other couples were also resting, glancing enviously at Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao's interaction. Notably, the bride next door felt a pang of irritation as she observed her groom, who either stared at his phone or wore an impatient expression. Unable to contain herself, one bride kicked her partner and demanded angrily, "Give me a glass of water." The man, bewildered by the sudden kick, looked up at his bride's fierce demeanor and instinctively recoiled. Internally, he lamented, "Look at their gentle and beautiful wife. How did I end up with this fierce tigress?" However, his grievances garnered no sympathy, only a more severe glare, forcing him to comply and fetch the water. After a brief respite, the shooting resumed, this time featuring the final outfit, a traditional Chinese Xiaohe gown. When Ye Qingyao emerged from the makeup room, the collective breath was taken away. She donned an exquisite Xiaohe dress and a stunning phoenix crown, reminiscent of an ancient noblewoman. Every gesture exuded grace and nobility, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Lin Feng, captivated, could hardly tear his gaze away. "Darling, you look even more beautiful in this than in the wedding gown," he finally declared, filled with admiration. Ye Qingyao blushed and shyly replied, "Then on our wedding day, I shall wear the Xiaohe gown." All right. Lin Feng nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he envisioned their wedding day. The shoot in the Shoha gown proceeded seamlessly, with Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao embodying the essence of models, their every action and glance infused with love and understanding, prompting the photographer to shower them with praises. After half an hour, the photo session concluded, and once they changed back into their casual attire, the studio manager approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, Miss Yi, the photos are ready on the computer. You may select your favorites." They nodded and sat side by side at the computer, gazing at the images of themselves, their hearts filled with happiness and satisfaction, each photograph capturing a moment of their love. Observing their affection, the manager marveled. "These photos are truly splendid. You both have such a natural beauty that hardly requires any retouching. It's simply divine." Ye Qingyao lowered her head shyly, while Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The manager continued, "Each one is so beautiful that I wouldn't want to delete any." Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao exchanged a knowing smile, sharing the sentiment that these photos were not just records of their love, but also testaments to their relationship. How could they ever consider discarding them? With a decisive flourish, Lin Feng declared, "We will take them all." The manager nodded enthusiastically, instructing them, "Now, please select the larger prints and display photos." Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao meticulously examined each photo, ultimately selecting their favorites with satisfied nods. To expedite the process, Lin Feng opted for rush service, resulting in an expenditure of nearly 1 million. It is undeniable that the photography industry is indeed a lucrative venture. However, Lin Feng felt no remorse. The expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 55. The wealthy benefactor. At that moment, a melodious and crisp system notification echoed within Lin Feng's mind, instantly capturing his full attention. Ding! The system has detected that the host is taking wedding photos with Ye Qingyao. A reward has been issued, 1 bottle of physique-enhancing potion. Upon hearing the details of this reward, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled brightly, as if 2 flames were igniting within him. He understood well that a robust body is the foundation of all endeavors. Only with a strong physique can one effectively confront the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Thus, the system's reward resonated deeply with him, filling him with immense joy and satisfaction. However, just as he was lost in thought, a familiar yet hesitant voice emerged from behind him. "Fengge?" Turning around, Lin Feng beheld a man clad in a sharp suit, styled like a wealthy scion, standing before him with a look of mild surprise gracing his features. At the sight of this unexpected visitor, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of inexplicable confusion washing over him. He scrutinized the man closely, only to realize he did not recognize him at all. Beside him, Ye Qingyao also shook her head slowly, indicating her lack of familiarity with the man. Noticing their reactions, the man's expression shifted to one of urgency. He hastily pointed to himself and spoke with a hint of desperation. "Fengge, it's me, Santu. You don't remember me? Huh?" At the mention of the name, Lin Feng's face contorted into an even more perplexed expression. He incredulously pointed at the man, exclaiming, "You mean you're Xiao Ziyao? That goofy Santu?" In his recollections, Xiao Ziyao was a jovial and carefree individual. How could he have transformed into such a dapper and poised gentleman? It seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, in response to Lin Feng's skepticism, Xiao Ziyao simply smiled sheepishly, revealing 2 charming dimples. He explained, "Fengge, I truly am Xiao Ziyao. Perhaps you didn't recognize me because I put on some makeup today." After hearing Xiao Ziyao's explanation, Lin Feng took a closer look at him. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed that Xiao Ziyao bore some differences from his memories. Not only had his demeanor matured significantly, but his features also appeared more defined and sculpted, as if meticulously chiseled. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could still discern a familiar glimmer in his eyes. Ultimately, he had to concede that the person before him was indeed Xiao Ziyao, though he found it utterly baffling how Xiao Ziyao had become so strikingly handsome. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng could not help but inquire, "Santu, what with this outfit? And what are you doing here? Have you perhaps charmed some wealthy lady into bringing you along for wedding photos?" At Lin Feng's playful jest, A look of resigned amusement crossed Xiao Ziyao's face. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and replied with a hint of pride. Fengge, don't say such things. Am I the type to sell myself for money? The reason I'm here today is thanks to your recommendation. Really? How so? Lin Feng asked, puzzled, as he struggled to recall when he had ever recommended Xiao Ziao to be here. With a grin, Xiao Ziao clarified, Fengge, remember when you suggested me to General Su for a short drama shoot? That was the chance you gave me to audition, and I actually got selected. I'm the male lead in this short drama. Today, I'm here to film the wrap-up scene. As he spoke, Xiao Ziao's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. He clasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Fengge, thank you so much. Once it's online, you must support me. Hearing Xiao Ziao's words, Lin Feng's expression softened into a warm smile. He patted Xiao Ziao's shoulder encouragingly, saying, sure, I'll definitely watch closely to see if my son has any acting talent. He emphasized the word son with playful intent, relishing the moment. Xiao Ziao, hearing Lin Feng's teasing, could not help but scold him. Lin Feng, you rascal. Are you really going to take advantage of me like this? Yet, Lin Feng only chuckled with satisfaction, patting Xiao Ziao's shoulder and playfully admonishing. How can you speak to your boss like that? Do you want me to replace you? Xiao Ziao's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something unpleasant. He incredulously asked, You're the boss of the green fruit short drama? With a lighthearted pat to dust off his clothing, Lin Feng replied, Not just a boss. I'm more than a boss, for my shares surpass Su Chongqing's. I simply choose not to involve myself in the daily operations, thus I am a casual shareholder. Upon hearing Lin Feng's affirmation, Xiao Ziao's face registered disbelief. He never expected that his friend would be the mastermind behind the green fruit short drama. Realizing this, he embraced Lin Feng with a beaming smile, affectionately calling out, Daddy, wealthy daddy, at this endearing address. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, as if he had heard the most exquisite melody. He chuckled, patting Xiao Ziao's shoulder, and replied contentedly, Rest assured, my son, the next leading role is yours as well. Just don't let me down. Upon hearing Lin Feng's promise, Xiao Ziao was nearly ecstatic, ready to leap with joy. He held Lin Feng tightly, his voice tinged with emotion as he proclaimed, Daddy, you are simply too good to me. I will surely live up to your expectations. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao, observing this scene from the sidelines, could not suppress her laughter. However, she found it curious why this man was so eager to assume the role of a father figure. Little did she know, men often relish being called daddy in intimate moments. Chapter 56, the online premiere early Thursday morning. Lin Feng was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a series of urgent phone rings. Squinting, he groped for his phone on the nightstand, pondering who could be calling at such an early hour. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Su Chongqing. Realizing there might be pressing matters at hand, he hastily answered the call. In the room, Ye Qingyao was still lost in her dreams, her breathing soft and even, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she seemed to be in the midst of a delightful reverie. Lin Feng cast a tender glance at her sleeping form, a wave of affection washing over him. He stepped out of the room and spoke into the phone. Hello, President Su, what brings you to call so early? On the other end, Su Chongqing's voice brimmed with excitement. President Lin, I have great news. Our 2 web dramas officially launched yesterday. Lin Feng's eyes brightened slightly at the news, though he maintained his composure. Oh, how has the reception been? Su Chongqing, sensing Lin Feng's calm demeanor even through the phone line, added incredulously, the subscription count surpassed 50 million overnight. President Lin, the speed is simply astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet his tone remained unruffled. The results are decent. However, Su Chongqing, unable to contain his enthusiasm, furrowed his brow, internally questioning Lin Feng's subdued response. 50 million subscriptions, and this is his reaction? Is he perhaps dissatisfied? But then he reconsidered, knowing Lin Feng's forward-thinking nature would not allow him to be easily pleased with mere initial success. He tentatively asked, President Lin, do you believe there's still room for improvement? Indeed, the fervor surrounding the 2 dramas had only just begun, and, as word of mouth spread, the subscription numbers would undoubtedly experience significant growth. This would surely lead to a continuous upward trend. Su Changqing nodded in delight at the thought, taking it as a good omen. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and advised, by the way, President Su, let's have Xiao Ziao star in the next production. Su Changqing readily agreed. Absolutely, President Lin. I was just about to report this matter to you. Xiao Ziao possesses extraordinary acting talent and has a profound understanding of his roles, making him exceptionally suitable for the craft. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded. That's excellent. I hope you can provide him with more opportunities and challenges. With that, he ended the call. At that moment, a soft sound emanated from the bedroom, followed by the gentle creak of the door as Ye Qingyao, rubbing her eyes and looking adorably drowsy, walked over to Lin Feng with a playful pout. Darling, I'm hungry. Seeing her in that state melted Lin Feng's heart, and he affectionately patted her head. All right, what would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you. Ye Qingyao tilted her head in thought, then excitedly exclaimed, I want to eat soup dumplings, and I need some vinegar and chili to dip them in. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded. No problem, I'll get right on it. He headed into the kitchen and began bustling about. Yet, as he prepared the ingredients, his thoughts wandered to other realms. There's an old saying about cravings for sour and spicy flavors, and now Ye Qingyao desired both, especially considering she was carrying twins. Lin Feng couldn't help but imagine. Could they be a boy and a girl? Once that thought took root, it grew wildly in his mind like untamed grass. The more he pondered, the more joyous he became, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth, making his cooking movements lighter and more spirited. Before long, the steaming soup dumplings were ready, and Lin Feng set them on the dining table, calling out, Wife, it's time to eat. Noticing Ye Qingyao's lack of response, he approached her side and gently asked, What are you doing, dear? I'm watching a short drama, she replied, her excitement palpable as she showed him her phone. Look, it's the show. The more I watch, the better it gets, but the main character's parents are just so villainous. Lin Feng glanced at the screen, breaking into a wide smile upon realizing that the short drama she was engrossed in was indeed produced by Su Changqing. He hadn't anticipated that even his wife would become so captivated. He took her hand and led her to the dining table, gently saying, My love, you should eat first. Otherwise, the dumplings will get cold. All right, she replied happily. In 2 days, Lin Feng's parents would be arriving in the metropolis, and Ye Qingyao considered reaching out to her parents to see when they might be free for a visit. Soon, a familiar and gentle voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yao Yao, what made you think to call your mother? Su Wanjin's voice was filled with warmth. Of course, I miss you, Ye Qingyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Wanjin beamed with joy, responding with enthusiasm. Good, good, good. Mommy misses you too. However, Ye Qingyao shifted the conversation, her tone growing serious. Mom, there's something else I want to discuss with you. Instantly, Su Wanjin's demeanor changed, sensing the importance of her daughter's words. What is it? Please go ahead. Mom, Xiao Feng's parents will be coming to the metropolis the day after tomorrow. When are you and Dad free? I would like for you to meet them. Understanding her daughter's intentions, Su Wanjin nodded with delight. That's wonderful news. We will be free the day after tomorrow. We can definitely go then. Ye Qingyao's face lit up with joy at her mother's response. Mom, you're the best. I love you. I'll hang up now. See you the day after tomorrow. Su Wanjin replied with a smile, her voice brimming with anticipation and happiness. All right, see you soon. As the call ended, Su Wanjin looked at her phone, playfully muttering, This child is always in such a hurry, not allowing me a word more. Yet, despite her words, a blissful smile adorned her face. Not long after, Yi Baoshan emerged from the bathroom in his robe, towel drying his damp hair, looking at his wife with curiosity. Dear, who called? I could hear your laughter from the bathroom. Who else could it be? Just your precious daughter, Su Wanjin replied with a playful eye roll, her tone filled with pride and contentment. Upon learning it was their daughter, Yi Baoshan's face lit up with a smile. Oh, Yao Yao called? What did she say? Su Wanjin recounted their conversation, including the details about Lin Feng's parents visiting the metropolis and their daughter's desire for them to meet his family. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Baoshan remarked, This is wonderful news. With the children's wedding on the horizon, we can finally rest easy. Chapter 57. The Meeting of In-Laws Immediately. Yi Baoshan turned to Su Wanjin and continued, My dear, tomorrow morning, please select a few precious gifts as a token of our sincerity for the meeting with the in-laws. It is essential that we convey our respect and appreciation. This way, they will naturally treat our daughter better, ensuring she enjoys a comfortable life in her new family. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with maternal affection. Rest assured, I will prepare well. As parents, who wouldn't want to consider their child's well-being? With that, Su Wanjin eagerly rose from the bed, saying, I will start preparing now to avoid forgetting anything tomorrow. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ye Baoshan stood up as well and said, I will accompany you. Let us choose together. Before long, Friday arrived, the day for the two families to meet. The sun shone brightly, as if even the heavens rejoiced for this significant occasion. In the early morning, Lin Feng awoke early. Dressing himself meticulously before getting busy, he wiped the table, swept the floor, ensuring the house was spotless. He aimed to demonstrate to his parents and future in-laws that he would take excellent care of Ye Qingyao. At that moment, Ye Qingyao emerged from the bedroom, having awakened naturally. Seeing Lin Feng's diligent figure filled her heart with warmth. She gently approached him, taking the broom from his hands, and softly reassured, Darling, our home is already clean enough. You need not overexert yourself. Come, sit and rest for a while. Lin Feng looked up at Ye Qingyao and shook his head, insisting, Not yet. I must touch up on the finer details to leave a good impression. Observing Lin Feng's stubbornness, Ye Qingyao felt both touched and pained. She grabbed his arm, preventing him from leaving. Darling, if you keep cleaning, our floor will be reflective like a mirror. Amused by her words, Lin Feng nodded, and they both settled onto the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As they chatted, Ye Qingyao noticed Lin Feng's distracted demeanor and cautiously inquired, Darling, are you feeling nervous? I see your leg is shaking. Are you worried about today's meeting? Caught off guard by her question, Lin Feng hesitated before replying, Nonsense, I'm not worried. It's just a habit. However, his eyes betrayed him, revealing a subtle hint of anxiety. Ye Qingyao, witnessing this, felt a pang of concern. She embraced Lin Feng's waist and tenderly said, Darling, you weren't nervous when you met my parents. Why are you anxious now that our families are meeting? Do not worry. I'm here with you. Realizing his thoughts had been exposed, Lin Feng sighed deeply, finally lowering his guard. I am about to bring you home as my wife. How could I not be nervous? To be honest, my legs feel a bit weak. I fear saying or doing something that might lead to an unpleasant end for both families. Ye Qingyao comforted him. It's all right. I'm here. Besides, I have faith in my parents and relatives. You needn't worry about things that have yet to unfold. Lin Feng nodded, recognizing his concern stemmed from his deep regard for Ye Qingyao. Glancing at the time, Ye Qingyao said, Darling, my uncle and aunt's high-speed train will arrive shortly. We should go greet them and not keep them waiting. Nodding in agreement, they drove to the train station. After waiting at the exit for about 10 minutes, a throng of passengers soon poured out. Both Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao widened their eyes, eagerly searching for the familiar figures of her parents. Before long, Su Wanjin, dressed in a gray wool coat and black high-heeled shoes, and Lin Xiaotian in his parka approached them, their faces radiating happiness. Notably, Lin Xiaotian carried a white plastic bag containing a hen, which lay quietly within. Lin Feng was taken aback at this sight, incredulously asking, Dad, Mom, why did you bring a hen? That seems quite inconvenient. Su Wanjin chuckled, linking arms with Ye Qingyao. We thought to nourish Yao Yao, so we specifically bought a hen to make soup for her. Suddenly, her smile faltered, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness. Oh, you have no idea how troublesome it was to bring this hen. We initially brought a live one, believing that a fresh hen would yield the best soup. However, upon entering the station, we were informed that live animals were not permitted on the high-speed train, which panicked us. Thankfully, your father cleverly found a place outside to prepare the chicken before bringing it in. Continuing, Su Wanjin added, but thinking of nourishing Yao Yao makes it all worthwhile. As long as she is healthy, we are content. Ye Qingyao felt warmth swell within her, gazing at Su Wanjin and Lin Xiaotian with gratitude. Uncle, Aunt, thank you. Honestly, it's fine if I don't have chicken soup. I'm already very happy that you're here. Su Wanjin beamed, praising, this child truly understands. Little Feng is fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. With that, Su Wanjin took Ye Qingyao's hand and said, "Come, let us head home. Aunt will prepare chicken soup for you that will leave you wanting more." 40 minutes later, Lin Feng opened the door to their home. Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanjin entered, their faces reflecting astonishment and admiration. They surveyed their surroundings, noting the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire apartment designed with luxury and warmth. They could hardly believe their son owned such a place, pride and joy swelling within them. "Ah, this house is truly remarkable," Lin Xiaotian exclaimed. "Our little Feng is quite capable to afford such a splendid home." Su Wanjin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the decor is exquisite. Mom, Dad, let me show you around," Lin Feng offered, leading his parents through the home. He patiently explained the purpose and layout of each room, along with the carefully chosen furniture and decorations. His parents listened with rapt attention, occasionally expressing their admiration and wonder. Chapter 58. Airport pickup. After concluding their tour of the house, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian strolled together, their conversation brimming with admiration for their son's accomplishments. The pride that surged from within them was as uncontainable as a spring, radiating an undeniable joy on their faces. Subsequently, Su Wanrong removed her coat and hung it on the coat rack, eagerly making her way to the kitchen. With deft hands, she tied on an apron, poised to showcase her culinary skills. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Ye Qingyao intended to offer her assistance, but was met with Su Wanrong's enthusiastic refusal. "Yao Yao, you needn't come in. The kitchen can be quite smoky, and I wouldn't want you to feel nauseous," she said with a smile. Standing at the kitchen door, Ye Qingyao watched Su Wanrong as she busily chopped scallions and peeled garlic, her movements graceful and fluid, stirring a mix of emotions within Ye Qingyao, both touched and concerned. "Auntie, please take a break. The chicken soup can wait," Ye Qingyao gently suggested, her eyes filled with care and thoughtfulness, hoping Su Wanrong would rest and not overexert herself. Su Wanrong turned around, her face aglow with a smile. "No worries, I'm not tired at all. Yao Yao, just wait to taste Auntie's cooking. I guarantee you'll want more," she declared, playfully pushing Ye Qingyao out of the kitchen with a final remark. "Go wait outside. I'll be done shortly." Reluctantly, Ye Qingyao returned to the living room, settling on the sofa to await the outcome. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong embarked on her chicken soup endeavor, meticulously preparing the chicken, ensuring it was clean and cut into small pieces, soaking it in clear water to eliminate any blood, thus ensuring a rich and savory broth. She then carefully selected various seasonings, each chosen with precision to guarantee a perfect blend of flavors. As the flames danced beneath the pot, a rich aroma began to waft through the kitchen, enveloping the space. At last, having completed her tasks, Su Wanrong approached Ye Qingyao with a sense of pride. "Yao Yao, this chicken soup is a family secret. I assure you will crave it after tasting," she boasted, her tone brimming with confidence and satisfaction as if this bowl of soup were her crowning achievement. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao smiled even more sweetly. "Auntie, your culinary skills are so exceptional. I fear I may never learn to replicate them," she replied, her voice filled with admiration for Su Wanrong's artistry. Su Wanrong, upon hearing this, beamed even wider, patting Ye Qingyao's hand affectionately. "Yao Yao, you need to learn. Those lovely hands of yours are meant for enjoying life, not cooking. Let Xiaofeng learn and prepare meals for you." Her voice was imbued with warmth and tenderness. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room and, overhearing his mother's arrangements, couldn't he help but jest, "Mom, am I really your son? Why is there such a disparity in treatment?" His words carried a playful hint of exasperation, clearly expressing his discontent with his mother's favoritism. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes playfully, retorting, "No, you were picked up from a garbage bin." Her light-hearted tone elicited laughter from everyone present. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, internally murmuring, "It appears I've truly fallen from grace, but once I master making this chicken soup for Yao Yao, it will be worth it." Despite his verbal claims of neglect, his heart swelled with affection for Ye Qingyao. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the laughter and chatter, and soon 2 hours had passed. From the kitchen, Su Wanrong's voice rang out, "Yao Yao, the chicken soup is ready. Come quickly and taste." Her tone was filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao sprang to her feet and hurried to the kitchen door. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the enticing aroma, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing." The fragrance seemed to penetrate her very soul, intoxicating her senses. Su Wanrong approached, carrying a steaming bowl of aromatic chicken soup, offering it to Ye Qingyao. As she gingerly accepted the bowl and took a sip, the exquisite flavor captivated her palate. "Annie, this chicken soup is simply divine. It surpasses anything from a restaurant." Her voice overflowed with surprise and admiration for Su Wanrong's culinary prowess. In response, Su Wanrong's eyes crinkled in delight. "As long as you find it delicious, I'll always be here to prepare it for you whenever you wish," she said, her tone filled with affection and indulgence, wrapping Ye Qingyao in warmth. Afterward, she gently patted Ye Qingyao's shoulder, reassuring her, "Yao Yao, you needn't learn to cook. We have Xiao Feng. If he dares to neglect making you meals, Annie will be the first to object." Hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt even more warmth in her heart. She glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes gleaming with pride. As if to convey, "Darling, Auntie just declared that cooking duties will fall to you. I'll simply focus on enjoying." Lin Feng, noticing her gaze, smiled indulgently and affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, I'll learn to cook for you." At that moment, Lin Feng glanced at the wall clock and reminded them, "Dad, Mom, Ye Qingyao's parents should be landing soon. Let us head out." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian quickly rose to tidy themselves, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Su Wanrong also took a moment to remind Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, drive carefully, don't be reckless." "Understood, Mom," Lin Feng replied, grabbing the car keys and leading everyone out. They set off towards the airport, their journey filled with laughter and cheer. Before long, they arrived at the airport, where Lin Feng parked the car and guided everyone to the arrival gate. As they gathered at the pickup area, their eyes frequently darted towards the exit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Ye Qingyao's parents. The waiting felt interminable, yet their hearts brimmed with excitement and anticipation as they envisioned the joyous reunion with Ye Qingyao's family and the warmth of their two families coming together. Finally, as an announcement echoed through the terminal, Ye Qingyao's parents came into view, hurriedly approaching the arrival gate while holding bags. Spotting them, Ye Qingyao waved her arms enthusiastically, calling out, "Dad, Mom, we're over here." Her voice was filled with joy and exhilaration. Upon hearing her, Mr. and Mrs. He turned to see their daughter and her family waiting, their hearts swelling with happiness. They hurried over, warmly greeting Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian with hearty handshakes. "Dear in-laws, how splendid to see you so early. You must be exhausted," Mr. Yi said, clasping Lin Chaotian's hand. "Oh, not at all. We've been looking forward to this day for ages," Lin Chaotian replied with a smile. Chapter 59. All in the wine. As both sets of parents met for the first time, an unusually harmonious atmosphere enveloped them, particularly between Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong, who seemed like long-lost friends, clasping hands and engaging in animated conversation. "Dear in-laws, just look at Yao Yao. She is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally considerate. Our Xiao Feng is truly fortunate to be marrying such a virtuous wife. It must be a blessing from our ancestors," Su Wanzhong beamed, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and affection for her future daughter-in-law. "Virtuous?" Su Wanjin felt a pang of doubt at this description, wondering if it truly referred to her precious daughter. In her eyes, while Yao Yao was indeed thoughtful, she was more often the little girl who would playfully pout and seek attention. However, she quickly regained her composure, waving her hand and praising Lin Feng instead. "Not at all. Xiao Feng is the one who is truly remarkable, both intelligent and capable. As long as the two of them are happy, we, as parents, will find joy in that, won't we?" "Absolutely, you speak the truth. As parents, our greatest wish is for our children to be happy." Su Wanzhong nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Su Wanjin's words. The two women exchanged words with great enthusiasm, as if there were an endless stream of conversation to share. Watching her parents engage so deeply in conversation filled Ye Qingyao with immense joy. She understood that the love she shared with Lin Feng was blessed and supported by both families, and that was the greatest happiness of all. Gaily, She took the hands of Su Wanzhong and Su Wanjin, smiling as she suggested, "Mom, Auntie, this isn't the ideal place for conversation. Let's find somewhere more suitable to chat." "Yes, Xiaofeng has reserved a private room at the restaurant. Let's hurry over and continue our discussions while we dine," Su Wanjin replied with delight. And the group proceeded to the reserved room. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and his entourage arrived at the restaurant lobby, where a young man in a simple white shirt and black vest approached them politely. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have made a reservation?" Lin Feng smiled gently, replying, "My surname is Lin." Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately nodded, his expression shifting to one of respect. "Mr. Lin, welcome. Your private room is the one at the far end. Allow me to escort you there." "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Feng responded courteously. The group followed the waiter through the bustling lobby and entered the elegantly decorated private room, where exquisite tableware awaited them. Once settled, the waiter entered with the menu and respectfully inquired, "Good day, sir. May I take your order now?" Lin Feng nodded, placing the menu before Ye Baoshan and Su Wanjin. "Uncle, Auntie, please feel free to order first. See what you would like to eat." Su Wanjin quickly declined. "Oh no, please let the in-laws order. We are flexible and have no particular cravings." Ye Baoshan echoed her sentiment with a smile. "Indeed, we are guests. Please don't hesitate on our account." Su Wanzhong then pushed the menu back towards Su Wanjin, cheerfully saying, "Dear in-law, please do not be modest." Watching the menu being passed back and forth brought both amusement and warmth to Ye Qingyao's heart. She stood up, smiling, and proposed, "How about we both place the order? We know everyone has tastes, and will ensure everyone is satisfied." The parents nodded in agreement, pleased with the suggestion. Thus, the responsibility of ordering fell to Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. Well-versed in the culinary specialties of the city, they deliberated over the menu, occasionally seeking input from both sets of parents. Before long, they had selected an abundant array of dishes. The portions in this city were small yet exquisite, so they ordered variety to guarantee ample enjoyment for all. After finalizing the order, Lin Feng, aware of Ye Baoshan's fondness for alcohol, had thoughtfully prepared a bottle of Maodai. He approached his future father-in-law respectfully, pouring a glass. "Uncle, this is a special Maodai I prepared for you. Please have a taste." Ye Baoshan promptly declined, saying, "Oh no, not today. My tolerance for alcohol is quite low." He recalled the last time he had drunk with Lin Feng, which had been quite embarrassing, and he was determined not to repeat that misstep. Lin Chaotian, sensing the moment, chimed in, "Dear father-in-law, please don't be modest. I will join you for a drink. Let us just have a little toast." Su Wanzhong added, "Yes, dear father-in-law, do indulge a bit. Xiaofeng has prepared excellent wine. You must try some." Ye Baoshan glanced between Lin Chaotian and Su Wanzhong, then caught the eager expressions of Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. With a reluctant nod, he conceded, "All right, I'll have a little, but you must not force me to drink too much." Laughter erupted around the table, and the atmosphere grew even more amiable. Lin Chaotian raised his glass, addressing Ye Baoshan, "To our dear father-in-law, let's raise a toast to celebrate the union of our children and the bond between our families." Ye Baoshan raised his glass in return, smiling, "Indeed, cheers." They drank heartily, exchanging smiles, as if all previous unfamiliarity had vanished in that one shared toast. Observing the two men enjoying their drinks, Su Wanzhong turned to Su Wanjin with a grin. "While they drink, let us focus on our own conversation." Su Wanjin nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something. Curiously, she asked, "I heard from Yao Yao that your name is just one character different from mine. Is that true?" Su Wanzhong laughed, replying, "Oh, is that so? I was unaware of that. My name is Su Wanzhong. What do you go by?" Su Wanjin chuckled, "I am Su Wanjin. It is indeed just one character apart. How serendipitous that we should become in-laws. Indeed, that is fate." Su Wanzhong responded with mirth. The two women engaged in lively conversation, seemingly with an endless supply of topics to discuss. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao exchanged glances, comforted to see their parents enjoying each other's company so thoroughly. They understood that their marriage was not solely their affair, but a union of two families, and receiving the blessings and support of both was their greatest joy. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at the table, and as everyone savored the delectable cuisine, the atmosphere remained delightfully harmonious. Lin Feng frequently poured drinks for Yi Baoshan and Lin Qiao, and the conviviality was palpable. After a while, observing the lively atmosphere, Lin Qiao turned to Yi Baoshan with a smile. Dear father-in-law, do you have any particular wishes regarding the children's marriage? Chapter 60. Drunken Revelations. At this moment, Yi Baoshan was flushed with drink, yet his eyes sparkled with joy and contentment. The alcohol seemed to imbue his usually taciturn demeanor with a boldness, rendering his smile more radiant and his words infused with an enthusiasm seldom observed in him. He waved his hand with a hint of grandeur and nonchalance, expressing a sentiment of simplicity. All we desire is the happiness of our children. Little Feng, we have grown fond of him. He is grounded, steady, and ambitious. Knowing that Yao will marry him brings us great peace of mind. As long as the young couple thrives, we shall be utterly content. For as parents, is it not our greatest wish that our children find partners who understand and support them? Lin Qiao, upon hearing this, beamed even brighter, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening with mirth, creating an exceedingly warm presence. He lifted his glass from the table, the liquid within gently swaying, reflecting the pride and satisfaction etched upon his face. This pride stemmed from the knowledge that his son had found such an exceptional partner, while the satisfaction arose from witnessing the in-laws' approval of this union, allowing a heavy burden to finally lift from his heart. With sincerity, he proclaimed, "The in-laws speak wisely. The happiness of our children is our utmost desire. Allow me to toast you once more in gratitude for raising such a wonderful daughter, allowing the Lin family this blessing. Upon Yao's arrival, we shall cherish her as our own." With that, he drank heartily, his demeanor brimming with aspirations and visions of the future. Seated nearby, Su Wanrong had been attentively monitoring the conversation between both families and now eagerly interjected. Her voice was gentle and sincere, each word resonating with her appreciation for this marriage. Turning to Su Wanjin, she assured, "Rest assured, dear in-law, we shall not fall short in our courtesies. Once Yao joins our family, she will be our treasured gem, and we will treat her with the utmost care. Words alone may not suffice. Let our actions speak for themselves." Listening to her, Su Wanjin felt a warmth spread through her heart. She nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with comfort and trust. She knew that every word from Su Wanrong was heartfelt, and she believed that the Lin family would treat Yao well, providing her with a happy home. With a sense of reflection, she remarked, "I trust you will not neglect Yao. She has been cherished since childhood, so I ask for your patience." In high spirits, Su Wanrong responded with a smile, "Upon our return, I shall consult someone to determine an auspicious date based on their birth charts, so we may hasten the celebration of Yao's marriage." Su Wanjin, hearing this, laughed heartily, grasping Su Wanrong's hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Indeed, with such a considerate and insightful mother-in-law, Yao is truly fortunate. I can see your genuine affection for her, and that brings me great comfort. The two women exchanged smiles, their expressions brimming with hopes for the future. The atmosphere around the dining table grew increasingly harmonious as both sets of parents engaged in spirited conversation. Lin Qiao and Yi Baoshan, typically reticent in expressing their emotions, were animatedly sharing their thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin, the two sisters, had an endless flow of topics to discuss. They deliberated over wedding details and the furnishing of the new home, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. On the side, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao watched their parents revel in joy, their hearts swelling with happiness. They understood that this bliss was hard-earned, a collective effort from both families. Gratefully, they exchanged glances filled with appreciation towards their parents. Lin Feng gently held Ye Qingyao's hand, his gaze tender and resolute. Softly, he declared Yao, "Thank you for choosing to marry me. I vow to protect and cherish you for all my days, ensuring that you become the happiest woman in the world." Hearing his words, warmth surged within Ye Qingyao. She gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes and replied earnestly, "Little Feng, I believe our future will be filled with happiness and joy. Together, we shall strive to nurture our home." Their hands clasped tightly, as if forever intertwined. Their hearts brimmed with dreams of the future, confident that united, they could forge a beautiful destiny together. As they exited the restaurant, Lin, Chaotian, and Yi Baoshan, slightly unsteady from their inebriation, wore smiles of sheer happiness. Lin Feng assisted them into the car, steering them homeward. Upon their return, Su Wanrong observed the two men, thoroughly intoxicated, and turned towards the kitchen, resolved to prepare a hangover remedy to alleviate their discomfort. In the kitchen, she adeptly gathered the cooking utensils. Immersing herself in her task, Su Wanjin stood nearby, her gaze complex as she watched her sister's diligent efforts. Observing Su Wanrong's adeptness and grace, she silently shook her head, reflecting on her own inability to be so accommodating and considerate. She could hardly refrain from delivering a reprimand to Yi Baoshan. Her attention soon shifted to the home around her. Although modest, it exuded an air of cleanliness and order, each piece of furniture thoughtfully placed, radiating warmth and comfort. She thought to herself that her daughter, Ye Qingyao, would likely not suffer any indignities in such an environment. With this thought, her heart felt a bit lighter. At that moment, Ye Qingyao emerged from her room, catching sight of her mother bustling about. A glimmer of amusement crossed her face. Approaching, she affectionately linked her arm with Su Wanjin's and playfully urged her to sit on the sofa. "Mother, fret not. This community is quite affluent, with excellent security measures. Your daughter is certainly not lacking in comfort." Ye Qingyao's words brimmed with pride and satisfaction, and upon hearing them, Su Wanjin felt a significant weight lift from her heart. She playfully poked Ye Qingyao's nose, affectionately chiding, "You clever girl, always seeking to please me. However, seeing you so content brings me solace." Before long, Su Wanrong emerged with the prepared hangover remedy, placing bowls in front of Yi Baoshan and her husband, softly advising, "Drink this soup, it will help you feel better." Despite their slight daze, they obediently sipped the broth. Chapter 61, Deceived Tomorrow. A crucial meeting is set to take place at the company, necessitating Yi Baoshan's personal attendance. Consequently, the two decided to return from the bustling metropolis to the capital that very day. In the airport's waiting hall, throngs of people surged past, yet they seemed entirely detached from the couple's world. Ye Qingyao, reluctant to part, tugged at her parents' hands and playfully pleaded, "Dad, Mom, why not stay a couple more days? I would love to take you out and explore." Her eyes shimmered with longing, yearning for her parents to extend their visit. Su Wanfen smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Ye Qingyao's hair, and replied, "My dear, your father and I wish we could stay longer too, but company matters cannot be postponed. When you get married, we promise to linger a few extra days, until you tire of us, all right?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Ye Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bashfully twisted her garment, exclaiming, "Mom, what are you saying? I could never find you bothersome. I would be overjoyed just to have you here." Ye Baoshan, standing nearby, chimed in with playful banter, "I suppose you're worried we might intrude upon your little world. But fear not. We know our boundaries and 1TB third wheels." His jest evoked a chorus of light laughter, alleviating the somber mood of impending separation. Su Wanjin, seeing her daughter's shy demeanor, beamed with maternal love. She grasped Ye Qingyao's hand and softly advised, "Take good care of yourself and cherish your time with Lin Feng. Should anything arise, don't hesitate to call us. All right, the plane is about to take off. Your father and I must go," Yi Baoshan said reluctantly, his eyes brimming with affection and concern for his daughter. Turning toward Lin Feng, he earnestly cautioned, "Xiao Feng, take good care of Qingyao. She can be a bit temperamental at times, so please be patient." Lin Feng nodded resolutely, affirming, "Uncle, Annie, you needn't worry. I will look after Qingyao well and ensure she faces no hardships." His gaze was infused with sincerity and determination, bringing comfort to both Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin. At that moment, Su Wanjin took Su Waning's hand. The two women shared a sisterly bond. "Mother-in-law, it has been a pleasure meeting you. Though this visit was brief, we shall converse at length next time. As for the wedding date, once you consult the master, let the young couple decide, as long as they are satisfied. We have no objections," she said. Su Waning nodded appreciatively, responding, "I am truly pleased that you are so understanding. I will consult the master for an auspicious date and inform you promptly. She was pleasantly surprised by her mother-in-law's amiability. Absolutely, so one thing replay. After finalizing all arrangements, she and Yi Baoshan began boarding, and the crowd only departed once their figures vanished from sight. Tears welled in Ye Qingyao's eyes, yet she bravely held them back. Lin Feng clasped her hand tightly, offering silent support and comfort. The following morning, Su Weiniang rose early, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Remembering how much Ye Qingyao relished her scallion tofu, she made a special trip to procure fresh tofu, eager to recreate the dish. In the kitchen, she deftly chopped scallions and diced the tofu into small cubes before carefully placing them in the pan to fry. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, permeating the entire house. As Ye Qingyao slumbered, she faintly caught the tantalizing scent drifting in from outside her room. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard and climbed out of bed. Dressed in her nightgown, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and stepped into the dining area. Noticing everyone looking refreshed and lively, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for having overslept. "Annie, why are you up so early making breakfast?" "I feel so guilty," she said softly. Su Weiniang turned upon hearing her voice, promptly ushering her to the dining table. "Qingyao, you're pregnant now. You can sleep as long as you wish without feeling guilty." Expecting mothers require ample rest to bear healthy babies. While serving her daughter-in-law rice, she kindly inquired, "Qingyao, did you sleep well last night? Are you feeling unwell at all?" Her eyes radiated warmth and concern. Deeply touched, Ye Qingyao accepted the rice and replied gently, "Thank you, Annie. I slept very well and feel fine. Your cooking is simply delightful. It makes my mouth water." Hearing this, Su Weiniang felt a surge of happiness. "I'm glad you like it. Just let me know what you crave, and I'll prepare it for you," she said with a smile. "Okay." Ye Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. Lin Feng stood nearby, observing the harmonious interaction between the two women, his heart swelling with joy. However, seeing his mother busy, he couldn't help but interject, "Mom, why can't you make me those big steam buns I love?" Su Weiniang paused, chuckling slightly in mock frustration. "Next time, I promise." Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that his mother was merely placating him, remembering her similar promise from before. As they continued their meal, Su Weiniang exchanged glances with Lin Xiaotian, seemingly sharing unspoken thoughts. Finally, she set down her chopsticks and addressed Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, "Xiaofeng, Qingyao, after breakfast. Your father and I will be heading back to Su province." Upon hearing this, both Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Lin Feng inquired, "Why not stay a couple more days? Didn't you take time off? Why the rush to leave?" Lin Xiaotian quickly interjected, explaining, "It's not work-related. We wish to calculate an auspicious wedding date for you both. This matter cannot be delayed." Su Weiniang added cheerfully, "It coincides perfectly with your winter break. We'd like to finalize the wedding arrangements during this time, easing our minds." Understanding their parents' intentions, Lin Feng expressed, "When we do get married, you must stay longer this time." Ye Qingyao eagerly agreed, "Yes, Uncle, Auntie. We should all explore the sights of the metropolis together, along with my parents." Listening to their children, Su Weiniang and Lin Xiaotian felt immense pride. They exchanged smiles, with Su Weiniang affirming, "Absolutely. We will stay longer during your wedding and enjoy the vibrancy of this grand city, experiencing the lives of the youth." Lin Xiaotian chimed in, "Indeed, a lively family gathering will be wonderful." After breakfast, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao reluctantly accompanied the older couple to the high-speed rail station. Arriving with a plethora of luggage, they departed with hands empty. While waiting for check-in, Su Weiniang smiled warmly, waving gently at the two. "You too. Head back safely. Do take care on the road." "Yes," the couple replied, sharing a glance that conveyed a mutual sense of emptiness. Chapter 62. Prenatal class. On this day, Ye Qingyao was leisurely seated on her sofa at home, engrossed in a book about pregnancy, eager to absorb more knowledge and insights. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her train of thought. Upon seeing the hospital's number on the caller ID, her heart raced, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. She quickly answered the call, her voice tinged with a barely detectable tremor. "Hello." Ye Qingyao endeavored to sound calm. "Hello. May I ask if this is Ms. Ye Qingyao?" A gentle and clear female voice echoed from the other end, presumably a nurse from the hospital. Yes, it is. Ye Qingyao nodded softly, even though the caller could not see her. A sense of trepidation filled her heart, fearing she might receive some unsettling news, as pregnancy is invariably fraught with uncertainties. Our hospital will be hosting a prenatal class this Saturday. Would you be able to attend? The nurse's voice radiated anticipation and enthusiasm. She added, there will be complimentary gifts as well. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's tension evaporated instantaneously. She exhaled in relief, her face breaking into a smile of liberation. This was an excellent opportunity for her to learn from professionals, as she still had many questions about pregnancy. Count us in, Ye Qingyao responded without hesitation. She could already envision herself sitting in class, attentively absorbing every piece of knowledge shared. After hanging up, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 glasses of freshly brewed lemon water. He approached Ye Qingyao with a smile, handing her one of the glasses, and asked with concern, "Dear, who are you speaking with?" "The hospital," Ye Qingyao replied, taking a gentle sip of the lemon water before looking up at Lin Feng, her face glowing with happiness. "They are offering a class on prenatal knowledge." "That sounds wonderful," Lin Feng replied with a grin, finding the course quite appealing. He lightly patted Ye Qingyao's shoulder, continuing, "Can family members attend as well?" "Yes." Ye Qingyao nodded affirmatively, having already inquired with the nurse. This delighted her, as she longed for Lin Feng to be by her side during this special time. "Absolutely," Lin Feng smiled, his heart brimming with anticipation. He imagined the 2 of them sitting together in class, learning and growing side by side, filled with joy and contentment. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived, and the morning sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow in their cozy home. Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng rose early, completing their morning routines before heading to the hospital together. After parking the car, they inquired at the front desk and learned that the prenatal class was on the 7th floor. They took the elevator to the 7th floor and, upon exiting, were greeted by several nurses in uniforms standing at the entrance. One nurse, with her hair tied in a low bun, approached them with a warm and friendly smile, instantly instilling a sense of comfort and reassurance. "Hello, are you here to attend the prenatal class?" she inquired politely. "Yes," Lin Feng replied with a smile, gently wrapping his arm around Ye Qingyao's shoulder. "Please fill out this form," the nurse said, handing them a pen and a sheet. The form contained simple information, such as how many weeks pregnant Ye Qingyao was and her age. Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng meticulously filled out the form, each letter written with care. Once completed, the nurse collected the form and smiled, saying, "Find a seat. The prenatal class will begin shortly." Following the nurse's guidance, they entered a spacious and well-lit classroom. The room was already filled with attendees, mostly expectant mothers and their families. Each woman's belly varied in size. Some appeared ready to give birth, while others were just beginning to show, their faces aglow with the joy and anticipation of impending motherhood. Ye Qingyao chose a seat by the window, sunlight filtering through the curtains and illuminating her gentle profile, enhancing her maternal glow. Lin Feng thoughtfully stood beside her, arranging her seat, and gently caressing her back as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. The surrounding expectant mothers settled in, exchanging nods and smiles or engaging in soft conversations, sharing their pregnancy experiences and tips. The atmosphere was infused with warmth and a hint of nervousness. Listening to their dialogues, Ye Qingyao felt a surge of warmth within her. She realized she was not alone. Many women were sharing this journey of pregnancy. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged doctor, exuding an air of experience, entered the classroom. Her smile radiated professionalism and warmth, instantly putting everyone at ease. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to our prenatal class. I am Dr. Li, your instructor for today," she introduced herself. "During this session, I will be discussing prenatal care, nutritional intake, preparations for childbirth, and newborn care." Dr. Li's words were gentle yet authoritative, capturing everyone's attention. She began by explaining the basic physiological changes during pregnancy, detailing the fetal development at various stages and the potential reactions of the mother, such as morning sickness, frequent urination, and edema, along with corresponding alleviation measures. Ye Qingyao listened intently, nodding in agreement or understanding, occasionally jotting down key terms in Lin Feng's palm, fearful of missing any crucial information. Next, Dr. Li shifted to the topic of prenatal nutrition. Nutrition during pregnancy is vital for fetal development, she asserted. Expectant mothers must ensure adequate intake of protein, iron, calcium, and vitamins, while also being mindful of limiting sugar and fat to avoid gestational diabetes and hypertension. She displayed a dietary guideline for pregnancy, outlining recommended food quantities and precautions. Lin Feng, captivated, took notes and snapped pictures of important slides on his phone, intent on crafting a scientific meal plan for Ye Qingyao at home. He noted Dr. Li's emphasis on the importance of folic acid, crucial for preventing neural tube defects in the fetus. This prompted him to resolve to ensure Ye Qingyao took her folic acid supplements regularly to safeguard their baby's healthy development. Chapter 63. Can such a tiny device really hear the baby's heartbeat? As the course progressed, Dr. Li elaborated on the preparations for childbirth. She meticulously explained the selection of an appropriate delivery method, the preparation of a maternity bag, and an understanding of the birthing process. She encouraged expectant mothers to maintain a positive mindset, trusting in both their own bodies and the professional capabilities of their doctors, while also being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng held Ye Qingyao's hand firmly, offering her silent support and strength, as if to say, "Fear not, for I am here." The pinnacle of the course was the discussion on neonatal care. Dr. Li vividly illustrated how to properly hold a baby, change diapers, feed, and perform basic infant massage through engaging case studies and images. She particularly emphasized the significance of parent-child interaction, urging parents to engage in eye contact, conversation, and embraces, as these foster a deep connection with their newborns. Ye Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could almost envision the tiny life in her arms gazing up at her with clear eyes. She was eager to acquire these skills to better care for and nurture the little ones soon to enter the world. During the break, the expectant mothers gathered to share their feelings and queries. Ye Qingyao joined the conversation, expressing her minor grievances during pregnancy, such as restless nights and occasional anxiety. The other mothers offered their experiences and advice. Some recommended sleep yoga, while others shared techniques for alleviating anxiety. Listening to these invaluable suggestions filled Ye Qingyao with gratitude and warmth. As the break concluded, the course resumed, with Dr. Li continuing to impart knowledge on neonatal care, including proper feeding methods and how to prevent infant eczema. She underscored the importance of breastfeeding, providing practical tips and techniques. Both Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng listened attentively, aware that this knowledge would be crucial for their future parenting. In the final segment of the course, Dr. Li invited several experienced mothers to the stage to share their parenting experiences and insights. They recounted the challenges faced during pregnancy and child-rearing, as well as how they overcame these obstacles, emerging as stronger and more confident mothers. Ye Qingyao listened, filled with admiration and emotion. She felt inspired, believing she too could become an exemplary mother. As the course concluded, the hospital presented each participating mother with exquisite gifts, a beautifully crafted pregnancy journal, and a set of infant care supplies. Ye Qingyao held these gifts, her face radiant with happiness. She understood that these were not merely material offerings, but a recognition and encouragement of her impending motherhood. On their way home, Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng strolled hand in hand under the warm glow of the setting sun, their hearts brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. They discussed the knowledge they had gained that day, planned for their baby's future, and occasionally exchanged smiles over amusing topics. In that moment, it felt as if they could already see the little life, quietly transforming their existence in an extraordinary way. In the days that followed, Ye Qingyao diligently followed Dr. Li's dietary and lifestyle recommendations, while Lin Feng wholeheartedly supported her, preparing nutritious meals, accompanying her in moderate exercise, and attending every prenatal checkup together. Each time they heard the healthy heartbeat of their baby, an overwhelming sense of peace and joy enveloped them. One day, Ye Qingyao sat on the sofa, an air of mystery surrounding her. She frequently pulled out her phone, the screen illuminating and dimming repeatedly as she anxiously awaited new notifications. Her face was a blend of urgency and anticipation, as if she were poised for a moment of great importance. Why hasn't it arrived yet? She murmured softly, her tone tinged with impatience, yet brimming with excitement. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, revealing her inner turmoil. Lin Feng emerged from the study, noticing his wife's demeanor, and felt a twinge of curiosity. "Honey, what are you waiting for?" he inquired, settling beside her, attempting to decipher her expression. Ye Qingyao looked up at Lin Feng, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "It's a secret," she replied succinctly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense due to Ye Qingyao's anticipation. Finally, an hour later, her phone rang. She quickly grabbed the device, glancing at the caller ID, her face instantly blooming into a radiant smile. "Hello, are you home now?" She answered, "I am." After a brief conversation, she hung up and sprang from the sofa, hurrying to the door. Her heart raced, as if she could hear her blood coursing through her veins. Soon, a knock echoed at the door. Unable to contain her excitement, Ye Qingyao flung it open and received a beautifully packaged box from the delivery person. Elated, she cradled the box and returned to the living room, with Lin Feng curiously trailing behind. Ye Qingyao gently placed the box on the coffee table, then turned to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Darling, could you hand me some scissors?" she requested. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head, before fetching a sharp pair of scissors from the kitchen and handing them to her. Ye Qingyao took the scissors, carefully cutting the tape, sealing the box. As she opened it, a smaller yet equally exquisite box came into view, adorned with intricate designs and emblazoned with the words, "Fetal Heartbeat Monitor." Lin Feng gazed at Ye Qingyao with a puzzled expression. "Honey, what is this for?" he asked. With excitement radiating from her, Ye Qingyao looked up, her eyes gleaming with maternal pride. "To listen to the baby's heartbeat," she replied. With that, she fully unwrapped the packaging, revealing the fetal heartbeat monitor within. She meticulously read the instruction manual, her fingers gliding over each button as if engaging in an intimate conversation with the small device that would bridge her connection with her child. Lin Feng leaned in closer, joining Ye Qingyao in exploring the marvel of the gadget. Curiously, he asked, "Can such a tiny device really hear the baby's heartbeat?" Ye Qingyao nodded with a smile, powering on the device and following the instructions outlined in the manual. Chapter 64. Hearing the baby's heartbeat. The box contained not only a fetal heart monitor, but also a bottle filled with what appeared to be a common, yet enigmatic white substance, clearly labeled as coupling agent. Although the items within the box were relatively modest in size compared to the large and complex medical equipment found in hospitals, it was fully equipped with all the essentials: the fetal heart monitor, the coupling agent, and a detailed instruction manual. This brought both reassurance and excitement to Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng, as they anticipated the unique experience of hearing their baby's heartbeat at home. At that moment, Ye Qingyao picked up the instruction manual and read it attentively before turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Darling, the manual states that we need to apply the coupling agent on my belly first to enhance the fetal heart monitor's ability to pick up our baby's heartbeat signal." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded eagerly, taking the coupling agent with a look of shared enthusiasm. Ye Qingyao then continued, "I will lie down now. You can begin to apply it." She gently lifted her shirt to reveal her smooth, rounded abdomen. Lin Feng carefully squeezed out the coupling agent, its coolness sending a shiver through Ye Qingyao. He spread the agent evenly across her belly, and at the moment of contact, Ye Qingyao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my! The coupling agent is so cold." She spoke with a smile, her tone brimming with excitement rather than complaint. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, attempting to impart a measure of warmth with his own body heat. He inquired with genuine concern, "Is it better now? Is it too cold for you?" Ye Qingyao smiled back, replying, "Yes, I've adjusted. It feels much better now." Following the instructions, Lin Feng gently placed the small, trumpet-like device of the fetal heart monitor against Ye Qingyao's belly. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room filled with a palpable tension and anticipation, as if the entire world had paused, leaving only the two of them and the imminent sound of their baby's heartbeat. As the device powered on, a faint buzzing filled the air, followed by a brief silence. The couple held their breath, the passage of time seeming to stretch infinitely. Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from the monitor, crisp and vigorous. Lin Feng's face lit up with surprise as he turned to Ye Qingyao, asking, "My love, is this the sound of our baby's heartbeat?" His voice was laced with hope and uncertainty, given that this was their first attempt at using the fetal heart monitor. Ye Qingyao, too, was overwhelmed with excitement, shaking her head and responding, "I don't know. It's my first time hearing it, and I'm not quite sure what the baby's heartbeat should sound like." Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng hurriedly contacted the vendor for clarification. He picked up his phone, opened the chat window, and played the recording for them. Moments later, the vendor replied, "That sound does not appear to be your baby's heartbeat. A baby's heartbeat typically resembles the rhythmic sound of hooves or the clattering of a green train. Please check again." Though Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, it only fueled his determination to find the true sound of their baby's heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his search on Ye Qingyao's belly, listening intently in various spots, but after a prolonged effort, he still could not locate the sound akin to hooves or a train. As beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, Lin Feng's anxiety grew. Suddenly, he recalled that the manual might contain additional guidance. He quickly grabbed it and perused its contents, noticing it indicated the positions of the heartbeat for different gestational weeks. The lower the gestational week, the closer the heartbeat would be to the navel. Given that Ye Qingyao was approximately 14 weeks along, the heartbeat should be situated just above her navel. Following the manual's instructions, Lin Feng once more searched Ye Qingyao's belly, gently maneuvering the fetal heart monitor in his quest to capture the faint yet vibrant heartbeat. However, despite his diligent efforts, he still could not detect the sound. At that moment, it dawned on him. Ye Qingyao was carrying twins. The heartbeat positions for multiple fetuses might differ from those for a single fetus, making it impractical to rely solely on the manual. With renewed hope igniting within him, Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm himself and continued his search with greater patience. He pressed gently on Ye Qingyao's belly, adjusting the monitor's position to find the optimal angle. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly heard a clear and powerful heartbeat. The sound resonated like a joyful cadence of hooves, alive with rhythm and vitality. Lin Feng was nearly overcome with elation. He leaned in closer, pressing his ear against the fetal heart monitor, intent on not missing any detail. Gazing at Ye Qingyao, his eyes shimmered with excitement as he asked, "Darling, this must be our baby's heartbeat. Do you hear that rhythm? Doesn't it resemble the sound of hooves?" Ye Qingyao, too, heard the heartbeat, and she nodded excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, it's the baby's heartbeat. How miraculous. I can hear it. I truly hear our baby's heartbeat." Her voice was filled with joy and emotion. Without hesitation, Ye Qingyao grabbed her phone, activated the recording function, and captured the sound of their baby's heartbeat. As she listened to the clear and vigorous rhythm, her heart swelled with unparalleled joy and satisfaction. She knew that this was the fruit of her and Lin Feng's love, the most precious gift in their lives. After recording, Ye Qingyao pressed her phone tightly against her chest, feeling as though the baby's heartbeat resonated in harmony with her own. Looking at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with happiness as she said, "Thank you, darling. Thank you for being with me through all of this. I never imagined we could hear our baby's heartbeat at home. It truly is miraculous." Chapter 65. The most melodious sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tenderness. He affectionately grasped Ye Qingyao's hand and softly murmured, "My dear wife, if it weren't for you, I would never have experienced such unforgettable moments. Therefore, I owe you my gratitude." A faint blush adorned Ye Qingyao's cheeks as she gently replied, "All right, let's not exchange thanks. We are family." She continued, "Darling, we only heard one baby's heartbeat earlier, and we have yet to locate the second little one's." At this, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He nodded and said, "You're right. I must hurry to find it." With that, he began to delicately maneuver the instrument across Ye Qingyao's abdomen, akin to a cautious explorer searching for hidden treasures, intent on discovering the heartbeat of the second baby. His movements were both gentle and focused, keen to avoid disturbing the fragile life within. Ye Qingyao lay quietly on the bed, her heart a blend of anxiety and excitement. As moments ticked by, Beads of perspiration began to form on Lin Feng's forehead. Yet, he persevered, maintaining his patience in the search. Finally, within half a finger's breadth from her navel, he detected the heartbeat of the second baby. Strangely, this sound seemed different from the first. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in perplexity, glancing at Ye Qingyao and inquiring, "My love, this heartbeat resembles the clattering of a train, entirely unlike the previous one that sounded like a galloping horse." Ye Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in uncertainty. She expressed her concern. Could the differing heartbeats indicate a problem? Seeing her distress, Lin Feng swiftly reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. This could simply be a normal occurrence. Each baby is unique, and their heartbeats may vary." Ye Qingyao nodded, though her apprehension lingered. She hastily retrieved her phone and began searching, and moments later, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Darling, I found information online suggesting that differing heartbeat sounds might indicate different genders." Lin Feng's eyes lit up at this revelation. He leaned closer to examine the content on her phone and asked eagerly, "Is that true? Does it mean that a heartbeat resembling a horse's indicates a boy, while a train-like sound suggests a girl?" Ye Qingyao nodded, a smile of anticipation brightening her face. She softly replied, "Yes, that's what I read, but I'm not sure how accurate it is." However, Lin Feng could hardly contain his enthusiasm. He embraced Ye Qingyao, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, could it be that you're carrying twins? A boy and a girl? How wonderful! We would have the perfect family." He punctuated his excitement with a tender kiss on her forehead. Seeing her husband's elation filled Ye Qingyao's heart with happiness and contentment. Yet she reminded him, "Darling, the information said might. It's not definitive. The doctor mentioned that there is no scientific basis for this. We might not end up with a boy and girl." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "It matters not. As long as they're my children, I will love them fiercely, regardless of whether they are boys or girls." He gently caressed Ye Qingyao's belly, as if sensing the tiny lives within. Ye Qingyao, moved by his deep affection, nestled closely against him. After a while, Lin Feng put away the fetal heart monitor and carefully wiped the gel from her abdomen with a tissue. Once done, Ye Qingyao took out her phone and played the recordings of the two heartbeats. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the primal sounds of life, unable to suppress a smile. Though faint, the heartbeats resonated with strength and hope. Lin Feng joined her, listening to the enchanting sounds, and remarked, "My love, do you realize? This truly is the most beautiful sound in the world, surpassing any melody." Ye Qingyao nodded, inhaling deeply before responding, "Indeed, this is the sound of our babies. I eagerly await their arrival." Lin Feng grasped her hand tightly, affirming, "Rest assured, my love, I will always be by your side as we welcome our little ones." Touched, Ye Qingyao gazed at him, her eyes glistening with tears. She knew she had found a man she could rely on for a lifetime. No matter the storms that may come, with him by her side, she felt fearless. In a bid to bring joy to his parents, Lin Feng decided to share the heartbeats with Su Wanrong via WeChat. He carefully selected the two clearest recordings and sent them. After sending, he awaited his parents' response with eager anticipation. However, upon receiving the messages, Su Wanrong was somewhat baffled. She complained to Lin Qiao, "Listen to this. Our son sent me something incomprehensible. I can't make out a single word." Lin Qiao leaned in to listen, furrowing his brow for a long while before waving his hand dismissively. "I can't understand it either. Is our son concocting some new trick again?" Subsequently, Su Wanrong sent a voice message lasting several seconds, exclaiming, "Xiaofeng, what is this nonsense you're sending me? Are you idle? I told you to take good care of Yao Yao. Are you even listening to me?" Lin Feng, after hearing his mother's message, chuckled helplessly, realizing he had indeed fallen out of favor. To avoid further voice message bombardments, he quickly replied, "Mom, I'm taking excellent care of your daughter-in-law, so you needn't worry. Moreover, those recordings are incredibly precious. It's the heartbeat of your future grandchildren. Please listen closely." Hearing this, Su Wanrong's eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Qiao, saying, "Xiaofeng said those recordings are the heartbeats of Yao Yao's babies." Lin Qiao, excited by this news, leaned in closer, donning his reading glasses to listen intently to the faint yet vibrant sounds of life. As he listened, his eyes began to glisten with tears. Moments later, he reflected, "Is this my grandson or granddaughter? Time flies. Soon we will have grandchildren. How wonderful." In response, Su Wanrong joyfully replied, "Your father and I heard them. You must take good care of Yao Yao and never bully my daughter-in-law." Understood, Lin Feng replied with resignation. "Your daughter-in-law is a top priority in the Lin family. How could I dare to bully her?" At that moment, Su Wanrong sent another message. "Son, your father and I consulted an expert to determine your wedding date." Chapter 66. The oil master Lin Feng was seated on the sofa in the living room, his fingers gliding gently across the screen of his mobile phone. Upon reading the message, his heart raced uncontrollably, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. He hastily replied, his tone brimming with eagerness and excitement. "When?" "The 18th day of the 12th lunar month. The master says this date is particularly auspicious, ideal for your wedding," came the swift response from Su Wanrong, the joy regarding her son's marriage evident in her words. "Great. That's wonderful," Lin Feng replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with happiness. However, as the thought struck him, December 18th was only a few days away. He needed to diligently prepare for the wedding arrangements. He picked up his phone and began drafting a lengthy to-do list, from selecting the wedding venue to booking the banquet hotel, from choosing bridal gowns to arranging the guest list. Each item was crucial and left no room for error. Just as he ended the call with his mother, a soft yet slightly urgent voice called from a bedroom. "Honey, come here quickly, I need to talk to you." "I'm coming," Lin Feng responded, promptly setting his phone down and hurrying to the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he found Ye Qingyao lying sideways on the bed, gently caressing her protruding belly, her face etched with a blend of concern and distress. She pouted slightly, her voice laced with playful reproach. "Darling, look, it seems like my belly has stretch marks. They're so ugly. Will they ever fade away?" Lin Feng approached the bedside, leaning down to examine Ye Qingyao's belly closely. Indeed, on her smooth and delicate skin, a faint pink line had appeared. He understood that these marks were a common occurrence during pregnancy due to skin stretching, which, while not harmful to health, could certainly trouble women who value their beauty. Gently grasping Ye Qingyao's hand, he reassured her, "My dear, don't worry. These marks can fade away. I will take good care of you and help your belly return to its original state." "Really? You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you?" A flicker of hope crossed Ye Qingyao's eyes, but soon doubt crept in, fearing Lin Feng was merely placating her. "Of course it's true, my love. You must trust me," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, his gaze filled with steadfastness and warmth. He turned to retrieve the stretch mark oil he had prepared earlier, specifically chosen to help alleviate the appearance of stretch marks for Ye Qingyao. Reflecting on the past few days, he felt a pang of guilt for not applying the oil on a daily basis, as he had previously done. Resolutely, he vowed to carve out time each day to meticulously apply it for his wife. After obtaining the stretch mark oil, Lin Feng carefully opened the bottle, first consulting the instructions for usage and precautions. Subsequently, he searched online for application techniques, nodding along as he absorbed the information, his face glowing with confidence and satisfaction. "Darling, lie still and don't move. I'm about to start applying it," he gently instructed, supporting Ye Qingyao's shoulder. "Okay," she obediently nodded, lying back on the bed. Although she held some skepticism about Lin Feng's words, his serious demeanor ignited a warm feeling within her. In a short while, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen with a clean brush, which he had procured after watching videos on how to apply stretch mark oil. He poured a suitable amount onto Ye Qingyao's belly and began to brush it on gently and evenly. This time, the oil did not bring a chilling sensation like the previous gel. Instead, it exuded warmth and comfort. Yet, as Lin Feng brushed the oil onto her belly, Ye Qingyao could not help but burst into laughter. With a playful glint in her eyes, she teased, "Honey, are you sure this is how you use stretch mark oil? You look like a barbecue chef, brushing it back and forth." Hearing her playful banter, Lin Feng chuckled as well. Pausing his actions, he looked at her earnestly and said, "Yes, I saw how other husbands applied it in videos. Don't worry, I will take excellent care of you and our little one." With that, Lin Feng resumed applying the oil until her belly was evenly coated with a delicate layer. Then, he warmed his palms and gently massaged her belly in an upward motion, aiding the absorption of the oil into her skin. Before long, the oil was completely absorbed, leaving a subtle sheen on Ye Qingyao's belly. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and took out his phone to capture a few pictures of her belly. Honey, what are you taking pictures for? Ye Qingyao University. I want to see if the stretch mark oil works, Lin Feng explained with a smile. If you end up with a mark, I promise to buy you a limited edition handbag. The more marks, the more bags I'll buy. Deal? Deal. The mention of handbags instantly lit up Ye Qingyao's eyes. She grinned mischievously. But I'm afraid you might not be able to keep up. Don't worry, my love. I will manage it. Even if there are no marks, I'll still buy you one, okay? Lin Feng gazed lovingly at Ye Qingyao, his voice laced with affection and promises. However, upon hearing his words, Ye Qingyao's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She looked at Lin Feng, her voice choked with emotion. Honey, why are you so good to me? I feel so happy. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? You are my wife, the love of my life. Lin Feng tenderly wiped the tears from the corners of Ye Qingyao's eyes, holding her tightly in his embrace. All right, my dear, don't cry. You are the focus of our family's protection now. You can't be sobbing. Lin Feng softly comforted her, gently using a tissue to dry her tears. Nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, Ye Qingyao felt the warmth of his sturdy chest. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, as if to engrave this happiness in her heart forever. Chapter 67. Recipe upgrade. At that moment, a clear and melodious system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has applied pregnancy oil to Ye Qingyao a total of 10 times, rewarding a pregnancy oil recipe. Upon hearing this sudden notification, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering. A pregnancy oil recipe? Why is the system presenting this to me? Is the pregnancy oil I currently possess insufficient? Filled with confusion, he engaged in a mental dialogue with the system, asking, what is so special about this pregnancy oil recipe? Is the one I have now ineffective? The system seemed to sense Lin Feng's doubts and promptly provided a detailed explanation. Dear host, it's not that your current oil is ineffective, but rather that the pregnancy oils available on the market are comparatively subpar and cannot completely eliminate stretch marks. The formula provided by this system is the result of numerous experiments and optimizations, designed not only to effectively prevent the formation of stretch marks, but also to diminish the appearance of existing ones, rendering the skin of expectant mothers smoother and more delicate. While Lin Feng listened, somewhat muddled, he maintained unwavering confidence in the system's offerings, knowing that what it provided was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. He contemplated visiting the laboratory one day to concoct a bottle following the recipe for his wife to test its efficacy. To be honest, during this time, Lin Feng had gained profound insight into the challenges faced by mothers. Every mother was once a beauty-conscious young woman who would desire unsightly stretch marks adorning their abdomen. He thought of his wife, Ye Qingyao, who had sacrificed so much for their child. If only all expectant mothers could utilize such an effective pregnancy oil, they would no longer bear those unsightly blemishes. The more he contemplated, the more he felt compelled to pursue this endeavor, filled with determination and anticipation. The following morning, Lin Feng arrived early at Jinghai Investment Company. After the routine meeting, he summoned Fu Quan to his office. General Manager Lin, do you have any instructions for me? Fu Quan stood respectfully before Lin Feng, awaiting his directives. Lin Feng tapped rhythmically on his desk, as if contemplating a significant matter. After a moment, he looked up at Fu Quan, a glint of determination in his eyes. Help me find a factory that produces pregnancy oil. I wish to seek their cooperation. Upon hearing the term pregnancy oil, Fu Quan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. When he saw Lin Feng nod affirmatively, he quickly responded, understood. General Manager Lin, I will take care of it right away. Though puzzled by his boss's decision, Fu Quan knew that Lin Feng was always a visionary, and there must be sound reasoning behind his choice. Thus, he accepted the responsibility of executing the orders given. Fu Quan's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half an hour, he enthusiastically knocked on the door of the president's office, his face alight with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. General Manager, I found a factory that produces pregnancy oil. It's located near the fourth ring of Modu, and the factory is sizable, with complete equipment and advanced technology. Fu Quan eagerly awaited Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. He nodded and said, "Excellent. You drive. Let us go and take a look." He understood the urgency of addressing the pregnancy oil matter, especially seeing his wife distressed over stretch marks. The two quickly made their way downstairs, where Lin Feng retrieved the keys to his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster from his pocket and handed them to Fu Quan. Upon seeing the gleaming luxury car, Fu Quan's eyes lit up. Although he longed to take it for a spin, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the potential hazards of the journey ahead. After all, if he were to damage the car, he would be indebted for life. He smiled sheepishly at Lin Feng, saying, "General Manager, this car may not handle the bumpy roads well. Let's take my vehicle instead. While it may not compare to your luxury car, it is durable and reliable." Lin Feng agreed, nodding in understanding. "Very well, let's use your car then." He then settled into the passenger seat of the Jeep. Fu Quan started the vehicle, slowly navigating out of the company gates. The initial stretch of road was relatively smooth, being a well-paved asphalt surface. However, as they ventured further, the terrain became increasingly rugged, as the factory's location was somewhat isolated beyond Modu's fourth ring. Though the Jeep was robust, the bumpy ride was still uncomfortable. As Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, feeling the jolts of the vehicle, his heart brimmed with anticipation. For his wife, and for all expectant mothers, he was determined to locate the finest pregnancy oil production factory to collaborate on producing an effective product. After considerable effort, they finally arrived at the factory entrance. The gates were firmly shut, and a serious-looking security guard in uniform stood at the entrance. Fu Quan exited the vehicle and approached the guard politely, stating, "Hello, I have contacted your factory manager. Please inform them of our arrival." The guard nodded and promptly dialed the manager's office. Shortly thereafter, the factory gates slowly opened. The guard addressed them. "You may enter. The manager is waiting for you inside." Grateful, Fu Quan and Lin Feng proceeded towards the innermost building. Soon, they spotted a middle-aged man standing outside the office building, dressed in a dark blue uniform. He had a head full of white hair and a face etched with the marks of time, exuding a profound sense of weariness. Yet his gaze was sharp and spirited, reflecting an indomitable spirit. Upon noticing Fu Quan and Lin Feng, the manager promptly approached, warmly greeting them. "Welcome to our factory. I am the manager, Lin Feng." To be candid, the manager initially mistook Lin Feng for a subordinate of Fu Quan due to Lin Feng's understated attire and youthful appearance. Thus, he greeted Fu Quan with heightened enthusiasm, presuming him to be the principal negotiator for this collaboration. "Hello, hello." Fu Quan quickly realized the misunderstanding and extended his hand to clarify. "Manager Li, this is our general manager Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow for a moment, but soon his face broke into a warm smile. "General Manager Lin, I did not realize you were so young. I momentarily misjudged." Chapter 68. Reaching cooperation. Lin Feng smiled modestly, cleared his throat gently, and continued, "Director Li, why don't we find a suitable place to have a detailed discussion about our potential collaboration? There are numerous specifics I would like to delve into with you." Director Li paused for a moment, then smacked his forehead, a sheepish smile breaking across his face. "Oh dear, how could I forget that we are still outside? Kulme, let us proceed to my office for a more thorough conversation." With that, he turned around and gestured invitingly, "After you." Before long, the three of them arrived in a room of approximately 20 square meters. The room was decorated in a simple yet elegant manner, featuring a large desk at the center and several sets of sofas around, exuding both practicality and style. After inviting the two men to take their seats, Director Li instructed his secretary, Xiao Lu, "Please prepare a pot of our finest tea." Secretary Xiao Lu promptly complied and soon returned with a fragrant pot of tea, serving Lin Feng and Director Li. Once settled, Director Li leaned slightly forward, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Lin Feng. "Now we can have a proper discussion. Mr. Lin, I am curious about the specifics of the collaboration you mentioned. Although our factory is not large, we have a respectable reputation in the industry. If there is anything you require from us, please feel free to express it." Lin Feng, with a serene smile that hinted at his confidence and composure. Took a sip of tea and replied, "Director Li, I possess a formula for maternity oil that is highly nourishing for the skin of pregnant women. I aspire to establish my own brand and bring it to market." Director Li's eyes lit up with interest at this novel product. He nodded, encouraging Lin Feng to elaborate further. Lin Feng continued, "I am aware that our factory has extensive experience and expertise in cosmetics production, which is why I propose a collaboration wherein your factory would undertake the processing of my product. Naturally, I will provide a detailed formula and production requirements to ensure the quality of the product." Director Li nodded in understanding, a smile on his face. "Ah, so you wish to establish your own brand. This is certainly feasible. Our factory has considerable experience in processing for others, and we can meet your quality and efficiency demands. However, I must clarify that our role is limited to production. Marketing and sales will rest upon your shoulders." Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, indicating that this was not an issue. "That is certainly not a problem. I've already devised a preliminary sales plan. However, I must emphasize that our formula is unique and must only be utilized for our products. It cannot be disclosed to third parties or used for the production of other products." As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a patent certificate from his bag and handed it to Director Li. "We have applied for a patent on this formula, which provides legal protection. I hope you can appreciate our position and ensure the safety and confidentiality of the formula." Director Li took the patent certificate and examined it closely before nodding with a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our factory is renowned for its integrity within the industry, and we will uphold strict confidentiality regarding our clients' trade secrets. Your formula will be treated as our highest level confidential information and will not be divulged." With that, Director Li offered Lin Feng a cup of tea, signaling him to partake. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere grew even more amicable. Subsequently, both parties began to discuss the specifics of their collaboration. They engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, quickly reaching a consensus. After their discussions, Director Li had his secretary fetch a draft contract, and they meticulously reviewed and amended it line by line based on their previous discussions. After some haggling and careful scrutiny, the contract was finalized. Lin Feng thoroughly checked the contents of the contract. Upon confirming its accuracy, he solemnly signed his name. Seeing this, Director Li extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. I am confident that our partnership will achieve great success." Lin Feng nodded, grasping Director Li's hand firmly. "Indeed, may our cooperation be delightful. I, too, am filled with anticipation for this collaboration." After signing the contract, the two exchanged a few casual remarks. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to recall something and said, "Director Li, could we produce a sample of the maternity oil according to my formula first? I would like to take it home for my wife to use." Director Li chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Of course, that is no problem at all. I will make the arrangements immediately." He picked up the phone, called the production department, and briefly conveyed his instructions before hanging up. Turning back to Lin Feng, he said with a smile, "I have informed my staff. They will soon begin production of the maternity oil according to your formula. Please be patient. You will have the finished product shortly." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Director Li." Director Li smiled back, then shifted the conversation slightly. "Mr. Lin, seeing how young and accomplished you are, I must admit I was unaware of your marriage. That said, men with families tend to bear greater responsibility, and I believe that our cooperation will proceed even more smoothly." Lin Feng, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "Director Li, you flatter me." As they continued their conversation, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the head of the production department entered with a bottle of freshly produced maternity oil. He respectfully handed the oil to Director Li and then exited. Director Li inspected the packaging and label carefully before handing it to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, this is the maternity oil produced according to your formula. If there are any areas that require improvement, please do not hesitate to let me know. We will do our utmost to meet your needs." Lin Feng accepted the oil, casting a grateful glance at Director Li. "Thank you, Director Li." With that, they shook hands once more, and Lin Feng, accompanied by Fu Quan and the maternity oil, exited Director Li's office. Chapter 69. Seamless as night descended. The gentle moonlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the cozy bedroom and imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity to the intimate space. Lin Feng tenderly assisted Ye Qingyao in lying down, his every movement imbued with care and delicacy. Afterward, he retrieved a bottle of pregnancy oil he had acquired from director Li that day from the bedside table. With a tender smile that radiated affection, he remarked, "My dear, allow me to apply this oil for you." "All right," Ye Qingyao replied, her face aglow with a blissful smile. Habitually, she lifted her slightly protruding belly, awaiting the soothing touch. Gazing at his wife, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Earlier that day, while idly scrolling through videos, he had inadvertently discovered that the method he used to apply the oil with a brush was rather unconventional. The proper technique required simply warming his palms, evenly spreading the oil, and then gently massaging it in a back-and-forth motion to allow the skin to fully absorb the nurturing essence. He silently thanked his fortune for uncovering this small misunderstanding in time. Otherwise, his wife would have endured unnecessary discomfort. Thus, he warmed his hands, poured the oil into his palms, and the delicate fragrance wafted through the room, creating an atmosphere of calm delight. He applied the oil carefully, his touch both gentle and firm. Ye Qingyao relished this manifestation of her husband's love, closing her eyes and allowing a satisfied smile to grace her lips. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and she exclaimed, "Darling, it seems that this pregnancy oil is truly effective." Her voice carried a note of surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. "The tightness in my belly feels like it has vanished," she continued, her tone filled with disbelief. Since her pregnancy began, the growing size of her belly had brought with it an inexplicable tension that caused her discomfort. Now, to her astonishment, that sensation had miraculously dissipated, leaving her in awe. "How remarkable!" Ye Qingyao reiterated, shaking her head in astonishment, as if still enveloped in the wonder of it all. She reached out to gently caress her belly, savoring the unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Hearing his wife's praises filled Lin Feng with a quiet pride. He knew that the formula for the pregnancy oil was actually provided by the system, but he could not disclose this secret. Internally, he mused, "The formula from the system is truly impressive. The effects are visible within a day." However, he maintained a facade of humility, smiling as he said, "Perhaps this oil is indeed quite good, but consistency is key." At that moment, Ye Qingyao suddenly noticed that the bottle of pregnancy oil appeared different from the one used yesterday. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Darling, why does this pregnancy oil look different from the one I had yesterday? Did you buy a new one?" Her eyes brimmed with curiosity and uncertainty. Lin Feng shook his head, chuckling as he explained, "This formula is one I have newly developed." In order to earn his wife's trust, he claimed the credit for himself. "Really?" Ye Qingyao gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, making him feel a bit bashful. She had never imagined that her husband possessed the ability to create pregnancy oil. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Feng asked, feeling a tad embarrassed as he scratched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "I always knew my husband was extraordinarily talented, capable of formulating pregnancy oil on his own. That's truly impressive." Ye Qingyao gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, her tone infused with reverence. She was astonished to discover her husband's hidden talents and potential. Feeling a bit shy from her compliments, Lin Feng scratched his head and humbly replied, "I'm not that remarkable. I was merely experimenting, and didn't he expect to succeed?" Internally, he felt a swell of pride, but maintained an air of modesty. Ye Qingyao, seeing her husband's humility, playfully patted his shoulder and stated, "You are impressive, and there's no room for dispute. However, you truly are remarkable." Ye Qingyao continued, "This pregnancy oil feels so soothing on my belly. I can even feel it becoming bouncy and supple. It's incredibly effective." She spoke earnestly, clearly sensing the positive changes in her body, and her words were heartfelt and genuine. Lin Feng, basking in his wife's praise, felt as though he were savoring honey. With affectionate eyes, he replied, "As long as it's effective, I specifically formulated this pregnancy oil to prevent stretch marks on your belly. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's eyes misted with emotion. She had not anticipated that her husband would go to such lengths for her, and she felt deeply touched. Leaning against his shoulder, she said with anticipation, "Darling, if only this pregnancy oil could also diminish the stretch marks of other women, I'm sure they would be overjoyed." Lin Feng was warmed by her words. Recognizing her kindness and thoughtfulness, gently pinching Ye Qingyao's cheek, he affectionately replied, "What can I say? My wife is so compassionate. I've already contacted the manufacturer, and production of this pregnancy oil will begin today. I hope to benefit more expecting mothers, allowing them to maintain their beauty and confidence during pregnancy." Wow, my husband is truly amazing. Ye Qingyao exclaimed joyously, her face radiating happiness. She felt an immense sense of pride and admiration for Lin Feng, knowing that he was a responsible and caring man. Observing his wife's blissful expression filled Lin Feng with satisfaction and joy. They continued their discussion, delving into the specifics of the pregnancy oil. Ye Qingyao curiously inquired, "Darling, what ingredients did you include in this pregnancy oil? How does it work so effectively?" She was genuinely intrigued to learn how her husband had concocted such a miraculous oil. Lin Feng smiled as he explained, "Actually, I didn't add anything particularly special. It's simply a blend of natural plant oils and herbal essences." Upon hearing his explanation, Ye Qingyao felt even more touched, understanding the dedication and effort her husband had invested for her and their child. She embraced him tightly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, darling. You're truly wonderful. I'm so happy to be married to you and to be your wife." Lin Feng reciprocated her embrace, and they held each other closely for a moment, reluctant to let go. After a while, Ye Qingyao lifted her head from Lin Feng's embrace and earnestly asked, "What will you name the pregnancy oil you developed?" "I haven't decided yet," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head before asking, "Do you have any good ideas? How about calling it Seamless?" Ye Qingyao suggested, tilting her head. The name was simple, easy to understand, and memorable. "What do you think? That sounds splendid. Let us go with that name. I'll apply for the trademark tomorrow," Lin Feng said with a smile, his gaze towards Ye Qingyao filled with affection. Chapter 70. No regrets, a lifetime without regrets. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air as Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao set out together. Seated in the car, Ye Qingyao tilted her head, her bright, expressive eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng's enigmatic demeanor, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. She playfully tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, which swayed slightly with her movement, as if echoing her intrigue. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, and a mischievous smile danced on her lips as she inquired, "Darling, where on earth are you taking me? Please don't keep me in suspense." Her voice carried a hint of playful charm, laced with eagerness. Lin Feng's lips curled upwards into a mysterious smile, a smile imbued with endless tenderness and affection. He gently clasped Ye Qingyao's hand, its warmth and strength enveloping her in a profound sense of security. He tenderly replied, "Once we arrive, you will see. I assure you, it is a place that will exceed your expectations." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, the scenery outside blurring past, as if clearing a path for their adventure. As they journeyed along the winding road, Ye Qingyao speculated incessantly about Lin Feng's destination. Was it a romantic seaside restaurant or a bustling shopping center? Her mind conjured various scenarios, yet she remained unable to discern Lin Feng's true intentions. Lin Feng simply smiled in silence, allowing her to indulge in her guesses, his gaze filled with affection and anticipation. He understood that the more curious Ye Qingyao became, the greater the surprise awaiting her. Occasionally, he glanced at her, noting her anxious yet excited expression, and found her utterly endearing. The car meandered along the serpentine path, with the picturesque landscape unfolding like a painting. Lush trees, vibrant flowers, and distant rolling mountains composed a stunning tableau. However, Ye Qingyao's thoughts were entirely consumed by her anticipation of the unknown destination. She frequently stole glances at Lin Feng, hoping to glean a hint from his expression, but he maintained his air of mystery, only deepening her curiosity. At long last, as the car rounded a bend, A charmingly antiquated house came into view. The residence, with its red walls and green tiles, gleamed under the sunlight, exuding an aura of timeless beauty. Stone lions flanked the entrance, standing majestically as guardians of this serene abode. Gazing at the enchanting house before her, Ye Qingyao felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She turned to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with questions. Lin Feng alighted from the car and, rounding the front, opened the door for Ye Qingyao. He extended his hand, gently taking hers, the warmth radiating from his palm, instilling in her an unshakable sense of comfort. "Come, let me show you," he said softly. Allowing Lin Feng to lead her, Ye Qingyao's heart swelled with curiosity, yet even more so with trust in him. She followed him step by step into the old-fashioned house. Upon entering, a delicate scent of wood wafted through the air, refreshing and elegant, uplifting her spirits. They traversed a long corridor adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings. As she admired these treasured artifacts, an exhilarating thrill surged within her. Turning to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. She realized that his bringing her here was no mere coincidence. This place must hold some profound significance, compelling her to uncover the mystery. "Darling, what is the reason for bringing me here?" Ye Qingyao could not help but ask, her voice filled with eagerness and curiosity, yearning to understand Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng, gazing into her inquisitive eyes, felt a warm rush of affection. He gently squeezed her hand, the warmth conveying his deep feelings and resolve. Then, with heartfelt sincerity, he declared, "Yao Yao, I brought you here to customize our wedding rings and marriage certificate." Ye Qingyao was taken aback, utterly surprised. She had never anticipated that Lin Feng would lead her here for such a momentous occasion. She understood that, in traditional customs, the wedding rings symbolize the groom's sincerity and respect, while the marriage certificate serves as a testament to their love and future aspirations. Lin Feng's thoughtful preparations filled her with immeasurable happiness and gratitude. "Darling, you are so wonderful," Ye Qingyao exclaimed, embracing Lin Feng tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was brimming with appreciation and bliss. Lin Feng gently patted her back, soothing her with tenderness. "Silly girl, don't cry. This is something I ought to do." His tone was filled with affection and unwavering assurance, as if to provide her with endless comfort. Before them stood an ancient-looking writing desk, adorned with a sheet of snow-white rice paper, exuding an air of elegance. Beside it lay brushes, ink, and seals, seemingly awaiting the stroke of a skilled hand. Lin Feng smiled at Ye Qingyao and said, "Qingyao, let us write our marriage certificate." At the mention of this, Ye Qingyao sipirit swadet. She had harbored a deep passion for calligraphy since childhood, and upon seeing the rice paper and ink, an irresistible urge to create surged within her. She settled at the desk, picked up the brush, and dipped it into the rich, dark ink, which seemed capable of capturing the essence of their love and promises. Taking a deep breath, she began to inscribe the marriage certificate with utmost seriousness. Her strokes were graceful yet bold, exuding a unique charm, with each character infused with boundless emotion and hope. Before long, the certificate was completed, adorned with their names, the wedding date, and heartfelt wishes for the future, each word brimming with love and commitment. Lin Feng carefully took the certificate, examining the characters with admiration, each stroke resembling a beautiful painting he longed to cherish forever. He produced his seal and solemnly pressed it onto the certificate, declaring, "Wife, in ancient times signing a marriage certificate meant you are mine, and there can be no turning back. No regrets, a lifetime without regrets," Ye Qingyao replied, her voice tinged with happiness. Subsequently, Lin Feng took Ye Qingyao's hand and began selecting the wedding rings in the studio. They examined each piece meticulously, comparing styles and materials. The gold jewelry shimmered in the sunlight, casting a captivating glow. Lin Feng occasionally sought Ye Qingyao's opinion, ensuring she found the design she cherished most. Chapter 71. The wedding soon, the style of the 3 gold accessories have been chosen, and, ultimately, he selected a splendid phoenix crown crafted entirely of pure gold for Ye Qingyao. The crown was exquisitely designed, with every intricate detail revealing the artisan's remarkable skill. The phoenix, poised as if ready to take flight, seemed to embody boundless vitality and energy. Accompanying the crown was a pair of bracelets, smooth and rounded, adorned with delicate engravings that exuded both nobility and elegance, complemented by a pair of petite, exquisite earrings. Due to the complexity of the crown's craftsmanship, commissioning one at that moment would likely result in a wait of several years. Lin Feng, unwilling to make Ye Qingyao wait so long, opted to exchange gold bullion for the most exquisite ready-made crown available in the shop. The crown sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, as if it had been tailor-made for Ye Qingyao. She was immensely pleased with her husband's arrangements, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she envisioned herself in wedding attire. Adorned with this crown, radiating beauty, gently, she caressed the crown, feeling its cool, weighty presence, her heart brimming with anticipation and dreams for the future. Subsequently, Lin Feng took charge of every detail of the wedding. He meticulously oversaw everything from selecting the venue to finalizing the guest list, and from arranging the wedding car to designing the banquet menu, ensuring that each aspect was flawless. Ye Qingyao, feeling entirely at ease, embraced her role as the cherished one, relishing the affection bestowed upon her. Their wedding was to be held in the bustling metropolis, with the most luxurious hotel serving as the witness to their love. The hotel lobby was adorned in resplendent gold and crimson satin, intertwined with flowers, creating a breathtaking panorama. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft, dazzling glow that illuminated the lobby like a dreamscape. Prior to the wedding, Lin Feng had ensured that relatives from both families were comfortably settled in the hotel. He had specifically reserved suites for their parents, allowing them to rest peacefully, and his thoughtful arrangements garnered praise from the relatives. Finally, the day of the bride's reception arrived. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Ye Qingyao's room. Dressed in a celebratory wedding gown, she sat in the center of the bed. This gown had been custom-made at Lin Feng's request, embellished with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs, symbolizing auspiciousness and happiness. The crown glimmered in her hair, while the bracelets and earrings sparkled under the sunlight, enhancing her beauty even further. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin stood nearby, their eyes filled with pride and reluctance as they beheld their daughter's stunning appearance. Although Yi Baoshan was typically a man of few words, he could not help but speak. "Yao Yao, you have grown up and are about to marry. I feel both joy and sorrow. I am happy that you have found your happiness, yet saddened that I will not see you every day. I hope you will find joy and live well with Lin Feng." Su Wanjin's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Ye Qingyao's hand, her voice trembling. "Yao Yao, I will miss you dearly. You have always been my treasure. Please take good care of yourself, and know that your father and I will always be your strongest support." Tears welled in Ye Qingyao's eyes as she embraced her mother tightly, her voice quivering. "Mom, I will miss you too. I promise to visit often and call you frequently." Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. Lin Feng had arrived with the wedding party. Dressed in sleek black suits, they exuded charm and confidence. Lin Feng led the way, holding a bouquet of vibrant red roses, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. As the door slowly opened, he caught sight of Ye Qingyao sitting by the bed. Her beauty took his breath away, and his heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he approached, kneeling on one knee and presenting the roses to her. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he spoke with a trembling voice. "Yao Yao, I have come to take you away. I shall devote my life to loving and cherishing you, ensuring that you become the happiest woman in the world. Through every storm and change, I will stand by your side, unwavering. Will you marry me?" Ye Qingyao accepted the roses, her eyes shimmering with tears. She whispered softly, "I will." He clasped her hand tightly, as if wanting to freeze this moment of happiness forever. Then, in the presence of their loved ones, Lin Feng gently kissed Ye Qingyao on the forehead. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the embrace of the couple and the blessings of their friends and family. The wedding party exited the hotel in grand procession, heading towards the wedding venue. A row of luxurious cars awaited outside, their brilliance shining brightly, as if proclaiming the grandeur and opulence of the occasion. Passers-by paused to observe, speculating about the illustrious family whose heir was marrying, marveling at the extravagance. As firecrackers erupted, the wedding cars began to roll out. Lin Feng held Ye Qingyao's hand as they settled into the lead wedding car. The vehicle glided through the bustling streets, transforming the scenery into a picturesque backdrop. Finally, they arrived at the wedding venue, which had been transformed into a fantastical realm, adorned with red roses and dazzling lights, creating a romantic fairy tale atmosphere. A massive electronic screen hung above the grand stage, showcasing their love story and cherished moments. Guests had begun to take their seats, some engaging in lively conversation, others raising glasses in celebration, all offering their heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao entered the wedding venue, their arrival eliciting resounding applause and cheers. Guests rose to their feet, welcoming the couple with enthusiastic applause and shouts of joy. In the presence of family and friends, they exchanged rings, the jewels gleaming like symbols of their love and commitment. They vowed to share their lives together, to grow old side by side. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the sight of their shared smiles and the blessings of those around them. The wedding banquet was a feast for the senses, a cornucopia of culinary delights, rich in flavor and aroma. Guests raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and joy echoing throughout the hall. Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanjin, as the groom's parents, moved from table to table, toasting to the guests' presence and blessings, their faces radiant with happiness and pride in their son. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin blended into the festive atmosphere, their hearts filled with joy for their daughter's newfound happiness, despite a twinge of reluctance. They observed their daughter and Lin Feng in their affectionate exchange, their hearts swelling with contentment. They recognized that their daughter had grown up, matured, and found her own happiness, which was their greatest wish. As night fell, the wedding venue sparkled with lights, creating an even more enchanting ambience. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao twirled gracefully on the dance floor, their figures appearing exceptionally harmonious under the shimmering lights. They swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Chapter 72. On the first day of marriage. Asked by mother-in-law to sweep the floor in the early morning, when the air still carried a hint of the morning chill, Su Wanrong had quietly approached the door of Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao's room. She gently knocked on the door, her voice imbued with tenderness and anticipation. Xiao Feng. Yao, it's time to get up. After several calls, only faint rustling sounds emerged from within, suggesting that the couple was still lost in slumber. Su Wanrong raised her voice slightly, drawing out the names. Xiao Feng. Yao yet. Silence persisted, save for the occasional soft sound of breathing. Standing at the threshold, Su Wanrong's lips curled into a smile that was both helpless and indulgent. She understood that the newlyweds must have been exhausted from the previous night, now in the midst of their deepest sleep. However, according to family tradition, on the first day of marriage, the bride was expected to rise and sweep the floor. Xiao Feng. Yao. It's time to wake up, Su Wanrong repeated, contemplating that if they did not stir soon, she would have to enter and rouse them herself. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Feng, clad in a red nightgown, his hair tousled and eyes still heavy with sleep. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he inquired, "Mom, what do you need us for?" His voice still carried traces of drowsiness, clearly startled awake by her summons. Su Wanrong, observing her son's bewildered expression, could not help but chuckle. "You need to wake Yao. It's the first day of your marriage, and you must sweep the floor." Her tone was laced with undeniable firmness. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became more alert, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at his mother. "Sweep the floor on our wedding day? What kind of tradition is that?" He found it utterly incomprehensible that the bride should be tasked with such a chore on their first day together. It seemed rather cruel. Su Wanrong, noting her son's exaggerated reaction, shot him an exasperated glance. "This is a custom from our hometown. The bride sweeping the floor symbolizes diligence and virtue, ensuring a prosperous future together." Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He turned to look at the still sleeping Ye Qingyao, affectionately stating, Yao is still asleep. Let her rest. And it's fine if the floor doesn't get swept. He could not bear to disturb her on their first day of marriage with such a harsh reality. Hearing her son's words, Su Wanrong promptly patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "If I ask you to go, then go. Sweep the floor, then you can return to sleep. This is our family rule, and it cannot be broken." Her tone was stern, clearly displeased with her son's disobedience. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, knowing that once his mother made a decision, it was difficult to change her mind. However, he truly did not want to wake Ye Qingyao. Tentatively, he asked, "Where exactly do I need to sweep?" "I'll do it, so Yao Yao can sleep a little longer." He attempted to sacrifice his own comfort for her peace. However, Su Wanrong immediately rejected his offer without hesitation. "No, you cannot sweep. It is for my precious daughter-in-law to do." Reluctantly, Lin Feng was pulled along by his mother, but could not help but be curious as he glanced towards the living room. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was taken aback. The floor was strewn with red banknotes, crisp 100 yuan bills scattered like fallen leaves, creating a striking visual. Lin Feng froze, finally comprehending why his mother insisted that Ye Qingyao sweep the floor. It turned out that this money was intended for his daughter-in-law. Realizing his mother's good intentions, Lin Fengye's attitude shifted dramatically. He nodded eagerly, agreeing, "All right, I'll go wake your precious daughter-in-law." With that, he turned and headed back to the room to rouse Ye Qingyao. Inside, she remained blissfully asleep, curled up under the covers, a radiant smile gracing her face as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Lin Feng approached the bedside, unable to resist the urge to caress her head gently. Whispering, "Darling, wake up, it's time to rise." His voice was filled with affection and gentleness, attempting to awaken Ye Qingyao in the softest manner possible. However, she seemed unappreciative of his efforts, furrowing her brow and murmuring, "Hubby, I want to sleep a bit longer. Please don't wake me." With that, she buried herself deeper under the covers, trying to shut out the world. Watching her playful defiance, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly. He knew that Ye Qingyao loved her sleep, and asking her to rise on their first day of marriage was indeed a bit unreasonable. Hence, he insisted again, his voice firmer, "Darling, it was Mom who called you. She wants you to sweep the floor." Sure enough, upon hearing the mention of Mom, Ye Qingyao stirred. Her curiosity piqued. She pulled down the covers, looking at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. "Sweep the floor? Is that for real?" She found it hard to believe that on their wedding day, she was expected to take on such a task. It seemed utterly absurd. Lin Feng, observing the astonishment on her face, could not suppress his laughter. He nodded earnestly, confirming, "Yes, really. Mom said it's a tradition from our hometown. On the first day of marriage, the bride must sweep the floor." His tone conveyed both exasperation and affection, reflecting his own disbelief regarding this custom. Though Ye Qingyao felt somewhat reluctant, she eventually rose from the bed. She understood that having married into the Lin family meant respecting their customs and traditions. Upon entering the living room, Su Wanrong joyfully approached Ye Qingyao, taking her hand warmly. "Yao Yao, our custom dictates that the bride must sweep the floor on the first day of marriage. It signifies that she will bear a share of the household responsibilities and symbolizes a beautiful beginning to your new life." Ye Qingyao listened intently to Su Wanrong's words, gaining clarity and insight. She nodded in understanding. Observing Ye Qingyao as comprehension, Su Wanrong felt a surge of satisfaction. With a smile, she continued, "If you're still a bit sleepy, you can sweep first and then return to bed." Her tone was filled with warmth and affection, treating Ye Qingyao as if she were her own daughter. Feeling a wave of warmth at Su Wanrong's words, Ye Qingyao nodded, a hint of shyness creeping in as she replied, "Okay, Annie." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that her address was somewhat inappropriate. Quick to amend her mistake, she said, "All right, Mom." Upon hearing Ye Qingyao refer to her as Mom, Su Wanrong's face lit up with joy. Nodding, she guided Ye Qingyao into the living room, handing her a new mop. "Yao Yao, go ahead and sweep. Once you finish, all this money will be yours." Ye Qingyao gazed at the scattered banknotes on the floor, astonished. She had not anticipated such a delightful incentive for sweeping. Even if she were to be called upon to do so every morning, she would willingly oblige. Chapter 73. A hint of joy observing the cheerful and playful Ye Qingyao. Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth sweep through his heart. However, even the happiest moments sometimes require a pause. He had to head to the office that afternoon to attend to pressing matters. Yet, Ye Qingyao understood that as the owner of the company, Lin Feng bore his own responsibilities and missions. She realized he needed to handle serious business and couldn't afford to be overly sentimental, for her reluctance should not impose difficulty upon him. Thus, she suppressed her feelings of longing and gently kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Once Lin Feng had gathered his belongings, he prepared to leave. Ye Qingyao accompanied him to the door, standing there to watch him depart. Though her heart brimmed with reluctance, she recognized the importance of not delaying his work. Silently, she prayed for his success and hoped he would return home soon to reunite with her. After leaving home, Lin Feng drove directly to the company. While he too felt a pang of longing for his little wife at home, he understood the weight of his responsibilities, especially as a newlywed. Were it not for the system's sudden assignment, which was time-sensitive, he might have been disinclined to attend to work. After all, abandoning his wife on their first day of marriage for work seemed somewhat unreasonable. As he drove, Lin Feng collected his thoughts, focusing intently on the road ahead, and soon arrived at the towering company building. After parking, he stepped out of the garage and gazed up at the impressive structure before entering. Upon entering the company, Lin Feng was greeted by the bold characters of Zhuan Investment emblazoned on the wall. Though the name might seem trivial or even amusing to outsiders, it held profound significance for him. To Lin Feng, it represented a reality he took pride in. After all, what was the purpose of running a company if not to earn a profit? He mused internally, fully aware that the goal of entrepreneurship was to generate income and to provide a better life for himself and his family. With his super abilities, making money was not a daunting task. If he desired, he could amass a fortune in mere moments. Thus, the notion of Zhuan was hardly surprising. Lin Feng entered his office and summoned his capable assistant, Fu Quan. An experienced investment consultant, Fu Quan possessed keen market insights and judgment, serving as Lin Feng's right-hand man. Lin Feng brought forth a stack of recent proposals for thorough examination. Naturally, he had also brought along an ample supply of wedding candies, having prepared meticulously before the marriage. Fu Quan's eyes lit up upon seeing the wedding candies. He recognized that Lin Feng's marriage was a significant and joyous occasion, and receiving his wedding sweets signified his respectable position within the company. He promptly accepted the candies and distributed them among the colleagues, inviting them to share in the festive spirit. As colleagues gathered around Fu Quan, they exchanged words of congratulations, though not directly in Lin Feng's presence. They nonetheless expressed their sentiments. As expected of the boss, the candies are of such fine quality, one colleague remarked, examining a candy closely. Another chimed in, when I got married, I could only afford the cheapest treats. If I had to buy good ones, it always felt like a loss. Come on, that's our boss. How can we compare? Teased another colleague, eliciting laughter and nods of agreement. They all knew Lin Feng was generous, never hesitating to provide benefits and fair treatment for his employees. It was entirely reasonable for him to bring wedding candies to share on such an occasion. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng was not inclined to engage in light-hearted conversation. He isolated himself in his office, delving into the proposal documents. The system task required him to endorse an investment application, a significant responsibility on his first day of marriage. Sitting at his desk, Lin Feng meticulously reviewed each proposal. He understood the importance of these documents for the company and recognized his duties as the owner. He needed to scrutinize the contents, market prospects, and potential risks and returns to make informed decisions. The system's assignment was deliberate. This proposal was undoubtedly exceptional. Soon, guided by the system, one particular proposal emerged from a myriad of folders. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he opened the document and began to read with keen interest. The proposal was detailed and professional, encompassing market analysis, project background, technical solutions, and financial estimates. As he read, he nodded in appreciation, admiring the professionalism and dedication of the proposal's author. The field of artificial intelligence was experiencing a significant talent shortage nationwide. With the relentless advancement of technology, AI had gradually permeated various aspects of life, becoming a vital direction for future development. Those who could sense such opportunities and act upon them were certainly exceptional. The proposal's author was a visionary and bold individual who recognized the immense potential within the AI sector and hoped Lin Feng would consider acquiring his company, enabling him to devote his full energy to AI development. He believed that under Lin Feng's leadership, Jinghai Investment could emerge as a leader in the AI industry. Fu Quan had also reviewed the proposal but did not regard it as significant. He felt that while the proposal appeared promising, the pursuit of Jinghai Investment for an acquisition raised suspicions. Concerned about potential risks or pitfalls, he refrained from recommending the proposal to Lin Feng. However, after reviewing it, Lin Feng was resolute in his decision to endorse the proposal. He deemed it not only feasible and promising, but also aligned with the company's strategic growth and long-term planning. Only by doing so could Jinghai Investment navigate the waves of the AI industry and thrive. Of course, Lin Feng was not an impulsive individual. Before making a decision, he had conducted a thorough analysis of the proposal, considering market risks, technical challenges, and funding requirements. He intended to send Fu Quan to engage in multiple discussions with the author. After organizing these tasks, Lin Feng picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on the proposal. Chapter 74 Family Outing. As Lin Feng stepped through the company's entrance, he concluded a day of bustling work. Passing by the charmingly adorned flower shop downstairs, he found himself instinctively slowing his pace, eventually coming to a halt. Upon pushing open the door, a gentle chime greeted him, as if welcoming each visitor into this fragrant realm. A fresh yet rich floral aroma enveloped him instantly. At that moment, a smiling shop assistant approached, her eyes radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to our flower shop. What flowers might you be looking to purchase today?" Lin Feng smiled and surveyed his surroundings. "I wish to buy flowers for my wife. Do you have any recommendations?" Hearing his words, a glimmer of approval sparkled in the assistant's eyes. "If they are for your wife, red or pink roses would be splendid choices, depending on your sentiments." After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Then I shall take a bouquet of red roses. I believe she will adore them." His voice resonated with confidence and anticipation. The assistant promptly set to work, selecting the most vibrant and plump red roses, carefully wrapping them. In no time, a delicate and romantic bouquet of red roses was presented before Lin Feng. Accepting the flowers, he set off on his journey home, infused with heartfelt intentions. As he opened the door to his home, a chorus of laughter and joy greeted him, filling the air with a warm and cheerful ambience. In the living room, his wife, Ye Qingyao, was seated at the mahjong table with several elders, her face aglow with happiness. "Darling, you're back." Ye Qingyao immediately spotted Lin Feng standing at the threshold. She put down her tiles, rose to her feet, and beamed the brightest of smiles. "Yes, I'm home," Lin Feng replied, nodding with a smile, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. He gently approached Ye Qingyao and presented her with a bouquet of red roses. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had paused. "Dear, these are for you." Ye Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes misting slightly. She lowered her gaze to inhale the fragrance of the roses, her face radiating joy and emotion. "Thank you, darling. I truly love them." Seeing this exchange, both sets of parents shared knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting pride and contentment. As dinner time arrived, the family gathered around the table, laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, the air rich with the scent of home. However, just then, Ye Qingyao's phone abruptly rang, shattering the tranquility. The screen displayed a number that was unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Ye Qingyao?" A gentle and clear voice resonated through the line, laced with subtle concern and professionalism. Ye Qingyao nodded slightly, her gaze drawn to the dancing digits on her phone, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over her, as if she had encountered this number before but could not recall its owner. Her brow furrowed slightly, her thoughts racing to grasp any hint of recognition. "You have an appointment for your prenatal checkup tomorrow. Please remember to refrain from eating or drinking in the morning and come directly here." The voice continued, imbued with meticulous care and insistence. In that instant, Ye Qingyao realized it was the hospital-less number. "All right, I will be there on time." She nodded again, disconnecting the call and placing her phone gently on the table. Instantly, her family's concerned and curious glances converged upon her. Su Wanjin was the first to inquire. Yao Yao, who was on the phone? Are you going out tomorrow? Her tone carried a hint of unnoticeable tension, as if worried about something. Ye Qingyao smiled and nodded, explaining, it was the hospital reminding me about my checkup tomorrow. Oh, so it's for the checkup? I will accompany you tomorrow, dear. Su Wanjin's expression immediately transformed from tension to relief, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy, as if envisioning the little life they were soon to meet. If possible, she yearned to see how her daughter's baby was developing, a sentiment words could scarcely convey. Su Wanyuan came in excitedly, Yao Yao. I would like to join you both as well. I want to see how the baby is doing. Very well, we shall all go together. Lin Feng replied with a smile. He could sense the eagerness of everyone to accompany Ye Qingyao for her checkup, and thus decided that the entire family would venture forth together to the hospital. The following day, the breakfast table was adorned with an abundance of delectable dishes, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. Yet, Ye Qingyao, due to her checkup, could only watch as everyone enjoyed the meal, her eyes reflecting a tinge of disappointment and helplessness. Yao Yao, just hang in there. After the checkup, I will take you out for a delicious meal, Lin Feng said softly, observing the slight sorrow in her eyes. Ye Qingyao managed to smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, you'd better keep your promise. Her voice held a playful tone laced with anticipation. Of course. Lin Feng nodded with a grin. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng busied himself, thoughtfully preparing a small backpack filled with various snacks, water, and items Ye Qingyao might need. His considerate actions did not go unnoticed by Su Wanjin, who nodded in approval. Xiao Feng, you are truly attentive. You flatter me, Mom. It is simply what I should do, Lin Feng replied humbly, scratching his head in modesty. With preparations complete, the entire family set out together, ready for the day ahead. Chapter 75. A tiny being, like a bean sprout upon arriving at the hospital, Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong supported Ye Qingyao on either side with utmost care. Their eyes brimmed with concern and affection, each step taken with meticulous caution, as if any unevenness of the ground could cause her discomfort. Su Wanzhong frequently inquired softly whether Ye Qingyao felt fatigued or needed to rest, her attentiveness and thoughtfulness evoking warmth in the hearts of those around. Lin Feng found himself somewhat superfluous, squeezed behind the two mothers, yet he harbored no dissatisfaction. Witnessing their tender care for Ye Qingyao filled him with gratitude. After registering, the group quietly awaited at the door of the examination room, forming a striking tableau as they encircled her with love. Most others arrived alone or with a spouse, making their family outing quite unique. Nearby sat another expectant mother, her belly noticeably round, appearing on the verge of labor. Alone on a bench, she seemed weary and isolated. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Ye Qingyao, observing the harmonious scene of familial affection, which stirred a pang of melancholy within her. Soon, a clear voice resonated from the examination room. Next, Lin Feng immediately turned to Ye Qingyao, gently saying, "Dear, it's your turn." Ye Qingyao nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips, seemingly unperturbed by the forthcoming examination. Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong, eager to glean more information to better care for her, followed Ye Qingyao into the examination room. The doctor received the small pink booklet from Ye Qingyao, scrutinizing it before looking up at them and stating, "We will begin with a basic examination, followed by a non-invasive DNA test." Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin felt a tightening in her chest and immediately asked the doctor, "What does the non-invasive DNA test examine?" The doctor patiently explained, "This test screens for genetic disorders in the fetus. Although it is somewhat costly, it is essential for the baby's health. Neglecting it due to financial concerns would be irresponsible to both yourself and the child." After hearing this, Su Wanjin quickly shook her head, resolutely affirming, "Doctor, rest assured, regardless of the cost, we will proceed. We are committed to ensuring our child's health." The doctor nodded in satisfaction, saying, "That's good. Proceed with the examinations and return to me with the results." As the three exited the examination room, Lin Feng hurriedly approached them, anxiously inquiring, What did the doctor say? Ye Qingyao, while adjusting her clothing, smiled and replied, Not much. Just that I need to undergo some tests. She handed the examination slip to Lin Feng, saying, Darling, please handle the payment. Lin Feng accepted the slip, nodding, All right, you wait for me while I take care of this. I'll be back shortly. He then swiftly made his way to the payment window to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, Su Wanzhong and Su Wanjin supported Ye Qingyao as they awaited blood draw. They comforted her while adjusting her posture for greater ease as she waited. Observing their diligent care, Ye Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and happiness. Soon, Lin Feng returned, breathless and holding the stamped receipt, and said, Dear, all set. Let us go in. Ye Qingyao took the receipt, nodded, and followed Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong into the blood draw room. Upon entering, she glanced at the thin needle and instinctively frowned. Although she typically did not fear pain, the sight of the needle poised for insertion sent a shiver down her spine. She tightly grasped the hands of Lin Feng and Su Wanjin, as if seeking courage and strength from their presence. Lin Feng, noticing her apprehension, gently cradled her head in his embrace, soothingly assuring her, Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. The blood draw will be over quickly. His deep, reassuring voice instilled her with comfort. Su Wanjin chimed in softly, Indeed, Qingyao, relax, and don't be tense. With their encouragement, Ye Qingyao gradually calmed, taking a deep breath before extending her arm for the nurse to begin the blood draw. The nurse worked with practiced efficiency, swiftly completing the procedure. Afterward, the group returned to the examination room door, the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. At that moment, a clear voice from the adjacent examination room broke the stillness. Ye Qingyao, it's time for your ultrasound. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao replied softly, her eyes sparkling with a mix of anxiety and excitement. She walked briskly toward the examination room, igniting curiosity and anticipation in Su Wanzhong and Su Wanjin, who exchanged glances filled with the desire to see the baby. They were eager to glimpse the little one and, in unison, grasped the hand of a passing nurse, politely yet urgently asking, Excuse me, we're the family of the expectant mother. May we accompany her inside? The nurse smiled warmly, a glimmer of kindness and understanding in her eyes. Of course, please follow me. However, Lin Feng, assuming that family members could all enter, followed closely behind. The nurse promptly raised her arm to halt him, saying, Only women may enter. Men must wait outside. Though brief, her words carried an undeniable authority, forcing Lin Feng to pause. Oh, he murmured, somewhat disappointed yet resigned. He remained where he stood, his gaze fixed on them, silently praying for everything to proceed smoothly. Inside the examination room, the atmosphere was both warm and solemn. The doctor gently instructed Ye Qingyao to lie down, placing a round probe on her belly. As the probe glided, the screen illuminated with the image of the baby within her, a vibrant life flourishing and growing. Su Wanfonan Su Wanfeng watched intently, their eyes riveted to the screen, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. When they beheld the two tiny figures, no larger than bean sprouts, a wave of indescribable joy and emotion surged within them. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Are those their little hands? So tiny, Su Wanzhong exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. These two are quite well behaved, not disturbing each other, Su Wanjin added, her gaze filled with tenderness and affection. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All the waiting and efforts culminated in this exquisite revelation. They could almost feel the fragile yet tenacious vitality of the babies burgeoning within Ye Qingyao. Finally, the door to the examination room opened. Ye Qingyao emerged, smiling and holding an examination slip. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to take the slip, scrutinizing it closely. How is it? The baby is healthy, right? Su Wanjin and Su Wanzhong eagerly gathered around, their concern evident. Everything is fine. The doctor said the baby is very healthy. Ye Qingyao replied, her eyes sparkling with maternal radiance. Hearing this news, a collective sigh of relief washed over them, their faces illuminating with smiles of contentment. Lin Feng was overjoyed, unable to contain his smile. He gently embraced Ye Qingyao. "My dear, you have worked so hard," he whispered softly in her ear. "Later, I will take you out for a sumptuous feast to reward you properly." Chapter 76. Eating burgers upon exiting the hospital. Lin Feng gently placed his hand on Ye Qingyao's shoulder, his gaze soft and filled with affection. "My dear, what would you like to eat? Today, you are the priority. Whatever you desire shall be fulfilled." Let me think," Ye Qingyao replied, tilting her head in contemplation. A multitude of delectable dishes danced through her mind, yet none seemed to fully satisfy her cravings. After a brief silence, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. She excitedly patted Lin Feng's arm and exclaimed, "Honey, I want to eat a hamburger." Lin Feng paused momentarily, then a smile crept onto his lips. "All right, whatever you say, my dear. Let's indulge in hamburgers." He then proposed, "How about we go to KFC?" Upon hearing the name, Ye Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. The combination of fried chicken and soda would undoubtedly be delightful. Lin Feng's heart warmed at her enthusiasm, and he affectionately nodded in agreement. Turning his attention to their parents seated in the back, he asked with concern, "Dad, Mom, you might not be accustomed to hamburgers. What would you prefer? I will take you wherever you wish." "Yao Yao wants a hamburger, so we shall accompany her," Su Wanjin replied with a smile. "Indeed, whatever Yao Yao desires, we shall partake in as well. There is no need for special consideration," Su Wanrong chimed in. After hearing their agreement, Lin Feng felt compelled to comply. Moments later, the car came to a steady halt in front of the fast food restaurant. Once they alighted from the vehicle and entered the establishment, they were greeted by a cacophony of youthful laughter and chatter. The lively atmosphere was likely due to the nearby university students, making the environment particularly vibrant. They settled into a window-side table, and Lin Feng presented the menu to everyone, sparking excitement as they began selecting their meals. Ye Qingyao, unable to contain her eagerness, ordered a Super Supreme burger and a cola, as if she could already savor its enticing aroma. At that moment, a group of short-statured boys entered the restaurant, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. With neatly parted hair and tidy attire, it was evident they were students from Sakura country. Accompanying them was a petite girl dressed in a pleated skirt, her gait slightly turned inwards, possibly influenced by the customs of her homeland. Upon entering, they commenced ordering in halting Chinese. However, it was not long before they abandoned the language altogether, reverting to their native tongue. Unperturbed by the surrounding patrons, they engaged in animated conversation. As Lin Feng approached the counter to place their order, he inadvertently overheard snippets of their dialogue. Although their voices were hushed, he could discern their words clearly. "People from Dragon Country lack any decorum. This should have been dealt with back then," one boy grumbled indignantly. "This place is pathetic, nowhere near our hometown," another boy added. Disdain etched across his face. A surge of anger welled up within Lin Feng upon hearing their disparaging remarks. Though not fluent in their language, he grasped their meaning well enough. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted in their language, "Mind your words. Refrain from spewing filth." The students, taken aback by the revelation of their ill words, momentarily froze before donning provocative smirks. One boy pointed at Lin Feng, speaking in broken Chinese, "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Lin Feng's fury ignited further. As a young man brimming with vitality, he had no intention of tolerating such insolence. He strode towards them, delivering a resounding slap to the boy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "This is not a place for your antics," Lin Feng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. Ye Qingyao, hearing the commotion, quickly rose from her seat and approached, asking, "Honey, what is happening?" "These individuals are insulting Dragon Country, and I'm teaching them a lesson," Lin Feng replied, his demeanor fierce, resembling a beast ready to pounce. The students from Sakura country stood up, preparing to confront him. Despite their diminutive stature, their eyes gleamed with malice and defiance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's newfound allies, the university students, also rose, unwilling to stand idly by as their compatriot faced bullying. Thus, a tumultuous clash ensued, fists and feet flying as chaos erupted within the restaurant. Tables and chairs toppled, transforming the once lively establishment into a battleground. Yet, Lin Feng remained undaunted, wielding his strength and courage to navigate through the fray, taking down each student from Sakura country one by one. Ye Qingyao watched with a blend of pride and concern as her husband displayed valor. Fearing for his safety, she quickly grabbed a broom nearby and handed it to him. "Honey here, teach them a lesson." Receiving the broom as if it were a sacred weapon, Lin Feng brandished it, sweeping through the crowd and sending the Sakura students retreating. At that moment, the girl accompanying the Sakura students dashed to the front counter, pleading with the staff, "Can you please stop them? It could turn deadly." The staff, witnessing the chaos, shook their heads helplessly. "I cannot intervene. You must resolve this on your own," one replied, tossing a mop to a nearby student. Frustrated, the girl furrowed her brow, contemplating seeking the manager, only to find that he had already vanished. The manager had discreetly locked the doors and turned off the surveillance cameras upon realizing Lin Feng's group was gaining the upper hand. Despite the manager's decision, the battle raged on. Lin Feng and the university students continued to engage fiercely with their adversaries, the sounds of combat reverberating through the restaurant as if to overturn the very establishment. With no assistance forthcoming, the girl was left with no choice but to flee the premises, fortuitously spotting two middle-aged men in police uniforms nearby. Excitedly, she approached them. "Hello. My friends are being bullied. You must come quickly to help them." The officers, puzzled by her broken Chinese, inquired, "Are you an international student? From which country?" "Sakura country." Initially considering the situation serious enough to warrant immediate action, they hesitated upon learning the identity of the students involved and the fact that they were on the losing side. Chapter 77. A Lesson in Humanity. One of the police officers, a stout man with a kind demeanor, spoke earnestly. "My dear young lady, please do not be anxious. This place is safe, and we shall do everything within our power to assist you." The girl, evidently still engulfed in profound distress, clenched her hands tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she trembled slightly while imploring, "My friends are being assaulted. You must hurry to their rescue." The officer, displaying a sympathetic expression, reassured her, "You are international students, and this situation transcends my jurisdiction as it constitutes an international incident." He gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "I comprehend your fears, but trust us. We are addressing this matter with utmost urgency. Due to the international implications, we must consult our superiors to ensure our response is both accurate and lawful. Rest assured, we shall expedite our arrival at the scene." Upon hearing this, although her heart remained heavy with anxiety, the girl could only nod helplessly, hoping the police would act swiftly. She paced anxiously, her gaze frequently darting toward the entrance of the restaurant, yearning for the arrival of aid. Meanwhile, another officer had swiftly commenced gathering information about the surrounding circumstances. He patiently questioned witnesses, meticulously recording every detail while also calming the patrons who were visibly unsettled by the unexpected turmoil. The officer conversing with the girl promptly retrieved his phone, providing a detailed report to his superiors and seeking further instructions. As time ticked away, the girl's anxiety intensified. She could not fathom why, in situations where police typically respond within 2 minutes, this time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Finally, just as she approached the brink of despair, the sound of sirens pierced the restaurant's tranquility. Moments later, a battalion of officers clad in crisp uniforms surged into the establishment, their training evident as they swiftly separated the conflicting parties, restoring order to the restaurant. Witnessing this, the weight in the girl's heart lifted, and she gazed gratefully at the timely arriving officers, her eyes shimmering with tears. Noticing her, the officers hurriedly approached the university students, inquiring, "Are you injured? Do you feel unwell? Please inform us. We are here to provide the necessary assistance." The students exchanged glances and, confirming they were unharmed, collectively shook their heads. Upon hearing this response, the officers breathed a sigh of relief, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. One officer warmly patted a student's shoulder in encouragement, saying, "It is good to hear that you are well. In the future, should you encounter a similar situation, please report it immediately, and we will ensure your safety." Following this, the police escorted both conflicting parties to the police station for further investigation and processing. As Ye Qingyao watched Lin Feng being taken away, her heart brimming with concern. The others shared her apprehension and decided to accompany her to the police station to ascertain the situation. Inside the police station, the atmosphere was grave and tense. However, thanks to the preliminary understanding the officers had already acquired, the proceedings unfolded with relative swiftness. In less than 10 minutes, all university students involved in the conflict were released. As they emerged from the police station into the cool night air, a sense of relief washed over them. Ye Qingyao's eyes immediately found Lin Feng as he stepped out, and she rushed forward to embrace him tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. "Darling, I am so relieved you are unharmed." Tears shimmered in her eyes. Yet they did not fall. Lin Feng, enveloped in Ye Qingyao's warmth and concern, felt a rush of comfort. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It is all right. My dear, how could I allow that to bully me? See, I am perfectly fine." His tone radiated confidence and resolve. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes scanning Lin Feng's body for signs of injury. "Are you truly unhurt? Let me see again." Her hands delicately brushed over him, and once she confirmed he was indeed unharmed, a smile of relief finally graced her face. At that moment, Ye Qingyao's father, Ye Baoshan, approached, joyfully patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, praising, "Well done, young man. Your performance was truly exhilarating. If my daughter hadn't stopped me, I would have gone up to throw a few punches myself. They just look like they deserve it." His tone carried a hint of jest. It had also revealed his admiration and approval of Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at Ye Baoshan's praise, a swell of pride filling his heart. He turned towards his family with a hint of apology, saying, "You all haven't eaten yet, have you? I'm sorry for causing you to worry for so long. Let us go have a meal." "All right." Everyone responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Inside the hamburger shop, the atmosphere was warm and bright as they gathered around, relishing the satisfaction and joy that accompanied their meal. Meanwhile, at the police station, officers continually interrogated the students from the land of cherry blossoms. Initially, they attempted to defend themselves, but in the face of overwhelming evidence, their explanations fell woefully short. The following day, a series of urgent phone rings shattered the tranquility. As Ye Qingyao emerged from the kitchen, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee, she paused at the sound, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Feng, who was lounging on the sofa. "Darling, who is calling?" she inquired softly, setting down the coffee cup. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, setting aside his newspaper to answer the call. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his expression turning gravely serious. "The police station has requested my presence." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao's hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of warm coffee onto the table. She quickly set down the cup, her voice laced with concern. "Did they say what it was about?" Lin Feng shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "No details were provided. They just asked me to come immediately." His own mind swirled with uncertainty. "May I accompany you?" Ye Qingyao proposed, her tone resolute and unwavering. Lin Feng contemplated her suggestion before nodding in agreement. They quickly tidied up and set off for the police station. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the police station. Upon entering, Lin Feng noticed the group of students from the previous day gathered together, some seated, others standing, all wearing expressions of anxiety and bewilderment as they whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the reason for their summons. Guided by an officer, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao found an empty seat. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged officer entered, leading the very students who had instigated the previous day's confrontation. These students, devoid of their earlier bravado, now hung their heads low, their expressions downtrodden. The officer stood before them, his voice resonant and authoritative. "You are to apologize for your disrespectful actions yesterday." Chapter 78. Company New Year Gifts following the incident. The students bowed deeply, performing a full 180-degree apology, their voices harmoniously echoing, "We are sorry." Their tones carried a hint of sincerity and remorse, as if they had genuinely recognized their transgressions. Witnessing this scene brought immense satisfaction to Lin Feng and his companions, their faces beaming with joy. The grievances and indignities they had endured seemed to evaporate in that moment. Some exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with pride and contentment. Soon, under the supervision of the police, these students were escorted away one by one, Although Lin Feng and his friends merely received apologies without any substantial compensation or benefits, Lin Feng felt it was particularly worthwhile. The sense of being respected and acknowledged warmed his heart. After their marriage, the elders from both families lingered in the bustling metropolis for a few days. Seizing this rare leisure, they visited all the renowned attractions in the vicinity, reveling in their daily excursions. Eventually, with a sense of reluctance, they returned home. As they departed, Su Wanrong grasped Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao's hands, earnestly reminding them, "You two must come home to visit during the new year." Understood, Lin Feng nodded. After bidding farewell to his parents, the house felt markedly quieter, with only Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao occupying the spacious abode. One day, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the company's New Year gifts had yet to be arranged. With the holidays approaching, he certainly could not allow his employees to celebrate the New Year empty-handed. Turning to the somewhat bored Ye Qingyao, he playfully inquired, "Dear, are you not keen on staying at home? How about accompanying your husband to take care of some business?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity and excitement flickered in Ye Qingyao's eyes. She had been feeling cooped up at home and was eager to step outside. What business?" she asked, intrigued. With a mysterious smile, Lin Feng replied, "We're going to select some New Year gifts for our employees. They have worked diligently all year. We must treat them well. What do you say? Will you join me?" Instantly, Ye Qingyao nodded with a smile. Grasping Lin Feng's hand, they set off with enthusiasm. Once outside, Lin Feng recalled the factory's location from prior procurement discussions. They drove there and, upon entering the factory gates, beheld several large trucks unloading goods. The vehicles were filled to the brim with an array of New Year products, dazzling to the eye. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy as he approached the gatekeeper, inquiring, "Excuse me, I would like to procure some items. Is your manager available?" The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, promptly smiled and responded, "Yes, just a moment, please." He entered the security office and soon emerged with a young man in a blue suit. The manager greeted them with a broad smile, saying, "Hello, you must be the ones looking to purchase goods." "Welcome." Lin Feng nodded, returning the smile. "Yes, that's us. We would like to see what New Year products you have to offer, aiming to select some fine items for our employees." The manager immediately perked up, eagerly asking, "How many employees do you have? What specifically are you looking to procure? We have a wide variety of New Year goods that are sure to satisfy your needs." After a moment's thought, Lin Feng replied, "We have over 100 employees. I prefer to browse first before making any decisions, as the gifts should truly delight our staff." The manager understood Lin Feng's intent and nodded enthusiastically, guiding them into the factory. "All our products are displayed here. Feel free to look around and see what you might wish to offer your employees. We guarantee competitive prices and superior quality." As they explored, they first arrived at the area adorned with couplets and auspicious character stickers. The walls were festooned with a vibrant assortment of golden, red, and black decorations, each exuding a festive and auspicious aura. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao were captivated, unsure of which to choose. "All these couplets and stickers are produced in our factory," the manager explained. "The quality is assured and the prices are quite reasonable." He picked up a pair of couplets to show Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao. "What do you think of these? The characters are neatly written, embodying auspicious meanings, perfect for adorning your home during the new year." Taking the couplets, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao examined them closely, genuinely impressed. Next, they ventured to the section filled with candies and pastries. Various treats, including chocolates, candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, were beautifully arranged, each more tempting than the last. "These confections and pastries are sourced from reputable companies," the manager boasted. "Their taste is exceptional, and the packaging is exquisite. They will surely impress your employees as New Year gifts." He offered them a piece of chocolate, asking, "Would you care to try this? Isn't it rich in flavor?" Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao accepted the chocolate and found its taste wonderfully indulgent. They nodded in satisfaction, their anticipation for the New Year gifts growing. Moving on, they arrived at the section filled with gift boxes and thermos cups. An array of unique and practical designs greeted them, from minimalist elegance to ornate splendor. "These gift boxes and thermos cups are our latest offerings," the manager said proudly. "The designs are fresh and distinctive. They make for both practical and memorable New Year gifts for your employees. He showcased a thermos cup, exclaiming, "Look at this! It has excellent insulation and a stylish appearance." After perusing the items, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao felt ready to make decisions. Manager, Lin Feng began, "I would like to procure some couplets, character stickers, chocolates, pastries, and nuts. Additionally, I need 2 bags of rice and a barrel of oil as our company's New Year gifts, with each item totaling 150 portions. Could you provide a quotation?" The manager's face lit up with delight. "Of course. Please hold on a moment." He picked up a calculator and began tallying the costs. Soon, he presented a quote of 230 per person. Upon hearing the price, Lin Feng felt quite satisfied. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Very well. We shall proceed with this order." Chapter 79. What to do about the annual meeting. Before long, the small truck was filled with a variety of New Year goods. Lin Feng drove the vehicle, leading Ye Qingyao toward the Jinghai Investment Company. At the foot of the building, Fu Quan had already gathered a group of young employees, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Lin Feng's car slowly came into view, Fu Quan immediately smiled, waving his hand to signal everyone to prepare. Once the vehicle had come to a halt, he quickly approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "President Lin, you're here. I've gathered everyone, and we're just waiting for your instructions." Lin Feng stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. "The truck behind is on its way," he remarked, gesturing toward another small truck approaching in the distance. Soon, the second truck came to a steady stop in front of the building. The employees, witnessing 2 fully loaded trucks, erupted in excitement. They gathered around, buzzing with speculation about the treasures contained within. Overcome by curiosity, one employee hurriedly opened the truck's door, revealing an abundance of goods inside. Everyone turned to Lin Feng, asking, "President Lin, are these New Year goods for us?" With a smile and an affirming nod, Lin Feng replied, "Of course. You've all worked hard this year. This is a small token of appreciation from the company." The employees, thrilled by his words, eagerly began to unload the goods, some carrying boxes, others lifting bags, all bustling with enthusiasm. Though sweat poured from their brows, their faces radiated joy. In less than 20 minutes, the small truck was emptied. Observing the pile of New Year goods at the company's entrance, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of happiness. He glanced around, checking the clock on the wall. There were still 2 hours until the end of the workday. Having wrapped up the company's affairs, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. He then announced loudly, "This year, you've all worked hard. Come and collect your New Year goods, then head home early today." As his words echoed, the employees cheered, rushing toward the mountain of goods, their arms overflowing, wishing they could sprout extra hands. Among them was an employee whose home was quite distant, making it a challenge to transport so many items. Having never taken a taxi in a year, he decided to indulge this time and called for a rideshare. Shortly, the vehicle arrived, and he squeezed inside, noticing several others already seated. He awkwardly smiled, placing his belongings at his feet to minimize space occupancy. Upon seeing this, the driver inquired with a grin, "Hey buddy, are these all New Year goods from your company?" The employee, Xiao Wang, replied joyfully, "Yes, they were just distributed today." The other passengers cast envious glances his way. One remarked, "Your company offers great benefits. We only received 2 boxes of milk for the new year." Another chimed in, "You think that's good? We got leftover mooncakes from the Mid-Autumn Festival, rock hard and unmanageable." Listening to this, Xiao Wang felt grateful to work for such a commendable company as Jinghai. He smiled at the others, saying, "Brothers, our company is an investment with promising growth prospects. If you're looking for good job opportunities, consider us." The others expressed interest, inquiring about Jinghai, and Xiao Wang patiently answered each question. Meanwhile, the New Year goods at the company entrance were nearly claimed. Lin Feng turned to Fu Quan, instructing Fu Quan, "Please distribute the remaining goods to the security and cleaning staff in the building. They work hard and will inevitably be of assistance to us in the future." Fu Quan nodded, greatly admiring Lin Feng's generosity and magnanimity. He knew not many bosses would be so liberal in offering benefits to employees and outsiders alike. Following Lin Feng's directive, he distributed the remaining goods to the building's security and cleaning staff, who received them with immense joy and gratitude. From then on, they greeted Jinghai's employees with greater warmth, as though they had become one of the family. Once the distribution of goods was complete, Fu Quan turned to Lin Feng, asking, "President Lin, what are we going to do about this year's gala? Should we stick to our usual dinner and lottery format?" Lin Feng shook his head, finding such an event rather dull. Given that the company had earned over 100 billion this year, a grand celebration was in order. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "This year, we shall host an extraordinary gala, inviting some stars to grace the occasion, allowing everyone to unwind. We must choose a 5-star hotel to provide an upscale atmosphere." Fu Quan, nearly leaping with excitement, hadn't anticipated Lin Feng's willingness to invest in such a lavish affair for the employees. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, President Lin. I will ensure the gala is a lively celebration that brings joy to everyone." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before adding, "Money is not an issue. Would 100 million suffice?" Fu Quan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Absolutely. That's more than enough. President Lin, you are exceedingly generous." He silently vowed to execute the gala impeccably, ensuring Lin Feng's expectations were met. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao chimed in with delight. "Darling, I really like Zhang Shun. Shall we invite him to our company's annual meeting?" "Very well, Fu Quan. Please get in touch with Zhang Shun," Lin Feng replied affectionately. Fu Quan, thrilled by the prospect, cautiously inquired, "President Lin, could we bring family members to the gala? My daughter adores Zhang Shun, but has never been able to secure concert tickets." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Of course, that's perfectly fine. Even if they want to dine, that is acceptable. We will tally the number of family members who can attend. This year, let's create an unforgettable annual meeting." "Really? President Lin, you are so kind," Fu Quan exclaimed, nearly wanting to embrace Lin Feng in gratitude. Were it not for the constraints of his position, which company organizes such a grand annual meeting? It could be financially crippling. He suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to have such an extraordinary boss. Chapter 80. Too much given the following day. Lin Feng's invitation to a celebrity to perform at the annual meeting had spread throughout the company like a gentle spring breeze, filling every heart with elation. The atmosphere was electric, as if the annual meeting were imminent and the stars were about to grace them with their presence, particularly among the youthful employees, who constituted the core of the fan base. The news of a celebrity's attendance was met with exuberant joy. At this moment, someone cast a curious glance at Fu Quan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. A fashionably dressed female employee boldly inquired, "Mr. Fu, do you know which celebrities will be attending the annual meeting?" Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her eager anticipation for the forthcoming stars. Fu Quan smiled enigmatically and replied, "Zhang Shun, the boss's favorite. I reached out to his agency today, but I haven't received a response yet." His words landed like a pebble in a tranquil pond, creating ripples of excitement. Upon hearing this, the young women gasped in disbelief and erupted into enthusiastic squeals. "What? You actually invited Zhang Shun? I'm so looking forward to it," exclaimed a girl with a ponytail, her eyes sparkling like stars. "His singing is absolutely enchanting. I adore him." Another girl, wearing glasses, chimed in eagerly. The employees continued to bombard Fu Quan with questions. Their curiosity peaked to the point of restlessness, as if they could not quell their excitement without further enlightenment. Fu Quan grinned, teasingly withholding information. "If I reveal everything, where's the element of surprise? You'll find out on the day of the annual meeting." His tone bore a hint of mischief, clearly intending to heighten the anticipation surrounding the event. "Mr. Fu is quite the tease," the employees remarked, yet their faces radiated happiness, indicating that they were not truly vexed by his playful withholding, but found it rather amusing. However, the most astonishing news was yet to come. Fu Quan then announced an even more significant revelation. Yesterday, Lin Zong stated that employees could bring their families to the annual meeting and enjoy a meal together at the hotel. "What? We can bring our families?" Lin Zong is simply wonderful. The employees were visibly thrilled, their excitement palpable. They eagerly discussed their plans, some intending to bring their parents to experience the warmth of the company, others wishing to introduce their children to their work environment. After receiving such a delightful surprise, they were momentarily taken aback. After a while, someone exclaimed, "This company truly values its employees." This sentiment echoed the collective emotions of the crowd, who felt a profound sense of appreciation and warmth for the company's consideration. They were deeply moved and silently vowed to work diligently, ensuring they met the company's expectations. Some even contemplated that not dedicating their lives to this remarkable company would be a disservice to it. Meanwhile, at Zhang Shan's agency, his agent, Sister Li, was leisurely sipping coffee while perusing the collaboration invitation in her hands. This invitation was from Jinghai Company, inviting Zhang Shan to perform at their annual meeting. Upon reading it, Sister Li smirked disdainfully. They think they can invite our Shan to sing at their annual meeting? How ludicrous, she muttered, clearly dismissing the proposal. In her eyes, Zhang Shan was a renowned artist, too illustrious to casually attend a mere company gathering. Do they not recognize that our Shan is a celebrated singer? What caliber of event is this, thinking they can invite us? She continued to complain, her tone laden with arrogance and dissatisfaction, believing such trivial occasions were beneath Zhang Shan's stature. From now on, we shall decline such insignificant events. It diminishes our status, she instructed her assistant. The assistant promptly nodded in agreement and sent a message to Fu Quan, declining the invitation. Upon receiving the response, Fu Quan was undeterred. He understood the importance of Zhang Shan's participation in the annual meeting and recognized that various factors might lead to a rejection. Yet he persevered, asking, "Is it our offer that lacks appeal? We can negotiate further." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Could I possibly speak with the agent? Regardless of the outcome, I can offer you 10,000 as a token of appreciation for your efforts." His words were imbued with sincerity and hope, clearly expressing his desire for Zhang Shan to attend. The assistant's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Although merely an assistant, she understood that this sum was significant. Without hesitation, she accepted the 10,000 and approached Sister Li, stating, "The vice president of Jinghai would like to discuss further. Their sincerity is evident, and they refuse to relent despite several rejections." Sister Li frowned at this news. Initially, she had intended to decline outright, but reconsidering, she thought it might be worthwhile to hear what they had to say. Reluctantly, she took the call, internally grumbling, "This company can't function without me." Upon connecting, Sister Li spoke politely yet coolly, "I apologize, but our Shan's schedule is fully booked. Unfortunately, he cannot attend your annual meeting. Thank you for your support and affection towards him. Perhaps we can collaborate another time?" Her tone was dismissive and perfunctory, clearly indicating her lack of interest in the collaboration. Nevertheless, Fu Quan remained persistent, pleading. Zhang Shan would only need to sing a few songs. It won't take much time. And our employees are all ardent fans eagerly awaiting the chance to see him perform. Noticing Sister Li's silence, Fu Quan pressed on. "How about this? We are willing to offer 3 million for his appearance. What do you think?" His voice held a tinge of tension and hope, revealing his earnest desire for her agreement. "What? 3 million? Sister Li was taken aback. While she was aware of Zhang Shan's considerable worth, she had not anticipated a 3 million offer for a mere company annual meeting. Her mind stirred with reconsideration regarding this collaboration. Zhang Shan's standard rate was 2 million per day, a widely recognized figure in the industry. However, the 3 million offer clearly exceeded their expectations. Sister Li began to contemplate the possibilities. If this collaboration succeeded, it would not only provide Zhang Shan with a substantial income, but also elevate his visibility and popularity. Noticing Sister Li's hesitation, Fu Quan, thinking she was dissatisfied with the price, hastily added, "Was that too little? How about 5 million? We genuinely wish to invite Zhang Shan to participate in our annual meeting." Chapter 81. Annual Conference Concert. His words were laced with a hint of urgency and earnestness, clearly expressing his fervent hope for the success of this collaboration. Sister Li was taken aback. 5 million? That was no trifling sum. Seeing that Sister Li was still hesitating, Fu Quan gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "All right, 8 million. As long as you can persuade Zhang Shan to sing a few songs. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Sister Li's smile nearly reached her ears. She never anticipated that the other party would offer 8 million to invite Zhang Shan to a company's annual meeting. Joy surged within her as she thought that this collaboration would be immensely profitable. However, being a seasoned agent, she refrained from immediately expressing her delight. She feigned composure and replied, "Well, this price indeed shows sincerity. I will discuss it with Shun Shun." Fu Quan, sensing a glimmer of hope, was overjoyed and quickly responded, "Great, great. Please get back to me as soon as possible." A short while later, Sister Li called Fu Quan. Her voice brimmed with joy and excitement. "Fu Zong, I've discussed it with Shun Shun, and he has agreed to attend your annual meeting. He has also accepted the 8 million appearance fee." Fu Quan was elated upon hearing this. He was so ecstatic he nearly leaped with joy. He quickly exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Rest assured, we will make all the necessary arrangements. We will ensure that Zhang Shun has a delightful and fulfilling time at the annual meeting." Thus, through Fu Quan's insistence and effort, Zhang Shun finally consented to participate in the company's annual meeting. Once this news broke, the entire company erupted in excitement. Employees eagerly discussed and anticipated the upcoming event. The 20th day of the 12th lunar month marked the company's annual meeting, a much-anticipated grand occasion. Following the meeting, a holiday would commence. Lin Feng, as the company's president, naturally had to make an appearance at this event. He donned a well-tailored black suit, exuding a mature and composed charm. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao wore a black evening gown, its simple yet elegant design swaying gently, resembling a blooming black rose, complementing her gentle demeanor perfectly. The two appeared hand in hand in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. At this moment, the banquet hall was already abuzz with activity, as employees arrived early with their families. The large round tables were laden with an array of exquisite dishes, succulent roasted meats, aromatic seafood, and a delightful assortment of desserts and fruits. Everyone gathered around, indulging in food, chatting, and sharing memories from the past year. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing out, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, people flocked to greet them. "Hello, President Lin." "Hello, Mrs. Lin." Their voices echoed, filled with warmth and respect. Lin Feng smiled and waved at everyone, gently guiding his wife to an empty chair. His movements were tender, and his gaze brimmed with affection. After they sat down, Lin Feng lovingly said to Ye Qingyao, "Dear, sit here for a moment while I fetch you something to eat. I had the chef prepare extra of your favorite shrimp balls." Ye Qingyao nodded with a smile, her eyes scanning the banquet hall and noticing everyone having such a wonderful time, filling her heart with joy. She softly replied, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." As Lin Feng turned to leave, Ye Qingyao sat quietly, observing her surroundings. Meanwhile, the backstage was also bustling with excitement. As numerous celebrities were invited to the annual meeting, some clad in dazzling gowns, others in sharp suits, preparing for their upcoming performances. Sister Li was astonished to see so many stars backstage. She pondered how these busy celebrities could all be free today. Could it be that the appearance fees offered were simply too generous? Makeup artists were diligently working, enhancing the stars' appearances with skillful hands, transforming them into radiant figures in no time. Before 6 o'clock, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly went dark, plunging the space into an abyss of darkness. Moments later, the stage lights illuminated, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the stage. Fu Quan was the first to step onto the stage, dressed in a dapper black tailcoat, exuding charm. He smiled and addressed the crowd. "Please take your seats. The annual meeting is about to commence." His voice was filled with passion and energy, igniting the atmosphere instantly. Enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience as everyone settled in, eagerly anticipating the splendid performances to come. Fu Quan continued, "Next, let's welcome our President Lin to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause once more. Hearing Fu Quan's invitation, Lin Feng straightened his suit and walked steadily onto the stage. Standing in the center, he gazed at the familiar faces in the crowd, filled with emotion as he observed their joyful smiles. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "A new year is upon us, and I would like to wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and family happiness." The audience responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers, reciprocating Lin Feng's wishes. Lin Feng continued, "In the past year, we have all worked hard together and achieved commendable results, but we must not become complacent. We must continue to strive for excellence." As soon as he finished, the audience applauded fervently once again. Lin Feng looked at the enthusiastic faces below, feeling a swell of gratitude. He smiled and said, "I want to say much more. After all, I know you all are not here to see me, but rather to enjoy the wonderful performances, right?" Laughter and cheers erupted from the crowd in response to his words. With that, Lin Feng smiled and stepped aside, handing the stage over to the performers. The audience appreciated their boss's down-to-earth demeanor and chuckled warmly. Soon, the segment featuring the stars began. The first to take the stage was Zhang Shun, a popular singer celebrated for his unique voice. As he emerged from behind the stage, the audience erupted in deafening screams, nearly lifting the roof off. Female fans waved their glow sticks wildly, chanting his name, expressing their adoration and fervor. Ye Qingyao spotted Zhang Shun too, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She tugged at Lin Feng's arm and exclaimed, "He sings so beautifully, so uniquely. I absolutely love his song, The Dragon Country in the Lights. Could you take a photo of us together later?" Chapter 82. The company is thriving? Lin Feng gazed at his wife, her excitement radiating, and with a tender smile, he replied, "All right, once he finishes singing, I'll have a word with his manager to see if we can arrange for a photo together." Ye Qingyao leaped with joy, wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, planted a kiss on his cheek, and exclaimed, "Darling, you're the best." Zhang Shun began to perform, his voice a celestial melody that resonated throughout the banquet hall. His rendition of the Dragon Kingdom in the lantern light elevated the atmosphere to a euphoric peak. The audience swayed in unison, waving their glow sticks, singing along. Engulfed in the warmth and passion of the moment, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao were enraptured by the enchanting music, hand in hand, quietly absorbing the experience. Observing his wife's blissful expression filled Lin Feng's heart with happiness and contentment. Simultaneously, Jinghai Investment Company was experiencing an unprecedented surge of interest online, all stemming from a video recorded at the company's annual meeting, Zhang Shun singing. Employees eagerly uploaded the video across various social media platforms, instantly igniting a viral sensation. The comments section flooded with an overwhelming tide of messages and likes. In the video, Zhang Shun donned a stylish yet understated casual outfit, standing on a stage adorned as if it were a miniature concert venue. This company is like a dream. They can afford to have a star perform at their annual meeting, while ours merely hands out inexpensive trinkets, lacking even a decent performance, lamented one envious netizen. Accompanied by a cascade of tearful emojis, seemingly mourning the mediocrity of their own company's event. His comment swiftly resonated with many, who echoed sentiments of stark contrast between their annual gatherings and that of Jinghai Investment Company. How fortunate are the employees of this company to have a star gracing their event. "Can I pay my own way to work here?" remarked another, clearly a devoted fan of Zhang Shun, whose words dripped with admiration for Jinghai Investment Company. As the video continued to circulate, the company's name proliferated across social media, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Curiosity burgeoned, prompting individuals to delve into the background of this company capable of attracting such illustrious talent. Through diligent investigation, netizens discovered that Jinghai Investment Company maintained a commendable reputation within the industry. While not a behemoth, it possessed a distinctive vision and strategy in the investment realm. The company consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to sense market trends and seize investment opportunities. It appeared that Jinghai not only wielded financial clout, but also substantial influence, as evidenced by their ability to have Zhang Shun perform, a testament to their standing in the industry. With Jinghai Investment Company's rise to prominence online, its employees began to share their own experiences, posting photos and videos from the annual meeting, relishing the joy and surprises of the day. These snapshots captured moments with Zhang Shun, employees either exuberant or bashful as they posed alongside the star, preserving these unforgettable instances. Humorous moments from team games showcased the spirited competition, with exaggerated antics eliciting laughter from all. The excitement of the raffle segment was palpable, with expressions of sheer joy lighting up the faces of fortunate winners, a feeling that seemed infectious. Observing these posts, netizens grew increasingly envious, initiating discussions about their own annual meetings, which starkly contrasted with the vibrancy of Jinjuan's event. Our annual meeting merely consists of dining and a raffle, and then it's over, an utterly monotonous affair, devoid of joy and excitement, lamented one user, whose grievances struck a chord with many who expressed similar sentiments about their uninspired gatherings. Indeed, witnessing their annual meeting feels akin to attending a grand celebration, whereas ours resembles a tedious work meeting, steeped in a serious and oppressive atmosphere, utterly devoid of enthusiasm, another user chimed in. Beyond envy for the annual meeting, netizens also expressed keen interest in the employee benefits at Jinghai Investment Company. Through shared experiences, they learned of the generous provisions bestowed upon employees during the festive season. Look how well they treat their staff. Not only is their annual meeting spectacular, but they also show genuine care for their employees. How I wish to become a part of Jinghai. The employees of Jinghai Investment Company, in turn, felt a swell of pride and satisfaction due to the company's newfound fame. The company maintained a short video account, and netizens flocked to engage with the content posted by employees. Is the company hiring? Can I apply after the new year? One comment quickly surged to the forefront, clearly captivated by the allure of Jinjuan's benefits and eager to join their ranks. I'm truly enamored with this company. Another comment followed, radiating affection and aspiration towards Jinghai Investment Company. The chorus of agreement from the online community was palpable as they found a shared voice among them. In less than an hour, Jinghai Investment Company's short video account amassed 500,000 new followers, an astonishing feat that underscored the immense potential of the short video platform. For the company, this unexpected surge was a delightful surprise, illuminating the vast possibilities that lay ahead. Lin Feng, as the head of Jinghai Investment Company, observed the explosive growth of the short video account, feeling a mix of joy and astonishment. His initial intention was merely to enhance employee welfare, but he never anticipated this delightful outcome. Meanwhile, the company's annual meeting continued with fervor. Zhang Shun, the accomplished vocalist, had already garnered thunderous applause from the audience with his magnetic voice and heartfelt performance as the opening act. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The subsequent acts promised even greater spectacles. A recently popular girl group took the stage, adorned in resplendent costumes, moving to an exhilarating rhythm. Their dance was electrifying, igniting a fervor among the youth, who erupted in cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Chapter 83. A memorable photo after a fervent performance. Zhang Shun slowly descended from a stage. The lights dimmed, and the applause and cheers of the audience still resonated in his ears. Yet he had already immersed himself in the tranquility that followed the show. At that moment, Lin Feng supported Ye Qingyao as they navigated through the crowd, their hearts brimming with anticipation, eager to capture a photograph with Zhang Shun as a keepsake. The backstage, in stark contrast to the front stage's splendor, was a cacophony of activity, with dim yellow lights casting a slightly chaotic glow. Various performance equipment and props lay haphazardly scattered, while staff members busily moved about, some organizing costumes, others tending to instruments, and still more engaged in transporting gear. The air was thick with a palpable sense of urgency, as if everyone were preparing for the next performance. Having just concluded an exhilarating show, Zhang Shun sat before a makeup mirror, attended to by an assistant who was gently removing his stage makeup. Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao stood nearby, feeling somewhat out of place. Neither of them were accustomed to such bustling environments, and the noise and chaos of the backstage left them feeling somewhat flustered. After a brief silence, Ye Qingyao mustered her courage and inquired, "Teacher Zhang, may we take a photo with you?" Her voice, though soft, struggled to rise above the din. Nevertheless, it reached the ears of Zhang Shun's manager, a middle-aged woman who promptly pulled them aside. Peering over her black-framed glasses, she scrutinized Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, dismissing them with a wave of her hand. "Zhang Shun is leaving. There's no time for photos. Please step aside." Lin Feng was taken aback by the manager's blunt refusal. It was merely a matter of a minute to capture a photo. He attempted to negotiate, his tone tinged with earnestness, as he truly wished for Ye Qingyao to have this moment with Zhang Shun, to leave no regrets. However, the manager remained unmoved, sneering, "He is a rising star. Time is precious, and he cannot waste it on you." Her tone dripped with disdain, as if regarding two ordinary individuals as beneath her notice. Feeling a surge of indignation, Lin Feng was caught off guard when a resonant voice echoed through the backstage. "General Lin, what are you doing here?" The voice, akin to a clap of thunder, instantly commanded everyone's attention. Fu Quan approached with a broad smile, clad in a sharp black suit that exuded competence and vitality, his face radiating warmth. Upon hearing the title, the manager's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly rose, her face plastered with a forced smile, and approached Fu Quan. "Ah, Mr. Fu, what a surprise. You didn't give us a heads up." The abrupt change in her demeanor was astonishing. Fu Quan cast her a sidelong glance, disregarding her flattery, and walked directly to Lin Feng, extending his hand. "General Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Feng smiled as he shook Fu Quan's hand, explaining, "My wife wishes to take a photo with Zhang Shun, but she was denied." He gestured toward Ye Qingyao, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Fu Quan turned to the manager, his voice low but firm. "General Lin is the CEO of Jinghai Company, and this is our esteemed lady boss. Is it unreasonable for them to request a photograph after your performance?" His tone carried an undeniable authority. The manager's complexion drained of color as she scrambled to apologize. "Mr. Fu, I didn't know General Lin was the boss. I thought they were just ordinary employees." Her voice trembled with fear and anxiety, clearly realizing she had offended someone of significant stature. "And what's wrong with ordinary employees? Do they not deserve to take a photo?" Fu Quan's voice rose, tinged with anger. The manager trembled in fear, lowering her head, too intimidated to respond. She understood that she had indeed made a grave error, one that could jeopardize her career. At that moment, Zhang Shun had finished removing his makeup and approached, puzzled by the scene before him. "What is going on? What happened?" His tone reflected concern and confusion. Fu Quan smiled, succinctly relaying the situation. His demeanor remained calm, yet there was an undeniable strength in his words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun frowned and addressed the manager. "Li Jie, how could you act this way? I always accommodate anyone who asks for a photograph. It is my promise to my fans and a standard I hold for myself." The manager turned even paler, fully aware that she had erred, not only by offending Lin Feng and Fu Quan, but also by disappointing Zhang Shun. She quickly explained, Shun, I thought they were just ordinary fans. I didn't realize." "Enough," Zhang Shun interrupted, his tone resolute. "I will have the company assign me a new manager upon my return. You should no longer be by my side." "What?" The manager's face contorted with regret as she recognized the precious opportunity she had squandered. Being a first-tier stars manager came with prestige and substantial income, where everyone would cater to her whims. Now, all of it lay in ruins due to her momentary oversight. Desperately, she pleaded, Shun, I was wrong. Please don't replace me. I will be more attentive in the future and will not make such mistakes again." Her voice quivered with desperation, revealing her panic. Yet, Zhang Shun turned away, smiling at Lin Feng, Ye Qingyao, and Fu Quan. "I apologize for the inconvenience you faced. Let us take that photo now and create a cherished memory." His tone was sincere and warm, as if the previous unpleasantness had never occurred. Ye Qingyao was pleasantly surprised to find that not only did Zhang Shun possess a remarkable singing talent, but he was also a person of genuine character. It seemed her admiration for his music had been well placed. During the photograph, Zhang Shun posed charmingly, and afterward, he signed his name on the photo. Ye Qingyao gazed at the signature, her heart brimming with joy. After the photo session, Zhang Shun and his entourage departed for another engagement. Watching their retreating figures, Ye Qingyao epresit hartots. Zhang Shun is so wonderful, yet his manager falls so short. The memory of the manager's haughty demeanor left her feeling somewhat discontented. Lin Feng, hearing her words, offered consolation. "Let it go. Don't dwell on it. Such individuals are rare. Most people are quite decent. Shall we return to the venue?" Nodding in agreement, the two exited the backstage area, finding a spot to sit and continue enjoying the evening's festivities. Chapter 84. Wealth or Poverty. Returning home for the new year, as the company commenced its holiday break, Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng drove back to their home in Su province from the bustling metropolis. Su Wanjin and Lin Xiaotian were overjoyed to learn that their son and daughter-in-law were returning, their smiles nearly splitting their faces. Su Wanjin, brimming with excitement, rose early to prepare, eagerly planning a feast of her daughter-in-law's favorite dishes, wishing to present a sumptuous spread before her. In the kitchen, she flitted about, filled with joy and anticipation. By midday, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao stepped through the door. The moment they entered, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. They gazed at the table laden with an array of colorful, fragrant, and appetizing foods. Momentarily dazzled, unsure of where to begin, Su Wanrong looked at the couple with a beaming smile, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Xiao Feng, be sure to serve more to Yao Yao. Auntie, I can manage on my own. No need for Xiao Feng to serve me," Ye Qingyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Wanrong nodded with delight. "Well then, Yao Yao, do eat plenty." "Certainly," Ye Qingyao affirmed with a nod. After enjoying a hearty meal, the family gathered on the sofa, relishing the rare leisure time together, as light-hearted programs played on the television, enhancing the warm atmosphere. However, the pleasant scene was abruptly interrupted when the screen went black and the television turned off. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, muttering to himself, "Could it be that the television is broken?" He pressed the remote several times, yet it yielded no response. Soon, he discovered that other outlets were also powerless, plunging the home into darkness. Even the internet had ceased to function. Lin Xiaotian, sensing the anomaly, curiously murmured, Could be a power outage?" Su Wanrong took out her phone and opened the community messaging group to check if other residents were also reporting a blackout. However, the group was eerily silent, with no one mentioning the issue, suggesting it was not a widespread outage. What on earth is happening? Su Wanrong pondered aloud, glancing at Lin Xiaotian with a flicker of concern in her eyes. A power failure at this festive time was unacceptable. They couldn't possibly remain in darkness. Without delay, Su Wanjin instructed Lin Xiaotian to visit the property management office to inquire about the power outage and see if it could be resolved promptly. Lin Xiaotian nodded, donned his coat, and hurried out the door. Upon arriving at the property management office, Lin Xiaotian found it was not as bustling as he had anticipated. Rather, a few individuals were leisurely seated, playing cards. When they noticed a resident had entered, they merely glanced up briefly before returning to their game, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Lin Xiaotian suppressed his frustration and politely said, "Hello, my home has lost power. Could you please check on it?" He had expected the staff to immediately set aside their cards and enthusiastically assist him, but he was sorely mistaken. The card players did not even lift their heads, and one of them impatiently grunted, "Lost power? What is that to us?" Lin Xiaotian's heart sank at their indifference. "You are the property management. How can it not concern you?" He raised his voice, irritated by the dismissive remark. Yet the group continued their game, unfazed. At that moment, a staff member in a property uniform finally spoke up, casting a cold glance at Lin Xiaotian. "Which unit are you from?" "Building 8, Unit 3, Apartment 301. Lin Xiaotian replied promptly. Upon hearing this, the staff member smirked disdainfully, saying, "Oh, it's you. Didn't you know why your power was cut off?" Lin Xiaotian was taken aback, bewildered. "How would we know? We haven't defaulted on our electricity bill." The staff member slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "It's because you haven't paid your property fees. We cut off your electricity." His tone was laced with arrogance and unreasonableness, as if he were the authority, and the residents had to obey him. Lin Xiaotian trembled with rage, glaring at the staff member as he retorted, "You still expect to collect property fees? You neglect the cleanliness of the hallways. Stray dogs roam about biting people. What are we to do? We pay for services, yet you do nothing and still demand payment? How can that be?" His voice brimmed with anger and discontent. He could no longer tolerate such unreasonable treatment from the property management. Despite paying his property fees on time each year, the management's disdain left him feeling utterly disheartened. The staff member, however, remained unfazed by Lin Xiaoyan's outrage, casting him a contemptuous glance as he replied, "If you don't want to pay, then don't. No one is forcing you. But don't expect to live here for free without paying for electricity." Lin Xiaoyan could hardly believe his ears. He never imagined the property management could be so unreasonable. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued, "What is the purpose of your property management? We pay fees for services, yet look at what you've done. You do nothing and still demand payment. How can you justify that?" The staff member merely scoffed, "Say whatever you want. If you don't pay, don't expect to use the electricity. We're not a charity." Lin Xiaoyan felt as though he might faint from frustration. He could no longer tolerate such blatant bullying. "Is this how you treat residents? I will report you." The staff member sneered, "Go ahead and report us. See who listens to you. Here, we make the rules. You can't fight us." Lin Xiaoyan stared at the staff member's arrogant demeanor, overwhelmed with helplessness and anger. It was unfathomable that he would encounter such an unreasonable property management. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he replied, "Well done. You've shown your true colors." With that, he turned and exited the property management office, returning home to slump onto the sofa in vexation. Noticing his distress, Su Wanrong asked Old Lin, "What did the property management say? Why is our home without power?" Chapter 85. Counting coins. Lin Xiaoyan sighed deeply, his voice laden with helplessness as he slowly remarked, "The property management has cut off our electricity due to our unpaid fees." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's anger flared. She clenched her fists, ready to storm out and confront the property staff. "These scoundrels are absolutely outrageous." She seethed, her teeth gritted. "Whenever we need their assistance, they are indifferent, yet they are ever so eager to collect their dues. How can such a lawless property management even exist?" Lin Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation, filled with his own grievances. He understood that complaining was futile. The priority was to resolve the issue. However, the necessity of paying the property fees left a bitter taste in his mouth. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room, having overheard his parents' conversation. His eyes sparkled with determination. He had long been dissatisfied with the property management's poor service and their tendency to evade responsibility. It was utterly intolerable that they would cut off the electricity over a mere fee. He thought to himself that such individuals deserved a thorough lesson. Otherwise, his resentment would remain unquenched. A cunning idea struck him, and he smiled at his parents, saying, "Mom, Dad, let us not be angry. They want us to pay the property fee, so we shall pay, but on our own terms." Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaoyan perked up at his words, knowing their son was resourceful and might devise a clever plan to deal with the property staff. Lin Feng continued, "Let us go to the bank and exchange for some coins. We can use these coins to pay the property fee, forcing them to count until their hands ache. Let us see if they dare to act so arrogantly again." Su Wanrong clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea. Let them experience the labor of counting money and see if they treat us this way in the future." Lin Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, and the family quickly made preparations, donning their coats and grabbing their wallets before heading out. Fortunately, it was the last working day for the bank, or else their plan would have faltered. Upon arriving at the bank, they took a number and settled into the waiting area. The bank was not crowded that day, and they were soon called to the counter. Lin Feng approached the teller and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some coins." The teller, taken aback by the unusual request, inquired, "How much would you like to exchange?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, 1,500 yuan. The teller nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and proceeded to fulfill his request. She began pulling out piles of coins, 1 yuan, 50 cent, and 10-cent coins. It was the season for coins due to the approaching new year, and the bank supply was ample. Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched the teller busily counting the coins, envisioning the astonished expressions on the property staff's faces when confronted with such a hefty collection of change. After a short while, the teller finished, placing the coins into a heavy bag. Lin Feng gratefully accepted it, saying, "Thank you for your help. I appreciate it." The teller smiled and replied, "You're welcome. It's our duty. Wishing you a happy new year." Returning to his family with the weighty bag, Lin Feng excitedly announced, "I have exchanged the coins. Let us head back and pay the property fee." Su Wanrong and Lin Qiao beamed at the sight of the heavy bag, knowing they were about to make the property staff truly feel the burden of counting money. Exiting the bank, they made their way to the parking lot where Lin Feng placed the bag in the car. The family removed the paper from the coins, delighted as they watched the shiny coins mingle together. Soon after, they arrived at the property management office. Upon seeing Lin Qiao, the staff greeted him with disdain, stating, "If you haven't paid the property fee, don't expect to use electricity. You might as well go home and fetch the money." Lin Qiao merely chuckled, disregarding their comments. He placed the bag on the table and declared loudly, "I have brought the property fee. You may count it now." The staff were taken aback, surprised that he had returned so quickly with the payment. One man smugly remarked, "If we had known you would pay so promptly, you should have handed over the money sooner, avoiding the electricity cutoff." Lin Qiao paid him no mind and opened the bag. The men's expressions turned to shock as they beheld the multitude of coins, 50-cent, 1 yuan, and 10-cent pieces. Their jaws dropped, as if they could hold a chicken egg. What is this?" One stammered. Lin Qiao smirked, "This is the property fee. Didn't you request we pay? Here we are, so count it." The men stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Lin Qiao's unconventional method of payment. How long would it take them to count all these coins? "You're doing this on purpose to make things difficult for us." One man fumed. Lin Qiao shrugged. "Difficult? Not at all. We're merely fulfilling your request to pay the fees. You said you wanted payment, and here it is. What does it mean if you refuse to accept it?" The men were left speechless, realizing they had been outsmarted by Lin Qiao. Yet, they were at a loss, for he had indeed provided the payment, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. At that moment, an older man stepped forward, gritting his teeth in frustration as he addressed the others. "Fine, you've got us. Let us get this money counted." The group exchanged glances, realizing they were in for a tedious task. With reluctance, they began counting the coins, while Lin Qiao watched with amusement, relishing their discomfort. In his mind, he thought, "This is what you get for your unprofessional behavior. Now you shall reap the consequences." As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Lin Qiao cheerfully reminded them, "Make sure to count accurately." Chapter 86. Where have these scoundrels gone? When the men heard Lin Qiao's words, it felt as if a sudden wedge had been driven into their minds, disrupting their previously flowing thoughts. How far had they counted? They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Lin Qiao's interruption caused them to forget their counting entirely. With nothing pressing to do in the afternoon, Lin Qiao leisurely sat aside, engrossed in his phone, occasionally scrolling through news and engaging in light conversation. Yet, his gaze would often drift toward the pile of coins and the men diligently counting them. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he occasionally glanced up to observe their progress. The coins piled high, the men bent over, laboriously counting, and after a while, their backs began to ache. They silently cursed Lin Qiao, yet dared not express their frustration, enduring the arduous task in resigned silence. At last, as dusk approached, they completed the counting, exhaling as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. Having spent so long hunched over, their backs were now too fatigued to straighten, and they groaned in unison. Observing their plight brought Lin Qiao immense satisfaction. He felt a surge of pride, believing his ploy to be exceptionally clever, and proclaimed triumphantly, "I've paid the property fee. It's time to restore the electricity. I will contact the electrician now. You may head home and wait," said one of the property management staff. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao left with a beaming smile, inwardly muttering, "This person deserves to be taught a lesson." Without showing him some consequences, he might truly think himself important. With light steps, he envisioned the bright lights of his home awaiting him. As the men departed, one employee, unable to stand upright, approached his companion with indignation. "Brother Sun, are we really restoring the power for this old man after he played us like this?" His voice was laced with resentment and anger. Brother Sun, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully, squinting his eyes with a smug expression. "Not a chance. We won't mention that the electrician has left. He won't be back any time soon." His tone dripped with cunning and malice. As if envisioning Lin Qiao anxiously waiting for the electricity to return at home. Just think of the excuses. There are plenty, and he can't do anything about it. Another employee chimed in, their faces alight with triumphant grins, as if already picturing Lin Qiao being played for a fool. Impressive, brother Sun. No wonder you're the boss. The men flattered, their eyes glinting with admiration. They all recognized that brother Sun's scheme was indeed masterful. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Wanrong hurried over, her face brimming with anticipation. Old Lin, has the electricity issue been resolved? The electrician will be here shortly, Lin Qiao replied, reclining on the sofa, feeling utterly vindicated. Su Wanrong nodded with delight. Great. I'll go prepare dinner. Once the power returns, I can cook dumplings. With that, she turned to enter the kitchen, bustling about to prepare their evening meal. All right, go ahead, Lin Qiao waved, signaling her to focus on her tasks. Settling into the sofa, he relished the rare tranquility and comfort of the moment. As time slipped by, the dumplings were ready, yet the electricity had still not arrived. Su Wanrong began to feel anxious, glancing outside at the darkening sky. It was getting dark earlier now, and visibility in the house was diminishing. She inwardly lamented the tardiness of the electrician, wondering if he understood that it was New Year's Eve and the household couldn't possibly be without power. Old Lin, why hasn't the electrician arrived yet? Su Wanrong asked, her voice tinged with unease and worry. She could hardly fathom how they would enjoy their New Year's dinner without electricity, how the family would celebrate. Without power, the house would be shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Lin Qiao, too, felt a stir of anxiety. He hadn't anticipated such a delay from the electrician. He began to suspect that the property staff might be up to some trickery, intentionally stalling for time. You should go take a look. Those scoundrels might be scheming again, Su Wanrong said with concern, her gaze filled with worry and trepidation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao quickly donned his clothes and headed to the property management office. He silently vowed, if these rascals dare to play me, just wait and see how I handle you. However, upon arriving at the property office, he discovered the doors locked and the place utterly deserted. He was taken aback, a surge of uncontainable fury rising within him. He knocked forcefully on the door, shouting, Is anyone there? When will the electrician arrive? But his voice echoed in the empty hall, swallowed by silence. Seeing this situation, Lin Qiao's anger flared. Where had these scoundrels gone? My electricity isn't fixed yet, and they dare to leave for the day? He kicked the door in frustration, as if to release all his pent-up resentment upon it. Leaving the property office, he remained dissatisfied and approached the security booth at the entrance, hoping to find someone from the property management or at least gather some useful information. The security guard, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, sat in the booth watching a replay of last year's spring festival gala, a blissful smile gracing his face. He seemed oblivious to Lin Qiao's presence, lost in his own world. When Lin Qiao entered, the guard looked up in confusion and asked, What can I do for you? Suppressing his anger, Lin Qiao smiled and inquired, Brother, do you have the property management contact number? I just went over and the office doors are locked. The guard frowned slightly and responded, The property staff have all gone home. Is there something urgent? His voice was filled with concern. My electricity hasn't been restored. They claimed they would send an electrician, but he hasn't come yet. It's New Year's Eve, and we can't be without power, Lin Qiao explained, his tone tinged with helplessness and urgency. The guard nodded sympathetically and said, Let me look for the phone number. Wait a moment. He opened his small notebook and began searching for the property management contact information. All right, Lin Qiao replied, feeling a bit relieved. As seconds turned to minutes, the diligent guard finally located the number. He happily handed it to Lin Qiao, saying, You should call this number right away. Gratefully accepting the number, Lin Qiao expressed, Thank you, my friend. You are truly kind. Chapter 87. Hello. I need to report, emerging from the slightly antiquated iron door of the security room. Lin Qiao clutched his phone tightly. Following the number provided by the security guard, he dialed each digit meticulously. The ringing of the phone resonated loudly in the stillness of the air, and soon the call was answered. A man's voice on the other end, tinged with impatience and a rugged tone, inquired, Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Qiao hastily suppressed his anxiety, striving to keep his tone composed. "Are you from the property management?" he asked. "Yes," came the casual reply from the man on the line, who was none other than Brother Sunday. For some inexplicable reason, that voice struck a familiar chord within him, reminiscent of a past encounter. Yet he couldn't place it at that moment. Furrowing his brow, he endeavored to trace the source of the voice in his memories. Upon receiving a positive response, Lin Xiaotian felt a surge of joy, and with excitement, he explained, "You see, I neglected to pay the property fees due to work commitments, and, consequently, the management cut off our internet. We have settled the dues today, yet the electrician has yet to arrive to restore the service. It's dark now, and we are left in utter darkness. Could you kindly expedite the electrician's arrival?" His tone was laced with urgency and anticipation. After listening to the account, Brother Sun couldn't suppress a chuckle. The voice he found familiar belonged to an old acquaintance. Stifling his laughter, he feigned a troubled demeanor and replied, "We have contacted the electrician, but he's out of town for some business. He likely won't return until late. It's not something that can be rushed. When he is back, I'll ensure he heads straight to your home." Lin Xiaoyan's frustration simmered upon hearing this response. Struggling to contain his anger, he managed to keep his voice steady. "If you want TB back, what are we to do? It's the new year, and we have no electricity. How can we cook? How can we watch television? We can't do anything. You are the property management. This is your responsibility. You must find a solution." His tone was rife with dissatisfaction and grievance. Brother Sun, upon hearing this, felt a sense of triumph swell within him. He responded dismissively, all right. I'll look for another electrician and see if anyone is available. You should just wait for news." "Fine," Lin Xiaotian conceded reluctantly, and after hanging up, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Brother Sun's face. He muttered to his phone, "Just wait. You'll be waiting until the flowers wilt." He then pocketed his phone and resumed his card game with friends, as if the matter bore no significance to him. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xiaotian recognized that further entanglement with the property management would yield no results. Staying outside was futile. He could only return home. The community appeared particularly desolate under the night sky, with only occasional dog barks piercing the stillness. As he pushed open the door, a wave of darkness enveloped him. The interior was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the window. Su Wanrong sat on the sofa, phone in hand, scrolling through her social media by the meager light. Hearing the door, she quickly looked up, and upon seeing Lin Xiaotian, rushed over to inquire, "Lao Lin, has the electrician come yet? How much longer until we have power?" Shaking his head, Lin Xiaotian replied with a look of helplessness, "Not yet. The property staff have all left for the day. I managed to get a phone number from the guard, and they said the electrician is out of town and hasn't returned. So, I have no idea when we'll have power." As he spoke, he sank onto the sofa beside her. Upon hearing this news, Su Wanrong was immediately incensed. Hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Those scoundrels! They can't even manage one reliable task. We pay our property fees. They should promptly restore our internet. What are we to do? It's the new year, and there's no power at home. We can't do anything. It feels as though they're deliberately targeting us." Her voice was filled with anger and discontent. Lin Xiaotian nodded in agreement with his wife's words. He indeed felt that the property management had overstepped this time. They generally held modest expectations of the management, seeking only timely resolutions to issues, yet this instance was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from his room. Upon overhearing his parents' conversation, he chimed in, "Dad, Mom, I think they're doing this on purpose. We made them count coins for an entire afternoon. They must feel resentful. They probably want to take the electricity issue seriously. We'll have to rely on ourselves." He approached his parents and sat down beside them. Lin Xiaotian pondered his son's words, nodding thoughtfully. He recognized the validity in his son's reasoning. Their previous disagreements with the property management over fees might indeed have prompted this deliberate delay in restoring service. However, he was also aware that complaining would lead nowhere. The priority was to find a resolution. Thus, he inquired, "Xiao Feng, how do we rely on ourselves?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suggested, "Dad, I remember we have a spare flashlight and some candles. Let us find them for emergencies. I'll also see if I can come up with other solutions." With that, He stood up a search for the flashlight and candles. Su Wanrong felt slightly reassured after hearing her son's words. She nodded, saying, "All right then. Xiao Feng, hurry and look for them. Lao Lin, don't just sit there. I'll find them too. We may not use these things often, but they could be invaluable in a pinch." Following his wife's directive, Lin Xiaotian also rose to assist in the search for the flashlight and candles. The three of them rummaged through the darkness and eventually located the flashlight and several candles. Lin Feng lit the candles and placed them on the coffee table, their flickering glow adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise cold atmosphere of the home. However, Lin Xiaotian understood that this was merely a temporary fix. They needed to devise a more permanent solution. He turned to his son and asked Xiao Feng, "Have you found any other solutions?" Lin Feng reflected for a moment before stating, "We have been paying the electricity bills regularly, so there are no outstanding payments. The property management has cut off our power due to the issue with the property fees, which is illegal since they lack enforcement authority. If we want them to relent, we must involve higher authorities." After contemplating further, Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed the authorities, stating firmly, "Hello, I need to report an incident." Chapter 88. I am not a liar. In less than 15 minutes, the figures of the police officers swiftly appeared at the foot of the residential building. Clad in neat uniforms, their expressions were solemn, and their strides were steady. Lin Feng spotted them immediately and hastened to approach, meeting the gaze of the officers as he spoke. "I am the one who reported the incident." One of the older officers nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of calm and wisdom. "Comrade policeman," Lin Feng continued, a tinge of anxiety and helplessness in his tone. "The property management has unlawfully cut off our electricity, and it has yet to be restored. Such an act is illegal. You must advocate for us." Su Wanrong stepped forward as well, her voice trembling with indignation at the actions of the property management. Upon hearing this, the police officer nodded again, his expression turning serious. "We have understood the situation. Please do not worry. We will address this matter promptly. Do you have the contact information for the property management?" Another younger officer interjected, his voice clear and vigorous. "Yes," Lin Xiaotian replied eagerly, having previously asked the security guard to look up the property management's phone number. He pulled out a note from his pocket, revealing the number of the property manager. Before the gathered crowd, the officer dialed the number. After a brief pause, a man's voice came through, sounding impatient. "Who is this?" "We are the police. Someone has reported that you unlawfully cut off electricity. You need to come here immediately," the officer stated, his tone calm yet authoritative. "What?" Sun Dajuan, the property manager, was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears, thinking it was merely a prank. Having worked in property management for many years, he had seen numerous situations and could not fathom being intimidated by a few police officers. "So what if I cut the electricity? If you have the guts, come and arrest me," Sun Dajuan retorted arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain. He assumed the police were not genuine, just someone playing a joke. After hanging up, the officers exchanged concerned glances. They had not anticipated such insolence. However, they remained undeterred and promptly redialed the number. This time, Sun Dajuan's tone was even more impatient as he answered, "Hello? Who is it? Stop calling me if there's nothing important. It's annoying." The officer replied coolly, "We are the police. Your actions have already violated the law, and we require you to come to the scene for an investigation." "Haha, you're all just frauds." Sun Dajuan laughed, feeling he had seen through their ruse. "Let me tell you, don't think a mere phone call can intimidate me. If you dare, come and arrest me." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone once more. Listening to the beeping tone on the other end, the officer felt a surge of indignation. It was the first time in his years of service that he encountered someone so audacious. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and called the command center to request Sun Dajuan's current address. The command center quickly provided the information, and the officers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Sun Dajuan was blissfully unaware of the trouble he had stirred, engrossed in a card game with his companions, reveling in his leisure. "Who called you, boss?" one of his subordinates inquired, having noticed Sun Dajuan's unusual expression during the call. "Just a fraud. Let's continue playing," Sun Dajuan scoffed, dismissing the matter as trivial. Little did he know, the police had already arrived at his building, several patrol cars parked quietly below, their flashing lights illuminating the surroundings, a testament to the law's authority. As the officers disembarked, their expressions were grave and their steps resolute. Hearing the commotion from below, Sun Dajuan chuckled. Is there a fire somewhere? Haha, the police have arrived. He thought it was merely a routine call unrelated to him. However, he soon realized his misjudgment as the officers swiftly ascended to his floor and knocked on his door. Calling out, Sun Dajuan, we are the police. Open up. Upon hearing that it was the police, an ominous feeling washed over Sun Dajuan. He hesitated momentarily before rushing to the window, peering down to see several police cars and officers approaching. Panic seized him as he realized the gravity of his situation. Being apprehended by the police would lead to dire consequences. What should we do, boss? His subordinates were equally alarmed, looking to him for guidance. Gritting his teeth, Sun Dajuan made a swift decision. He dashed to a corner of the room where a hidden compartment held his stash of money and important items. He quickly retrieved a bundle of cash and stuffed it into his pocket. Hold them off for me. I'll find a place to hide, Sun Dajuan instructed, turning toward the door, intending to escape until the situation calmed down. However, as he reached for the door, the officers burst in, swiftly overpowering him and placing him in handcuffs. Sun Dajuan, you are under arrest for unlawfully cutting off electricity and obstructing official duties, the officers stated sternly. Sun Dajuan struggled to resist, but he was no match for the officers. Soon, he was escorted downstairs and shoved into a police vehicle. Thus, Sun Dajuan was taken back to the police station for thorough interrogation, while the electricity in Lin Feng's home was promptly restored by a professional electrician. Chapter 89. The chime of the new year, the following day. The news of Sun Dajuan's apprehension by the police swiftly spread throughout the entire community. Upon hearing this revelation, the residents could not contain their joy. The pent-up grievances in their hearts were finally released. They gathered together, engaging in animated discussions. Some recounted Sun Dajuan's numerous past transgressions, while others expressed their relief that justice had finally been served. The once arrogant property management personnel, who had held themselves in high regard, were now subdued. Acutely aware that Sun Dajuan's downfall heralded a new chapter in community management, one in which they could no longer act with impunity. Following this incident, they exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor, treating residents with newfound warmth and enthusiasm. Whenever a resident passed by the property office, the staff would eagerly greet them with smiles, transforming overnight into amiable neighbors. Particularly, the Lin family, led by Lin Qiao, received especially enthusiastic welcomes from the property staff whenever they passed by. Lin Qiao nodded with a smile, reflecting inwardly on the cyclical nature of fortune. Su Wanrong, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of satisfaction and softly remarked to Lin Qiao, this is how they should be treated. They need to understand that the residents are not to be trifled with. Before long, it was New Year's Eve, and every household was adorned with colorful decorations, exuding a festive spirit that enveloped the entire community in a sea of joy. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong busily crafted dumplings with remarkable skill, each dumpling plump and enticing, wafting an irresistible aroma. In no time, she brought a steaming platter of dumplings to the table, cheerfully announcing, "Come, let us enjoy some dumplings." Ye Qingyao took a whiff and exclaimed "It smells wonderful. Mom, your culinary skills truly improve with each passing year. Well then, indulge yourself." Her heart brimming with joy. Meanwhile, the television broadcast the opening program of the Spring Festival Gala, filled with laughter and merriment, adding to the celebratory atmosphere of the evening. After savoring the dumplings, the family gathered around the coffee table in the living room to play cards. Su Wanrong shuffled the cards with finesse, while Ye Qingyao eagerly rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A card shark in her own right, she relished every moment of the game. "All right, let the games begin," Lin Qiao declared. As the game progressed, Ye Qingyao's luck was astounding, winning hand after hand, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she laughed. Each time she drew a card, it seemed as if fortune smiled upon her, either a bomb or a straight, evoking envy among the others. With each victory, she would gleefully wave the money in her hand, resembling an adorable child. "Oh dear, Yao Yao, have you found a lucky charm today?" Subanrong teased, chuckling. Ye Qingyao giggled in response, "Of course." Lin Qiao joined in the laughter, exclaiming, It appears that this year's fortune is concentrated on Yao Yao. Thus, the family spent hour after hour enveloped in laughter and joy. The money on the card table exchanged hands several times, but ultimately, it was Ye Qingyao who emerged victorious with the lion's share. She was so elated that she nearly jumped up, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Ha ha! My luck this year is simply remarkable." After the card games, the family settled down once more to enjoy the Spring Festival Gala. The array of splendid performances, from song and dance to comedic skits, captivated their attention as they chatted and relished this rare moment of togetherness. Suanrong mused, "Dive truly flaws." In the blink of an eye, it's New Year's Eve again. Just last year, we were still troubled by Sun Dayong's antics. Lin Xiaotian nodded in agreement. As time passed, the night grew deeper, and the sounds of firecrackers outside gradually diminished. Ye Qingyao stifled a yawn, rubbing her eyes, and said, "I'm so sleepy. I can't keep my eyes open." Concerned, Su Wanrong looked at her and said, "Yao Yao, why don't you take a short nap?" Lin Feng chimed in, "Wife, you should rest. Being pregnant means you can't stay up late." Ye Qingyao nodded. Though her body felt exhausted, her heart overflowed with happiness and contentment. She stood up, smiled at her family, and said, "Good night, everyone. Happy New Year." With that, she wobbled off to her bedroom, collapsing on her bed and quickly slipping into a sweet slumber. In the living room, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian continued to watch the Spring Festival Gala, chatting amiably. Before they knew it, the clock had silently ticked past midnight. Lin Feng glanced at his watch and entered the bedroom, softly saying, "Wife, it's time. The new year has arrived." Ye Qingyao groggily opened her eyes and murmured, "What is happening? Has the new year begun?" Lin Feng leaned down to kiss her forehead, affectionately saying, "Yes, Happy New Year. I will be by your side to celebrate every new year together." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a warmth spread through her heart. She embraced Lin Feng tightly and said, "Thank you, dear. With you by my side, I truly feel so happy." Lin Feng also held her close, whispering, "Silly girl, this is what I ought to do. We are family, and of course, we must always be together. Now, go back to sleep," Lin Feng murmured, gently placing Ye Qingyao's head on the pillow. "We have to rise early tomorrow to pay our New Year's respects. Rest well." Ye Qingyao nodded, closed her eyes, and soon fell back into a blissful slumber. In the morning, the sounds of firecrackers crackling awakened Ye Qingyao and Lin Feng from their cozy slumber. They exchanged a knowing smile, both feeling a hint of reluctance. The warm sense of food wafted through the air, stirring their appetites. At that moment, Su Wanrong had been busy in the kitchen for quite some time. Wearing a simple floral apron, her hands dusted with flour, yet her face radiated satisfaction and happiness. Upon seeing her son Lin Feng and daughter-in-law, Ye Qingyao rise, she quickly set aside her tasks and cheerfully said, "Since you two are awake, let's hurry and have breakfast." Lin Feng stretched lazily and joked, "Mom, your timing for breakfast is impeccable. We've just been woken by the firecrackers, and our stomachs are growling." Su Wanrong's eyes crinkled with joy as she replied, "Then let us eat quickly. We need to head back to our hometown to pay our respects soon, so we must leave early." "All right," Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao nodded, taking their seats at the dining table. Su Wanrong carefully placed a steaming plate of dumplings on the table, the fragrant steam rising and tantalizing their senses. Ye Qingyao gazed at the dumplings on the table, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. She softly asked, "Mom, we had dumplings last night. Are we having them for breakfast again?" Su Wanrong smiled and nodded, explaining, "Yao Yao, this is our local tradition. On the morning of the new year, we eat dumplings, symbolizing unity and smooth sailing in the new year." Upon hearing her mother-in-law's explanation, Ye Qingyao's confusion dissipated, and she smiled, saying, "Oh, I see." Chapter 90. Good intentions misinterpreted. After breakfast, Lin Feng drove several companions to his rural hometown. Approximately 40 minutes later, they gradually entered a quaint village. The entrance road was not particularly wide, but it was sufficiently spacious for a small car to pass through slowly. Along the roadside, a few free-range chickens foraged leisurely, occasionally glancing up at the vehicles passing by. At the entrance, a group of women dressed in colorful quilted jackets had already gathered. They leaned against the wall, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting about trivial matters, exuding an air of leisure and contentment. As Lin Feng's car approached, the women cast curious glances in their direction. Navigating carefully, Lin Feng maneuvered the car through several turns until it finally came to a stop in front of a house. The gate was wide open, and upon hearing the commotion, a man emerged from the house to greet them. He was a middle-aged man, his face beaming with warmth as he exclaimed, "Chao Tian, you're back. We were just talking about you." Lin Chao Tian, stepping out of the car with a smile, replied, "Haha, I hope you weren't saying anything bad about me." His eyes sparkled with affection, clearly indicating that it had been a long time since he had returned to this rural abode. The man waved his hand with a grin. "How could we? You are the pride of our family. We would never speak ill of you." His tone was filled with sincerity, enveloping Lin Chao Tian in a comforting warmth. After this exchange, the man's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, who he examined from head to toe before chuckling. "This must be Xiao Feng, hasn't he grown? The last time I saw you, you were just a child, and now you've become so handsome." Lin Feng smiled modestly, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. "Thank you, that is too kind of you." His humble tone naturally endeared him to those around him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chao Tian joyfully introduced, "Xiao Feng, this is your uncle, your father's elder brother. You should get to know him better." "Hello, uncle." Lin Feng greeted warmly, his voice resonant and affectionate. The man nodded in delight and extended a heartfelt invitation. "Come inside, it's chilly out here. Your aunt has prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting your return." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation, radiating the warmth of home. Su Wanrong, linking arms with Ye Qingyao, followed closely behind the two men, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Inside the house, a multitude of relatives and friends had already gathered, chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds. The air thick with laughter and camaraderie. Lin Chao Tian and Lin Feng found themselves surrounded by inquisitive family members who inquired about their lives and work in the city. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong and Ye Qingyao felt somewhat out of place in this lively atmosphere, quietly retreating to the doorway to savor a moment of tranquility. At that moment, a woman, resembling a bear in her oversized fur coat and high heels, emerged from a neighboring house, her figure appearing somewhat bulky. Beside her was a 7- or 8-year-old boy, excitedly waving a string of firecrackers. The woman turned to him, instructing, "Stay here and play. I'm just stepping out to make a call. Don't wander off, understood?" "Okay." The little boy nodded, then began tearing apart the firecrackers, igniting them one by one and tossing them to the ground, producing a series of pops. His face radiated the innocence of childhood, clearly enthralled by this game. Initially, the boy played relatively normally, merely tossing firecrackers to observe their explosions. However, it wasn't long before he grew bored with this simplicity. Glancing around, he decided to toss the firecrackers into the nearby garbage bin. With a muffled bang, the firecracker ignited, releasing a wisp of smoke from the bin. The boy, intrigued by this new development, leapt with excitement and tossed in another firecracker. This time, the sound was louder, and the smoke billowed even thicker. He appeared to be addicted to this novel form of amusement, continuously tossing firecrackers into the bin. Su Wanrong and Ye Qingyao, engaged in conversation at the doorway, were suddenly startled by the sound of firecrackers emanating from the garbage bin. Following the noise, they spotted the boy throwing firecrackers inside. Alarmed, Su Wanrong instinctively called out, "Little friend, you can't throw firecrackers into the garbage bin. That's extremely dangerous. What if it ignites the trash?" Her tone was gentle yet firm. However, the boy disregarded her warning, shooting her a disdainful glance, and retorted, "You old hag, mind your own business. I can throw them wherever I want." He stuck out his tongue playfully and made a face. Taken aback, Su Wanrong was astonished by his response. She felt a mix of anger and helplessness, recognizing that the child was simply too young to understand the risks involved. She merely wished for him to grasp the potential danger of his actions and cease his mischief. Yet, the boy continued, seemingly intent on provoking her further. Each time a firecracker exploded, he leapt up in delight, clapping his hands in glee. Frustrated, Su Wanrong resolved to speak with the boy's mother once she returned. Shortly after, the woman in the fur coat reappeared, evidently coming back from her phone call, prepared to take her son home. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanrong pulled her aside, saying, "Excuse me, I need to discuss something with you." The woman paused, regarding Su Wanrong with a look of unfamiliarity and impatience. "What is it?" she asked, her tone tinged with skepticism. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanrong explained, "Your son has been tossing firecrackers into the garbage bin. This is a very dangerous act, as the bin contains flammable materials. If ignited, the consequences could be dire. You really should keep an eye on him." Her words were imbued with concern and urgency, hoping to convey the seriousness of the situation. Yet, the woman dismissed her worries, responding with a hint of reproach. "So what? Is it your garbage bin? Why are you meddling in our affairs?" Su Wanrong was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the woman's dismissive attitude. She attempted to clarify, "No, that is not what I meant. I'm saying it's dangerous because the bin contains flammable materials. Your son's actions could easily lead to an accident." But the woman remained unyielding, retorting with impatience. "If it's not your garbage bin, then why are you interfering? My son can throw them wherever he likes. It's none of your business." With that, she took the boy's hand, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Su Wanrong felt her anger rise further. Her good intentions had been met with disdain. Unable to contain her frustration, she raised her voice. "How can you speak like that? I'm looking out for your son's safety. If something were to happen, it would be too late to regret." Her tone was infused with urgency and desperation, hoping to reach the woman's heart. However, the woman remained unmoved by Su Wanrong's plea. She cast a frigid glance at Su Wanrong and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I am fully aware of how to manage my son. There is no need for your concern." After uttering these words, she grasped the little boy's hand and departed without looking back. Su Wanrong remained rooted to the spot, watching the retreating figures of the woman and the child, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 91. A fire erupts upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Ye Qingyao gently patted Su Wanrong's shoulder, soothing her with tender words. "Mother, please do not be too distressed. They have chosen not to heed our counsel, and there is little we can do. After all, we have fulfilled our duty by advising them. Some matters lie beyond our control. We have acted with utmost sincerity, and as long as our conscience remains clear, that is sufficient." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, aiming to alleviate the unease and anxiety within Su Wanrong. With a sigh, Su Wanrong's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. She understood Ye Qingyao's words were true. There were indeed circumstances that lay outside their influence. Subsequently, Ye Qingyao took her mother-in-law's hand and led her back into the house. They settled on the sofa, where Ye Qingyao poured a cup of hot tea for Su Wanrong. The two engaged in quiet conversation, attempting to cast aside the earlier unpleasantness. Outside, a little boy gleefully tossed firecrackers into a trash bin. With each toss, he leapt with excitement, as if this were the most exhilarating activity in the world. A woman stood nearby, watching her son's antics. Rather than discouraging him, she beamed with pride, exclaiming, "My son is so clever, finding new ways to play. He will surely achieve great things when he grows up." She seemed to envision a future filled with brilliance for her child. "Go on, keep playing. If they try to stop you, just ignore them and enjoy yourself," she advised before returning indoors. Her concern did not extend to the potential consequences of her son's actions. Her focus remained solely on his enjoyment. Encouraged, the little boy continued to play with abandon, tossing firecrackers haphazardly into the bin. With each throw, the smoke billowed larger, oblivious to the looming danger. "This is so much fun," he exclaimed, lost in his own world, completely unaware that peril was silently approaching. The smoke from the trash bin rose like a chimney, and soon, small flames flickered within. The discarded bottles and tattered clothing he had carelessly thrown in became kindling, igniting a larger blaze. Instead of recognizing the gravity of the situation, the boy grew even more exhilarated, tossing in more firecrackers, treating this as an exhilarating game. Heedless of the consequences, the fire crackled, fueled by the trash bin's contents, which were located near the base of a neighboring house where wires and cables dangled precariously, threatening to catch fire. Yet, the boy remained blissfully ignorant of the imminent danger, never once considering to alert his mother about the growing fire. Before long, the flames engulfed the wires, plunging several nearby homes into darkness and severing internet connections. Chaos erupted in the village as people emerged from their homes to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Lin Feng's uncle witnessed the scene and hurried outside to inquire if others were also experiencing a power outage. As he stepped out, he was struck by the acrid smell of smoke. Following the scent, he spotted the trash bin ablaze, flames spreading to nearby wires and trees. A wave of panic gripped him as he grasped the severity of the situation. What is happening? Lin Feng's uncle stuttered, his voice tinged with fear and unease. The sight of the raging fire and the oblivious boy at play ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within him. He shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Come here immediately!" Startled by his uncle's reprimand, the boy stood frozen, bewildered, glancing between his uncle's furious expression and the blazing fire. A flicker of fear ignited within him. "Did you start this fire? How could you be so reckless?" Lin Feng's uncle continued, his tone laced with reproach and frustration. After a few admonishing words, he urgently called for assistance from those inside the house to fetch water and extinguish the flames. Aware that the fire was rapidly escalating, he understood that if not contained promptly, the consequences would be dire. Those inside, hearing his calls, quickly grabbed buckets and basins, rushing to douse the flames. Some splashed water, others used sand to smother the fire, while some wielded brooms to beat it down. Despite the ferocity of the blaze, they exerted every effort to combat it. Feeling wronged and frightened by his uncle's words, the little boy dashed home, clutching his mother's hand as he emerged. He sought her support, hoping she would defend him. The woman, indignant, glared at Lin Feng's uncle, her face a canvas of dissatisfaction and anger. "Did you just scold my son?" she challenged, her voice carrying a note of defiance. "On what grounds do you reprimand him? He has done nothing wrong," she continued, seemingly oblivious to the inherent dangers of her son's actions, convinced that he was merely playing. Chapter 92. Compensation upon hearing the woman's words. Lin Feng's uncle was almost rendered unconscious by his indignation. He struggled to comprehend her mindset and upbringing. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Did you not witness your son playing with fire? The flames have grown so fierce. If we do not extinguish them promptly, the consequences will be dire," Lin Feng's uncle patiently explained, hoping that through dialogue, the woman would grasp the gravity of the situation. However, she remained unyielding. With a dismissive curl of her lip, she retorted, "And what of it? My son did not start the fire. He was merely playing. Besides, he is not the one who ignited it. So why do you blame him?" Lin Feng's uncle shook his head in resignation, aware that reasoning with her was futile. He turned away to continue the efforts of extinguishing the flames. The fire raged violently, its inferno resembling a rampaging beast, mercilessly consuming everything in its path, and it swiftly spread to the nearby houses. Despite the villagers' relentless attempts to douse the flames, their efforts seemed insignificant against the ferocity of the blaze, which painted the sky a crimson hue. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and the acrid scent of burning permeated the air, making it difficult to breathe. Faced with this sudden calamity, the villagers were frantic yet powerless. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Lin Feng had already made a decisive call to the fire department, urgently reporting the situation. The firefighters responded swiftly. Within 10 minutes, their truck roared onto the scene, halting near the inferno. Clad in heavy protective gear and armed with professional firefighting equipment, they divided their tasks efficiently. After 30 minutes of intense combat, the rampant flames were finally subdued. However, despite the fire being brought under control, the house had suffered catastrophic damage. The roof had collapsed, the walls were char-black, and most of the furniture and belongings within had been reduced to ashes. The dwelling, now half-burned, appeared desolate and uninhabitable. This disaster dealt a significant blow to the affected family, an elderly couple who had resided in that house for decades, filled with countless memories and emotions. Now, confronted with this unforeseen tragedy at their advanced age, the weight of their loss was unimaginable. The elderly woman gazed at the ruins of her lifelong home, her heart aching, and she wept uncontrollably. Sitting on the ground, she covered her face with her hands, lamenting, "Why am I so unfortunate? At my age, to have lost my home. Will I live now, Her voice was saturated with despair and helplessness. "Oh heavens! What sins have I committed in my life? I wish I were no longer alive." The elderly man beside her sobbed heart-wrenchingly, his tears flowing like pearls strung on a broken thread. His voice choked with sorrow. The surrounding villagers approached to console the elderly couple, yet their hearts were heavy with grief. Gradually, the old man's emotions settled somewhat, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's uncle. He slowly rose and, unsteadily, approached him, inquiring, "Shaolin, are you certain it was the grandson from the Guo family who played with fire?" His tone was laced with anticipation and uncertainty. Lin Feng's uncle hesitated momentarily, a troubled expression crossing his face. He replied candidly, "I did not see it with my own eyes, but upon smelling the burning odor, I rushed outside to investigate and found his grandson joyfully laughing by the trash can, remnants of firecrackers in his hands." Upon hearing this, the little boy's mother erupted in outrage. "You did not witness it firsthand. How can you accuse my son of starting the fire? You are slandering us." Her words dripped with anger and resentment. "You must provide evidence. You cannot fabricate facts. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her voice rising in pitch. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Wanrong stepped forward, declaring, before entering the house, "I saw your son throwing firecrackers into the trash can. Since it was the trash can that caught fire, he cannot escape culpability." Her tone was resolute and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. "Humph! If you did not see it with your own eyes, you cannot place blame on us. We do not accept this accusation." The little boy's mother retorted, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. After all, the destruction of their home would entail significant compensation, not to mention the costs associated with the damaged internet and electrical wiring. At that moment, as the argument reached a stalemate, Lin Feng's uncle suddenly raised his head and pointed to a corner not far away, exclaiming, "I almost forgot." He referred to the surveillance cameras that the villagers had organized to install at the entrance to deter theft. Unexpectedly, this camera was now of great utility. It had captured the area around the trash can, providing a clear record of the event. "Let us check the footage. It will reveal the truth behind the fire," he proclaimed, retrieving his phone and opening the app that controlled the surveillance camera. Adjusting the video to a time before the fire ignited, he began to scrutinize the footage. On the screen, the small boy was seen near the trash can, tossing firecrackers into it. With each toss, sparks and smoke erupted from the can. Shortly thereafter, the flames grew uncontrollable, ultimately igniting the devastating fire. Upon witnessing the video, the little boy's mother fell silent, her face drained of color, devoid of any further justification. Enraged, she slapped her son on the back, scolding, "How could you be so mischievous, causing such a catastrophe? I could kill you." The boy burst into tears, pleading, "Mom, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't do it again." However, his cries fell on deaf ears as his mother remained consumed by rage, continuing to strike him. The surrounding villagers rushed forward to intervene, but the boy's mother, seemingly devoid of reason, refused to listen. Seeing this, Su Wanrong quickly approached her, stating, "Your son has caused a grave disaster, and it is your failure to guide him that has led to this. Hitting him now will not help. You should focus on how to compensate for the damages." Upon hearing Su Wanrong's words, the boy's mother calmed slightly. She ceased her assault on her son and turned her gaze toward the charred house and the surrounding crowd, her eyes filled with confusion and despair. At that moment, the elderly couple approached, their hearts swelling with indignation as they observed the situation unfold on the surveillance footage. The elderly man asserted, "Your child has caused this disaster. You must take responsibility for compensation." The boy's mother lowered her head, unable to meet the elderly man's gaze. "We understand our error. We will compensate, but we do not have sufficient funds at the moment." Hearing this, the elderly couple's anger intensified. "Even if you lack the funds, you must still compensate. You cannot leave us homeless." The villagers echoed their sentiments, rallying behind the elderly couple. Faced with overwhelming pressure, the boy's mother reluctantly conceded to the demands for compensation. She said, "We will do our utmost to gather the funds to compensate for your losses. Please grant us a little time." Although the elderly couple remained dissatisfied and enraged. Upon hearing the boy's mother's promise of compensation, They reluctantly accepted the outcome for the time being. They expressed their intention to promptly contact the relevant authorities to assess the damages and negotiate the compensation matters. Chapter 93, Darling. Do you recognize the individuals in these photographs? Presently, that woman is seated on the floor, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried deep within the crook of her arm, intermittently wailing in despair, a true lament for choices poorly made. Her voice is laden with profound regret and anguish, as if the entirety of her world has crumbled around her. Once the flames were extinguished, the scene lay in utter disarray, with swirling black smoke and the acrid scent of charred remains permeating the air. Electricians and network repair personnel swiftly arrived at the site to render aid. Clad in professional attire and hard hats, they wielded an array of tools. Methodically embarking on their tasks, the electricians busied themselves inspecting the wiring and replacing the burnt-out cables and switches, while the network technicians focused on restoring the communication devices ravaged by the fire, ensuring that connectivity for the entire village could be reinstated promptly. Through their collective efforts, within the span of an hour, the rescue operations yielded success. The power and network services for the village gradually resumed, prompting the villagers to emerge from their homes, relieved to witness the lights flickering back on and the network returning to normalcy. As the elderly couple's home had been consumed by the flames, they were now residing with the woman, who had to cater to their every need. It can only be said that heeding the advice of others and ensuring one is well fed is wise. Now, she must silently endure the repercussions of her actions, dedicating her life to remembering this lesson. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. The atmosphere in the house was enlivened by the arrival of a special guest. Lin Fengye and his brother assisted an elderly gentleman from the vehicle, their faces beaming with smiles, as if welcoming a distinguished visitor. The old man, slightly hunched and resembling a bow, bore the deep marks of time upon his frame. Wearing a military green cap and dressed in modest attire, he walked with a slight unsteadiness, requiring support. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding a sense of calm and composure that comes with having weathered many storms. Upon entering the house, Lin Fengye called out to Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao, warmly introducing, "Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, this is your great-grandfather, the eldest elder in our family." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao enthusiastically greeted great-grandfather hello. The old man, upon hearing their voices, nodded in delight, a kind smile illuminating his face. Afterward, he tremulously produced 2 red envelopes from his pocket and placed them in their hands. Despite the slight quiver in his fingers, his actions were resolute. He earnestly advised them, "You must study diligently, aspire to greatness, and become individuals of merit who bring honor to our family." Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao exchanged glances and hesitated to accept, saying, "Great-grandfather, we cannot accept these envelopes." However, their great-grandfather insisted, stuffing the envelopes into their pockets with a smile. "Oh, my dear children, take them. Although my means are modest, this is my heartfelt gesture." Reluctantly, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao nodded in acceptance of their great-grandfather's gifts. Being the eldest in this lineage, he was the first to be saluted during the New Year celebrations. Now, as they prepared to dine, Lin Fengye had made a special effort to bring him over for this unique family gathering. Soon, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each more appetizing than the last. There was braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, and chicken soup, each dish meticulously prepared, emanating an alluring fragrance. As the dishes were served, everyone took their seats around a grand round table, encircling their great-grandfather, the atmosphere brimming with joy and laughter. Lin Fengye surveyed the bountiful spread and the gathering of family, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment. The great-grandfather, with a gleeful raise of his glass, though his hand trembled slightly, his gaze was unwavering. Addressing everyone, he proclaimed, "Today's family gathering fills me with immense joy. To witness you younger generations flourishing in health and unity brings me great comfort. May our family continue to thrive and prosper." The younger members erupted in applause, their laughter ringing through the air. They understood that while their great-grandfather's words were simple, They were imbued with profound hopes and blessings. Observing their enthusiasm, the old man felt an even greater sense of joy. He continued at this gathering, "I have 3 matters to discuss. The first is something you all are well aware of." His statement incited a chorus of cheers from the audience. The second has already been mentioned. This elicited even more laughter. The third, I will share next time. With that, applause erupted once more. The speech indeed carrying a delightful charm. Ye Qingyao leaned into Lin Feng and chuckled, "Darling, it seems your family's sense of humor is innate." Lin Feng smiled broadly, this being his first experience hearing his great-grandfather speak, and he found it thoroughly entertaining. After the meal, Lin Xiaotian accompanied his great-grandfather's family back home. The old man resided in the southern wing, while his son occupied the northern wing. Although it was winter, the house remained quite warm. Upon entering, Ye Qingyao was drawn to the photographs adorning the walls, which bore the marks of time. Some had even faded, rendering the faces somewhat indistinct. She turned to Lin Feng with a smile and inquired, "Darling, do you recognize the individuals in these photographs?" Chapter 94. Ye Qingyao fell ill. Lin Feng stood before a row of antiquated picture frames, his gaze sweeping over the yellowed photographs, shaking his head in bewilderment as he did not recognize any of the individuals captured within. However, when his eyes settled on one particular image, he found himself momentarily frozen. The young man in the photograph, clad in simple attire and wearing a radiant smile, stood against the backdrop of a majestic mountain. The sky above painted with blue and white clouds, exuding vitality and exuberance. Lin Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with this figure, as though he had encountered him before. Upon closer reflection, the smile and the gaze bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather's youthful visage. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he tugged at his father Lin Xiaotian, who was seated nearby, and inquired, "Father, is this photograph of my grandfather in his youth?" His voice carried a hint of urgency and anticipation, as if he yearned for an affirmative reply from his father. Lin Xiaotian leaned in to scrutinize the photograph closely, and after a brief moment, he nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence sparkling in his eyes. "It ought to be," he mused. "Yet, I have not seen many photographs of your grandfather in his younger days. I cannot recall him ever taking this one." His tone was tinged with nostalgia, a wistful longing for days gone by. At that moment, the elder, who had been quietly listening, interjected with a broad grin illuminating his face. "That was taken when we went hiking. We were a spirited group of young people back then. How swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, so many years have elapsed." His eyes sparkled with affection for the past, as if he were transported back to an era brimming with passions and aspirations. "You were merely a teenager at that time, and now look at how grown you all have become." The elder's voice was filled with sentiment, his gaze flitting between Lin Feng and Lin Xiaotian, radiating warmth and pride. Lin Xiaotian, upon hearing this, felt a wave of inexplicable emotion swell within him. He recalled his own childhood, when his father was perpetually busy, laboring tirelessly for the family's welfare, leaving little time for companionship. Now, nearly a decade since his father's passing, sentiments of longing and guilt washed over him once more. He mused to himself, had his father not succumbed to coronary heart disease, he might have witnessed the birth of his great-grandson and reveled in familial joys. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng and the others returned home from the village. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng remained silent, his mind lingering on the elder's tales of yore. Upon their return, Ye Qingyao, perhaps fatigued from the journey, immediately lay down on the bed to rest. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to expel all traces of exhaustion. Observing her weariness, Lin Feng was engulfed by a wave of tenderness. That evening, Su Wanrong busied herself in the kitchen, and soon a sumptuous feast was prepared. She removed her apron and called out from the living room to Lin Feng's room, "Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, come out for dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly emerged from the living room and addressed Su Wanrong, "Mother, I will go call Yao Yao." He then turned and returned to the room. Pushing open the door, he found Ye Qingyao lying on the bed. Quickly, he approached her side and gently urged, "Yao Yao, it's time to get up for dinner." With her eyes still closed, she murmured, "Darling, I don't want to eat. You all go ahead. I just want to lie down for a while." Her voice was faint and lacking in strength, suggesting she was not feeling well. You cannot skip a meal. You must eat something, at least a little. He extended his hand, intending to assist Ye Qingyao in sitting up, but upon touching her, he was alarmed to find her body unusually warm. His brow furrowed in concern as he asked urgently, "Wife, why are you so hot? Could it be a fever?" Ye Qingyao shook her head, straining to open her eyes to meet Lin Feng's gaze. "I don't know. I just feel a bit unwell," she replied, her voice tinged with helplessness and fatigue. Lin Feng's anxiety deepened at her words. He immediately exited the room and turned to Su Wanrong, who was bustling about the dining table, asking, "Mother, where is the thermometer?" His tone was laced with urgency, clearly distressed about Ye Qingyao's condition. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong promptly set down her chopsticks, her face etched with worry as she inquired, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's not me. It's Yao Yao," Lin Feng quickly clarified, after shaking the thermometer to ensure the mercury returned to its normal position. He hastened back to the room. Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian, upon hearing this, followed closely behind, their expressions fraught with concern. Once inside, Lin Feng carefully placed the thermometer under Ye Qingyao's arm and held her hand tightly. "Yao Yao, don't worry. We will know your temperature soon. If you have a fever, we will go to the hospital," he reassured her gently. Hearing this, Ye Qingyao forced out a smile and replied, "It's all right, darling. I might just be a little tired. I just need to rest." Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian stood beside the bed, their voices filled with concern as they asked, "Yao Yao, what do you feel unwell? Do you have any symptoms like dizziness, nausea, or anything else?" Their tone was laden with urgency and worry, clearly invested in Ye Qingyao's well-being. Ye Qingyao shook her head apologetically. "I can't really say. I just want to lie down." The elderly couple exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with compassion. They comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Yao Yao, just rest. We will have Xiao Feng bring you some food later. If you feel like eating anything, just let us know, and we will prepare it for you." A warm sensation surged within Ye Qingyao upon hearing their words. She was acutely aware of the warmth of her family that enveloped her. Striving to muster a smile, she replied, "It's fine. No need to trouble yourselves. I don't have an appetite right now. I will eat later." Despite her weak voice, gratitude shone brightly in her eyes. Before long, the time came for Lin Feng to check the thermometer. Alarmingly, it read a temperature of 39 degrees. His heart raced in shock. Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian exchanged worried glances upon seeing the reading. "What should we do? It's so high." Su Wanrong exclaimed anxiously. She understood that a fever of such magnitude was not trivial. Lin Chaotian, witnessing the situation, declared, "Yao Yao's fever is severe. We must head to the hospital immediately. Xiao Feng, quickly grab the car keys. We need to leave now." His tone was resolute, clearly prioritizing Ye Qingyao's health. Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, swiftly exiting the room to retrieve the car keys and his jacket before returning to assist Ye Qingyao. "Yao Yao, we need to go to the hospital. Your fever is too high. We must see a doctor right away," he softly urged. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingyao nodded in acquiescence, murmuring, "All right, darling." Thus, the family hurriedly departed. Lin Feng drove the car with urgency, racing toward the hospital, while Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian sat in the back, gripping Ye Qingyao's hand tightly, as if to channel their strength into her, their hearts brimming with concern. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Feng quickly exited the car to register. Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian supported Ye Qingyao as they seated her in the waiting area, frequently glancing at her face, anxious that she might experience any discomfort. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao endeavored to maintain a smile, not wanting her family to worry excessively for her. Chapter 95. Fever at 39 degrees swiftly. Lin Feng hurriedly led Ye Qingyao into the emergency room. As it was evening, they were quickly attended to. Lin Feng carefully supported Ye Qingyao, whose pallid complexion revealed the severity of her fever. Upon entering the doctor's office, a strong scent of disinfectant enveloped them, deepening the weight of their concern. Lin Feng helped his wife settle onto the bench as her body trembled slightly, seemingly chilled by her fever. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Feng promptly addressed the doctor. "My wife has a fever. Her temperature at home was 39 degrees. The doctor, a composed middle-aged woman, surveyed Ye Qingyao with a professional and calm demeanor. She gently inquired, "Aside from the fever, are there any other symptoms?" Lin Feng quickly added, "No, but my wife is 4 months pregnant. Please advise on any medication that can help reduce her fever." The doctor, after listening attentively, picked up a thermometer and gently pressed it against Ye Qingyao's forehead. Although it registered below 39 degrees, her temperature was indeed elevated. Frowning slightly, the doctor issued a requisition for tests, advising we must first determine the cause of her fever. Especially since she is pregnant, we cannot be careless. Gratefully accepting the testing order, Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. He and Su Wanrong helped Ye Qingyao towards the blood draw room. Inside, the lighting was soft, yet Ye Qingyao, feeling anxious, clutched Lin Feng's hand tightly. He comforted her with gentle pats on her back, saying, "It's all right, my love. It will be over quickly." The nurse skillfully drew blood from Ye Qingyao, instructing them to await the results. Fortunately, the results were available within half an hour that evening. For Lin Feng, however, that half hour felt like an eternity. As they sat on a public bench, Ye Qingyao grew increasingly cold, shivering suddenly, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Feng, her voice trembling. "Darling, I feel so cold." Lin Feng's heart ached for her. He swiftly removed his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders, holding her tightly in an attempt to share his warmth. "Here, wear my coat. It should help a bit," he murmured softly. He added, "Sweetheart, this is a phase of rising temperature. Once you start to sweat, the fever will truly break." Ye Qingyao nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she summoned the strength to refrain from crying. "It's all right. I'm here with you. There is nothing to fear." Lin Feng reassured her. Leaning against his shoulder, she absorbed his warmth and strength. As time passed, at last, the results were ready. A nurse called out in the hallway, "Is Ye Qingyao here?" Her voice resonated clearly. Lin Feng immediately stood, responding loudly yes. Together with Su Wanrong, they supported Ye Qingyao towards the nurse. The nurse handed the test results to Lin Feng. He scrutinized the document carefully. Although the technical data was beyond his comprehension, it did provide him with some reassurance. Soon, they escorted Ye Qingyao into the doctor's office. The doctor reviewed the results attentively before stating, "It's a viral infection, nothing serious. So there is no need for undue worry. I will prescribe some antipyretics that should help." Relief washed over Lin Feng and Su Wanrong at the doctor's words. However, Su Wanrong, still concerned, asked, "Doctor, will this medication affect the pregnancy? We are genuinely worried about any potential harm to the baby." The doctor smiled and shook her head reassuringly. "Rest assured, the medication I am prescribing is very safe for pregnant women." Hearing this, Ye Qingyao felt a measure of relief. Though she was uncomfortable, she managed a faint smile, unwilling to let her baby suffer. Tenderly, she caressed her abdomen, silently promising, "Darling, Mommy will protect you. You must grow up healthy." At that moment, the doctor reiterated, this medication should be taken at least every 4 hours, not exceeding 4 doses within 24 hours. Moreover, fever in pregnant women can recur, so keep a close watch on her temperature. Should any discomfort arise, return to the hospital immediately. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, committing the doctor's advice to memory. "Thank you, doctor. We understand," he replied gratefully. After exiting the doctor's office, they proceeded to the lobby to collect the prescribed medication. Lin Feng meticulously double-checked the medications against the prescription before departing. On their way home, the night had deepened, and after half an hour, they finally arrived. Lin Feng carefully assisted Ye Qingyao out of the car and guided her through the front door. The warmth and comfort of home enveloped them, a familiar scent greeting them. Ye Qingyao nestled into the blankets, still feeling cold, wrapping herself tightly in the comforter. Observing this, Lin Feng hurried to the kitchen to fetch a glass of warm water. Approaching the bedside, he gently encouraged her, "Darling, take your medicine. It will help you feel better." Ye Qingyao nodded, accepting the medication and water from Lin Feng's hands, swallowing them down in one go. Seeing her take the medicine eased Lin Feng's mind slightly. He tucked her in snugly and sat by the bed, gently holding her hand. "Rest now, my love. I'm right here with you," he spoke tenderly. Ye Qingyao nodded and soon drifted into sleep. Later, Lin Feng quietly slipped out of the room. Su Wanrong, noticing his departure, quickly inquired, Xiao Feng, how is Yao Yao? Has her fever subsided? We haven't checked her temperature since arriving home, but she just fell asleep, Lin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong nodded but still expressed her concern. Be sure to check her forehead throughout the night. We can't let her fever escalate. She should take her antipyretics in 4 hours, so she doesn't suffer too much. Chapter 96. A fever and a slightly slimmer face. All right, I understand, Mom. You should go to bed now, Lin Feng said with a smile to his mother, Su Wanrong. After returning to his room, Lin Feng frequently touched Ye Qingyao's forehead. Throughout the night, he hardly closed his eyes, fearing that her condition might take a turn for the worse. He let out a gentle sigh and silently prayed that Ye Qingyao would recover soon. Fortunately, it seemed that heaven heard his prayers. Before midnight, her fever broke, and she did not experience any further high temperatures. The anxiety that had weighed on Lin Feng's heart finally lifted as he held Ye Qingyao's hand tightly, as if transferring all his strength to her. The next morning, Ye Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. She felt sticky all over, her sweat having soaked her pajamas, which made her uncomfortable. She attempted to move her body but found herself utterly drained, as if all her energy had been sapped away. Upon hearing her stir, Lin Feng instantly opened his eyes. Noticing that she was awake, he immediately asked with concern, Darling, do you still feel unwell? His voice was filled with urgency and care, afraid that Ye Qingyao might still be suffering. I feel much better, Ye Qingyao replied with a smile, shaking her head despite her voice still being a bit hoarse. Yet, there was a spark in her eyes that indicated her vitality was returning. However, Lin Feng remained uneasy. He picked up the thermometer nearby, gently shook it, and carefully placed it under Ye Qingyao's armpit. He knew that relying solely on one's feelings to gauge a fever was unreliable. It was essential to take her temperature. Watching Lin Feng's earnest expression, Ye Qingyao couldn't help but find it amusing. She shook her head helplessly but felt immense joy in her heart, knowing that Lin Feng genuinely cared for her and valued her well-being. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng took out the thermometer, scrutinizing the numbers displayed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his reaction, Ye Qingyao smiled and asked, So, I'm not feverish anymore, right? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded happily. She knew that her illness had caused Lin Feng considerable worry. Soon after, he tenderly caressed her cheek and softly said, You've lost a bit of weight from the fever. What would you like to eat, my dear? I'll ask Mom to prepare it for you. Lin Feng suddenly inquired, his gaze filled with affection and concern. He was aware that Ye Qingyao must be hungry, having hardly eaten the night before. Surprised by her husband's words, Ye Qingyao found it somewhat exaggerated. Yet, she was indeed hungry. She had no appetite for food the previous night, especially since she was carrying their little one. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes as she pondered. Husband, I crave braised hairtail and sweet and sour pork, Ye Qingyao declared with a smile, her voice brimming with anticipation and desire. All right, I'll make them for you. Lin Feng responded indulgently, his eyes reflecting his tender affection. He then slipped on his slippers and exited the bedroom to find his mother, Su Wanrong, to discuss this matter. At that moment, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian were watching television in the living room. Upon hearing the master bedroom door open, they quickly approached, asking with concern, Xiao Feng, how is Yao Yao? Is she still feverish? Their eyes were filled with worry, fearing that Ye Qingyao's condition might have worsened. I just took her temperature. She is no longer feverish, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He knew his parents had been anxious about Ye Qingyao's health, and hearing this good news would surely bring them joy. That's wonderful, Su Wanrong exclaimed, her face lighting up with a relieved smile. She then inquired, Yao Yao didn't eat anything last night. What does she want now? I'll prepare it for her. Her tone was filled with concern and love, anxious that Ye Qingyao might be hungry. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, his mother's question echoed his thoughts perfectly. He continued, Yao Yao wants sweet and sour pork and braised hairtail. All right, Su Wanrong nodded, a smile gracing her face. However, she soon frowned and said, These 2 dishes take time to prepare. Yao Yao might not be able to wait. She understood that Ye Qingyao must be quite hungry and wouldn't be able to wait that long. How about I make her something quick to eat first, just to fill her stomach, and then we can have the main dishes for lunch? Su Wanrong suggested. Sounds good. Lin Feng nodded, finding his mother-esque suggestion reasonable. He couldn't let Ye Qingyao starve while waiting for the longer preparation. Suddenly, he remembered that there was leftover rice at home, and his eyes brightened. Then I'll fry some rice for Yao Yao, he declared. Great, Su Wanrong nodded, clearly pleased with this idea. She then donned her warm clothes, preparing to go out for groceries. Looking at Lin Feng, she said, Your father and I will go buy some meat and hairtail. You take good care of Yao Yao. Don't worry, Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. After his parents left, Lin Feng headed to the kitchen to start frying the rice. It's known that overnight rice is the soul of fried rice. He skillfully chopped some scallions and garlic. Without these, the flavor would be greatly diminished. Lin Feng heated the pan and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. Once the oil was hot, he added the chopped scallions and garlic to saute until fragrant. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the kitchen. He then added the leftover rice, quickly stir-frying it with a spatula. Before long, the fried rice was ready. Lin Feng served it in a bowl and brought it to the bedroom to present to Ye Qingyao. Seeing her expectant gaze filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Darling, try my fried rice. How is it? Lin Feng smiled, his eyes shining with anticipation and pride. Ye Qingyao took the bowl, inhaling the enticing aroma, and couldn't help but swallow. After tasting a mouthful of fried rice, she felt her taste buds awaken. Husband, your fried rice is incredibly delicious. This is the best fried rice I've ever had, she exclaimed, her tone brimming with surprise and satisfaction. Hearing Ye Qingyao's praise, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Seeing his wife enjoying the meal, he said, I was worried you'd be hungry, so Mom asked me to fry some rice for you. I'll make braised hairtail and sweet and sourport for you at lunch, all right? Of course, thank you. And thanks to Mom as well, Ye Qingyao expressed gratefully. In Lin Feng's home, she felt just as comfortable as in her own, still surrounded by love and care. Meeting Lin Feng and marrying him filled her with immense contentment. Chapter 97. A visit to her parental home. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's exquisite fried rice that captivated her. Each grain was enveloped in a perfect blend of egg and scallion fragrance, soft yet retaining a delightful chewiness. Ye Qingyao devoured the entire bowl, leaving not a single grain behind. I'm so full, she sighed contentedly, wiping her mouth, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a look filled with trust and happiness, she handed the empty bowl to Lin Feng, saying, Darling, here you go. All right, Lin Feng replied, his expression one of indulgence as he accepted the bowl, his gaze warm and tender. He turned and made his way to the kitchen, skillfully washing the bowl and meticulously drying it before placing it in the cupboard. For him, anything he could do effortlessly was not worth procrastinating. Upon returning to the room, Ye Qingyao felt sticky and uncomfortable. She looked at Lin Feng with a playful pout and said, Honey, I feel so sticky, I want to take a shower. Sure, I'll go heat some water for you. Lin Feng responded, gently pinching her nose with affection. He then turned and headed to the bathroom to turn on the water heater. For him, as long as his wife felt comfortable, he was more than willing to do anything. This was his duty as a husband. When he returned to the room, Lin Feng noticed Ye Qingyao pouting with an expression of guilt, her brows slightly furrowed as if troubled by something. He asked, puzzled wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ye Qingyao shook her head and softly replied, I made the sheets and quilt damp. I probably sweated too much last night. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. He smiled and pulled Ye Qingyao into his embrace, softly reassuring her, it's all right. We could just wash them. It's normal to sweat a little when you're not feeling your best, so don't feel guilty. I'll take care of it. With that, he gently lifted Ye Qingyao and placed her on the window seat to rest. He then busied himself, swiftly changing the sheets and duvet cover with practiced ease. Watching her husband work, Ye Qingyao felt a surge of gratitude and happiness, admiring his handsome figure. Before long, the sound of the door opening signaled the return of Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian. They entered, arms laden with an abundance of vegetables and meats, including Ye Qingyao's favorite hairtail fish, their faces beaming with smiles. Upon entering, they spotted Ye Qingyao sitting on the sofa watching television, her demeanor markedly improved from the morning. They hurried over, expressing their concern. Yao Yao, how are you feeling? Are you better? Is there anything bothering you? Ye Qingyao smiled and replied, Mom, I'm feeling much better. Thank you for your concern. I'm really fine now. Her tone was filled with gratitude and joy. Su Wanrong, relieved, smiled and said, That's great to hear. As long as you're well, we can rest easy. Her face radiated a warm smile, her eyes reflecting love and care. Lin Xiaotian chimed in, Yes, Yao Yao. You must take good care of yourself moving forward. Ye Qingyao nodded, her heart warmed. She understood that in this family, she was not merely a daughter-in-law, but a cherished child loved by all. The family then began to bustle about. Su Wanrong placed the vegetables and meats in the kitchen, preparing to cook red braised hairtail fish and sweet and sour pork. She expertly cleaned the fish, scaling and gutting it before cutting it into sections, marinating it with cooking wine and ginger. Following that, she took out the pork tenderloin, slicing it thinly and seasoning it with salt, cooking wine, and starch. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaotian assisted, washing vegetables and chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic. Though not as adept as Su Wanrong, he managed well enough. As they worked, they engaged in light conversation. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. The scent of red braised hairtail fish mingled with the sweet and sour pork, making one's mouth water in anticipation. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Qingyao inhaled the familiar fragrance, her heart brimming with excitement. She knew her two favorite dishes from childhood would soon be ready. Finally, after the family's combined efforts, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. The dining table was adorned with a variety of dishes: red braised hairtail fish, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a steaming bowl of tomato and egg soup. Each dish was a feast for the senses, visually appealing and delicious. Ye Qingyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the culinary spread. Eagerly, she picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of the red braised hairtail fish. The exquisite taste of the fish and rich sauce melted in her mouth, awakening her taste buds. Wow, this is delicious. Mom, your cooking skills just keep getting better, she exclaimed. Su Wanrong beamed with pride, her heart swelling with joy. Yao Yao, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. All right. Thank you, Mom, Ye Qingyao replied with a smile. Back at their hometown, Lin Feng and Ye Qingyao enjoyed several joyful days together. However, such blissful moments are fleeting. One day, they had to embark on their journey back, as they planned to visit Ye Qingyao's parental home. They packed their bags, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but also harboring excitement at the prospect of reuniting with family. Before they departed, Su Wanrong had prepared a collection of exquisitely packaged gifts. With several bags in hand, she walked briskly towards the car parked at the entrance, placing the gifts inside while advising, Yao Yao, these are all specialties from Su Province, including your favorite pastries and a few unique handicrafts. Bring them back for your parents to try and see if they like them. Ye Qingyao accepted the gifts, warmth flooding her heart. She nodded with a smile. Say, Mom, you're always so thoughtful. Once we're home, I'll be sure to send my regards to my parents. All right, take care on the road, Su Wanrong said with a smile as she closed the door. The car slowly pulled away, and Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian stood at the door, watching as it gradually disappeared into the distance. Their gazes were filled with reluctance and concern until the vehicle turned a corner and vanished from sight, prompting them to turn back. Soon, they arrived at the airport, bustling with activity. Before boarding, Ye Qingyao took out her phone and called her mother, Su Wanjin. On the other end, Su Wanjin's voice came through, laced with urgency and joy. Yao Yao, have you set off? Yes, Mom. We're about aboard. We should be home before noon, Ye Qingyao replied, glancing at the departure board, her heart filled with longing for home and anticipation for reuniting with her loved ones. Great. I'll have your brother pick you up, Su Wanjin said, her voice brimming with excitement and expectation. Chapter 98. The urgency of marriage upon disembarking from the airplane. Yi Haoming had been waiting patiently in the airport arrival hall for quite some time. He occasionally glanced at his wristwatch and then towards the exit, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At last, that familiar figure appeared within his line of sight, approaching with a light-hearted gait. Upon spotting her brother, Ye Qingyao's face instantly radiated a brilliant smile. She excitedly waved her hand and quickened her pace towards him. Observing this, Yi Haoming hurried to meet her, admonishing gently, Yao Yao, remember you're pregnant. Don't run. Be careful. His gaze was filled with concern, fearful of any mishap befalling his sister. I'm fine, Ye Qingyao waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with affection for her brother. She understood his concern, yet the joy of reuniting with her family was simply overwhelming. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been following Ye Qingyao, also spotted Ye Haoming and called out, "Elder brother, it's been a while." His voice conveyed warmth and respect. Ye Haoming responded with a smile, "Let us go. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to return home for dinner. They've been looking forward to it for quite some time." Lin Feng nodded, and the trio made their way home from the airport. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of their residence. Once they arrived, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan had already been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing their daughter, they immediately rushed to her side, their faces aglow with enthusiastic smiles. "How was the journey, Yao Yao? Were you tired?" Su Wanjin grasped her daughter's hand, inquiring with genuine concern. "I'm not tired, Mom. I'm doing well." Ye Qingyao shook her head, then pointed to a nearby gift box. "Mom and Dad, those are specialties prepared by Xiao Feng's parents for you. They asked us to bring them back as a token of their affection." Yi Baoshan happily accepted the gift box, opening it as he said, "To bring these from so far away, they truly are thoughtful. You must express our gratitude to your in-laws for thinking of us." Ye Qingyao nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Dad, I certainly will." As she spoke, she glanced around, the familiar warmth of home enveloping her, instilling a profound sense of comfort. By noon, the dining table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. The braised pork, personally cooked by Su Wanjin, gleamed with a rich red hue, its savory aroma enticing and the texture perfectly indulgent. Accompanying it were various home-style dishes, steamed fish, seasonal vegetables, and cold kelp salad. Each dish exuded the essence of home, arousing one's appetite. The moment Ye Qingyao entered the dining room, she was captivated by the enticing aroma. Even the baby within her seemed to sense the joy, giving a gentle kick to her belly. She smiled and tenderly caressed her abdomen, saying, "It seems our little one is eager to taste Grandma's cooking." Hearing her daughter's words, Su Wanjin beamed with delight. "Quickly sit down. Don't just stand there. It wouldn't be good if you got tired." With that, she hurriedly guided Ye Qingyao to the dining table and returned from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of chicken soup. "This is specially prepared for you, nourishing for your body. After all, you're now eating for 3. Ye Qingyao accepted the soup, warmth spreading through her heart. "Thank you, Mom. You always take such good care of me." She took a gentle sip of the soup, the rich flavor instantly enveloping her senses, prompting her to exclaim, "Mom, your culinary skills have truly improved." Lin Feng was not idle either. He assisted in unpacking the specialties from the gift box and laying them out on the table. There were dried goods, pickled items, and several distinctive snacks, all meticulously selected by his parents. "Mom and Dad, these are local specialties from our area. Do try them and see if they suit your taste," Lin Feng enthusiastically offered. Yi Baoshan picked up a piece of dried goods, inhaling its aroma with a beaming smile. "Your in-laws are indeed thoughtful. These look delightful. We should try making a soup with these tonight to see how they taste." The family gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere filled with joy and warmth. Su Wanjin continuously served dishes to Ye Qingyao, concerned that she might not eat enough. "Yao Yao, have more of this braised pork. It's nutritious, and the steamed fish is good for the baby." Her chopsticks busily traversed the table, and before long, Ye Qingyao's bowl was piled high. Ye Qingyao accepted her mother's kindness with a smile, her heart swelling with happiness. She understood her mother's intentions, wishing for both her and the baby to thrive and be well nourished. As the meal progressed, the conversation gradually shifted towards Ye Haoming. While serving soup to Ye Qingyao, Su Wanjin seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "Haoming, you're in your 30s now. When will you bring a girlfriend home for us to meet? Your sister is already married, and her child is on the way. As your brother, you haven't given us any news." Ye Haoming was taken aback. He had not expected his mother to broach such a topic so suddenly. He managed a wry smile, saying, "Mom, why bring this up again? I'm currently busy with work. When I have time for dating." He attempted to deflect his mother's concern with work, though he felt a twinge of helplessness within. However, Su Wanjin pressed on, "No matter how busy you are, matters of the heart shouldn't be neglected. Your father and I are not getting any younger. We hope you can settle down and start your own family soon." Her tone carried a hint of urgency and hope. Ye Baoshan chimed in, "Indeed, Haoming, you can't remain single forever. If a suitable girl comes along, you should give it a try. Who knows, you might just find true love." His words were filled with encouragement and support. Ye Qingyao, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "Brother, Mom and Dad are only concerned for you. They wish for your happiness. You can't let them worry indefinitely. If you meet someone suitable, give it a chance. You might just encounter the right person." Lin Feng also echoed her sentiments. "Elder brother, I feel the same way. Major life decisions cannot be postponed. You should seek your own happiness as well. Look at how blissful I am with Yao Yao. You too will find your own happiness." Ye Haoming smiled helplessly, realizing he could no longer evade the subject. He glanced at the hopeful expressions of his parents and sister, finally nodding in agreement. "All right, I promise you that if I meet someone suitable, I will consider it. But please, don't pressure me too much. Allow me some time." Su Wanjin nodded with satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing her face. "That's more like it. We are not rushing you. We simply wish for you to have a happy family." Ye Baoshan added thoughtfully, "Indeed, having a companion on life's journey is a blessing. It's wonderful to share joys and sorrows with someone, to navigate through life's storms together." As Ye Haoming listened to his parents' words, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He recognized that their intentions were rooted in love, desiring for him to have a happy family. Yet, he understood that marriage was a significant commitment, not to be taken lightly. Chapter 99. Blind Date. Just after urging marriage upon Ye Haoming at noon, that evening, Su Wanjin took advantage of her son's absence to enlist Ye Qingyao in selecting a suitable marriage partner for him. "Yao Yao, help me discern which of these young women aligns with your brother's preferences," Su Wanjin said with a hopeful smile as she handed her daughter the photographs. Ye Qingyao, taken aback by her mother's words, exclaimed, "Mom, you want to set up a blind date for my brother?" She could scarcely believe her ears. Her brother had always been assertive in his choices, so it was hard to fathom why he would suddenly entertain the idea of a blind date. Nodding earnestly, Su Wanjin replied, "Your brother is of a considerable age now. If I wait for him to find a girlfriend, I might wither away waiting." Although her words bore a hint of exaggeration, Ye Qingyao could sense her mother's underlying anxiety and helplessness. With a resigned smile, Ye Qingyao accepted the photographs. She knew that given her brother's slow-to-warm-up nature, it might be quite some time before he considered marriage. Nevertheless, she dutifully perused the images, each capturing a lovely young woman with a sweet smile and a gentle demeanor. Noticing her daughter's focused gaze, Su Wanjin eagerly pointed at the photographs, saying, "Look at these pictures. I personally selected them. Their backgrounds, appearances, and educations are all outstanding. If your brother were to marry one of them, it would indeed be a blessing for our family." Internally, Ye Qingyao mused that her brother was not one to judge solely based on looks or family background. The matter of his marriage could not be decided merely by these photographs. Yet, she complied with her mother's enthusiasm, stating, "Mom, these girls are indeed beautiful. But do you think my brother would appreciate this approach to blind dating?" Su Wanjin paused, then sighed. She understood her son's independent nature and anticipated he might resist such arrangements. Still clinging to a glimmer of hope, she urged, "I know he might not be fond of it, but we can't just sit back and watch him remain single forever, can we? Yao Yao, please do this for me. Encourage your brother to at least meet and chat with someone." Seeing the hopeful look in her mother's eyes, Ye Qingyao felt a pang of sympathy. She recognized her mother's genuine concern for her brother, who had always been a source of worry for her. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. "All right, Mom, I will try." In the following days, Ye Qingyao sought the right moment to broach the subject of blind dates with her brother. However, Ye Haoming was perpetually occupied, either working late at the office or socializing outside, making him elusive, anxious that her mother might become increasingly distressed with the wait. Ye Qingyao finally managed to catch Ye Haoming at home one weekend evening. She pulled him to the sofa and directly stated, "Bro, Mom wants to arrange a blind date for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Haoming immediately furrowed his brow. A blind date? Why was T.I. informed about this? His surprise and confusion were evident. "Mom just wants what's best for you. You're of an age where even having a girlfriend is overdue." Ye Qingyao tried to persuade him, knowing her brother's filial nature might sway him to consider their mother's wishes. However, Ye Haoming shook his head resolutely, asserting, Yao Yao, tell Mom that I can handle my own affairs. There is no need for her to worry, and I have no interest in blind dating. His tone was firm, clearly indicating he did not wish to add to their mother's concerns. Seeing her brother's determination, Ye Qingyao felt a twinge of anxiety. She knew once he made up his mind, it would be challenging to change it. However, she refused to give up and continued to argue, brother. Think of it as a favor to Mom. Just meet her. She is genuinely worried about you. After a moment of silence, as he weighed the pros and cons, he finally sighed, conceding, all right, Yao Yao, for Mom's sake, I'll meet her, but only for the meeting. I cannot promise anything beyond that. Although tinged with reluctance, his words offered his sister a respite. Overjoyed by her brother's agreement, Ye Qingyao quickly relayed the good news to Su Wanjin. Upon hearing that her son had consented to the blind date, Su Wanjin was elated. She promptly began organizing the details, meticulously planning the venue and timing, ensuring that every aspect was attended to without oversight. Days later, the day of the blind date arrived. Under his mother's insistence, Ye Haoming donned a neat suit, meticulously grooming himself. As he stood before the mirror, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Having never been on a blind date, he was uncertain how to navigate such an encounter. However, thinking of his mother's expectations and his sister's efforts, he summoned his courage and proceeded to the designated CAF. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee permeated the air, accompanied by soft melodies that floated through the space. Ye Haoming seated himself by the window, gazing out at the bustling street beyond. Meanwhile, in a corner of the CF, four individuals were conspicuously observing him. Ye Qingyao, Su Wanjin, and their friends Ye Baoshan and Lin Feng. They had come specifically to monitor the blind date, wearing a baseball cap and a mask to avoid detection. Ye Qingyao whispered anxiously, if my brother sees us, he'll surely be upset. Her tone reflected her apprehension. Let us just not let him notice us. We can sit here and watch quietly, Su Wanjin replied, peering through the foliage of a nearby plant, ensuring she could see her son's interactions. Before long, a well-dressed, graceful young woman entered. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and a gentle beauty in her features, she approached Ye Haoming with a smile. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ye Haoming rose, extending his hand politely. Hello, I'm Ye Haoming. Although his demeanor was slightly stiff, he made an effort to remain courteous. As the two engaged in conversation, Su Wanjin strained to eavesdrop, but the distance made it difficult to discern their dialogue. Turning to Ye Qingyao, she inquired, Yao Yao, can you hear what your brother and that girl are discussing? I can't make out a word. I must be getting old and have poor hearing. Ye Qingyao smiled wryly. It's not that your hearing is failing. It's just too far to hear clearly. Chapter 100. Encountering an elite during a blind date after a brief conversation. The young woman hastily excused herself and left Ye Haoming sitting alone in a corner of the CAF. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Instinctively, he glanced around but found nothing unusual. However, as his eyes swept past a row of green plants by the window, he froze in surprise, for he distinctly sensed a pair of eyes intently observing him from behind the foliage. This gaze seemed to carry an air of curiosity and scrutiny, leaving Ye Haoming quite uncomfortable. Frowning, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him. He rose from his seat, resolved to circle around the plants to discover who possessed the audacity to follow him. He treaded lightly, cautious not to startle whatever lay hidden. Yet, upon reaching the other side, he was taken aback to find his family standing there, their expressions a mixture of embarrassment and surprise. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Ye Haoming inwudet astonished. He struggled to comprehend why his family would suddenly appear at this location, covertly watching him on a blind date. Well, we just happened to come for coffee. What a coincidence. Su Wanjin replied awkwardly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Yet, her evasive gaze betrayed her, clearly indicating that this explanation did not convince Ye Haoming. Upon hearing this, Ye Haoming maintained a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied with such a childish fib. He shot a glare at his mother, internally grumbling. Do you take me for a 3-year-old with such a naive excuse? At that moment, Ye Qingyao interjected, big brother. It's your first blind date, and you lack experience. We merely came to cheer you on." She endeavored to lighten the mood, but Ye Haoming was unmoved. "Why are you joining in the foolishness? Can a pregnant woman drink coffee?" Ye Haoming reprimanded his sister. He could not tolerate such inexplicable antics from his family, especially from Ye Qingyao, who, despite her pregnancy, was willing to join the fray. Feeling somewhat wronged by her brother's rebuke, Ye Qingyao pouted and murmured, "I only took a tiny sip. It's not a big deal." Seeing his son's obstinate demeanor, Ye Baoshan interjected, "We're only looking out for your well-being. And besides, we didn't disturb you." He then shifted the conversation, inquiring about Ye Haoming's blind date experience. Upon hearing his father's query, Ye Haoming's expression softened slightly. He sighed and murmured, "It was just average, but I sensed a hint of materialism from her." Materialism is fine in this world. Do you think anyone is after you for your money? Surely, they wouldn't be interested in your sour demeanor. Su Wanjin retorted candidly. She could not abide her son's haughty attitude, as though the entire world owed him something. Ye Qingyao chuckled at her mother's astute observation, silently applauding her mother's insight. Having been discovered, the family returned home together. Once at home, Ye Qingyao languidly reclined on the sofa, picking up her phone to scroll through social media. She casually browsed various videos and posts, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, her finger froze on the screen. Her eyes locked onto a particular video. Excitedly, she sat up, approaching Su Wanjin with her phone in hand. "Mom, is this Lin Xiaoyu?" Su Wanjin leaned closer to examine the girl in the video, then nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's her." Without further explanation, Ye Qingyao pulled her mother into a deeper exploration of Lin Xiaoyu's social media, scrutinizing each post and photo for clues. Frowning, Ye Qingyao murmured, "These photos seem strange. They remind me of something I've seen before." She felt a nagging familiarity with the images, but could not pinpoint where she had encountered them. "What is strange? They look perfectly normal to me," Su Wanjin chuckled, dismissing her daughter's concerns. However, Ye Qingyao remained unconvinced, observing Lin Xiaoyu's attire and demeanor, which appeared overly staged and contrived. She quietly pondered, could Lin Xiaoyu be posing for the camera? Why does it all seem so unnatural? After a moment, Ye Qingyao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I know what's off. The clothing and poses in these photos are identical to those of another girl I came across." She animatedly pointed out a detail in the photo, eager for her mother to understand. Su Wanjin studied the area her daughter indicated, then frowned. "Really? I didn't notice that." She doubted her daughter's observation. Yet, Ye Qingyao asserted confidently, "Yes, Mom, trust me. I've seen a girl's photo online, and her clothing and poses are exactly like Lin Xiaoyu's. Even the positioning of her bag is the same." Hearing her daughter's words, Su Wanjin felt a wave of unease wash over her. She gazed into her daughter's resolute eyes, believing that Ye Qingyao would not lie. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "What does this mean?" Ye Qingyao shook her head, replying, "I don't know, but I sense something is amiss. I've come across a course for socialites online. They teach participants how to pose, how to dress, and how to enjoy afternoon tea at lavish hotels. I suspect Lin Xiaoyu might be partaking in such a course." "A course for socialites?" Su Wanjin exclaimed in surprise. "Such a thing exists? Are they not all deceivers?" She could hardly fathom that someone would pay to learn how to pose and present themselves as a socialite. Ye Qingyao nodded, "Yes, Mom. You wouldn't believe how prevalent these courses are online. They instruct people on how to project wealth and taste, merely to attract the attention of affluent individuals. I've heard that many bizarre things happen in these courses too." "Oh, what other oddities have you heard?" Su Wanjin inquired with growing curiosity. Ye Qingyao chuckled, "Mom, there's a particularly amusing story. I heard that some socialites teamed up to flaunt their Balenciaga stockings, taking glamorous photos. However, one of them had athlete's foot, and she ended up infecting the others who wore the stockings afterward. It became quite the humorous gossip." Su Wanjin listened in disbelief. Ye Qingyao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Mom. These individuals are willing to do anything for money and status. Do you think you could accept a daughter-in-law like that?" She looked at her mother, a wave of unease swelling within her. She truly hoped her brother would not choose such a materialistic and calculating girlfriend. Su Wanjin shook her head, expressing her disapproval. How could I accept a daughter-in-law like that? I have a mild case of cleanliness obsession. I simply cannot accept my son dating someone like her. Hearing her mother's words, Ye Qingyao felt a slight relief. She understood that both she and her mother shared the same sentiment, hoping her brother would not end up with such a girlfriend. Continuing, Ye Qingyao suggested, Mom, let us not put any pressure on brother. Let him make his own choice. All right? I'm getting older. I truly don't understand the affairs of youth. As long as your brother is happy, I will be at ease, Su Wanjin sincerely replied.